I imagine she suffered greatly. In court the other day, Verity was almost driven mad. Dina felt her breathing becoming heavier. Horace continued, the Gu family isn't faring much better either. Someone exposed their history of fraud. They're currently ostracized wherever they go. Not just currently, Osiris interjected, online discussions about the Gu family have calmed down considerably. It seems someone intentionally suppressed the matter. Osiris added, and we can rule out the Gu family. They don't have the resources for this now. Ruling out the Gu family meant another party was involved. Dina felt like searching for a needle in a haystack with no clear answers. She took a deep breath and said slowly, so, do you think Simeon's target is me? No, or rather, not just you, Osiris agreed. Remember I told you about the hidden mastermind on Culberland Island? While it's uncertain if it's Forrest, it's certain he was also on the island, making him a strong suspect. Dina wasn't entirely safe now. Neither was Osiris. What about Ira? Dina suddenly looked at Horace anxiously. Shouldn't we send August home first? That won't help. Keeping him close is safer than sending him to your parents. I fear it might be worse than it is now. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Dina gritted her teeth. I will definitely expose him. Certainly, we'll all help find him. But you mustn't panic. Stay calm. Osiris held Dina in his arms. He's not in front of us, so you needn't worry too much about him. Odessa, you know, Osiris continued, no matter what happens, don't let it disrupt your life. I will protect you. Gradually, Dina calmed down under Osiris's comfort. Before she could speak, Osiris cut in, don't worry. I'll have security follow August, he'll be fine. You don't need to worry about work either. We have no hiring plans lately, and the financial flow is monitored closely. No suspicious person will slip through. And I'll pick you up and drop you off every day. Isn't that a bit excessive? Dina coldly interrupted, are you doing this out of selfishness? Heaven forbid, absolutely not. However, after Osiris's reassurance, Dina indeed felt less anxious. She managed a smile, saying, maybe I'm overthinking it. It'll be all right. Yes. Horace stayed for a while, installing cameras near the door and nearby blind spots before reluctantly leaving. Dina suspected he would have slept in a sleeping bag next to Osiris if she hadn't insisted otherwise. The next morning, Dina woke up groggily and smelled something delicious. Following the scent to the door, she saw Osiris in an apron, cooking breakfast. Feeling mischievous, Dina tiptoed towards Osiris and then patted his butt swiftly. Osiris didn't dodge but laughed as he grabbed her wrist. Fat little troublemaker, playing tricks in the morning? I never knew CEO Fadi had cooking skills. When did you learn? There's much you don't know. Go wash your hands quickly. I'll send you an August shortly. Dina nodded and ran to the bathroom to freshen up. Looking in the mirror, she felt a moment of disorientation. She remembered being pale and weak once, struggling even to maintain basic dignity, let alone eat 3 meals a day properly. Thankfully, those days seemed over. Odessa, aren't you coming? Osiris walked behind her, asking curiously. Dina shook her head, smiling lightly, no, I'm coming. If it's because you're still adjusting to me, I hope you'll adapt. Osiris smiled, in the future, I may treat you like this every day. In that case, maybe it's not me who needs to get used to it, but CEO Fadi, Dina teased. Chapter 101, Farce. Coleman didn't deny it but continued, however, while I don't mind being called Inochi, if you're willing to call me Lingyun or even boyfriend, I would be more than happy. Gigi waved her hand and said, I think we can take things step by step. Coleman neither agreed nor disagreed and then turned to ask Charity, so how about you, to Anchuan? What about me? Charity was enjoying munching on a bread when she heard Coleman call her name. She lifted her eyes in pleasant surprise. Smiling, Coleman asked, to Anchuan, have you thought about changing the way you address me? Change? Charity rubbed her chin as if she were thinking hard. You mean should I call you Jalen? Yes. Jalen. Gigi watched Charity's antics with helpless amusement and sighed, indeed, a child grows up too fast. How can that be? Charity patted her chest and promised, don't worry, call them. I'll absolutely stay by your side forever. That's not necessary, Gulanshue responded, laughing along with the others. For once, she felt content just being with these two people, like a family of 3. She stared at Coleman in front of her, getting lost in her thoughts. Do you want to compliment me or change the way you address me like to Anchuan? Neither, Gulanshue lowered her eyes and stuffed the remaining half-egg from her plate into her mouth. I was just thinking that when you were dating Lila, you didn't seem like this. The atmosphere fell into complete silence for a moment. Swallowing the egg and wiping her mouth, Gulanshue chuckled lightly, what? Can't talk about ex-girlfriends? It's not that we can't, but are you jealous? Coleman asked cautiously. Gulanshue threw the napkin into the plate casually and replied, no. You are jealous, Coleman laughed triumphantly. You should speak out loudly if you're jealous. Blushing slightly, Gulanshue said, I'm not jealous. You mustn't say any more. Coleman understood when to stop and nodded. Alright, but aren't you curious why my relationship with her is different from mine with you? Gulanxue always felt that Coleman's pursuit of her now, including his stubborn persistence in staying in her home, had only one reason. The jade pendant. If it meant that whoever had the jade pendant would receive Coleman's affection, then Gulanxue believed it would be better to return the pendant to him right now and end all ties cleanly. Whether going abroad or returning home, since Guwana was already in prison and the Gu family and Lu family both had their own troubles, she could consider her revenge complete. Ideally, she should no longer have any lingering feelings. But Coleman tied himself to her precisely at this time. Gulanxue sighed helplessly. So, where is our relationship different? I never doubted you, Coleman said seriously. I promised Lila because I felt guilty. I knew what happened that night. Even if I had someone else I liked, I would still compensate the person who had the jade pendant. That's what I should do. But I clearly knew I didn't like Lila. Whether she was the person that night or not, I love you. I knew I couldn't control my circumstances, so I didn't want to delay you. I never told you how I felt. On that day, Lila undressed in front of me. Hearing this, Gulanxue looked at Coleman in shock. Lila wanted to marry Coleman, sure, but the extent of her self-sacrifice to achieve this goal was baffling. Yet, Coleman maintained his composure. I found out I had no feelings for her at all. It was as if she simply appeared in front of me. I had already realized it wasn't you, not the person from Culberland Island that night. I investigated her for a long time and you as well. Coleman lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. You're very smart. You tampered with the paternity test results, didn't you? I thought I might have made a mistake again. But when Tuanshuan's report arrived the next day, some data didn't match up, and I realized you deceived me. I hesitated for a long time about whether to confront you directly, but I never got the chance. Thankfully, now, we haven't missed each other. Gulanxue nodded and smiled lightly. There's something I want to ask you. What? If I hadn't been the one holding the jade pendant, what would you have done? I wouldn't have shown up in front of you ever again. Coleman said seriously, I know I have responsibilities to fulfill. I wouldn't let the person I love suffer for me. This was where Coleman differed from Lu Yuanyu. Coleman would weigh pros and cons, but in the end, he'd rather harm himself than hurt others. On the other hand, Lu Yuanyu wanted it all, thinking he was devoted enough, yet he couldn't bear to give up anything. Gulanxue understood the former but hoped the latter could keep his distance from her. I'm finished eating. Gulanxue threw the bowl into the dishwasher carelessly and clapped her hands. We should go. Okay. After dropping Charity off at kindergarten, they were almost late. Yet when they parked in the underground garage, they were inevitably seen by others. As a result, when Gulanxue returned to the technical department, she was immediately surrounded by colleagues chattering eagerly before she could put down her things. Sister Lanxue, you're finally back. Didn't they say you were injured? Where were you injured? How severe was it? They said you didn't wake up for a long time. We all wanted to visit you, but Inochi wouldn't tell us where you were staying, so we couldn't visit. But Sister Lanxue, what's your relationship with Inochi? We heard that he goes to see you right after work and takes meticulous care of you. Are you too? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't Inochi Miss Chu's boyfriend? If you say that, Miss Chu might come to bother Sister Lanxue. Sister Lanxue, don't mind us. We've just missed you and wanted to ask you some questions. These questions can be asked anytime. Chapter 102, Suppression. But now, can we start our work early? Dina spoke, finally managing to temporarily suppress this farce. Everyone nodded in understanding and quickly returned to their positions. Suddenly, the woman who had been standing beside them let out a cold snort from her nose. Dina found this behavior inexplicable and glanced up at her, only to find the woman turning away her gaze. Who is she? Dina realized she didn't seem to recognize this person, but Osiris had clearly told her there were no hiring plans in the company. So who exactly was she? Could she be the daughter of some executive here to gain experience? The thought gave Dina a headache. While she didn't fear those causing trouble, leading someone with no knowledge would be time-consuming and emotionally draining. It simply wasn't worth it. She rubbed her temples and asked, Who are you? You're Dina. Aya spoke imperiously, almost pointing her chin at Dina. Dina thought this must be a troublemaker. Why couldn't she cause trouble elsewhere and not in her department? She would have to discuss this with Osiris later. I am. Who are you? Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that I believe your research has obvious errors. Do you admit it? Dina paused. This person seemed more than just brainless, she might actually have some talent, though she wasn't sure yet. What error? If you think my research is wrong, show me where, Dina replied skeptically. Teresa, don't mind her. She's crazy, insisting on tampering with your data. When had Teresa ever been called crazy? Her face flushed red as she retorted, You're the one who's crazy. I'm certain there are mistakes in your research. Kalbirover, all products currently on the market are far from perfect. I don't know what you were thinking, but you shouldn't have marketed them like that. Dina felt bewildered. She had never considered her work perfect. There were always better people and things out there. Dina loved researching skincare products, even during university. Although it wasn't her major, she showed remarkable talent in this field. However, the Gu family didn't need such a daughter. Finding no suitable lab, she reluctantly abandoned this idea. Later, after an incident, she observed many ordinary middle-aged women. They weren't necessarily flawed in character but couldn't compete with younger, more beautiful women. Dina acknowledged youth as an advantage but believed aging should never be a disadvantage. Instead of spending large sums on risky beauty treatments, she hoped to offer them a new choice through her methods. Now, Teresa stood before her, belittling her research. Rarely did Dina feel anger because she knew facts were not on Teresa's side. Do you have nothing to say? Teresa challenged. Say what? Dina retorted, if you find faults in my research, present your evidence. Our tech department aims to create the best, not debate whose creation it is, Dina added calmly, unaffected by Teresa's insolence. So, where's your work? Will you show it to us? Teresa was surprised by Dina's magnanimity and momentarily felt like a helpless fool. Yeah, questioning Sister Odessa so fervently, but when asked for evidence, you have none, someone jeered. Talking without results is pointless. Sister Odessa already completed her research. Teresa glared fiercely at Dina, ready to speak, but then heard a voice from the doorway. Odessa. Dina looked over in surprise to see Osiris standing there, sternly saying, you forgot something. I brought it to you. Osiris handed her a USB drive and glanced at Teresa, casually adding, the tech department does have new hires. If you're unsatisfied, you can replace them anytime without HR approval. This was a warning. If Teresa continued to challenge or defy Dina, the latter had the authority to dismiss her. Hearing this, Teresa's expression changed, her lips trembling. Mr. Fadi, it's still about the previous matter. The previous matter was already addressed. If you still feel aggrieved or believe you can do better than Odessa, prove it with results. I've given you a month. Has the tech department produced anything? That's because the tech department is hers. The core members remain unchanged, each highly competent. If you believe they're deliberately making it difficult, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions first. With that, Osiris turned and left without sparing another glance at Teresa. Once he was gone, colleagues surrounded Dina, asking curiously, Odessa, what happened? How did Mr. Fadi have your things? Yeah, and did he come here just to support you? Some people really think they're important if someone treats them kindly once. Dina frowned, enough. Did any of you make it hard for her? Work was simply mutual benefit. The company needed to operate, and they needed salaries. There was no need to collectively bully anyone. No, she wanted to change the data. We told her it was fixed and couldn't be altered. She then isolated herself and ignored us. A colleague shrugged. If this counts as bullying, I have nothing else to say. What data do you feel compelled to change? Dina looked at Teresa, pointed out. If there's an error, we'll correct it together. Do you think you're so great? That the company is your dictatorship? What do you intend to do? Dina finally lost her patience. Speak now if you plan to. Chapter 103, Scornful Jealousy. But if you don't intend to speak, start shutting your mouth now and focus on your work. If you continue to slack off as before, I will dismiss you directly. Teresa bit her lower lip and said, the dosage you use has not reached the optimal level that the country can tolerate. She pointed to the data on the computer and continued, this amount only reaches half the standard, and it's not an expensive material. If we use the full amount and reach the highest standard, the effectiveness of our skincare products would surpass all current products by a significant margin. Haste makes waste. Melinda coldly remarked, haven't you heard the saying? Once again, Teresa had been rebuffed by these words. Fortunately, this time she was prepared. Wait for a moment, I'll bring in a friend. Teresa stepped out and made a call. Half an hour later, a shy girl was brought into the lab. Everyone asked curiously, is this your sister? Why did you bring someone else here? What if she leaks our data? Clearly ignoring their concerns, Teresa proudly said, this is not my sister, rather, she's actually my older sister. This is what her skin looked like initially. A photo appeared on the big screen, showing various acne scars and fine lines on the girl's face. Yet now, her face looked like a smooth egg. People couldn't help but doubt whether the person in front of them was the same one in the picture. Feeling their gazes, Teresa proudly proclaimed, what do you think? Now, you must believe that adding a larger quantity could cause a qualitative change, right? That's impossible, Melinda interrupted her proudly display coldly. Frustrated, Teresa retorted, why impossible? You're just jealous because my skincare product's effects are better, even surpassing yours. Do you know how long she used it? 1 month. A complete transformation within 1 month. Can your skincare achieve that? Aren't you denying me out of fear of being surpassed? Melinda frowned and looked at the woman beside Teresa. In these past months, have you only used this skincare product? Aya nodded, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Do you mean to accuse me of falsifying data? No, Melinda shook her head and then addressed everyone. Do you also think her results are better? Dottie, we trust you more, but... The effects were there, undeniable. It was as if someone had laid a perfect 100-point test on the table. How could they deny its excellence? Perhaps Teresa really was a greater genius than Melinda. If our skincare can achieve such results, our entire team might soar to new heights, wouldn't it? Do you want to soar high or firmly establish yourself in the industry? Melinda counter-questioned, leaving everyone speechless except for Teresa, who persisted. Melinda, are you threatening them? Of course not. Better not, otherwise, I can leave Oshi with my research and your team anytime. Then, you'll see if you can explain to General Manager Fadi. Melinda sneered, I'm sorry, my team was built up gradually by me. If you take them away, I won't stop you. I respect personal choices. Kalbirover, I believe I can build another excellent team. As for your so-called achievements, you can't take them out of Oshi. I've been telling you to present your finished products for study, but your products are just modifications of mine. Teresa's expression changed, but she continued, so what? Anyway, as long as this ingredient is added maximally, any skincare product. No, Melinda shook her head. If it were true, other manufacturers would have already used it. Why wait for you to discover it? I know what you're thinking. You started digging through my previous research after joining the company, found an ingredient nobody else uses yet within legal limits. So you experimented gradually, using your own sister. Melinda paused. There's no such thing as a miracle rejuvenation without consequences. Everything has a price. This is conservation. Teresa's expression twisted. You're rambling again. How do you prove this doesn't work? When something reaches its peak, it turns adverse. Excessive use may lead to severe skin problems despite maximum anti-aging benefits. Melinda sighed, but it might be too late now. Since you've been using it for a month, I suggest stopping and rebuilding your skin's tolerance to prevent irreversible damage. You. Teresa wanted to argue but was pulled by the woman beside her. Unwillingly, she snapped, what now? Don't argue, she is still your superior. So what? Teresa had always been strong-willed and proud. She glared fiercely at Melinda. I will prove my product is better than yours. You might convince me, but don't experiment on too many people, Melinda sternly warned. That's against regulations. When evaluating your performance, I will report this. Do you envy me? I don't envy you, Melinda said coldly. I pity those harmed by you. If you truly guarantee no side effects, why not apply it to your own face? Speechless, Teresa was dragged out of the company by the woman. Walking downstairs, Teresa angrily shook off the hand. What now? Nothing seems to go smoothly. Yen. Aya fearfully spoke. Lately, my face feels very itchy. Could it be as she said? Hashtag chapter 104, crisis emerges. How could it be? Teresa's face changed as he rebuked. This is purely psychological. It's not as serious as you're saying. You've used it for so long before without any issues, right? Aya was taken aback, but before she could respond, Teresa continued, Sis, do you know how much her bonus is? Nearly 8 figures. Aya's eyes widened in shock. She opened her mouth incredulously. 8 figures? Yes, just because she developed a skincare product, she got an 8-figure bonus. If we improve on it and can stay here afterward, guess how much we'll have? But Aristide. Aya hesitated, though I don't understand this. The family has already sacrificed a lot to let you study. If you succeed, that's one thing, but what if you fail? What if it really ruins someone's skin like she said? We can't afford to compensate them. Aristide, are you sure? Paulette, will you ever stop? Teresa impatiently pushed away her hand. That's why I say I don't like uneducated people. My creations all meet standards. Only those that don't meet the standards cause skin damage. I'm doing this for the good of our entire family. If you don't want to accept it, fine. I'll talk to Kalba myself. And another thing. Teresa threatened fiercely, if you cut off our family's source of wealth like this, even Tang Faden won't let you off. Paulette stiffened where she stood. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded. Aristide, that's not what I meant. I'll help you. But now, what should we do? They don't seem to believe you. Then find a way to make them believe. Teresa sneered. Give me some money. Kalbar money? Paulette looked at him anxiously. Aristide, I don't have much left. Are you stupid? You can't catch a wolf without letting go of your child. If you don't give me money, all the money we spent before will be wasted. Can you take that responsibility? I. Paulette steeled her heart and pulled out a bank card from her pocket. There's only a few 10,000 left. If you take it, there will really be nothing left. I know my own business. Don't be so stingy. Teresa shoved the card into his pocket and said, you go back first. Remember to keep using that thing every day. I'll call you in the next couple of days and need you to help me. Paulette nodded obediently, unaware that as she turned around, Teresa's eyes gradually darkened with greed and jealousy. If even Paulette can do it, I can do it too. In the company. Melinda had just placed her meal at her spot when someone sat down opposite her. She looked up and saw a relatively unnoticed male colleague from her department. Just as Melinda was wondering who he was, he spoke. Ge. I'm Fadi Hang. What do you need? I want to ask you something about what Teresa developed. Is it really a complete failure? His tone was slightly agitated. Melinda put down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. Not entirely. So, it does have some merits? The merits are few. Melinda paused. I know what you all want. Quick results. Everyone wants their products to show immediate effects as if quick results prove better quality. But Melinda paused again. How to stabilize a product's side effects is the focus of our research. What can be added to offset the harmful component? Melinda smiled faintly. When I say, seeking quick success, I'm not just talking about Teresa. In fact, you're the same. Haven't you been bought by her? Fadi Hang hastily looked away, embarrassed. Dottie G, what are you saying? I'm your trainee and would never betray you. Actually, even if you betrayed me, it wouldn't matter. My data has always been public. As for why no one else can replicate it. What do you think? I don't know. Because the proportions of each ingredient have already been optimized to the limit. Adding or removing even a little might cause bigger or smaller problems. Do you understand? Melinda sighed. Tell me, what's Teresa's background? I'm not sure. Fadi Hang shook his head. I only know her university was excellent and her academic performance was outstanding. HR hiring her proves her resume is impressive, at least better than ours. Don't belittle yourself. Your current job in OSHA Group's tech department makes you highly employable in any cosmetics company. Just, staying here gives you a longer-term future. Even before sitting down, I heard you praising me. Osiris's voice approached from behind Melinda. She turned to see him sit down with a bag of pastries in hand. Melinda opened the packaging casually. Can't say anything bad about you, right? Speak, and you appear immediately. Planned? Not planned, maybe telepathy. Osiris glanced at Fadi Hang with a half-smile and asked, who is this? One of our department members. How could you forget your own employees? There are too many people in the company. I can't remember everyone. Osiris grinned and asked, do you have something specific to discuss with her? No, just work-related matters. In fact, I don't advocate working overtime outside office hours. What do you think? Fadi Hang stood awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot. I'll leave now. Boss Fadi, enjoy your meal. Fadi Hang almost fled. Melinda looked after him, exasperated. Was that necessary? Very necessary. Some people just lack self-awareness. Osiris shifted the topic. Speaking of which, how did things go in the tech department today? Why ask? Think my illness made me ineffective? Translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks. #### chapter 105, the best opportunity. That's not the case. I know you can do it. Osiris paused, then continued, however, Teresa isn't easy to deal with. I investigated her background at school. Her grades are indeed good, especially her regular performance. It's less about her professional skills and more about her ability to form cliques. It's hard to gauge how much she contributes to those projects. Sure enough, this aligned with Melinda's suspicions. If Teresa were truly skilled in research, she wouldn't be so adamant about her views. Her stubbornness likely stemmed from others not wanting to confront her. Melinda had already figured out her personality but still found it somewhat vexing. It wasn't that Teresa was particularly difficult to handle, rather, her current actions were already causing rifts within their team. Melinda paused before speaking again. I'll give it another try. If it doesn't work, I'll have her removed. Every project you've worked on, I've studied them all. They truly have the potential to change the world. Is it really that dramatic? Yes, Osiris nodded seriously. You will help many people change their fate, you will. That's what I hope for. As Melinda returned, she saw Teresa sitting in front of a computer, fiddling with something. When Melinda approached, Teresa suddenly stood up, visibly agitated. Melinda felt puzzled, furrowing her brows slightly as she asked, what's wrong? Why are you so excited? Teresa's expression showed clear anticipation, but she responded truthfully yet evasively, no, nothing, just what? Nothing. Teresa brushed it off with a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Melinda mentally rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Teresa to turn around at the door and say, oh, Sister Dottie, I was too harsh earlier. I want to apologize. No need for an apology, Melinda replied coldly. Just make sure not to act according to your whims anymore. Of course. Your data is always the best. I was indeed too short-sighted before. Something was definitely off. But one doesn't refuse someone who offers an olive branch. Now that Teresa had apologized, if Melinda persisted, it would appear overly aggressive. Melinda frowned but said nothing more, merely waving her hand for Teresa to leave. Once gone, she muttered, what's gotten into her? We don't know either. She's been working harder than ever since we got back, ignoring us whenever we talk to her. Who knows why? Maybe she's intimidated by Sister Dottie's work. It's incredibly impressive after all. I bet she got a lecture from Boss Fadi. Various theories abounded, but Melinda knew not to take them seriously. She smiled, dismissing the matter from her mind. At the prison. Hurry up, why are you dilly-dallying? Verity's abdomen was kicked hard by one of the inmates. None of the women in her cell were friendly, and after half a month here, she had been thoroughly broken down. She struggled to stand, but wobbled and fell again. A few inmates wrinkled their brows, looking worried. Is she dead? Dead? How unlucky. I didn't touch her. What do you mean? We saw you push her. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. I said I didn't touch her, and I didn't. Verity struggled to rise, stammering, Can you help me? Seeing her state, they didn't want to get involved and dispersed, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Once alone, Verity finally managed to stand straight. During break time, she surveyed the area, walking to a secluded corner unnoticed. There, a tall man stood. He laughed evilly, pulling her into his embrace and quickly stripping her clothes off. Big brother. Big brother, you promised, didn't you? Don't worry. If I didn't have credibility, how could I have such a good reputation? Tonight's the best chance. If you miss it, you'll have to pay more next time. Verity nodded desperately. Rest assured. I won't miss this opportunity. We'll see how well you do. I don't want you to fail, but staying here might be better than those other women. Melinda rarely stayed late at the office. After some thought, she called Osiris. Where are you? In the office. Why are you also working overtime? Melinda found it strange. There was no rush season recently, and Osiris had been relatively free lately, yet he was spending long hours at the office. Osiris chuckled into the phone. Of course, for you. I can't let you go home alone, can I? Who will cook for Bar? There are plenty of snacks at home. That should fill him up. Melinda laughed helplessly. You're letting him eat junk food? Can't help it. His favorite mom is working overtime at the company. A little hardship for him shouldn't hurt. Consider it sharing tough times. No way. Okay, I get it. So, thinking of Bar, do you want to turn around and come back with me? Surprised, Melinda turned to see Osiris standing outside the tech department. She laughed. Next time you ambush me like this, I won't hold back. Great, I look forward to seeing what that looks like. Melinda closed her laptop, walked to the door, and linked her arm through Osiris's. The CEO leaving last, what will people think? They'll probably think I'm a diligent Rahim who does everything myself, Osiris replied, helping her into the passenger seat. Including personally delivering gifts. Chapter 106, A Strange Person. A ring landed on Dina's finger. Osiris had put in a lot of thought. The ring had a circle of engravings, with both their names and 2 dates, one marking the day they met, and the other marking the day Ira was born. In the center of the ring, a piece of jade was embedded, which appeared to be similar to the jade pendant Osiris had given her before. This is the same jade. Osiris explained, originally, my ancestors bought a large block of it. Over the generations, as relatives and friends each took a bit, only this small jade pendant remained. I managed to find some more pieces, but not enough to make another piece of jewelry. So, I made you a ring. Osiris paused, then continued, I originally planned to use this as our engagement ring, but I felt that would be too lazy of an approach. After all, I haven't yet proposed formally, nor have I introduced you to my family. Hearing the word family, Dina couldn't help but clutch at her clothes. The Fadi family and Dev family indeed used to be close, but Dev's family had followed the path of academia, only engaging in business to search for their daughter. Compared to the currently flourishing Fadi family, they naturally paled in comparison. Scared? Osiris looked at Dina's expression and asked curiously, afraid they won't accept you? I don't like being judged by others, Dina sighed. If marrying you means having your parents judge whether I'm worthy, I'd rather not marry you at all. You're marrying me, not them, Osiris said casually. Didn't I already say I'd give up my inheritance for you? In truth, most of Oshi Group's revenue comes from my efforts. It's not that I can't live without them, but rather they can't live without me. If they really don't want you in the family, then I'll kick them out. Are you just saying that out of anger? Of course. Osiris admitted candidly that it was indeed said in anger. His relationship with his family wasn't great, but certainly not bad either. Being groomed as an heir since childhood was no easy feat. If he hadn't been exceptionally capable, he might have crumbled long ago. Osiris said, let's take things as they come. Let's talk about what you want for dinner tonight instead. Though Dina had indeed thought up several dishes while on the way home, once she opened the door and saw Ira standing in front of them with hands on his hips, all those thoughts were immediately forgotten. Kalbim, Uncle Fadi. Ira recently enjoyed calling Osiris Uncle Fadi. According to him, there could be no change in address until after a grand white wedding. Otherwise, it would seem cheap. So, the precious Ira only called Osiris Jalen sweetly when he felt sufficiently bribed. Osiris clearly understood this routine, rubbing Ira's head as he said, August, let me apologize solemnly. It's because your mom was making money for me at the company that we got back so late. Hope you can forgive us. All right, forgiven. Ira huffed, looking heroic. Dina chuckled and asked, what do you want for dinner, August? Ira rubbed his little chin and rattled off over 10 dishes. While Dina found it amusing, Osiris noted down each dish seriously, even stating confidently, don't worry, I can make them. I'll help you. Together, they entered the kitchen. Despite Ira's young age, he had quite a knack for demanding complex dishes. As Osiris tried to recreate them, he realized they were missing quite a few ingredients. Should we order delivery? Osiris sighed, it's more convenient. But you still have 2 dishes to stir-fry. By the time the delivery arrives, it will be cold. Dina wiped her hands, suggesting, there's a supermarket downstairs. I'll go get what we need. I want to come too. Ira raised his hand earnestly. Kalbim, August wants to come and protect you. I can't leave you alone at home. Dina frowned, preparing to refuse, but Osiris interjected, bring him along, he has nothing else to do anyway. Dina sighed, turning to list 3 conditions, I'll bring you, but there are a few rules. Okay. First, no snacks. Ira's face crumpled instantly, he wanted snacks. Second, no toys. Why? Ira wailed, Uncle Fadi said Kalbim earns enough to buy me toys for life. Dina gave Osiris a glare. He innocently waved his hands, in good conscience, he asked how much you earn monthly. I told him, and he figured you'd buy him toys for life. There's nowhere to put them. Dina sighed, amending, you can only buy one thing. Despite his disappointment, Ira nodded obediently, asking, any other requirements? Weren't these supposed to be 3 rules? Don't run around or shout. Stay close to me. Eventually, getting Ira to agree to all conditions, Dina sighed and took him to the supermarket downstairs. True to form, Ira, having been spoiled lately, held onto a bag of snacks tearfully. After tussling a bit, remembering Osiris at home, she reluctantly agreed to his demand. However, at checkout, the cashier hesitantly asked, do you live nearby? Yes, why? Just wondering if it would take you long to get home. It's just a few steps away. Confused, Dina asked, why ask? A strange person was at the entrance earlier. They seemed to have left when you started paying. I thought if you lived far away, you should wait here in case they return. Translation ends there as it corresponds to the end of the provided chapter text. #### Chapter 107, Crisis. Dina was about to nod when her phone suddenly rang. She had almost put it to her ear when, after one ring, it abruptly shut down. Dina said with a helpless laugh, I can't do this. My husband is still at home, if he can't reach me, he might get worried. I think that person has already left. Just be careful on your way back. Dina nodded, thank you. Recently, perverts have been cropping up more and more frequently. A few days ago, Dina saw a news report about someone lurking downstairs in a residential area who would expose himself to women. Thankfully, these people didn't seem to intend any real harm. Their house wasn't far from here, so they shouldn't be that unlucky. Dina took a deep breath, preparing to leave with Ira. But then little Ira raised his arms seriously and said, Kalbimi, don't be scared. I'll protect you. All right. The two left the store, but Dina felt an ominous premonition. Looking around, she didn't see anyone, yet she sensed someone was watching her from the shadows. Who could it be? Daring not to let her guard down, she held Ira tighter and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind her. She glimpsed a flash of cold light, probably from a controlled knife. Goosebumps rose all over her body as she instinctively stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding a dagger that grazed her cheek. Kalbimi. Ira shouted in alarm, bad guys. Bad guys are attacking Kalbimi. He screamed for help, but no one responded. The cold blade came at her again. Concerned about Ira's safety, she quickly placed him aside and instructed, August, stay here and wait for Mommy. She wanted Ira to go upstairs and call Osiris, but she didn't know who the attacker was or if there were accomplices. If there were, what would happen to August? There was no time to think. The assailant wore a ridiculous mask, and Dina tried to pull it off while dodging. However, the intruder clearly wasn't going to let her succeed since they had a weapon. Despite evading most of the attacks, she still got a cut on her arm. Who are you? Dina shouted furiously. Then the attacker turned and ran. Covering her bleeding arm, she felt bewildered. Turning around, she realized Ira was gone. Of course, they had a gang. Dina's mind went blank with a buzzing sound, panic-stricken, searching everywhere without finding August. Only the shopping bag and snacks he refused to let go of lay on the ground. Why did this happen? Was it aimed at her? Or for money? She didn't remember how she got back home, only aware that blood had soaked her arm. Blood dripped everywhere, looking like a crime scene. Osiris was startled and quickly pulled Dina into the house. Noticing someone missing, he nervously asked, Tuan, where's August? I don't know. Dina started crying uncontrollably, covering her face with blood-stained hands. I don't know where August is. Someone downstairs had a knife, then August disappeared. They left before I could chase after them. If I had chased them. Osiris knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. He called Horus and the police while trying to comfort Dina. It's not your fault. Not my fault? Dina pushed Osiris away angrily. How can I believe it's not my fault? If I had listened to you and stayed upstairs instead of going out to pick up groceries, if my phone hadn't died, if I had held August tightly. Dina blamed herself mercilessly for everything. Osiris sighed, knowing she was on the verge of breaking down. He then called Corbin. Less than half an hour later, the room was crowded. Horus frowned while examining the scene downstairs with the police, while Corbin sat next to Dina tending to her wounds. A policeman explained, we've questioned nearby residents, and none of them saw any suspicious people except the cashier at the supermarket. We suspect those people may have followed you. This seems like a targeted kidnapping for ransom. That's impossible, Osiris interjected. Not many people know Ira is my child, and most families in his kindergarten aren't short on money, at least not enough to resort to this. The policeman frowned, continuing, if not for money, it could be revenge. Have you thought of anyone who hates you enough to hurt a child to get even? Dina and Osiris exchanged looks, both thinking of the same answer. Could it be her? I'll check. Osiris spoke grimly. The policeman cautioned, won't this alert them? If it's her, she'd already be bragging. What kind of criminal was this? Though confused, the policeman nodded. Dina clutched her phone nervously. Horace returned, sitting beside her and reassuring, I looked downstairs. Besides your blood, there's nothing else. At least we know he's not injured. Thank you. Dina finally felt somewhat relieved. Sorry for troubling you all so late. Don't worry, it's important for the sake of the child. Horace paused and added, I haven't told my parents yet. It would only make them worry without helping. We'll decide whether to tell them once we find the child. What worries me is, what if someone informs them before us? Do you think the kidnappers know your parents? Dina nodded, looking at Horace. Horace understood and replied, I'm a lawyer and have appeared at the kindergarten before. Some might think August is my child. Chapter 108 Why not let them die together? Iona's tone was somewhat impatient as she said, I don't really like answering your calls anymore. Osiris frowned. Given Iona's current tone, he felt the real culprit wasn't her. Or perhaps, she didn't know anything about this matter. Osiris's voice was cold, what do you know? What do I know? What are you babbling about? Iona snapped impatiently. Don't tell me it's another problem with your mistress. You can't possibly suspect me again, I'm not that idle. She indeed did not know. Osiris quickly concluded and nodded, hang up. Wait. Iona called out to Osiris again hesitantly, actually, Auntie asked me to tell you something, but I wasn't sure whether I should say it or not. I don't have time to listen to you. Then why did you call me? Osiris fell silent, sighed, and then spoke, tell me, what is it? It seems Auntie had some health issues, so I helped her find an uncle to examine her. Auntie didn't tell you because she's angry at you. Iona looked innocent as she continued, Hamza, I know you're upset because I privately contacted Verity, which led to Dina being hospitalized, but we haven't been in touch since then. And since you already have a child with her and you've given me back the jade pendant, let's not hold grudges from before. Osiris made no comment, and Iona went on, Auntie is getting older, if you have time, you should visit more often. If you don't want to see me, just let me know in advance, and I'll leave. Do you really have no contact with her? Some actions, once done, lose the right to be forgiven. Osiris thought he would never forgive Iona. But, she mentioned Verity. That might suggest a new possibility. Of course not. She was sent to prison, remember? I merely promised to help her win Jacob's heart. When she failed, how could I continue contacting her? Is something wrong? Nothing. Osiris added, stay away from certain people who aren't worth your involvement, lest they drag you into trouble later, and you come crying to me again. He paused, then added, thanks for telling me about Kalbim. Do we still need to thank each other? Iona smiled as she hung up, feeling a bit smug. Even a small concession from Osiris was significant for her. Back by Dina's side, she anxiously asked, how did it go? Not her, Osiris said, continuing, she seemed clueless. So I suspect it might be someone else. Dina hadn't doubted that Osiris would cover for Iona. When he mentioned someone else, a bizarre idea emerged in her mind. Could it be? Osiris nodded hesitantly, then looked at the policeman and asked, can you check if anyone has escaped from prison recently? Escape? Corbin widened his eyes in surprise. Are you crazy? How could that happen, and you actually had contact with someone in prison? Do you suspect Verity? Horace understood Osiris's meaning and asked, frowning, did you see if the person was male or female? I don't know what the other person looks like, but the one who attacked me, if I'm not mistaken, was likely a woman, because she seemed shorter than me and didn't have much strength or technique. Verity had suffered in prison, so it was normal for her to have lost strength. Horace nodded and relayed their suspicions to the police. Osiris continued consoling, don't worry, if it's her, she'll probably send you a message soon. Her goal has never been the child. No, if she retaliates against me, she will definitely target the child. She wants to take everything from me, including the child. In a warehouse in South City. Janice viciously threw Ira onto the ground. The little girl rolled over and hid behind a steel pipe, unwilling to show herself. Damn it, brat, get out here now. Janice kicked the pipe furiously, scaring Ira like a startled bird, yet she couldn't even cry. Verity frowned, isn't it about money for you? Why do you still want it when he's hurt? Huh? Janice looked incredulously at Verity, you can't seriously think we'd release the kid after getting the money, right? Verity frowned and looked at Ira in the corner. She was indeed pregnant. Only bizarrely, she hadn't known until a routine medical checkup revealed it while she was in prison. The baby was Jacob's. The fabricated medical report came from Forrest, whom Verity never believed to be genuine. She knew why. Forrest feared that if the baby was real, she wouldn't dare act against Dina. Worse, Jacob might have stayed with her. Forrest deceived her. But once diagnosed, the baby could not be saved. Verity lay on the cold bed, feeling as if something was taken from inside her. In that moment, her heart died completely. She didn't know who to hate, her mother for giving birth to her, her father for abandoning her, Dina for surviving against all odds, Jacob for not loving her, or Forrest for using her as a pawn. Verity couldn't figure it out, so she decided to hate everyone. With only a broken life left, being tortured in prison or coming out to avenge everyone made no difference to her. So she found a desperate criminal, waiting for days outside Dina's apartment complex until they saw an opportunity. The kidnapping went smoothly. Yet Verity surprisingly developed maternal feelings toward the child. Alright, I'm not after him but someone else. You promised to help me. Why not let them die together? Nolan retorted. Do you think a child without a mother would be happy alone? It's better for them to reunite. ##### Chapter 109, at the end of her rope. Enough. Verity interrupted Nolan, her expression sour. I already said it, this is about you wanting money and me wanting revenge. This child doesn't have to die. Do you not understand human speech? Janice's eyes stared intently at Verity. After a long pause, he finally cursed under his breath before sitting down listlessly nearby, his demeanor one of disdain. Verity was quite infuriated and was about to react when she heard him speak again. You can't even take care of your own backside. Who do you think you are trying to play the good guy? You really believe someone will thank you? I don't need your concern. I want her dead, you want the money. We're just partners in this deal. Stop meddling in what's none of your business, got it? Do as you wish. Janice finally responded impatiently, ceasing to pay attention to Verity. She snorted coldly and turned towards Ira, looking down at the child in the corner and suddenly commanded, come out. No. Ira shook her head vigorously, seeming to put all her energy into resisting Verity. She's a bad person, the kind who argues with Mom. Colbum told me not to listen to or follow bad people, and now Mom must be very sad. I can't make Mom sad, Ira thought to herself. Feeling more aggrieved the more she thought about it, Ira shrank further into the corner. Verity couldn't do anything about it, and behind her, Nolan sneered, as if he had known this would happen. What an ungrateful brat. Verity spat, turning away before tossing a bag of bread to Ira a moment later. However, Ira wasn't too grateful. She stared at the bread without saying a word for a while, her stubbornness clear on her face as she didn't plan to eat. Janice spoke up, that's enough. If you want him alive, ignore him. Give him food and water, and soon you'll be tending to his bathroom needs. What a hassle. That's none of your business. It isn't my business, consider me interfering. Janice chuckled coldly, amusement flashing in his eyes. Verity frowned, asking, have you sent the message yet? Not yet. Verity laughed bitterly, I never knew kidnappings had auspicious days. They are likely calling the police right now, possibly tracing it back to you. Once they get anxious enough, you send the message. They will know desperation firsthand and will be willing to meet any demands. You certainly seem experienced. Of course. Meanwhile, Ira overheard their conversation, growing increasingly anxious. Colbum is so smart, she mustn't fall for it. Back home. It's been a day. No matter what the kidnappers want, they should have contacted you by now. Have you truly received no messages? The policeman asked, puzzled. Is there anyone else you might have offended? Impossible. Dina immediately dismissed the possibility without hesitation. Now that Verity has escaped from prison, there's a high likelihood this is her doing. But why hasn't she messaged me yet? Could it be? Osiris frowned, pulling Dina into his embrace and softly said, she won't hurt him. August is a smart kid, he knows how to protect himself. The policeman, observing their reaction, coughed and said, well, I'd like to offer such reassurance, considering the hatred between you and the duration without any news, he's just a child facing two adults. His chances of survival aren't great. Dina felt her heart lurch. Osiris interjected, even if this is for revenge, she wouldn't choose only a child. She will draw Odessa out, so. Before he finished, Dina's phone rang. It was a message from Verity. She made no effort to hide her actions, seemingly reveling in letting Dina know everything. Want him safe? Bring 10 million cash to this address by tonight at 10. No second chances. A photo of Ira accompanied the message. Dina gazed at the picture, her eyes instantly welling up. The child's dry, cracked lips showed he hadn't had water in a long time. She suddenly remembered warning Ira not to drink strangers' water or eat their food. He had indeed remembered, but only he suffered. I suggest verifying the child's condition with her. At least confirm his current situation. The policeman's advice broke through Dina's daze. She dialed the number promptly. Surprisingly, Verity answered quickly. Clearly, she had no fear of being tracked. I know you've called the police, Verity started boldly. And I know you're tracing my location. But do you know why I answered this call? I'm not here to provoke you, Dina began, her tone uncharacteristically conciliatory. She hated bending before Verity but feared her son would be harmed. Dina was a mother, and a good one. Hearing this, Verity laughed louder. Do you think saying that will make me go easy on you? I don't fear you. Even if the police arrive, I'll kill the brat and join you in hell, as long as your son accompanies me. Remember, you've ruined my life once. Why should I fear anything now? Your son, however, has incredible luck. Falling into water and surviving, we'll see if he's lucky this time. Dina's heart clenched again. She didn't know what horrors awaited Ira but was now genuinely afraid. Verity was right, after a failed murder attempt, prison break, and kidnapping, her future held no hope. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and Verity had nothing left to lose. Verity. Dina spoke through gritted teeth, while the policeman signaled frantically to her. Let me see August now. Trying another trick? Verity frowned. You better behave. Translation ends here. Note, the next segment continues the intense confrontation between the characters. Please let me know if you need the translation to proceed further. Chapter 110, Only Seeking Peace of Mind. I haven't been trying to play tricks. Dina calmly said, however, whether you want money or revenge on me, at least let me confirm that August is still safe and sound. She continued, if anything happens to him, even if it means sacrificing the rest of my life, I will take you down with me. I'll show you what a real person who has nothing to lose looks like. Do you dare bet? Verity turned her head and exchanged glances with Nolan, who impatiently nodded and then walked over to Ira, barking, Kid, did you hear that? Say something so your mom can hear you. Ira, seemingly aware of something, pursed his lips and refused to speak. Janice's expression grew more impatient, shouting, Are you really asking for trouble? Watch out, I might beat you right now. Indeed, there was another accomplice involved. Dina had already figured this out. Taking a deep breath, she asked, What happened? Is Auguste unable to speak, or have you lost control of him and let him escape? Verity frowned, turning to look at Nolan and retorted, You should make him say something quickly. Are you trying to delay and do you not want the money? Damn it, this brat is mute, how can he speak? Janice raised his foot to kick Ira, but Verity hurriedly stopped him. Forget it, no need to argue with a child. I'll just start a video call for her. Would she appreciate your kindness? Of course, Dina would never be grateful to Verity. Ultimately, everything was Verity's fault. If she hadn't been so greedy, things wouldn't have come to this. Call be over, she now pretended to be compassionate. Was she trying to deceive her or had some other plan in mind? Dina couldn't be sure. A bad person can't turn into a good person just because of a momentary soft heart. If that were true, there would be no such thing as a bad person in this world. Dina said, If you don't let me see August now, I promise you won't get a single cent. Would you like to try? I'll let you see. Dina agreed, and the call ended before resuming as a video call. The warehouse was in an abysmal condition, covered in spider webs and dust everywhere. Dina looked around, her heart pounding in her throat. Staying in such a place, August's illness must be. No, it can't go on any longer. This needs to be resolved quickly. Dina said, August, look at Kalbam. Hearing Dina's voice, Ira finally emerged from the corner, staring intently at Verity's phone with a serious expression. Verity raised an eyebrow, Do you want to see your mom? After much hesitation, Ira quietly shook his head. If Kalbam sees me like this, she'll blame herself again. He wasn't a little kid anymore, he couldn't let his mother feel sad or regretful. For his mom, he could endure not seeing her. But Verity didn't care about this. She roughly pulled Ira in front of the camera without a second thought. Ira didn't cry or fuss, avoiding eye contact with the screen, seemingly hoping that this way, Dina wouldn't feel heartbroken. Dina stared at Ira's appearance, who hadn't had water for 2 days and was in a terrible state. August, look at Kalbam. Dina called out again, but Ira still didn't respond. Dina felt increasingly anxious, continuing, August, look at Kalbam. Kalbam is very worried about you, do you know? Finally, Ira lifted his eyes. But as soon as he saw her, tears spilled out uncontrollably. Kalbam, August misses you, August misses you. Don't come looking for August, don't listen to those bad people. August is a big boy now and doesn't need Kalbam's protection anymore. Verity threw Ira aside and said, Alright, I didn't call to let you reunite. You've seen him, haven't you? My conditions shouldn't be difficult for you. I'd like to see if this little ghost is really as important to you. Hold on. Before Verity hung up, Dina interrupted again. What now? He's sick and can't be off medication. Get someone to buy some for him. Dina, you better understand the situation. He's your son, not mine. I don't care about his life or death. If you care so much, don't be late tonight. Got it? Without waiting for a reply, Verity hung up. Listening to the busy tone, Dina finally started to break down. Sometimes people are like this, they remain strong when the outcome is unknown, but once they know, all their defenses crumble. Dina didn't know how Ira managed to survive in such conditions. If possible, she would rather suffer in his place. Osiris said, Don't worry about the cash, I'll prepare it. It may not be necessary, a policeman interjected. It's best not to really hand over the cash to the kidnappers. They might not release the hostage either. We understand, Osiris nodded. But sometimes we need to seek peace of mind. That night, Dina sat in Osiris's car, arriving at the designated location. It wasn't the warehouse where Verity made the call, but by the seaside. Dina got out of the car, carrying bag after bag of money. Verity stood on the beach, watching Dina's busy figure with a smirk. I never thought he'd be so important to you. Could it be because he's your stepping stone to marry into the Fadi family? Verity relentlessly mocked Dina, who calmly looked at her and said, why he's important, you'll never understand. But now I brought what you asked for. In return, give me back August. I can release him, of course I can. These 10 million are the ransom for him. But have I ever said I would let you go? Dina had a bug on her, and Osiris clearly heard every word of their conversation. Osiris got out of the car, only to hear Verity shout loudly, let your man pick up the kid. He must arrive at the warehouse within half an hour, otherwise, I can't guarantee the kid's safety. You. Just as Osiris was about to lose his temper, Dina turned back, shaking her head helplessly. Hashtag chapter 111, Iona saves the day. What's the matter? Still not ready to go? It seems that the child you cherish so much isn't particularly well regarded by your man. Verity laughed wildly, while Dina sighed helplessly and said, Hamza, listen to her and go get the child. Do you still believe her words now? Osiris looked at Dina in disbelief. Besides, what will happen to you if I leave? This madwoman. Am I a madwoman? Verity burst into a wild laugh. You're right, I am a madwoman. So, let's see if you think a madwoman would kill your child or not. Speak up. Dina sighed, her voice growing more urgent. Hamza, please go get the child. Consider it my plea, just go and bring him back. Osiris didn't believe that Verity would let Dina off so easily, but he knew that if he stayed, Dina would never forgive him. But, what did forgiveness mean if even Dina was gone? Odessa, listen to me. Osiris. Tears instantly streamed down Dina's face. What do you mean? August is unwell, and you know this. Quickly go find him and take him to the hospital. Don't worry about me. But. There are no buts. Are you going or not? Verity seemed delighted with this dogfight drama, nodding approvingly. Nice, nice. Let me remind you, it's only 23 minutes left. If you don't leave now, it might be too late. Osiris glanced deeply at Dina one last time before turning and climbing back into the car. She was a smart and strong woman who wouldn't be easily manipulated by Verity. His job was to hurry back as quickly as possible. He stepped on the accelerator, completely unaware that his phone on the passenger seat was vibrating furiously. On the beach. Dina calmly faced Verity. Tell me, what do you want to do next? Are you asking me to let you go? Let me go? Verity laughed bitterly. Don't treat me like a fool, Dina. Do you really think I'm unaware of the warrant out for me? Even if you let me go, the police won't. You've destroyed my life, so now I demand that you accompany me into this hell. Dina frowned, finding her demands unreasonable. What exactly? Apologize to me. Verity lifted her chin, looking at Dina. Don't think that because he went to save the child, you can act recklessly. Apologize, or I'll have no choice but to kill you. As she spoke, Verity pulled a gun from her jacket. In prison, she hadn't learned much else, but trading favors for goods had become second nature to her. Her escape from prison, and the gun, were both procured through such means. Even upon leaving, she was ambushed by a man waiting for her, but Verity managed to manipulate him into helping her kidnap Ira. A broken doll, with her body and soul patched together yet never fully whole, Verity had no qualms about dragging Dina into the abyss with her. What kind of expression is that? Not convinced, huh? Verity fiddled with the gun, loading a bullet. Don't you want the child to have a mother? Or do you think Osiris is trustworthy enough to stay true forever? Years may pass, and he marries another woman, forgetting all about you. Who will take care of that child then? Dina took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Verity's voice rose crazily. Do you even want to live? Is that the best you can do? I'm sorry. Again, Verity wasn't satisfied. They say your parents once knelt to beg you for mercy, and you refused. You should know that I once had a child. Because of you, he never got to be born. Dina, aren't you made of stone? I want you to kneel before me, beg for mercy, and then I'll consider letting you live. Dina remained motionless, staring at Verity, and coldly laughed. So, kidnapping August was just to get revenge on me? If that's the case, then why don't you just kill me directly instead of making me despise you? What do you mean? Take it literally, can't you understand? Verity gritted her teeth, pointing the gun at Dina's head. You think I won't shoot? You certainly dare, but can you? Before Verity could pull the trigger, a bullet pierced her skull. Blood splattered across Dina's face. The sight was red everywhere, and Verity's look of disbelief haunted her vision. For a moment, Dina couldn't describe what she felt. She reached out to touch Verity, who fell to the ground lifeless. Why are you standing there like that? Hurry over here. An unexpected voice came from behind. Dina turned to see Iona standing nearby with several policemen. Why was she here? Despite her suspicions, Dina approached cautiously. Just as she neared, Iona grabbed her hand. How could you face a kidnapper alone? Iona looked anxious. I brought the police. What if she had shot you? Fat Ika Weasel offering greetings to chickens? Though skeptical, Dina acknowledged that Iona had indeed saved her. If anything happened to you, Hamza would be heartbroken. Thank you. As she spoke, Iona suddenly embraced Dina. In the next second, an external force separated them, causing Iona to stumble and sit on the ground, looking displeased. Hamza. Are you alright? Osiris ignored Iona, wiping the blood off Dina's face. Dina shook her head hesitantly. I'm fine, I wasn't hurt. Miss Roxanne saved me. Osiris froze, never expecting Iona to be the savior. He turned to Iona, his tone icy. Thank you. No need to thank me, Iona forced a smile. Your aunt noticed irregularities in your account and asked me to check on you. But you didn't answer my calls, so I had no choice but to call the police. I never imagined. End of chapter 111. Chapter 112, you can make any request. Osiris frowned, clearly not believing that things were as simple as Iona claimed. After all, if anyone besides the already fallen Sheila would want an incident to happen to Abrielle, it would be the very person standing before him, Iona. However, from the current situation, she did genuinely save Abrielle. It wouldn't be right for them to repay kindness with enmity and deny her gratitude. Abrielle stood up, walked over to Iona, and said, sorry, he's just too worried. Iona's expression was somewhat displeased, but she still held Abrielle's hand and smiled. It's alright. I've done wrong in the past, so now I just want to make amends. I hope you can forgive my past actions. It's fine, Abrielle replied. She felt that something was off about Iona's gaze, but if asked to pinpoint what exactly, she couldn't quite explain it. Call me. Suddenly, Ira's voice broke the silence. Abrielle suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively turning around. Ira jumped out of the car and ran a few steps to Abrielle, then hugged her waist tightly. Call me. I missed you, I was scared, Mommy. The tears Ira had been holding back finally spilled out, soaking Abrielle's clothes. Abrielle stroked his head, choked with emotion, unable to speak. She looked up at Osiris and, after a long pause, managed to say, didn't we agree to send him to the hospital immediately? He's been there for 2 days, I'm afraid. I wanted to take him to the hospital, but he insisted on seeing his mom first. He even threatened to jump out of the car if I didn't bring him here. What could I do but bring him to you? Abrielle sighed, squatted down, and picked up Ira. I'm sorry, Mommy is sorry for making August suffer. It's okay, it's not Mommy's fault, Ira replied, realizing that his crying only made Abrielle more distressed. He forced a bright smile. For a moment, Abrielle felt as if nothing had happened at all. Osiris, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile too. Before he could approach, Iona spoke up, Hamza, I also have a few words to say to you. Let's not disturb them, shall we? Osiris frowned, ready to refuse, but Iona continued, what's wrong? Are you unwilling to hear me out now? I shouldn't have bothered saving her. Let's go, Osiris finally agreed after a moment of silence. They walked to the side of the car. Osiris stopped and said coldly, just get to the point, no need to beat around the bush. I took the jade pendant on the plane, Iona admitted openly. Do you know why? Because I knew it belonged to you, and you haven't worn it since a few years ago. I thought you'd lost it or it had been stolen by someone with ill intentions. So, I felt compelled to bring it back. Looking at Osiris, Iona's expression was open and honest, making Osiris question if he had indeed misjudged her before. No. Considering everything, Iona couldn't have been acting out of pure goodwill every time. Pretending to be innocent was one of her usual tricks, and this time was no different. There's no need to dwell on the past, Osiris said solemnly. Regarding my mother, I'll explain the situation to her. I'll thank the Roxanne family for this. As long as you don't continue to bother Wanchua, I won't make business hard for you. Even without marriage ties, you'll have everything you desire. The Roxanne family's motives were clear, money. Osiris could satisfy all of Iona's demands outside of matters of the heart, which was a testament to Abrielle's place in his life. However, Iona was clearly unsatisfied with his response. You never cared about my innocence, but it means everything to me. What you don't wish to understand is my reality. Osiris, you can't be so selfish. I've decided to step back, but you should let me explain. Her words left Osiris feeling cornered. Of course, he could turn away and ignore her rant, but what would that result in? Only accusations of ingratitude directed at Abrielle. Even if his opinion of Iona had improved, he believed she was fully capable of such behavior. Osiris watched her silently, and despite his mixed feelings, he nodded. Go ahead, I'm listening. After taking the jade pendant, I wanted to tell you, but you never gave me the chance. You've never been that passionate towards me. Perhaps you don't know that I've loved you for over a decade. When your enthusiasm finally came, It felt like fireworks went off in my mind, and I abandoned all reason, wanting to become the woman you mentioned meeting 5 years ago on Kalbra Island. I knew I wasn't her, and I could never replace her. That's why I had nightmares about you leaving me. For a while, I couldn't sleep, wishing Abrielle would disappear. If she were gone, you'd be mine. But later, seeing Sheila get her comeuppance, I became afraid. I realized that even if Abrielle died, you'd love her forever. How could I win against someone dead? Iona smiled again, shaking her head with relief. So, I saved her. Hamza, I just want you to be well, no matter who you end up loving. Can I ask for that? Osiris remained silent, finally nodding. If you truly feel that way, I appreciate it. Your kindness won't be forgotten. You can make any request. Iona blinked playfully. Really? Yes. Then let me think. The easiest request is to visit Auntie soon. Since your last argument, she's been worried about you. She's not feeling well lately, so be kind to her. Sure. Iona shrugged. All right, I'll leave you two to enjoy each other's company. She waved goodbye and walked away. Please note that maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure has been prioritized throughout this translation. #### Chapter 113, What did he actually do? Kaylee. The phone rang as soon as she sat in the car. Iona hurriedly answered it, changing her tone. Auntie, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? It's so late. Aren't you listening to the nurse again? Zelda sighed deeply and said, you know, with Hobart's matter unresolved, I can't sleep. Has he really spent that money on something wrong? Have you found out what he used the money for? I have. Iona hesitated before replying, but don't worry, he hasn't used this money for anything bad. He is very clear-headed now and definitely hasn't been deceived. After a pause, she continued, I think Hamza might have used the money for business. Isn't that his usual style? In business, no one is a match for him. Zelda fell silent for a long moment, but her tone became more worried. No, that's not like Hamza. He never takes such large sums of money at once, especially. Kaylee, I know you've liked Hamza since childhood, but liking someone doesn't mean covering up for them. If he did something wrong, telling us will help us support Hamza through the trouble. Really, he didn't. If you're lying to me, Kaylee, don't come see me again. Iona replied in a seemingly difficult tone, Auntie, I'm not intentionally hiding anything from you. It's just that. Hamza doesn't want you to worry about him. What did he do? Actually, nothing much. Hamza spent this money for someone he likes. He probably thought it would take too long if he used company funds, so. But don't worry, Auntie. Hamza knows what he's doing and shouldn't run into any problems. Another long silence followed. The corners of Iona's lips almost touched her ears when Zelda finally spoke again. You're saying he spent all that money on a woman? What kind of woman could make Hamza act so impulsively? Usually, with you around, does he lose his mind? No, I need to ask Hamza about this woman who makes him neglect his family. Don't be impulsive, Auntie. Please, don't ask Hamza. Why not? Zelda couldn't understand why Iona was defending Hamza and the woman. All she felt was anger. If only Hamza had truly kept his word and stayed disinterested in women and marriage. Instead, he had secretly found someone, embarrassing Iona who had always cared for him. Furthermore, Iona was even persuading her not to confront them. This disparity made Zelda angrier than ever. Iona continued, maybe. Hamza just wants to play with this woman for a while. Don't ask him, or he'll be mad at me. You might have a point. Zelda relented slightly but still hesitated, but if we don't intervene, what if Hamza does something even more reckless later? He won't. I trust Hamza won't do anything stupid. Besides, if we tell him now, he might spook the person who took the money, and then the money will be lost. Zelda pondered for a moment. If you put it that way, it makes sense. Should we really let them continue like this? Don't worry, Auntie. If this woman is after Hamza's money, she'd be eager for Hamza to bring her home. You can expose her then, making her utterly humiliated. Zelda thought for a long time before nodding. You are indeed more reassuring. If only Hamza. Sigh, that boy has terrible taste. But rest assured, as long as I'm here, no woman will enter our Fadi family. Auntie, don't get angry, remember? I won't. I'm going to rest. You should go home too. Yes, good night, Auntie. Ending the call, Iona looked at the nearby family of 3. Dina's face radiated relief. Laugh while you can. Iona thought, knowing their happiness wouldn't last long. She wanted to see Dina's reaction when she realized she couldn't enter the Fadi family. Driving away, Iona watched as Dina finally set Ira down. The tension that had gripped her heart for 2 days relaxed as she collapsed onto the ground. Hamza supported her with one arm and held Ira with the other, taking both back home. Dina slept until the next afternoon, waking up abruptly and searching frantically. Ronald. She shouted loudly, fearing it was all a dream, and he was still somewhere hidden and afraid. When the door opened and Hamza appeared with a wet-haired Ira, her tension eased. He wanted to play splash fights instead of having a bath. There wasn't much I could do. It's fine. Dina breathed a sigh of relief, gently rubbing her chest. She had overreacted. Kalbimi? Ira called out, burrowing into her arms. Dina smiled, silly child, you're still wet, don't come over. No, I want mommy to hold me. Alright, shall mommy dry your hair? Yes. Sitting by the table, Dina dried Ira's hair. Hamza spoke up, let's take him to the hospital for a checkup. Corbin has arranged everything. We can also check on Ronald's current health status. Pausing, he added, I also need to visit my mother. What's wrong with her? Should I go with you? Dina asked anxiously, but Hamza shook his head, no, it's an old issue. Anyway, it's not something new. I argued with her recently, and I feel bad for not visiting sooner. Pausing again, he continued, however, I'm not planning to tell her about you right now. I'll give her some time to adjust. Am I causing you too much trouble? No, actually, I'm causing you trouble. Everything I do is for you and Ronald. Chapter 114, Just Lying Low. I do understand. Melinda lowered her gaze, I really don't want to go back with you so early, and I think August may not truly wish to enter such a family. These days she had occasionally heard about Osiris's childhood. To put it plainly, the Fadi family had a legacy, and although most of it was now sustained by Osiris, his parents still believed that their son was the heir, and naturally, his son would be as well. Ira was intelligent and sensible. For this reason, Melinda never wanted him to endure even the slightest misfortune. Naturally, Melinda didn't want him to be someone's so-called heir, adding heavy academic burdens to his already not-so-happy childhood. Melinda spoke up, actually, I think it's also good for August not to recognize his ancestral roots. Osiris was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled, do you really think I wouldn't understand your meaning? But it's fine, I assure you, his childhood will be entirely different from mine. Ira blinked his eyes in confusion, Uncle Fadi's childhood wasn't good, right? Kalbim says that people who have bad childhoods end up becoming bad people. So is Uncle Fadi a bad person? Osiris looked at Melinda with puzzlement and said, why did you say that to him? He asked me why Verity kept targeting me despite having no conflict with me. Verity's childhood pain was not caused by Melinda herself. If one were to talk about it, her suffering was inflicted by the Gu family. Had it not been for them, she wouldn't have wandered outside all those years. However, Melinda had never blamed them. Otherwise, she would have changed her name immediately after being taken back by the Dev family. The Gu family raised her for many years, regardless of the reasons. She could not forget that. And it was only when Zoe pleaded with her to help Verity get an endorsement that Melinda lost all feelings for the Gu family. If Zoe had any affection left for her, Melinda believed she wouldn't have been so heartless. Osiris obviously understood. He chuckled and said, no, actually, my childhood could be considered happy. Except, the heavy schoolwork sometimes made me feel a bit pressured, but it didn't turn me into a bad person. Ira nodded thoughtfully and asked, Uncle Fadi, then, would I also have so many tasks? If I really have so many tasks, would I not be able to accompany Kalbim anymore? I don't want to be unable to stay with Kalbim. Don't worry, it won't happen. Even if there are tasks, I will help you with them. Then, promise. Ira extended his finger, and Osiris hooked it. They both tugged on their fingers as Melinda laughed beside them. She said, all right, hurry up. The hospital will close soon. After they helped Ira blow dry his hair, they hurriedly took him to the hospital. Melinda waited in line for the examination while Osiris went to the inpatient department. As soon as he pushed open the ward door, he bumped into Iona. Iona was startled and fell backward. Osiris couldn't let her fall, so he quickly reached out to pull her. Iona stumbled into his arms, like a frightened deer. She glanced around nervously and whispered, why are you here? Weren't you the one who told me to come? Iona hadn't expected him to say that. She hesitated and nodded, yes, I did ask you to come, but I didn't think you would really come. My own mother, shouldn't I come to see her? Rotten boy. Tasha Fadi reprimanded, Kaylee has been taking care of me for a week, yet you haven't even shown up. You. Kalbim. Osiris walked to the bedside, placing the gift he brought nearby, and said, I think it's understandable why I didn't come to see you. What's understandable? Tasha Fadi scolded, you left me, an old woman, to Kaylee, and you think that's understandable. Osiris shrugged and said, for instance, I only found out about this 2 days ago. Iona's acting wasn't good enough to fool everyone. She couldn't even fool herself. Although she claimed to give up, the greed in her eyes was evident. Osiris didn't think she truly gave up, she was just lying low. Osiris stared at his mother and asked, besides, am I not here to see you now? How is your health? Humph, making me less worried would be better than anything else. Auntie, Hamza, please chat for a bit. I won't disturb you. Just as Tasha Fadi was about to stop her, Osiris agreed, I'll stay for about half an hour. If you leave, tell me, and I'll hire a nurse for Kalbim. It's not right to always let you take care of her. It's alright, I have nothing else to do anyway. Iona wanted to refuse, but then Osiris continued, it's okay. You're the young lady of the Roxanne family. If others find out, they might think something is going on between our two families. That wouldn't be good, would it? I'll leave first. Auntie, call me if you need anything. With that, Iona hurriedly left. Inviting Osiris to the ward was her idea, but hitting herself with her own stone was unforeseen. How could Osiris? Iona bit her lip, glanced at the ward door, and then turned away. Inside the ward. Tasha Fadi stared at Osiris. I really don't understand. What's wrong with Kaylee? What's wrong with her compared to someone else? Someone else? Osiris frowned, feeling a bad premonition. Did Iona say something to Tasha Fadi? That shouldn't be the case. What could she have said? She yearned to marry into the Fadi family. If suddenly there was a woman with his child known to his mother, what good would it do her? You're worse off now than the woman you constantly fantasize about. Tasha Fadi said in disappointment, Hamza, you're not a child anymore. There's no need to continue being stubborn. Parents would never really harm you. Osiris stared at Tasha Fadi and laughed lightly. Stubborn? Kalbam, how do I remember ever being stubborn growing up? You. What do you mean by that? As a child, I wanted some free time, but you refused. I wanted new friends, but you said they weren't worthy of playing with me. After I grew up, I wanted to start my own company, but you forced me to inherit the family business. Now, you're ready to make me marry a woman I don't like according to your wishes? Chapter 115, She is a bad person. Enough. Zelda rebuked, don't talk nonsense with me here. I only ask you one thing, what exactly do you find wrong with Kaylee? How does she not match up to you? I don't like her, that's enough. Osiris's tone was cold as he added, if you really liked her, why don't you consider taking her as your own daughter? Anyway, the Roxanne family would be happy just being linked to the Fadi family, whether through marriage or adoption, it won't matter. Have you considered it? Zelda was visibly angered by this and clutched her chest, speechless for a moment. Osiris raised an eyebrow, it looks like you are indeed considering it. In that case, I'll leave today and come back after you've made up your mind. Osiris. Zelda said furiously, come back. Do you still recognize me as your mother? Must you compete with me on this matter? I don't want to argue with you. Frankly speaking, ultimately, I need to find someone to spend my life with, not someone for you to live out your days with as a daughter-in-law. So, my opinion matters more. If our views don't align, Kalbam, I'll continue paying you maintenance fees monthly, and regarding the company, I will calculate my profitable contributions in recent years and hand over the rest to Jalen. He seems healthier than you, able to manage for another 3 to 5 years. What do you think of this plan, Kalbam? If you have no objections, we'll proceed this way. You're asking for a beating, aren't you trying to kill me? Doctor, please take care of him, I'll wait right here at the entrance. Dina instructed the doctor to take Ira for his examination. She was about to sit down on a bench to rest when she noticed Iona standing not far away. Kaylee stood there quietly, neither approaching nor leaving. Dina felt puzzled but decided to gesture for her to come over since Kaylee hadn't moved. Iona nodded and walked over to Dina, saying, Sister Odessa, why are you here? I brought my child for a checkup. Why are you here? I'm looking after Zelda, Iona replied, adding with surprise, don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions. My family has connections in the medical business, so I know some renowned doctors. Zelda had some recurring health issues recently, so I invited an uncle to treat her and stayed to care for her. Iona's demeanor was excessively friendly, making Dina feel uncomfortable continuing to regard her as before. She smiled slightly and nodded, thank you for all your efforts. It's not like you should thank me, these are your parents. If anyone should thank me, it should be Hamza. But I didn't do it for gratitude. You know, when something happened to you recently, Hamza suspected me for a while. His attitude towards me was so awful, I couldn't even speak to him without worrying he would suspect me of involvement. Kaylee looked pained, of course, I know flies don't bite uncracked shells. Yes, I did associate with Verity, but she's too terrifying. After helping her once, I never contacted her again. I don't understand why you came to tell me this. Dina interrupted her performance, Hamza isn't heartless. I remember he mentioned if you don't keep provoking him, he'll treat you as before. I want to give myself another chance, Kaylee said with a smile. Sister Odessa, I know you may look down on me, thinking I'm just a well-born lady who can do nothing but spend money. In fact, I have studied cosmetics and hold a business degree. Our family's business will eventually fall into my hands, and I hope to learn from you. Dina didn't believe her. No one would trust a former rival wanting to follow her to learn skincare product development. Frowning, just as she was about to refuse, the nurse called Dina's name. She hurried to the nurse's side and took the report, while Kaylee peered over to see it, commenting, the child's heart rate is still too fast, and the heart shape isn't good either. If you don't want to operate on him now, you must address it as soon as possible when he becomes an adult, otherwise, it might be too late. The nurse glanced at Kaylee, amused, Ms. Gu, you even bring your own doctor friend when visiting the hospital? But what Miss says is correct. The hospital also suggests the same. According to the situation, it was lucky this time. If it happens again, you must bring the child for surgery immediately, it's not a minor issue. I understand. The nurse nodded, all right then. Barring any unexpected events, this is the last checkup for the child. Some reports will be ready tomorrow and sent to the provided address. The little one, you can go back to mommy now. Ira walked silently next to Dina, clutching her clothes nervously. Kalbami. His voice was tinged with fear. What is surgery? Is someone going to cut me open? Kalbami, I will die. I will die. The nurse laughed, shook her head, and returned to the examination room. Dina picked up Ira, comforting him. You won't die, silly child. Surgery is like sleeping. When you wake up, you can run and jump again, and watch those scary movies you always want to see. I need to think about it. Ira lay in Dina's arms, glancing up and catching sight of Iona directly. He hesitantly greeted her. Hello. She is a bad person. How could he tell his mommy that she is a bad person? Translation completed. Please review and provide further instructions if needed. Hashtag chapter 116. It's you who isn't doing well. Ira nervously clutched Abrielle's clothes. Abrielle patted his back and chuckled. Are you still scared? Don't worry. Kalbami won't make you have surgery now. When you grow up and aren't afraid of pain anymore, Kalbami will arrange the surgery for you, okay? At that time, I can help find the best doctors for your surgery, Iona suddenly interjected, absolutely the best in the field. We know many such remarkable people. Even Hamza might not be able to invite them. I forgot he's still a child, Iona continued. Children are naturally active, you can't stop him from running or jumping. Even if he promises, he might still think it's fine to try once in a while. Anyway, within a few years, the doctors I know won't retire. If needed, I can contact them anytime. Ira became even more nervous. Was he going to be cut open? Was this woman planning to cut him open? No, absolutely not. He only had one life. If he died, he wouldn't see Kalbami again. Ira reached out and grabbed Abrielle's hair, causing her pain. She looked puzzled. August, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Kalbami, no. Ira was almost crying. Fortunately, Iona spoke up again. Maybe I frightened him just now. Sorry, I didn't consider how frightening those words would be for a child. Can we talk a little more? Osiris hadn't returned yet, but Abrielle had agreed to wait for him here. Anyway, even if she wasn't willing, Iona would find a way to come closer eventually. So why not resolve everything at once? Abrielle nodded and they sat on a nearby bench. She initiated the conversation. You know, mentioning this to me isn't useful. I work at Shah, and whether you enter there depends on Osiris. I don't have that kind of power or authority. That's alright, Iona shook her head. I'm not in a hurry. My father is in good health and won't hand over the company to me for a few years. So, if our relationship improves, perhaps Osiris might reconsider. You have another motive, don't you? How could you suspect me like that? Iona asked, then lowered her gaze with a bitter smile. Forget it. I guess it's fair for you to doubt me after all the mistakes I've made. She sighed and continued, but you're right, I do have another reason. I'm worried Osiris won't let me visit their family often in the future. You know, Tamsin has taken care of me since childhood, and I feel for her as if she were my own mother. If Osiris forces us to stop seeing each other, both she and I would be heartbroken. If we get along, I think Osiris would turn a blind eye. Abrielle stared at Iona and finally nodded. Whether she was sincere or not didn't matter much. A cooperative Iona was certainly less troublesome than a conniving one. Besides, if they hadn't spent that reckless night on Colby Lawn Island, who would be discussing marriage with Osiris now? It seemed the answer was already clear. Abrielle said, I'll talk to Hamza, but don't get your hopes up too high. After all, I think he's stubborn and unlikely to change his mind easily. You understand him, and so do I. We'll just do our best. Their conversation ended, and Iona stood up, smiling gently. Thank you. I'll go check on Tamsin now. Contact me if needed. Abrielle nodded, and Iona turned to leave. But before she took 2 steps, Ira anxiously held onto Abrielle and earnestly warned, Kalbami, don't believe her. Abrielle was puzzled. What do you mean? Don't believe her. She's lying. She's a bad person, she. Abrielle frowned. How did Ira have any interaction with Iona, and why call her a bad person? What happened between you two? Abrielle asked, confused. When did you meet that aunt? Ira paused, about to speak but hesitated. No, this would betray Jalandi. He shouldn't be betrayed. But Kalbami needed to be reminded. Ira was torn. Ira, I've told you many times not to lie. Are you trying to deceive Kalbami? No. Ira shook his head quickly. Jalandi said, any woman hanging around him except Kalbami is a bad woman, and we can't trust them. What had Osiris taught this child? Did he remember that Ira was still a kid? Abrielle's lips twitched, and she decided on Osiris's fate when he returned. In the hospital room. As Osiris pushed the door open, Iona stood awkwardly by the door. She forced a smile. Hamza, don't argue with your aunt. She's old and in poor health. Honestly, there's not much time left for her. Who do you think caused this? Sorry. Iona shook her head, continuing, I just think that if you really want your aunt not to get upset over this, you should bring the child back sooner. His health isn't great either. In the Fadi family, he'd receive better care. My matters don't need meddling from outsiders, do they? I just wanted to help. Keep your help to yourself, I don't need it. Osiris coldly walked away, unaware of Iona's smug grin behind his back. This is how it should be. They should fall into her trap one by one and pay the price. Back? How is the child? Osiris sat beside Abrielle and held Ira in his arms. Not well. Not well? Osiris immediately tensed, then we should admit him right away. What if his condition worsens? Have you informed your brother? What do you need me to prepare? Uncle Fadi. Ira mumbled dejectedly, it's you who isn't doing well, not me. Chapter 117, it's time to settle accounts. What do you mean I'm not fine? Osiris was utterly perplexed. His health was exceptionally good, and he didn't even go for the medical checkup this time. How could he not be fine? It couldn't be that Dina had given him an X-ray with her bare eyes and discovered he was on the brink of death, right? No, that didn't make sense at all. Osiris narrowed his eyes, observing Dina's expression, then leaned in close to Ira's ear and whispered, is your mom angry? Uncle Fadi, you really know your stuff. Osiris nodded solemnly and continued questioning, why is she angry? Do you know the reason? Because of that thing. That thing? Osiris was puzzled, but seeing Dina's deteriorating mood, he pressed on, what exactly do you mean by that thing? Oh, it's just that you told August any woman who clings to you is bad, right? Upon hearing this, Osiris felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him. When did he ever say something like that? Why would Ira accuse him for no reason? He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at Ira, seeking answers. Ira's eyes revealed 3 words. Help me. He seemed to understand what was happening. Looking up, Osiris chuckled, well, technically, what I said wasn't wrong, right? You're my girlfriend, and those people would make you jealous if they cling to me. Do you like being jealous? No. There you go. You don't like it, and I don't want you to feel that way either. So they're bad because they hope to cause this. Is there anything wrong with that logic? No. Relieved, Osiris breathed, if the logic isn't flawed, how can it not be considered normal? Even though the logic is sound, did you consider one thing? What thing? How old is August? 5 or 6. Dina sneered, a child of that age can barely recognize letters, yet you dare let him know such things? Osiris, are you fit to be a father? If you're unfit, I'll find someone who is, instead of you corrupting my August. That couldn't happen. Osiris instantly sensed a crisis. He hurriedly said, how can that be possible? You can't replace August's father. I believe August wouldn't want his father replaced suddenly, right? Ira nodded, somewhat understanding, right, call them, I want Uncle Fadi. No other uncles, no other aunties. You two are truly. Dina finally burst into laughter despite herself. She shook her head helplessly and said, all right, I'll let this slide this time, but remember, no more such nonsense. If I catch you deliberately teaching August these things again, watch out. Don't worry. Osiris made a solemn vow, I promise it won't happen again. That's better. Ira recovered quickly. Over these days, he had missed many activities due to various excuses. The kids at the kindergarten became especially restless because of him. Dina and Osiris had to visit the kindergarten together to apologize to all the parents and teachers. They also distributed new skincare products from the Augst group to each family. Many parents widened their eyes upon opening the gifts. This is Augst Group's skincare product, a famous luxury brand. My usual skincare products are expensive too, but I'd never buy Augst. Are you really giving this to us? Dina nodded, smiling gently. This new product has undergone internal testing and is currently the most effective anti-aging cream on the market. Since all the moms are still young, using this cream now should give the best results. Wasn't this released at a recent launch event? I watched that launch event too, but it seemed quite disappointing. It didn't meet Augst's usual standards. They mentioned changing the R&D team. I doubt the product's effectiveness is really that great. Maybe the company's spokesperson wasn't professional enough. Every sentence sounded like they were exaggerating its effects. The spokesperson didn't seem very famous either. Holding the expensive Augst product, the teacher realized this was the priciest skincare she had ever used. Considering, this was a gesture of goodwill. If the discussion continued, it wouldn't end well. The teacher interrupted, parents, this is a gift from August's parents. Please don't discuss it further. The point is their apology for August's absence. Whether you use it or not is secondary. Yes, we've said too much. We were just concerned. Don't worry, we will use it. Yes, we heard you're the main managers of Augst. Since you've sent this product, it must represent the best quality of Augst. We'll certainly use it. Just casual talk before, nothing serious. Dina observed everyone's reactions, slightly frowning. She hadn't attended the launch event, after all, she was still unconscious then. And when she returned, the previous product had already entered the final steps before release. She immediately started researching the next generation of products. The launch event was important but also just a formality. Yet, why were these people so critical? Turning to Osiris, Dina couldn't believe Ouch lacked employees capable of handling the event except her. Osiris frowned, suddenly remembering something, whispering near Dina's ear, "It seems Teresa hosted the launch event." Back then, he was busy dealing with Dina's matters and forgot he had assigned Teresa the task. Considering this, he needed to settle accounts with Teresa. "Why did you choose her for this?" Dina glanced at Osiris, chuckling, "Everyone, I understand your concerns. I developed this product. During the launch event, I was delayed by other matters, and perhaps my team misrepresented it." Chapter 118, Mama August is so amazing. "So this was developed by you?" "Mama August is so amazing. I almost want to worship Mama August." The crowd's flattery was nearly instinctive, but Dina didn't acknowledge it. She continued, "Yes, I did develop it, and it hasn't been officially released yet. It's completely understandable for you to be concerned. The new product line mainly divides into two categories, the luxury line and the affordable line. The anti-aging components are quite similar, but the luxury line includes more soothing ingredients, suitable for those a bit older with worn-out skin layers. To make your experience better, I gave you samples from the luxury line. If you're still worried, I can bring last season's products, the classic ones, which might reassure you more." "No need, no need." The parents who had just expressed their concerns changed their tone instantly. "What you've created sounds incredible. We're lucky to try it. Let's see how it works. Everyone, rest assured." Osiris put his arm around Dina's shoulder. "I guarantee this represents the best quality of Osha Group. Any feedback can be directly sent to me." After finally sorting out the kindergarten issues, Dina began reviewing the press conference from earlier while in the car. Osha Group's new product has potential problems. A product not favored internally. Why would a leading luxury brand release affordable items? Has Osha run out of creative ideas? Online, the reputation of the products that Dina poured her heart and soul into for this quarter was at an all-time low. Watching the press conference video, Teresa's performance was unbearable. This quarter's product comes from a so-called genius, achieving unprecedented heights in anti-aging. However, whether there are greater geniuses out there remains unknown. Teresa's words echoed with her behavior during the meeting with Dina. She realized Teresa never truly appreciated her work, believing that anti-aging could be done better even if it harmed the skin. Dina suddenly remembered the girl she brought to the company. Damn it. Had Teresa stopped the girl from using those products? "What's wrong?" "Your expression is terrible," Osiris asked, glancing at her phone screen. "Initially, I thought Teresa was just jealous of your talent. I let her handle the press conference thinking she wouldn't say such things after understanding your work. But she did." Dina clenched her teeth. "She not only said it, she can actually act on it. I'll have the PR department handle this. When the new product is officially launched, we'll hold another press conference where you can explain everything about your creation and clear its name. But I'm afraid it's too late." Shaking her head, Dina dialed a colleague in the lab. "Odessa, what's up?" "Fadi Hang, how has Teresa been recently? Is she acting normal?" Fadi Hang looked over at Teresa working diligently. "She's been very professional lately. Maybe she's calmed down." "Are you sure she's fine?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "Nothing. Could she be overthinking?" A bad feeling stirred in Dina's mind. Teresa's current normal behavior likely concealed something suspicious. If you're really worried, document her actions. If anything seems off, HR can intervene and fire her with maximum compensation. It's not that simple. Dina shook her head. Compensation won't stop her mouth. Remember, she's in the lab and has access to core data. If our new product information leaks before release, the consequences would be dire. Osiris's expression darkened. "If you say so, we should investigate Teresa further. I can't say much about her background now. Perhaps she's just eager for quick results. Give me some time to handle this. As for Teresa, I'll find a proper moment to have her leave the company." "Understood." The car stopped. Osiris turned to her. "Odessa, remember one thing. Don't doubt yourself. Your work is meaningful. I can't promise they're the best, but they will shine in certain fields." "I know." Dina chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't doubt myself over Teresa. If she wants to compete with me, she should be the one scared." "Good to hear." Dina nodded and stepped out of the car, walking towards the lab. Her colleagues welcomed her eagerly. "Sister Odessa, you've been on break for so long. We envy you. Our data is piling up. How far along are we?" As she asked, she grabbed her USB drive. Skincare ingredients required precise formulations, leading to massive data. Human transmission was nearly impossible, and the company monitored computer usage for potential leaks. The USB contained all the formulas and research data, crucial for the new product's success. Dina hadn't anticipated betrayal within her team, but circumstances had changed. The prototype is fine, but it lacks significant improvements compared to this season. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks were maintained as closely as possible to the original text. ####Chapter 119, Results. Didn't it break through? Abrielle furrowed her brow and asked, "How similar is the new product to this season's items?" In terms of effectiveness, it should be over 70%. Stability hasn't been formally tested yet. But based on current observations, there isn't much need for further development. Upon hearing this, Abrielle nodded and said, since there's no need for further development, then let's stop it here. Stop it? The few people in the lab all looked astonished. They glanced at each other, none of them understanding why Abrielle would suddenly make this decision. But if we don't continue, won't all our previous efforts be wasted? Even if we give up, what will the higher-ups think? How can they possibly support? Abrielle shook her head and solemnly said, if the product I develop cannot represent Oshie's quality, then there's no point in developing it. Think about it yourselves. Oshie's new products for this season are about to hit the market. At that time, our products will be scrutinized by countless eyes. There can absolutely be no mistakes. You all know that the effectiveness of this season's products surpasses all previous categories. The public's expectations for our new products will also rise accordingly. If we release a product that completely fails to meet those expectations, you know better than I do what the consequences will be. Everyone fell silent. They could understand Abrielle's words, but after working so hard on this project for so long, suddenly abandoning it was painful for everyone. In front of everyone, Abrielle completely erased all data related to the new product from her USB drive. People had varying reactions, some were jealous, some were reluctant, and some felt angry. It's perfect, this is exactly the kind of emotion she wanted to evoke. Thinking this, Abrielle continued, let's get back to work. By the weekend, I want a proposal from each of you. If I find one good enough, I'll appoint the proposer as the lead for this project. Your status within the industry would then be beyond question. Only then did everyone fully come alive, but soon they realized something. Abrielle's talent in this area simply couldn't be matched by them. Their so-called new product, which was almost indistinguishable from the original, was built on the current product's near-peak anti-aging effects. Their proposals couldn't even surpass the existing products, let alone catch up with the deleted unlaunched product. If only. A greedy thought crept into someone's mind. If there were backups of the data just now, it would be perfect. All eyes were on Abrielle's USB drive. After she left, everyone crowded around, holding onto her USB drive. Be careful, don't get caught. She must have gone to report to CEO Gu. She won't be back so soon, let me quickly see what's inside. Don't crowd, let me see too. Crowding around the computer, they watched as the USB drive was inserted and opened. But it was empty, not a trace of the previous data remained. It was like being doused with a bucket of cold water. She really deleted everything. Disappointed, everyone returned to their seats but didn't forget to put Abrielle's USB drive back. Just then, Teresa stood up from her seat. All eyes were once again on her. After all, she was one of the few who dared to argue with Abrielle face to face. Teresa, do you already have a proposal? Teresa paused mid-step and waved her hand, saying, not yet, it's too sudden. I haven't thought of anything good. What are you going to do then? Indeed. We thought you were going to report to Sister Lanshu. My apologies. Teresa gave an awkward smile and waved, sorry to disappoint you, I'm just hungry and want to go eat. Is that so? With that, everyone let Teresa leave. However, instead of going downstairs to eat, Teresa quietly went upstairs. The top floor was Osiris's personal office. If she guessed right, Abrielle should be there. As the elevator slowly descended, Teresa's heart rose to her throat. Fortunately, when the elevator door opened, Abrielle wasn't there. Relieved, Teresa quickly got back into the elevator, stopping at the second-to-last floor. This was where the executives' offices were located. Usually, one needed an access card to enter, but currently, Teresa didn't need one. She cautiously walked in, looked around, and finally stopped at a door, lightly knocking 3 times. Come in. Inside, a man's dignified voice replied. Teresa quickly pushed the door open and entered, saying, there has been progress. There has been progress? Janice chuckled mockingly, clearly filled with disdain and doubt. Are you trying to amuse me? He gestured for Teresa to come closer. Teresa, while Abrielle was away, you always said there was no progress. Now she's back, and you say there's progress. Who are you really siding with? Of course, I'm on your side, Teresa smiled and wrapped her arms around Nolan's neck. After all, half of my study abroad fees were paid by you. That's because of your mother, Nolan sneered and continued, your mother is far more intelligent than you. If she were here, dealing with a simple woman like Abrielle would have been done long ago. Can't Abrielle be used by you? Teresa retorted, you never asked her, how do you know leaving is the best option? Be used by me? Janice laughed coldly. I don't think a woman willing to have an office romance with Osiris can be used by me. Besides, while Oshie retains her with excellent equipment and generous salaries, who knows how much of it is due to emotions? Can you take that bet? Of course, I can't. Then it's settled. I can't take that bet either. If we pin all our hopes on Abrielle and she walks away later, it will be troublesome for us. As for you, if you become core, your mother and I will both be very happy. Teresa quickly nodded, I understand. That's why I'm bringing results. Really have results? Fine, tell me. Chapter 120, Complete Erasure. Teresa took a deep breath and said, today, Melinda felt that the new product she developed wasn't sufficient to break into the market, so she completely erased all previous data. Completely erased? Janice deliberately emphasized those words. Look carefully. Do you understand what completely erased means? I'm certain she erased the data entirely. I just saw it, her computer has nothing left. All the data was on her USB drive, which I had seen a few days ago. But now, there's nothing. Janice's expression finally changed slightly. Oh? It seems this is getting interesting. She erased the data. Does this mean she's abandoning the next quarter's new product? There should still be other contingency plans within the company. She Group is a large-scale corporation. No matter what, it wouldn't let one department's failure impact the entire company for the quarter. It's just that in recent quarters, Melinda's performance had been overwhelmingly strong, leaving other departments with no motivation to catch up. Now, an opportunity had presented itself right before them. Teresa excitedly said, this quarter's new product must be released by another department. I can have my new product under one of these departments. Fool. Janice coldly interrupted, extinguishing Teresa's enthusiasm with just 2 words. Confused, she looked at him, not understanding why she was suddenly scolded. Wasn't I right? Teresa asked, puzzled, isn't that what you meant? I can accomplish the task. Or do you think I'm incompetent and don't deserve this chance? Fools remain fools. Must I spoon-feed you everything? Janice sneered. Tell me, how did Melinda join the company initially? She joined as a consultant because she brought her finished product. After its release, she became the head of the technology department. Could you possibly mean? Teresa was suddenly alarmed. She suddenly understood Nolan's intentions. However, Nolan seemed even more greedy than she had imagined. Teresa felt afraid. She began to doubt whether she should really cooperate with this man. After all, while their interests aligned now, what about later? If they ever disagreed on anything, Nolan would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation. Teresa dared not take that risk. If she simply complied with Melinda, she could stay at she smoothly without fear or having any leverage against her. She should turn around, delete all the information she held, and leave. The answer is already clearly written on your face. Why can't you read it? Or do you have another plan? Janice's gaze was icy, like a snake stalking its prey, oppressive with no room to escape. Teresa suddenly felt she had made a terrible choice in partners. I. Teresa stuttered, and Nolan deduced, so that's it. It seems I misjudged you. You believe you can continue at she Group without me. Who gave you that confidence? I didn't think that. Teresa exclaimed, trying to maintain composure but revealing her guilt instead. Janice chuckled mockingly, you probably stole Melinda's data. She's not a fool. Even if you erased all the data, would she trust you completely? Don't forget, you messed up her new product launch. You told me to say that. I did, so what? Janice shrugged. Why don't you tell Melinda directly that I instructed you to sabotage her launch to ruin her new product this season? I'd love to see her reaction. What do you mean? Just what I said, Nolan continued. Do you think she'll believe you've switched sides and are trustworthy? I don't know. You don't know? Let me tell you the answer. She won't. Janice declared firmly, Melinda sits where she does because she's far smarter than you. Smart people understand one thing, never give a traitor another chance. The fate of a double agent is to die without a trace. You've already betrayed Melinda once. Now, think carefully, do you want to betray me or, perhaps, your mother? Cold sweat trickled down Teresa's forehead, her fear unmistakable. Taking a deep breath, she shivered, I won't betray you. Good girl. At least you made the right choice. Give me your work within 3 days, then take your sister to the launch. Don't notify. Notify who? Nolan countered. Amnon? What do you think will happen if you notify him? He won't agree. Exactly. Janice nodded in satisfaction. And do you know what happens when he disagrees? I'll be fired. Right. Aren't you smart after all? Janice spoke patronizingly, like praising a clever pet, stirring anger and terror in Teresa. But she had no grounds to resist. She knew she couldn't oppose him. I understand. Good. I hope you don't disappoint me again. Teresa, I've given you many chances. Teresa lowered her head, murmuring softly. But, if we succeed, what do you want? To get that inexperienced brat off his throne. Janice laughed bitterly. He's barely grown any hair yet, relying on a few achievements and thinking he's invincible. Now, for some woman, he disregards the company's profits. Tell me, does someone like that deserve to sit in that position? Teresa obediently shook her head, speaking softly, I think the person who should sit there is you. You've learned to talk. Alright, stop flattering me. Get back to work. Translation notes. Chapter 120, Complete Erasure. Teresa took a deep breath and said, today, Melinda felt that the new product she developed was insufficient to open up a significant market share. Therefore, she completely erased all previous data. Completely erased? Janice deliberately emphasized these words. You need to understand what complete erasure really means. I'm certain she has erased all data. I saw it myself, her computer is now completely empty. All the data was on her USB drive, which I also checked a few days ago, but now, there's nothing left. Janice's expression finally changed slightly. Oh. This seems somewhat interesting. She erased the data. Does this mean she's giving up on the next quarter's new product? The company should have other contingency plans. She Group is a massive company and would not let an entire quarter pass without delivering results just because one department failed to deliver. However, due to Melinda's impressive performance in recent quarters, other departments simply didn't stand a chance. But now, an opportunity has presented itself right in front of them. Excitedly, Teresa said, this quarter's new product will definitely be released by another department. I can link my new product with another department. Fool. Janice coldly interrupted her, instantly dashing her enthusiasm with just 2 words. Confused, she looked at him, unsure why she had been scolded. Am I wrong? Teresa asked, puzzled, isn't that what you mean? I can still complete the task. Are you unwilling to give me this opportunity? A fool is always a fool. Must I spoon-feed you every word? Janice sneered. Tell me, how did Melinda first join the company? She came as a consultant, bringing her finished product. After its successful launch, she became the head of the technology department. Could it be that you mean? Teresa was suddenly alarmed. She finally understood what Nolan was implying. However, Nolan was even more greedy than she imagined. Teresa began to feel afraid. She doubted whether she should really cooperate with this man. For now, their interests aligned. But what about later? If they disagreed on anything, Nolan would undoubtedly discard her without hesitation. Teresa couldn't risk this possibility. If she remained loyal to Melinda, she could stay safely within Oshi Group without fear or leverage over her. She should turn around and delete all her materials. The correct answer is right in front of you. Can't you see it? Or do you already have different ideas? Janice's gaze was cold and calculating, like a snake fixing its prey, leaving no room for escape. Teresa suddenly felt that she had chosen the wrong partner. I. Stammering, Teresa tried to speak, but Nolan seemed to know exactly what she meant. So, it appears I've misjudged you. You think you can continue working at Oshi Group without me? Who gave you such confidence? I didn't think that. Teresa hurriedly denied, trying to maintain her calmness but inadvertently exposing her nervousness. Janice laughed harshly. You probably stole Melinda's data. She isn't stupid. Even if you deleted everything, would she trust you again? Don't forget, you've already ruined her product launch. It was you who told me to do that. Yes, so what? Janice shrugged. Why don't you tell Melinda yourself that I made you sabotage the launch to ruin her new product this season? I'd love to see her reaction. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Janice continued, guess what she'll think. Will she believe you're sincere after betraying her once before? I don't know. Let me tell you, she won't, Nolan stated firmly. Melinda is much smarter than you. And smart people know one thing, those who betray you must never be given a second chance. The fate of a double agent is death without a trace. You've already betrayed Melinda once. Now think carefully, do you want to betray me, or your mother? Cold sweat trickled down Teresa's face. Her fear was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, she stammered, I won't betray you. Good girl, you've made a wise choice. Give me your work within 3 days, then take your sister to the launch. No need to inform. Inform who? Nolan interrupted. Inform Osiris? Do you think he'll agree? He won't. Right. Janice nodded in satisfaction. Do you know what happens when he disagrees? I'll be fired. Exactly, aren't you smart? Janice spoke as if praising a clever pet, making Teresa feel both anger and fear. But she had no right to resist. She couldn't defy him, and she knew that well. I understand. Good. I hope you don't disappoint me again. I've given you many chances, Teresa. Teresa lowered her head, quietly agreeing. But if we succeed, what do you want? Of course, to push that immature brat off his pedestal. Janice sneered disdainfully. Still wet behind the ears, he thinks he's invincible just because of some achievements. Now he's neglecting the company's profits for a woman. Tell me, does someone like that deserve to sit in that position? Teresa obediently shook her head and softly replied, I think the person in that position should be you. You've learned to flatter. Enough. Go do what you need to do. Efforts were made to preserve the tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. ####Chapter 121, a complete fadey. Yes. Teresa turned and left the office, then walked straight out of the company. She went to a nearby apartment and started pounding on the door frantically. After a long while, someone finally opened the door for her. Sis. Teresa's voice trembled as she spoke, and the person in front of her stiffened, responding angrily, Why are you here again? Didn't you already say we would each go our separate ways from now on? We have no relationship anymore. No, sis, please help me one more time, just one more time. I promise this will be the last time. After we finish this, I'll take you away, we'll go abroad, and never come back. Sis, please, no one else can help me except you. Seeing Teresa in tears, Paulette's heart softened, but the pain on her face reminded her of the price of sympathy. Paulette forcefully shook off Teresa's hand. Enough. Shut up. I won't help you anymore. No matter how many times you come and ask, my answer will always be the same. Paulette glared at Teresa fiercely. Since childhood, haven't I helped you enough? You tell me, when you were in school, and Kalbim didn't want to pay your tuition fees, wasn't it me who saved up from my living expenses to cover it? When you studied abroad, even though that man funded part of it, the rest came from me. After I started working, I barely kept anything for myself, giving everything to you. All I wanted was for you to study hard and have a good life in the future. But look at you. I told you not to do those immoral things, yet you didn't listen. I really understand, but... Sis, you know that man's methods. I'm different from you. I'm his child. If I don't listen to him, what will happen to Kalbim? What will happen to me? Do you think he'll let us go? Paulette sneered, so what? Are you trying to tell me that everything you've done before was forced by him? My studies were all under his direction. He has always wanted to replace President Fadi. Every task he made me do was aimed at that goal. Sis. I admit I was foolish. I hurt you too. But I've already promised him this is the last time. Once it's done, we'll get a sum of money. We won't worry about Kalbim or brother anymore. We'll go abroad and never come back, okay? Although doubtful, blood is thicker than water. Half their blood was identical. Kalbirover, Teresa had been raised by Paulette since childhood, and they had genuine feelings for each other. Paulette admitted she was easily swayed. Now, she felt drained, sighed, and sat back down reluctantly. She nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Aristide, I don't know how much I can help you, but remember what you promised me. This is the last time, the last time. I promise, this is the last time. Teresa spoke sincerely, but she didn't truly believe it herself. Of course, it was the last time. The last time she would have any contact with Paulette. Teresa cautiously knelt before Paulette and removed the mask covering her face. If there were others present, they would have screamed in horror. There was no other way to describe Paulette's face. It was unbearable to look at. Initially, Teresa hadn't believed Melinda's warnings about the skin damage caused by prolonged use. She thought it was an exaggeration. But after Paulette went to the company and her condition worsened drastically, Paulette visited many beauty clinics, only to find that the common conclusion was exposure to some chemical product. Teresa knew her so-called creation was at fault. At that point, she had no choice but to proceed. She needed Paulette's flawless face, so she bought almost every repair product available on the market. Medicine has its side effects, and skincare products are no different. Instead of improving, Paulette's skin deteriorated further until her entire face began to break down uncontrollably. Paulette finally realized her sister's so-called accident was a complete lie. Her face was irrevocably damaged, marking the end of her promising life. No high-paying job would hire someone with disfigured features, especially after she had abandoned her own education to support Teresa's studies. Her dream of making a living off her youthful looks was also ruined by Teresa. Feeling utterly destroyed, Paulette kicked Teresa out, refusing to see her again. Fortunately for Teresa, this outcome worked in her favor. She was glad the experiment was done on her sister, not a friend or even herself. Her face was far too important. Friends might not keep her secret. Even if she had destroyed Paulette, Paulette wouldn't dare destroy her. Teresa understood her sister too well. When she needed help, Paulette must appear, even if it was the last time. As for dealing with the aftermath, that didn't necessarily require her own hands. Teresa pulled a syringe out of her bag. Paulette watched Teresa warily, asking, "What's that?" "Sis, don't be afraid. Trust me, these are repair injections. You don't know how much I spent on them." Repair injections indeed temporarily improved appearance, but the long-term consequences were dire. They were often used on deceased people to ensure they looked presentable upon departure, not conforming to safety standards. Teresa obtained these injections from the black market specifically for Paulette's appearance at the press conference, one last time. "Aristide, I told you, you don't need to spend so much money on me. You. Sis, Kalbim isn't family to me. In this world, you're the only family I have. I'm willing to spend any amount on you. Tomorrow, I'll give you an injection. It might hurt a bit, but... Can you help me with a press conference after that? You're still planning to deceive people with that formula?" Chapter 122 Behind the Scenes. Paulette looked at Teresa in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand why she was still saying such things. Teresa immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, "Sis, I don't want to lie. I didn't lie. I've already improved the formula. I removed all elements that could potentially harm the skin. It's just, we don't have time for further experiments anymore. Once tomorrow's press conference is over, I will give you the new formula. Your face won't take long to fully recover. But... Sis, think about it. If I truly didn't care about you or even wanted to harm you, how could I possibly buy such expensive products for you? You know I don't have much money left, right?" Paulette looked into Teresa's eyes and finally softened again. She nodded and said, Aristide, you must keep your word. This time, this product can really make my face return to its original state, right? Sis, I won't lie to you again. Rest well today. Tomorrow, I promise, I'll ensure you look as before. At the company. Osiris's office. Osiris glanced up at Leon standing before him and asked, are you sure you want to abandon producing new products next quarter? The benefits for the company are minimal. Personally, I suggest not doing this. It has to be done. Melinda insisted. My team introduced 2 different products in 2 quarters, with significant differences between them. Kalbirover, this quarter's new product launch was already scheduled later. If there aren't substantial changes in the next quarter, it will plunge the company into new controversies. What are you worried about? Osiris remained silent. A successful new product can assure the company several worry-free quarters as long as it's well managed. There wouldn't be anxiety about new products then. However, what he was concerned about was back home. He was indeed his parents' only child, but extended family members inevitably have their own children. They couldn't obtain Oshi in the past, but now they might harbor ambitions. Osiris wasn't afraid of competition from them, but what would his parents think if it really came to a contest? They'd surely feel it was all because of Melinda. Osiris didn't want them to think that way. Even though Melinda and he cared little about the family's legacy. He didn't want Ira to be an orphan forever. Ira is a good child and will eventually need her grandparents' love. Osiris couldn't strip this relationship away from Ira due to his reasons. There's nothing. Osiris also didn't want Melinda to worry too much since her task was merely developing new products for the company. Is there really nothing? Melinda detected hesitation in Osiris's words and frowned. I still hope you share any concerns so we can figure out solutions together. How simple is it? Osiris sighed and shook his head, but it's okay. Since you've decided not to release new products this quarter, I'll grant your department an exception. Oh, regarding Teresa, what do you plan to do? I suspect the content on my USB drive has been tampered with by Teresa. Do you have proof? Osiris's expression was serious. Each cosmetic developed by Melinda wasn't perfect but could outclass other companies. If these secrets leaked, it could catch the new quarter off guard, making recovery difficult. If there were evidence of Teresa stealing secrets, the outcome would be different. Unfortunately, Melinda had no proof. She shook her head and said, no, so I deleted all data. This way, even if she did steal, she wouldn't admit it. Osiris frowned. Do you want me to help restore it? No need, Melinda smiled. If you fix it now, how could those people reveal themselves? Osiris suddenly understood everything was still within Melinda's plan. He chuckled. It seems not releasing new products this quarter is part of your plan too? Yes, but the main reason is hitting a bottleneck. Melinda paused, continuing, I had everyone submit a proposal. They will find this request challenging. With my USB drive in the office, they will likely browse it, only to find it completely erased. That way, if Teresa really has my data, it will become the only copy. When her guard is down, isn't it our chance? But, isn't going all out just for Teresa unnecessary? It's necessary. Melinda firmly believed, I think Teresa isn't acting alone, she has support behind her. I had someone investigate her background. She comes from a single-parent family, has an older sister, and a younger brother. She had her sister test her works. However, her sister hasn't appeared for a long time. I suspect her face has been ruined. Though Melinda didn't think beauty was women's sole weapon, faces mattered significantly to most women. Since Teresa caused her sister's disfigurement and showed no remorse, returning data would be too simple. Teresa must pay the price, otherwise, who knows how many more faces she would harm. Before Melinda finished speaking, her phone rang. Her expression changed instantly upon answering. Senior Dottie, Teresa disappeared after saying she'd eat lunch and never returned. Did no one follow her? No, Fadi Hang's voice was low. You know we usually don't get along with her. Is this considered absenteeism? Should we report it to HR? Not yet. Melinda hung up, looking at Osiris, who raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Your plan has started, then? She couldn't wait. Or maybe the person behind her couldn't. But have you considered what the person behind her wants? Why target your work? Translation ends here. Chapter 123, Go Find Paulette. Because my work is excellent enough? Dina furrowed her brows, not understanding. It's difficult to find work of the same quality as mine on the market. You should be aware of this. I am, but that's not it. Osiris shook his head and said seriously, I suspect someone wants you out of the company or, more specifically, wants my current position. So, Teresa might be collaborating with some high-level executive in the company? Very likely. Dina nodded thoughtfully. I'm not familiar with your company. If that's the case, do you have any suspects? Not yet. The company has many shareholders who usually manage different departments and don't meet frequently. Plus, most of them are my father's friends. If we really investigate, it could get complicated. Dina nodded. I'll keep an eye out too. I'll go back and see what's going on first. Okay. After Dina returned to the lab, a group of people surrounded her, groaning. Odessa, we really can't come up with the proposal. Please, torture us in another way. Yeah, even if we rack our brains, the results aren't as good as the one you deleted. Is that so? Dina retorted, I thought after seeing my USB, you'd get more creative. How come it didn't inspire you at all? Embarrassed, they stammered, we thought. We just wanted to find some inspiration. But there was nothing helpful inside. Forgive us, please. Well, we're also thinking about the company and our department. Dina raised an eyebrow and waved her hand. This time it's okay, but next time I will punish you. Remember, failing to create something isn't important. What matters is that others' work is always theirs, not ours. Where's Teresa? We don't know. She hasn't returned since she left. Dina felt increasingly uneasy. She sensed that Teresa was planning something big behind everyone's back. Otherwise, why would she be so quiet? But it was almost quitting time, and waiting further probably wouldn't make Teresa return. Sighing, Dina asked, you saw her bring another girl to the company earlier. Does anyone know where she lives? No idea. But I heard her argue with someone on the phone, calling them sister. Maybe their relationship isn't good now? How could that be? Siblings never stay mad at each other overnight. They must have made up. They can't have made up after such a huge argument. I'd look down on them if they did. Do you even need to look down on them? Do you think you're so important? Seeing the argument brewing, Dina quickly intervened. Enough. Just stop. Let's all go home for today. Keep working on the proposal, but don't pressure yourselves to do better than me. Try finding ways to achieve high-quality results with lower costs. Odessa, is the company moving into the low-end market? Someone picked up on her hint. Yes, the company is indeed considering it. But mid to low-end doesn't fit the OSHA group style. Beauty isn't just for the rich. In fact, relatively poorer people need it more. We can't let them forever admire our brand from afar. And if you do well, you might even become a sub-brand under OSHA. Who knows, maybe even a principal designer. Hamlin designer. I might finally amount to something. Now I've found my goal. Excited, they went back to their positions, completely forgetting about going home. Dina sighed and left the office. She called Horace hesitantly. Brother, I'm afraid I have another favor to ask. Trouble again? Someone bullying you? No, it's not him. It's work-related. Dina paused. Can you help me find someone's contact info? Sure. At the apartment. Paulette stared at the syringe on the table, feeling unease in her heart. It felt like something significant was about to happen. Her breathing quickened. Sis, where's the towel? I'm staying here tonight. Startled, Paulette swallowed hard. The towel. It's on the hanger in my room. Find it. Suddenly silent, Paulette froze. Teresa, curious, came out to check. Paulette sat on the sofa, looking pale, holding her phone. Paulette, you look off. What's wrong? Off? Nothing's off, you're imagining things. Go take your shower. Don't you have important stuff tomorrow? Yeah. Teresa nodded and went into the bathroom. Paulette stayed in the living room for a while until she heard the water running. Then she relaxed slightly and called out loudly, Yen, we're out of toilet paper. Should you go buy some later or should I go now? You go, I'm tired. Okay. Grasping her phone, Paulette rushed out of the house. She hurried downstairs and approached two figures standing under the streetlight cautiously. Recognizing Dina, Paulette instinctively avoided eye contact, feeling guilty due to Teresa. As for the other man, though unfamiliar, Paulette guessed he was Osiris, Dina's husband and CEO of OSHA Group. Why are you here? I'm not part of your company. Paulette. Dina said sternly, can I see your face? Hashtag chapter 124. Good words are hard to persuade the doomed. Look at my face, there's nothing worth looking at. What do you want? I don't know you at all, so how did you even know my name? Paulette was like a cat with its tail caught, quickly retreating while eyeing the two people in front of her warily. Dina sighed, stepping closer to Paulette and said, I'm truly sorry. I deceived you. I investigated your background, including your relationship with Teresa. Why did you investigate me? Do you believe I would report this to the police? Why would you call the police? Dina asked, puzzled. People only call the police when they feel threatened. Did I threaten you? If you didn't threaten me, then what are you doing here? Paulette grew even more vigilant. She treated Dina as a potential enemy, her whole body tensed up, ready to flee at any moment. Dina hurriedly replied, all right, we really have no intention of threatening you. We're here to ensure your safety. I'm perfectly safe now. If you continue acting on your own accord, I'll be even safer without you. Seeing that Paulette wouldn't be swayed easily, Dina became anxious. But beside her, Osiris suddenly spoke up, let me try. He approached Paulette, noticing her about to turn away. Suddenly, Osiris said, I know you don't want your sister to go astray, right? Paulette froze in her steps, turning back with fear in her eyes. What do you know? We know that if you keep helping your sister, once she harms others, the police will hold you accountable too. Dina also came closer, staring intently at Paulette's masked face. I remember warning you before. If you keep using that substance, your skin won't recover. It seems you didn't listen to me. I wasn't. Don't worry, let me take a look. There might still be hope. Osiris frowned, glancing up at the nearby apartment building and lowering his voice. Let's leave here first. We don't want her to find out. Right, let's talk in the car. Paulette had already been skeptical of Teresa's words. Now, uncertain yet somewhat trusting, she followed the two into their vehicle. Dina sat beside Paulette, asking, "Can I remove your mask?" Paulette hesitated but nodded. Dina moved carefully, as if afraid of causing pain, gently pulling off the mask. However, the sight beneath made both Dina and Osiris gasp in shock. Osiris frowned. How could it be this severe? It's normal, Dina responded gravely. It's not surprising that her face looks like this. I warned Teresa long ago. Excessive use of those ingredients inevitably results in skin damage. When you apply skincare, do you ever cover your entire face? Paulette nodded uncomfortably, whispering, "How did you know?" Because only the cheeks are damaged. Teresa probably told you that the product is very expensive, so you were frugal, applying it only to the center of your face where there's no hair coverage. Am I right? No money? Osiris furrowed his brows. We've actually checked on her family's financial situation. A family capable of sending someone abroad shouldn't be short on funds. Could her education credentials be fake? No, Aristide's education isn't fake. She excelled in school from a young age. Our family did everything to send her abroad for studies, and she performed well, never disgracing us. Dina and Osiris exchanged glances, not expecting this outcome. And then, why are you asking these questions? I don't need your help. Aristide said as long as I. Dina scoffed. I can guess what she'd say. She'd promise to fix your face and bring you a better life if you continue helping her, right? Paulette nodded, realizing Dina's guess was spot on. But how could Teresa possibly restore Paulette's skin? With her current skills, even medical aesthetics would struggle. Was she preparing for a miracle? Just as Dina was about to ask about Teresa's plans, Paulette's phone rang. She looked panicked, trying to open the car door but was stopped by Dina. Stay here and answer it. We'll cooperate. Paulette reluctantly nodded. She answered, speaking cautiously, Aristide, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Didn't you go to the supermarket? Why haven't you come back yet? Supermarket? Dina interjected casually, can't this be cheaper? Really, it can't. This is already the lowest price. They usually offer discounts in the evening. Don't always buy discounted items. Teresa sounded unconcerned, continuing proudly, Sis, haven't I told you? After tomorrow, we'll live a good life. Bring more alcohol back, let's celebrate early. Okay. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Paulette cautiously said, Aristide wants me to return. If you have nothing else, maybe you should go home too. Wait, Dina interrupted, coldly asking, Paulette, she mentioned that everything will change after tomorrow. What does that mean? Can you tell us? Why should I tell you? Paulette was visibly agitated. Aristide has worked very hard. I don't know what you're planning, but I won't betray her. We don't want to harm her, and neither do you. So why can't we work together? Dina urged anxiously, do you know the difference between applying that substance to your skin versus others? Have you considered the price she might pay? She won't. She won't. Paulette appeared more agitated than anyone. She wouldn't because she has improved the formula. Her new formula is perfect and won't cause any problems. Good words are hard to persuade the doomed. Dina felt rare disappointment. Despite finding Horace's contact and tirelessly pursuing this was the outcome. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 125, Am I not good enough to you? Forget it. Melinda spoke wearily, reaching out to open the car door. Go on. Celebrate with your sister. When the police take her away next time, I hope you'll still be as steadfast in your decision today. Paulette's body stiffened but Melinda knew that she was still doubtful about her intentions. Given this situation, there was no need for further conversation. Paulette closed the car door and prepared to leave when Melinda suddenly called out again, Whether or not you believe me, this is my last warning. If your sister plans to do something dangerous to you, don't believe her, just refuse. It's for your own good. With that, she rolled up the window and turned to Osiris beside her, asking, Do you think she will remember what I said? No, Osiris replied calmly. Melinda couldn't help but ask, How do you know? From start to finish, she hasn't been rational. She has always believed in the person who wronged her. No matter how much you speak to such people, they won't change their mind. Osiris shrugged, adding, I understand these kinds of people well because my mother is one. She only believes in those she trusts, everyone else doesn't matter, even if they are closest to her. Really? Melinda blinked, filled with curiosity. So, growing up, she never believed a word you said? Then who did she trust? Osiris looked exasperated, replying, She trusted Iona. Iona? Melinda's expression instantly turned awkward. She understood what this meant. More likely than not, Tamsin had chosen Iona as a suitable daughter-in-law for her son. And where did that leave her? To Tamsin, Melinda would become the culprit stealing her son. Melinda thought that if this were true, marrying Osiris wasn't necessary. Marriage sometimes brought more trouble than benefit. But Osiris didn't see it that way. Sensing that Melinda was wavering, he hastily grasped her hand. Don't think about it. How do you even know what I'm thinking? I do, and you're not allowed to think like that. Osiris interrupted authoritatively. You're marrying me, not my mother, and certainly not our family. I'll handle those matters. I promise that I won't marry you if things can't be settled, to prevent any harm to you. So, you have to promise me one thing. What's that? Never give up easily. Osiris's eyes met hers intently, speaking slowly and firmly. No matter what, if you're angry, you can vent on me or scold me, but don't ever give up easily. I found you after all these years and I met you again against all odds. Nothing can separate us. Melinda blushed, turning her head away as she softly patted her cheeks, murmuring, What are you talking about? I'm getting lost in all this. I know you understand. Osiris chuckled, accelerating toward home. They reached home safely, but Paulette wasn't as fortunate. After they left, Paulette kept replaying their conversation in her mind. Her thoughts wandered in the supermarket until she returned home. Teresa stood before her, staring at her with an ominous expression, clearly knowing she had seen Melinda. Paulette, feeling guilty, started to explain, Aristide, why are you waiting here? We planned to celebrate, didn't we? I bought some wine. Where's the toilet paper? Caught off guard by Teresa's question, Paulette felt a chill down her spine. She had been so absorbed in what Melinda said that she forgot the reason for her trip, buying toilet paper. Paulette drew a deep breath, maintaining composure as she offered a weak smile. Aristide, do you really need it? I thought we still had some at home. If we had enough, why did you go? Paulette stuttered. There was a sale at the supermarket today, and I thought we might get a better deal tonight, but I was too late. No discount on toilet paper. Maybe I'll go back later. I said you don't have to be frugal, we're going overseas soon. Paulette interrupted him, seizing control momentarily. Although you say not to be frugal, Aristide, you aren't a billionaire yet. Expenses abroad are high, we can't spend lavishly. Since you don't practice frugality, I have to look out for you. So please listen to me. Teresa stared at her for a long time before nodding. Fine, should listen to you. Go prepare the wine and snacks, I'll change clothes. Okay. Paulette sighed in relief and walked into the kitchen. As she placed the items on the table, she suddenly remembered something. Turning around, she saw Teresa holding her phone. His gaze fixated on the screen made her heart drop. She hadn't deleted her chat history. Teresa must have seen everything. Chilled to the bone, Paulette froze in place. Xiao Yen. Paulette tried to snatch her phone back but Teresa wouldn't let her. Sister, I always thought, no matter how the world betrayed me, at least you would stand by me. But I was wrong. Even you betray me. Stepping closer, Teresa continued, Sister, I am very disappointed. Didn't she tell you that everything I create could cause serious consequences if released? Or worse, she probably made you believe I'd harm you. Paulette, am I not good enough for you? I spent so much money buying medicine for you. Why do you treat me like this? I didn't agree with her. Chapter 126, No Longer Necessary. Paulette broke down and said, Aleka, I did not agree to her request. Whatever she told me, I didn't agree. You have to believe me. I want to trust you, but it's no longer necessary now. Teresa shook her head in disappointment and helped Paulette sit on the sofa. She took out 2 straps and bound them around Paulette's arms, securing her firmly to the sofa. Paulette's face showed fear as she incredulously asked, Aleka, what are you planning to do? Sister, I told you, I'm here to help you with your treatment. Don't move or talk, just let me assist you, said Teresa. She stuffed a towel into Paulette's mouth. Paulette's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, Teresa felt that if her sister's face hadn't been marred by those hideous scars, she would indeed be beautiful. How unfortunate. Beauty in this family is always a mistake, an irrefutable mistake. Teresa reached out to touch Paulette's face and whispered softly, Paulette, I'm sorry. Despite all the help you've given me, I can only say sorry to you. But it doesn't matter. You like beautiful faces, don't you? I'll give you one back. The long needle pierced Paulette's cheek, causing her to struggle violently, much like a fish thrown into boiling water. Teresa had never realized how strong Paulette could be when struggling. The scream was muffled by the towel in her mouth. The rent for this apartment was very low, and the neighborhood was densely populated. Teresa had no doubt that if Paulette continued struggling, it wouldn't take long before some concerned neighbor called the police. If the police arrived, her plan for tomorrow would be ruined. Teresa wouldn't allow this to happen. So she ignored Paulette's fear and pain. She grabbed Paulette's hair and leaned close to whisper in her ear, Paulette, shut up. If you don't, I'll send you back to them. Can you guess how they will treat you? Will they treat you better than me or worse? Paulette, think carefully before you speak. Paulette gradually calmed down. Teresa sneered, then turned back to the room, bringing countless skincare products and cosmetics. The horrifying red marks on Teresa's face slowly faded under her half-covering technique, revealing her flawless skin even in certain lighting. This effect made her look not at all like a woman in her 30s. Teresa was very pleased with her work. She looked disdainfully at the sweating Paulette and said, "Sister, you really are beautiful." Paulette glared at Teresa, but the latter sat down opposite her without any guilt, propping her face up and saying innocently, "I've taken care of your face already. Now the rest is about telling you what to say tomorrow." She handed over her phone to Paulette and continued, "You'd better not say anything wrong, or I won't buy you the ticket abroad. When Colbum finds you, you're on your own." Paulette nodded hopelessly. Teresa released her restraints and handed her the phone before returning to the room. Late at night. Once she was sure Teresa was asleep, Paulette cautiously sent a message to Melinda using her phone. "Save me." The next day. When Melinda woke up, she saw the message on her phone. Before she could read it clearly, Osiris snatched it from her hand. Osiris wrapped his arm around Melinda's waist and impatiently said, "So early in the morning, why are you getting up so early? There are no new products today. Go later." "That won't work." Melinda playfully pushed Osiris, "Even if we don't go to the company, Bar still has to go to kindergarten. Get up quickly. Let Corbin take him. You raise children for thousands of days and use them in times of need." Melinda laughed heartily and patted Osiris's head, "Enough joking around, get up, we're going to be late." "All right." Osiris reluctantly got up from bed. He hugged Melinda tightly and asked, "Colburn and kiss? After you brush your teeth, behave like an adult." Before she finished speaking, Ira ran in and jumped into Melinda's arms. "Colburn and kiss, Mom. I brushed my teeth and I am a kid." Melinda kissed Ira on the forehead and said, "Each of you gets only one morning kiss a day. I only give it to the most obedient child. Today it's Bar. Let's see if someone else can get this precious chance tomorrow." "No way, Colbum, it must be mine." "But you wanted Uncle Foddy to come back, right?" Ira's eyes almost welled up. No, I don't want that anymore." "You ungrateful child, no returns allowed." Osiris laughed and tapped Ira's head, then went to wash up in the bathroom. Melinda shook her head and finally checked the message on her phone. "Teresa, save me." Melinda's expression changed instantly. She walked to the bathroom and said, "Something seems to have happened." "Who? Teresa or Paulette? One of them sent me this message last night, but we were asleep and missed it." Melinda took a deep breath. Could they already be harmed? "Don't worry, I'll call the police first and see if they know about it." "Should I ask my brother?" They split up to find information, but unexpectedly, Melinda received a call from Foddy Hang before finding out anything definitive. "Dottie. What happened? Did Teresa go to work?" "No." Foddy Hang sounded urgent yet somewhat excited. "Teresa is holding a new product launch event. I guess you didn't see the news." "Product launch? What product?" "I get it. Where is it happening?" "On Weibo, just open it up and you'll see." "She couldn't have left the city. Can you figure out where exactly she is?" Foddy Hang realized the severity and hurriedly explained, "That might be difficult, but she should have reported it." Chapter 127, Playing Her Own Game. "How do you know that?" Foddy Hang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because she's live streaming under Oshi Group's name. If it wasn't reported, the company would have cut this stream long ago," he explained. Abrielle hadn't thought of this angle and hurriedly turned to look at Osiris beside her. Osiris frowned and said, "Did you find out?" "No, if your company conducts a live stream, who should be informed for approval?" "Some executives handle that," Osiris responded, knitting his brows. "I'll go ask. I'll check what she's planning to do." Abrielle turned around and saw Parker standing not far away, looking thoughtfully at them. "Tuantu, shall Uncle Chu send you to kindergarten later?" Abrielle felt guilty. After today's incident, they probably wouldn't have time to take Parker to kindergarten. Fortunately, Parker nodded understandingly and said, "Colbumi, are you going to work again?" "Colbum has a bit of work to do. If I finish today, we'll have a big dinner tonight as an apology, okay?" "No need." Parker shook his head earnestly. "Tuantu doesn't want to delay Mommy's work. You should rest after finishing." "You're so good." "Yep." Parker nodded vigorously and continued, "After resting, take Tuantu out to play. Tuantu wants to ride the tall balloons." "A hot air balloon?" Abrielle remembered that recently, Parker had been watching videos about hot air balloons. As Parker grew older, she began to show interest in adventurous activities. Since Abrielle had things to deal with first, she naturally didn't refuse Parker. She nodded and agreed. Just then, Corbin arrived nearby, so Abrielle temporarily entrusted Parker to him. As soon as Parker left home, Abrielle opened the live stream video. The video was indeed a new product launch, broadcasted by the official account of Oshi Group, and the number of viewers was increasing. Worried, Abrielle asked, "Can't this live stream be cut off?" "Not possible." Osiris shook his head. "There are too many viewers. If we cut it off without a proper reason, it might lead to bigger public criticism. But this live stream lacks my signature, suggesting a problem in the marketing department. If we investigate, it will be easy to trace the mastermind behind this." Pausing, Osiris added, "Let's turn her game against her." As you all know, many of those watching our live stream have received samples of our new products this quarter, right? Previously, Oshi Group raffled off free samples via their official account. Since many people had tried them, they knew how effective the new products were, leading to increased anticipation for the official release. Now, Teresa clearly aimed to leverage this wave of enthusiasm, and she succeeded. Oshi Group? Isn't it that skincare set all influencers rave about lately? I don't believe it's really that effective. Oh my god, you don't believe anyone's before and after photos but trust your own brain which thinks otherwise? They must have been paid. Some comparisons are exaggerated, medical beauty procedures may not even achieve such results, yet mere skincare did? Impossible. I can tell you that it's possible because I used the sample. My skin condition improved significantly. Now my sample is finished, and I urgently need the full-sized product. When can we buy it? Hold on, did anyone else notice that this host is the same one from last time? Her presentation was terrible. If not for the good results, I wouldn't have considered buying. Is Oshi unable to find a better host? Must have connections. Seen too many like this, just an office relation. Heard she's from the R&D team, capable both academically and professionally, understandable. Teresa watched the scrolling comments with satisfaction. Even though half the audience focused on criticizing her, she remained unperturbed. Her upcoming words would change everything. Teresa's eyes gleamed excitedly as she began, everyone who has tried the product must find it astonishing that a skincare product can be so remarkable in anti-aging. Is it due to some cutting-edge technology or something hidden? Now, let me reveal the true secret behind this innovative technology. The live stream abruptly cut off. Abrielle froze, instinctively looking up at Osiris, raising an eyebrow. Didn't you say abruptly cutting off the live stream would affect the company? It would, Osiris nodded solemnly. But this is your creation, and I understand how much it means to you. If the formula leaks, anyone could replicate it. You wouldn't want your unique baby to become commonplace. Abrielle was stunned. She realized Osiris had done all this for her. She couldn't help feeling touched. She smiled softly and asked, aren't you afraid the company will suffer immensely? If I can't handle a crisis like this, why run a company? We should stay home and raise kids together instead. Pausing, Osiris continued, I've cut the live stream and found her location. Should we go now? Okay. Without further ado, Abrielle and Osiris rushed out of the house toward Teresa's live streaming venue. Teresa had already noticed the interruption, which was expected. So that's their limit, she thought smugly. Sorry, now it's your turn to help, she turned to several journalists. I intended to surprise the company, but since they aren't grateful, let's switch plans. No problem. Several cameras focused on Teresa. Smiling apologetically, she said, there was indeed a minor glitch earlier, but now everything is fine. What happened earlier? I was waiting to hear about the black tech, and it just disappeared. No one knows. Maybe someone cut it off unexpectedly. Perhaps they didn't coordinate properly with Oshi Group. Note, this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English flow and coherence with previous content. Chapter 128, Using an Elder Sister to Gain Popularity. Hasn't it been confirmed whether Oshi's live stream can be used? Don't be too naive, people. This is merely a game orchestrated by capitalists. But if revealing high-tech secrets amounts to leaking the company's confidential formulas, she indeed lacks professional ethics. I still hope that the host will explain this. Regardless of her ethics, if she truly brings down the price, that would benefit everyone. Okay, but if she leaks the company's secrets, it would be illegal, and even spreading it is illegal. The police might come for tea. Rest assured, everyone, what just happened was merely an accident. Now, let's get back to the main topic, why our product is more effective in anti-aging compared to others. Teresa paused briefly as a formula sheet appeared on the big screen. She circled something red with her hand. You can take a look at this ingredient. All the anti-aging benefits in the product are closely related to this component. In other words, this ingredient is the key to the entire skincare line, everything else is just complementary. I didn't study much, don't fool me. My chemistry teacher said this ingredient could be harmful to humans. Will this really not cause any problems? No skincare company has dared to use it before. The first person to try it. Different fields have different experts, let's wish her good luck. Does anyone understand, family? I had saved up a lot of money to buy an expensive skincare set to try out, but now I'm scared. It seems I've become rich enough not to need it. Teresa didn't expect such reactions from the crowd. She frowned, checking her phone. The official account of Oshi Group had just posted a detailed explanation about this ingredient, focusing on its harm to human bodies and skin. What does this mean? Teresa felt her anger rising. Could it be they decided not only to abandon the next season's products but also the current ones? Melinda interjected, this strategy does seem to work, but I fear it's not enough. Have you figured out who's behind this live stream? Not yet, whoever it is must be hiding deeply. Melinda turned to Osiris's screen, where he wasn't searching for company information but rather Teresa's background. Why do you need Teresa's biography now? Do you think her family can stop her? Melinda asked puzzled. No, Osiris replied calmly. After meeting Paulette yesterday, I felt something was off. Paulette's face was indeed ruined, but she looks very different from Teresa. Osiris paused. I suspect that even if they share the same mother, they may have different fathers. So, who is Teresa's father? Perhaps, he has ties with a senior executive of Oshi Group, or even the Fadi family. Melinda was surprised at Osiris's perspective. She nodded and returned her focus to the screen. Although Teresa hadn't anticipated Oshi Group's move, she quickly responded. Seems like everyone here is quite educated. Yes, this ingredient can be harmful, but harmful substances aren't always completely useless, right? For instance, when combined with another component, the harmful substances in this ingredient won't affect the body at all. Teresa paused again. We're telling you this because in this season's new products, we haven't maximized these two components, yet we've nearly achieved perfect results. What if we increase the dosage? She snapped her fingers, and the data on the screen changed. The anti-aging ingredient visibly doubled. If so, effects that would normally take 2 cycles to achieve can be accomplished in just 1 cycle. Though the price might rise, is double the cost or slightly higher prices more significant? I think you have your answer. It sounds like a good deal. You might save a little, but merchants never lose. But this doesn't just save on financial costs but also time. Isn't that a major gain? I agree, but is this replacing the previous product? Have tests been done? If not, I'd rather stick with the older version. Of course, we've conducted tests, and we don't use fans for testing. Teresa smiled frankly. I personally use my own products, but since I usually maintain my skin well, the product might not show much effect on me. Let me introduce someone. Teresa suddenly left the view and brought Paulette from backstage. Paulette looked frightened, half pushed and half led onto the stage. Her mind was foggy, and tears filled her eyes as she faced the camera. Teresa noticed Paulette's abnormal state, whispering in her ear, Paulette, I warn you not to mess up here. Otherwise, you know the consequences. She lifted her head, smiling once more. This is my elder sister. You might not notice, but she is over 30. She used to be an ordinary woman, often busy with family matters, leading to poor skin condition. Paulette's old photos were magnified, including some from when her face was badly damaged recently, likely for shock value. The chat comments went wild. If you hadn't mentioned it's a person, I'd think it's a toad. Perfect nightmare material. Too scary. Can anyone's face really look like this? I doubt makeup could fix it. Satisfied with the reactions, Teresa cleared her throat. Please respect my sister. She did this for me. Also, I studied and developed skincare products so my sister could become beautiful again. Please believe in me. Kalbirover, my sister's skin is so flawless that even I envy her. The chapter showcases Teresa's quick thinking and adaptability in the face of adversity, highlighting both strategic and personal aspects of her character. ####Chapter 129, Trouble for Teresa. Is it really that extreme? Osiris heard the voice from Toria's phone and casually asked. Toria shook her head solemnly. It can't possibly have such an exaggerated effect unless she gave Paulette some kind of special drug. Such a thing exists? Osiris was surprised, clearly not familiar with this topic. Truthfully, Toria wasn't entirely knowledgeable about such things either. However, during her years of wandering and hardship, she had once considered taking revenge on Verity and even the entire Gu family. To achieve this, she needed tools, which led her to the black market. Later, although Horus didn't encourage her violent methods, he did inform her about ways to conduct black market transactions. Thus, Toria knew there was a drug on the black market that could rejuvenate someone overnight. Even a dead person would look alive, with plump facial features. The side effects were unknown, as no one would willingly experiment with such a drug while alive. The lack of answers itself provided a hint. Toria remembered that the drug's effects only lasted for a short period. If Paulette sent the distress message yesterday after injecting herself, the 12-hour mark was fast approaching. 12 hours was the typical time frame before needing another dose of short-term drugs. Without replenishment, Paulette would be in danger now. Toria looked up seriously. We mustn't let her turn off the live stream. What? Osiris frowned. Why? If this continues, it might significantly impact the sales of the new season's products. The products I created are meant to help everyone rediscover hope and beauty, allowing all to become beautiful, not to involve human lives. Now, many viewers are already intrigued by Teresa's product. Clarifying at this point will only make matters worse. You mean? We must expose Teresa. Toria clenched her fists. Most importantly, we need Paulette to survive the next 2 hours in front of everyone. There's just over 2 hours left. I'll find a way. Osiris parked the car on the roadside and made several calls in quick succession. Meanwhile, Teresa's performance continued on screen. I can't believe this person is the same as in the photo. How can it be the same person? This is a complete transformation. Definitely plastic surgery. This qualifies as a medical miracle. You think people are that gullible? Even cosmetic procedures can't achieve this level of change. High concentration direct injections accelerate skin cell turnover but can be dangerous, potentially leaving the patient unable to get off the treatment table. And feel free to investigate. If any medical beauty studio claims my sister, I'll call the police to verify the authenticity. A guilty conscience wouldn't dare call the police. Could it be true? The results are too good. How do I buy it? Give us the link, we want it now. Seeing her objective nearly achieved, Teresa signaled to Paulette. Paulette opened her mouth but couldn't utter a sound. She looked at Teresa fearfully, pointing at her throat. Why couldn't she speak? Paulette's panicked eyes met Teresa's impatient gaze. Realizing something was wrong, Teresa's expression stiffened. My sister is sick today, otherwise, she would definitely tell you about her experience. She then signaled to the security staff, who rushed on stage and escorted Paulette backstage. Don't let her leave. Is she hiding something? Maybe it's a temporary makeup effect. Seeing it about to unravel, she's using an excuse to remove her. I thought it was sorcery, turns out it's deception. Disappointing. The comments were clearly provocations from people Osiris had arranged. Crisis management personnel easily handled PR crises and similarly found it easy to provoke an arrogant streamer. As expected, Teresa's face twisted with embarrassment. She laughed awkwardly. My sister is really unwell. If you want to see her, I can bring her back. Please wait a moment. Teresa left the camera briefly. Toria turned to Osiris. We need to hurry. Yeah, let's go. If they didn't find them soon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Backstage, Teresa looked at Paulette impatiently. What game are you playing? No one will help you except me. Paulette waved her hands in distress. Only she knew she couldn't speak. But Teresa remained oblivious, continuing, hurry up and prepare. Follow what we practiced. Sister, I don't want any more mishaps. Do you understand? Tang. Teresa. Paulette strained to speak, finally managing a few sounds. Clutching her throat, she fell to the ground in pain, pus oozing from her face. Finally realizing something was wrong, Teresa frowned. What are you waiting for? Take her to the hospital. No, better not. Take her home and get a doctor there. Hurry. After thinking for a moment, she added, remember to carry her past the reporters without showing her face. Got it? Yes. Paulette was carried away like an object. Teresa frowned, returning to the camera with red-rimmed eyes like a worried rabbit. Sorry. I can't bring my sister right now. She's very ill. Once she recovers, I promise she'll share her experience with you. But, it doesn't matter. The new season's products will launch soon. My products will be available next quarter, so you can wait or try this generation. The chapter retains the original tone and style, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks from the Chinese text. The English translation flows naturally and coherently with the storyline. Chapter 130, You should thank me. Why not release them directly if you've already made them? Are you treating us as fools? We just bought the old version, and now you're immediately releasing a new one? I don't care, I won't buy this quarter's products. I'll wait for next quarter's new releases. So, I'll also wait until next quarter. I don't want to be fooled, especially when they are already so expensive. Thank you all for your support, Teresa said insincerely. However, I hope no one has any complaints about this quarter's new products because without this quarter's efforts, there would be no next quarter's products. After saying that, Teresa finally ended the product launch. Just as she announced the end, sirens could indeed be heard nearby, exactly as she had predicted. Teresa smiled, then ran backstage, disappearing before the police burst in. Mr. Foddy, are you sure there was a threatening incident here? Yes, I am certain that Teresa threatened her sister publicly, and even injected her with illegal drugs. I hope you can investigate this thoroughly, Osiris replied formally. The police nodded in understanding and asked, but when we arrived, there was no one here. If Teresa really threatened her sister, she wouldn't take the victim away too. No, Melinda interrupted, I watched the full live stream. Her sister lost consciousness halfway through and was taken away by someone. I don't have evidence yet, but I believe she likely injected her sister with that drug. Melinda placed a pharmaceutical description on the table and continued, this medicine cannot be purchased through legitimate channels, but Teresa acquired it within the last month. If you investigate her financial records, you might find some clues. The police took the description from Melinda but hesitated. We understand the situation, but we can't investigate bank records without a report. If you claim financial embezzlement by the company, we might be able to assist. But if you say she's suspected of threats or kidnapping, without the victim appearing, we are powerless. We can aid the investigation but accessing private information is beyond our power. So, we need to find Paulette first, right? The police nodded. Or other victims. But don't worry, we will monitor her closely and arrest her if your claims prove true. Thank you. Also, according to current data, her live stream was reasonable and didn't violate any regulations. We understand. Thanks for coming today. Osiris stood up and left the police station with Melinda. He turned to comfort her, she probably won't harm her own sister. That's not what worries me. Melinda nervously bit her nails. I'm worried your company might have problems soon. Why? 3 days from now, the new products will be released. Their current popularity is very high. Holding another launch event won't help, it will only make people think there's an internal issue at the company, which will hurt sales. Melinda couldn't pretend she wasn't sad. She had invested so much time and effort into the new products. No one knew better than her how much she had put into it. Yet, it seemed like everything was ruined by Teresa's few words. How could Melinda not feel heartbroken? Osiris opened his mouth but didn't know how to console her. He patted her shoulder and said softly, "You haven't heard that phrase, real gold fears no fire, or good wine needs no bush. If only that were true, but I'm not as optimistic as you." Melinda indeed found it hard to stay optimistic. Events unfolded almost exactly as she had predicted. On the first day of the new product release, as the only product in OSHA Group's near 20-year history that didn't sell over 10,000 units on the launch day, both Melinda's name and the product trended on social media. An emergency board meeting was held within the company, and even the technical department was silent. Everyone looked nervously at Melinda, aware of her poor mood. Finally, someone dared to speak cautiously, that Teresa is truly malicious. We treated her well, yet she sold us out without a word and hid somewhere disgusting. Yeah, knowing that, we shouldn't have been so nice to her. But Dottie, the data she used was familiar. Wasn't it from the previous version you deleted? Really? But if so, how did she get it? Everyone's gaze shifted back to Melinda, who obviously had the answer. She planned this long ago. I deleted the file in front of everyone, so she felt safe revealing its contents without accusations of plagiarism. How shameless. Colleagues started cursing. What gives her the right to do this? Even without the file, aren't there other ways to prove plagiarism? And she's part of the lab too. What good would it do her if the lab fell apart? Excuse me. Suddenly, Teresa's voice rang out. You don't actually have proof I plagiarized. Oh, wrong again. I didn't plagiarize. I created those data points painstakingly. This quarter's product wasn't perfect and the next quarter had a gap, so I filled it with my flawless creation. So, you should thank me. Melinda. Thank me? For what? Melinda raised an eyebrow sarcastically. For acting recklessly, or for stirring up trouble? You, what do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Note, names like Teresa and Melinda are kept in pinyin as requested. Chapter 131, Unconvinced. Melinda had anticipated this. Teresa was bound to return to the public eye one day, and it wouldn't take long. The perfect timing for her comeback would be when the new product faced issues, leading to disastrously low sales. After all, she now had supporters in a functional, albeit imperfect, product. As long as Paulette didn't surface and the police remained unaware, she could rest easy. Moreover, she even had the leisure to target Melinda. Melinda had long seen through Teresa's intentions, so she wasn't surprised by Teresa's appearance before her. She gave a cold laugh and said, "Teresa, I thought you'd keep your head down for a while longer. I didn't expect you to be greedier than I imagined." Teresa, there's nothing wrong with being greedy, Teresa smirked. I'm greedy, and I work hard for it, so whatever I gain is rightfully mine, isn't it? If your efforts are less than mine and your greed lesser than mine, yet you still reap more rewards, isn't that just inherently ridiculous? Teresa lifted her chin and retorted, you consider yourself aloof and talented, so you can look down on others' creations. But I want to show you that there's always someone better out there. I've never denied that there's always someone better or something beyond our reach, but what you've created doesn't live up to that statement. Now you're still unwilling to admit that I'm better than you. If so, Melinda, let's see how things play out. With that, Teresa returned to her seat. At the same time, in the conference room on the top floor, Edsel was gloating as he looked at Osiris. With an arrogant smile, he said, Mr. Foddy, the seasonal change should be the peak earning period for the company. Why is it different this time? Indeed, we've all witnessed your capabilities, but this mistake was too large. There's hardly any profit for the whole company. How can we trust you'll create brilliance next quarter? And the new product for next quarter hasn't even taken shape. Do you think we're so easily fooled? Osiris stood before the shareholders and chuckled lightly. It's not like that. I believe someone here knows very well why the new product of this quarter failed. What do you mean? Edsel suddenly interrupted angrily. Are you saying someone among us deliberately wanted to make this quarter a laughingstock within the industry? I haven't even started speaking, yet you're already anxious? Osiris asked with a smile. I didn't know you cared so much about the company. Hamza, we are all seasoned members of the company. While you, as a young person, have drive and ideas, which we understand, you must also realize that business is about surviving first before thriving. Edsel tapped on the table and continued, since you're young, we can guide you. First, do you understand the main reason for this failure? I'd like to hear your insights. Because the technology department is incompetent. Edsel slammed the table, causing a sudden silence. No one contradicted him, nor did anyone agree. They just fixed various gazes on Osiris. Osiris wasn't surprised. Since Teresa's target was Melinda, whoever helped her would naturally divert suspicion to Melinda. Now, it was clear who was backing Teresa. I don't get it, Osiris calmly replied. Did the technology department commit any major faults? Edsel opened his mouth but couldn't provide any reasons. Melinda hadn't committed any mistakes throughout, and even if Edsel used the argument that the technology department's products weren't the best in the market, it would be hard to justify since the best product had not been launched yet. Osiris stared at Edsel and said, "It seems Mr. Zhou can't give a coherent explanation either. Kalbirover, as shareholders, everyone has a responsibility for this mishap. If you don't want to be unjustly blamed, then listen to me. Firstly, who allowed Teresa to hold a press conference privately?" No one answered Osiris. He continued, "The data in Teresa's possession, to my knowledge, wasn't generated by her. You're making unfounded accusations. If you claim the data isn't hers, you need evidence." "It's a simple matter," Osiris replied nonchalantly. "Teresa's actions and the data have raised significant concerns within the company, leading to a substantial PR crisis and financial loss. According to the contract, she should address these doubts and cooperate with the investigation. Proving this would be straightforward. Teresa only needs to explain the situation clearly. It shouldn't be too difficult." Edsel couldn't immediately find words to refute him. Osiris continued, "Even if she provides proof, she still bears half the loss." "Hold on, Hamza." A shareholder interrupted, "You're not planning to fire Teresa, are you? She caused losses to the company, why shouldn't she be fired?" Osiris frowned. "This aligns with grounds for dismissal due to major incidents, without even needing severance pay. Of course, out of humanitarian concern, I'll offer her 2 months' salary." "Ridiculous." Edsel scoffed angrily. "Do you know how much benefit Teresa's products can bring to the company? This quarter's product is already lost, but next quarter, Teresa's products can save the situation. If you fire her now, what will you do next quarter?" "Teresa's creations belong to Oshi Group, not her personally," Osiris stated coldly. "Even if she leaves, she can't take the works with her. What exactly are you worried about? She may not take the products, but she possesses the capability to develop such products, which she can take to another company." "I'm sorry, but she signed a non-compete agreement upon joining. She can't go to other companies. Is there anything else you wish to add?" #### Chapter 132, What isn't hers will never be hers. Don't think that a non-compete agreement can stop Teresa from joining other companies. A talent as high caliber as her will likely be sought after by other companies. If we don't prepare early, we might just hand her over to our competitors on a silver platter." Edsel spoke with confidence, expecting many to agree with him. However, his words were met with silence. It was Osiris who chuckled lightly, sparing Edsel from embarrassment. "I didn't know that Teresa is already considered top-tier talent before she even had the chance to prove herself. It seems that CEO Zhou knows Teresa exceptionally well. Do you have some private relationship with her? Don't slander me here. I respect and cherish talent, which is why I pay special attention to Teresa." Osiris's voice rose sharply. "Then I'm even more puzzled. If CEO Zhou truly cares about talent as you claim, why did the propaganda department ignore the 2 major successes that Genevieve achieved in such a short time? How would I know? That's the propaganda department's responsibility. What use is it asking me?" Edsel suddenly fell silent. Had his connections with the propaganda department been discovered by Osiris? No, Osiris is just a young upstart. He couldn't possibly think so deeply. There must be another reason, but what? Edsel felt a headache coming on because he realized he was being led by Osiris. This shareholders' meeting was supposed to address the recent decline in company performance under Osiris's leadership. Why had it turned into his own mistake? After regaining composure, Edsel smiled again. "Look at this, the young people have quite the energy, even pulling me into their trap." He clapped indifferently, but his gaze turned cold as he stared at Osiris. "Hamza, I know what you're thinking. Office romances are normal, but I hope you won't ignore the company's interests just because of your love life. Your father never let such things happen when he ran the company." "Which kind of things?" "Don't forget how much the technical department has spent in 1 year. The expenses they incurred do not match the returns, so the head of the department should resign for failing in their duty. Don't think you can cover up this issue just because of your romance with her." In the end, Edsel exposed his true intentions, forcing Dina out. He knew very well how Osiris had been maintaining power within the company lately. Dina was highly skilled, far surpassing Teresa. As long as she stayed in Usha Group, Teresa would never stand a chance. Even if his methods weren't clean, he had to secure Teresa's position and ensure Osiris was constantly restrained, allowing him to achieve his goals. Callbiving against Osiris might draw objections from shareholders, but targeting an ordinary technical department manager like Dina wouldn't raise any eyebrows. They would welcome someone taking the blame for this quarter's losses. Dina was an excellent choice. CEO Zhou makes a valid point. This quarter's sales were terrible, so it's reasonable for someone to take the fall. Maybe it can salvage some reputation for Usha Group. If CEO Fadi is really dating Genevieve, I'm sure she'd be willing to sacrifice herself for CEO Fadi, right? Perhaps we should ask. Seeing Edsel rallying others against him, Osiris remained calm. He glanced around and dialed an internal line. The phone rang in the technical department. A few sympathetic colleagues rushed to answer. "Is Dina there?" Osiris's tone was unreadable. Everyone's eyes turned to Dina. Teresa gleefully remarked, looks like trouble has come knocking. I'm quite interested to see what your resignation looks like. What? You mean Sister Odessa is leaving? Why? Everything is your fault. Everyone defended Dina passionately, forgetting to respond to Osiris. Osiris repeated, is Dina there? Yes, CEO Fadi. His tone remained flat. Have her go upstairs with Teresa, to the penthouse. Understood. The call ended, and the colleague looked nervously at Dina and Teresa. CEO Fadi wants both of you upstairs. Teresa stood up smugly, strutting like a victorious rooster. Let's go. I really want to see your downfall. When you get fired, I'll make sure to escort you out. Dina wasn't angry. Sometimes, people boast most about what they lack. Fat Ike now, Teresa wanted her position so badly and was anxious about her past actions, driving her to taunt Dina. But so what? No matter how much she boasted, what isn't hers will never be hers. At the penthouse, Dina and Teresa entered the meeting room. Facing the aggressive shareholders, Teresa instinctively shrank back and moved closer to Edsel. Osiris casually remarked, looks like what I said was correct. Miss Tang and CEO Zhou seem acquainted. I don't oppose anyone dating or office romances. If CEO Zhou and Miss Tang are close friends, I'd send a red envelope too. Let's stop hiding. Hearing this, Teresa's face changed instantly, wishing she could distance herself from Edsel. It was too late. The others' gazes became suspicious, as if she were deliberately luring Edsel. Edsel coughed, attempting to defend Teresa more to protect himself. Don't say that. I'm married. If my wife misunderstands. Edsel glanced at Dina and added, Genevieve, you should know why you're here. If there's nothing else, you can begin your self-explanation. Dina smiled. How do I know what I need to explain? Did I do anything wrong in the company, or perhaps violate the contract? Chapter 133 The Wager. No. Edsel's expression was cold and confrontational. But shouldn't Ainsley be held accountable for the extremely low sales of the new quarter's products? If there were widespread doubts about quality on the internet, I would indeed be responsible for the new quarter's poor sales after inspection. But it seems that Mr. Zhou and I are not surfing the same web. Callbest of the comments online praised the new product's effects beyond expectations. So, Mr. Zhou, can you tell me if the low sales of this new product are due to incompetent marketing or a failure in product quality? Melinda was never weak when it came to debate, especially since she had anticipated this. Edsel's sudden attack did not catch her off guard. I remember I only received part of my salary as technical director. When did marketing become my responsibility? If so, who pays the marketing wages? Sister Dottie. Teresa couldn't bear to see Edsel embarrassed, so she interjected weakly, we can't speak like this, we're all employees of Auscheck's group. Given the high salaries and industry reputation we enjoy, shouldn't we contribute something and take responsibility for certain issues? Sorry, coming here to work and receiving my deserved pay is consensual, not voluntary sacrifice. If you believe that getting your current salary requires giving up something, it only proves one thing. Melinda stared straight into Teresa's eyes, emphasizing each word, you are not worthy of your position. Teresa's hand clenched tightly. She glared at Melinda with intense hostility before her expression softened. Sister Dottie, how could you say that? I didn't mean anything by it. I just think pushing all the responsibility onto the marketing department isn't right. Didn't I already explain the issue with the data? You chose not to make changes. Now, you blame the marketing department for not focusing on promoting your product when I have provided better data? I really find this unfair. Osiris tapped the table, interrupting Teresa's speech. Alright, since everyone feels this treatment is unfair, why don't we each prove that our abilities match our salaries and online reputation? I have no problem with that, Melinda replied swiftly. There was nothing to fear when she wasn't guilty. It was Teresa who hesitated. Mr. Fadi, what do you mean? I don't think I should be sacrificing. She made it clear. Someone with true confidence doesn't worry about such things. If you worry, it means only one thing, you are not worthy of your position. Does Miss Tang lack this worthiness? Osiris scanned the room, then continued, I know what you're thinking. You believe I'm treating this like a game, right? It can be. Since it's a game, I'll take it as a whimsical bet. Compared to hired Teresa, I trust the highly paid Melinda more. If she can't prove herself without fault, I will resign and give her technical director position to Teresa. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this wager? Edsel couldn't hide his excitement. Everything was falling into place effortlessly. He had initially planned to chase Melinda out and then find a way to oust Osiris. Now, with this bet, he was handed an opportunity. Edsel couldn't refuse. He hurriedly agreed before Osiris changed his mind. Fine, Mr. Fadi, you have a childlike heart, but I have no objection. If I lose, I will resign, too. However, I have no positions to offer others. What about your shares? Osiris grinned. You own 6%, correct? Edsel's face darkened. He always left himself some leverage, like monthly dividends as a shareholder. Without participation in company decisions, those dividends still counted. Yet, under these circumstances, Osiris wanted him to relinquish his shares. He clearly intended for Edsel to leave Auscheck's completely. Why? What had he done to deserve such suspicion? Are you afraid, Mr. Zhou? Osiris countered. Remember, marketing has always been your responsibility. If you dare not continue the bet, I'll give you 2 weeks to reshuffle the entire department. The marketing department was filled with Edsel's loyalists, making it even harder for him to accept expelling Teresa. Osiris obviously knew his weakness and mercilessly exploited it. Worse yet, Edsel found no reason to refuse. Forget it. Edsel gritted his teeth. This was a win-win situation. Even without this bet, losing would make him untenable in the company. Why not gamble? Without taking risks, how could he achieve desired results? Teresa had won once and could win again. If she became useless, there was no need to keep her around. Edsel nodded. If Mr. Foddy wants to bet, how can I refuse? Let's proceed as you suggested, but how exactly? Simple. Osiris nodded and smiled. This season's new products haven't sold well. Why not create some buzz? Each of them gets 1 week to produce a new item. Of course, Teresa's unlaunched product can also count as an entry. I'll give you a week to perfect it. Edsel almost laughed out loud. Was Osiris being charitable? Melinda had erased her data, starting from scratch. How could she possibly win against Teresa? That doesn't seem fair, Edsel said with a mocking grin. One product is ready, while the other hasn't started. Let's be generous and give Director Gu 2 weeks instead. This translation preserves the original paragraph structure and style, ensuring coherence and natural flow while maintaining the integrity of the story. #### Chapter 134, True Gold Fears No Fire. I think I don't really need the 2 weeks you suggested. Dina rejected Edsel's proposal. I've always said, true gold fears no fire. Some people's virtue does not match their status, even if they receive special treatment. It would merely be like carving flowers on feces. Dina smiled as she watched Teresa's expression worsen, and cheerfully added, a week is enough for me to see what you can come up with. Using a week for research, 2 weeks for trials, and finally, anonymous voting. What do you think is wrong with this competition format? Of course, no one objected. However, their gazes toward Dina were filled with sympathy. Dina understood why but didn't want to reveal it. It was meaningless, the final result would speak for itself. After leaving the meeting room, Teresa glanced at Dina and remarked, I truly can't figure out where you get such immense charm that President Foddy would forsake everything for you. Osiris had taken control of OSHA Group at a young age with formidable means and had never made any major strategic mistakes during his tenure. This was unprecedented. For Osiris to abandon everything just to protect Dina? Who knew what could make Dina so worthy? Dina stopped walking, turned around, and looked thoughtfully at Teresa, countering, if I'm not worthy, then who do you think is? You. You. If you have time to spar with words, you might as well think about how to improve your creation. You wouldn't go to the black market to buy mysterious drugs again, would you? Teresa's face instantly turned pale. How did Dina know? Apart from her, who else knew about this? Osiris? No. She must inform him quickly. This look on your face reminds me, don't you know the saying, nothing hidden unless by yourself? Dina asked, sighing afterward, I admit you do have some talent, so I haven't told others about certain things. I still hope you'll turn back from the wrong path. If you've realized your mistake, go confess. Fat Ike sometimes sees drastic ups and downs. Fat Ike Teresa, she thought everyone knew about her black market drug purchases. Now, Dina's actions seemed mindless and overly merciful, so perhaps she hadn't disclosed it yet. Or maybe, she simply had no evidence. Regardless of the reason, she, Teresa, was currently benefiting from the situation. I don't understand what you're talking about. Forget it, we should focus on a fair contest. Teresa huffed, turning away. I hope you won't lose too embarrassingly. As you wish. They parted ways. Dina noticed the elevator stopping at Edsel's floor. She couldn't help smirking. Was this woman willing to drop all pretenses now? But that was fine. After all, if someone wasn't crazy, how could they accomplish such outrageous deeds? Returning to the lab, everyone crowded around her, asking about what happened in the meeting. Dina explained everything candidly. Upon hearing, their shock was evident. How could President Foddy do that? Yes, if I had so much money, I'd definitely never entrust my fate to others. Dina smiled and asked, so you think I'll bankrupt President Foddy? No, Dottie sister, we don't mean that. It's just, within such a short time, it seems very difficult to beat Teresa, especially when she has your data, right? Don't underestimate me. If I weren't confident, President Foddy wouldn't trust me so much. Alright, get back to work. I have a plan. Her words were reassuring, keeping them calm for a while. Before leaving work, everyone approached Dina with concern. Dottie sister, you can't finish in 1 or 2 days. You just recovered from an illness, you should rest. Right, if you need help, just let us know. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Go home, I'll leave soon. Reluctantly, they left, and the lab fell silent. Dina focused entirely on the screen in front of her. Recently, she had discovered a new component by chance. Not for anti-aging, but for stability. Stability was hard to achieve, even if effective, with too many variables, a thankless task. But if no one dared to tackle it because it was thankless, the market would eventually be flooded with low-quality products. So hard-working overtime, wouldn't it be unfair if the Rahim doesn't pay you extra? Osiris's voice suddenly came from behind her. Surprised, she turned, puzzled. How did you? Oh, wait, when did you arrive? Just now. You were too engrossed, I didn't want to disturb you. He handed her dinner from the convenience store downstairs, still warm. Dina's lips curved slightly but stiffened suddenly, recalling something. Dylan cooked for him and is now playing with him. You don't need to worry. Since the incident, Osiris not only strengthened security around the apartment but also often had Dylan care for Ira. Dina laughed. People might think he's your live-in nanny. How can you treat him like that? Osiris smiled. That guy often quarreled with his family over studying medicine and hasn't reconciled, so he's short on funds. Fortunately, I have plenty of money and can pay him handsomely. Now he treats August like a little benefactor. You really know how to use people. No wonder you're a capitalist. Please let me know if there are specific details or additional context you'd like to adjust or add. Chapter 135, Capitalist. How can you say that? When have you ever seen a capitalist voluntarily give up their capital for their employees? Speaking of which, how can you guarantee that I will definitely win this competition? Dina stared seriously at Osiris, seeking an answer. In fact, although they had cooperated almost seamlessly today, regarding the wager, the two of them hadn't discussed it at all. It was purely Osiris's spur-of-the-moment decision. She had agreed because she knew about the new element and was confident in winning Teresa or, rather, resolving her abandoned case. But where did Osiris's confidence come from? It really puzzled Dina. Osiris raised an eyebrow and asked back, so, do you think I can't simply trust you? If you just trust me blindly, I'd have to consider taking August for an IQ test. What if he ends up with a love-stricken brain like you at such a young age? That is indeed a big problem. Seeing that Osiris was not taking her concerns seriously, Dina tapped his stomach and continued, you haven't answered my question. Why are you so sure I'll win? What if I run out of ideas and can't come up with anything? Are you really willing to give away the company you've been working hard for so long? What's wrong with giving it away? Osiris countered. Even if I'm not the decision maker, I still have plenty of money. I can take you and August to live abroad or travel the world. If we run out of money, we'll stay wherever we are. I believe I still have the ability to make a comeback. Seeing Dina's expression turn serious, Osiris finally relented and waved his hand. Fine, I'm scared of you. Okay, I do have other reasons for believing you will win the competition. Or rather, it's not that you win, but that Teresa loses. Is it because of what I told you earlier? Yes, Osiris nodded. I've investigated Teresa's background. Although I still don't know who her father is, it's most likely Edsel. Edsel? Yes, Teresa is very likely his illegitimate daughter. We haven't done a DNA test yet, and I don't think it's my job as a Rahim to help my employees find relatives. Even if they're not father and daughter, they must have a special relationship. I might not fully understand Teresa, but I've worked with Edsel for decades alongside my father. He may not seem hysterical on the surface, but he'll always stop at nothing to achieve his goals. In the early days of the company, having someone like him helped it rise quickly, but over time, such a person becomes more like a time bomb, posing potential threats to the company at any moment. My father believes that despite his flaws now, Edsel deserves better than being kicked out after his contributions. After I took over the company, I've been thinking about how to handle Edsel. And then, the opportunity presented itself. He doesn't truly care about Teresa, as you can see, but he needs you gone and needs me to step aside. Naturally, he would push Teresa to win this competition. With your discarded draft and Teresa's embellishments, if she were to win, I've clearly misjudged people all these years. It aligned quite closely with Dina's own suspicions. She had always thought that as long as she played her part, Teresa would mess things up on her own. They seemed to be thinking along the same lines. It's late, we should head back, Osiris smiled as he pulled Dina's hand. I said I don't approve of overtime, even voluntary. Are you going to continue working when we get home? What? Osiris hadn't expected Dina to playfully tease him, his ears turning red. This rare show of shyness made him look endearing. Dina chuckled softly and was about to continue when her phone suddenly rang. It was Horace calling. Odessa, I found the person you wanted me to look for. Really? Where is she now? Dina stopped teasing Osiris and hastily asked, give me the address. If I'm not mistaken, her condition must be quite dire. I called an ambulance, but, forget it, you'll see when you get there. Horace sent the address to Dina, and Osiris nodded beside her. I'll drive. That's really kind of you, President Fadi. Helping you is never a hassle. They drove to the apartment building Horace had mentioned, which was indeed worse off than where Paulette used to live. Called by like a half-finished project, only half of the complex was completed, making it a haven for the homeless. No wonder Horace said even ambulances had trouble getting in here. Osiris protected Dina as they walked into a dilapidated hallway. There were several households in each corridor, each one cramped and barely habitable. After squinting to locate the correct door, Dina lifted her hand but was held back by Osiris. Let me. Dina didn't argue and stepped back slightly behind him. Osiris knocked loudly. Soon enough, an irritated voice responded. For crying out loud, who is it knocking on the door in the middle of the night? So ominous. Pa. The door had 2 layers. As the woman opened the inner door, a small window on the outer door allowed a glimpse of her inside. Though she looked to be in her 40s or 50s, her figure remained well preserved. Seeing Osiris, she furrowed her brows slightly and softened her tone. Who are you looking for? Did you get the wrong place? The wrong place? Osiris feigned confusion. Isn't Paulette here? Not here. Aya reacted quickly, trying to close the door. Osiris calmly replied, that's strange, she didn't want her bonus? Fine, let's leave the money and go for some late-night snacks. As Osiris turned to leave with Dina, they heard the door unlocking behind them. Caught. Both smiled subtly, glancing at each other in silent agreement. Hold on, explain before you leave. What bonus? Chapter 135, She, the Capitalist. How can you say that about me? When have you ever seen a capitalist willingly give up their capital for their employees? Speaking of which, how can you be so sure I will win this competition? Melinda stared at Osiris intently, seeking an answer. Although they had cooperated almost flawlessly today, they hadn't discussed the terms of the bet at all. It was purely Osiris's spur-of-the-moment idea. She agreed because she knew she had discovered new elements and was confident in winning Teresa or recovering her discarded project. But where did Osiris's confidence come from? Melinda was puzzled. Osiris raised an eyebrow, countering, so, do you think I shouldn't simply trust you? If you only trusted me blindly, I'd consider having Bar take an IQ test. What if he turns out to be as love-stricken as you at such a young age? That is indeed a serious concern. Seeing Osiris remained nonchalant, Melinda patted his abdomen and continued, you haven't answered my question. Why are you so confident I'll win? What if I run out of ideas and can't produce anything? Are you really willing to hand over your company after all your hard work? What's wrong with handing it over? Osiris countered. Even without being the decision-maker, I'll still have plenty of money to live abroad with you and Bar, or even travel the world. If we run out of money, we'll stay wherever we are. I believe I can always make a comeback. Noticing Melinda's growing seriousness, Osiris finally conceded, all right, I admit there's another reason why I believe you can win this competition. Or rather, it's not that you'll win but that Teresa will lose. Is it because of what I told you earlier? Yes, Osiris nodded. I investigated Teresa's background. Although I still don't know who her father is, it's highly likely that he is Edsel. Edsel? Yes, Teresa is likely his illegitimate daughter. We haven't done a DNA test yet, nor do I feel it's my duty as a Rahim to help my subordinates find relatives. Even if they're not father and daughter, they definitely have a special relationship. I may not fully understand Teresa, but I've known Edsel for decades with my father. On the surface, he doesn't seem deranged, but he stops at nothing to achieve his goals. In the early days of the company, someone like him could help the company rise quickly. But over time, his presence has become more like a ticking time bomb, potentially damaging the company at any moment. My father thinks Edsel deserves credit for past achievements, and although his behavior has issues now, he shouldn't leave the company disgraced. After I took over the company, I've been thinking of ways to handle Edsel. Now, an opportunity presented itself. He doesn't truly care about Teresa, as you can tell, but he needs you gone and wants me to step down. Naturally, he would force Teresa to win this competition. Your abandoned manuscript plus Teresa's mediocre skills, if she wins, I must have misjudged everyone for years. This aligned closely with Melinda's suspicions. She believed that by playing her cards right, Teresa would mess up on her own. It seemed they were thinking along the same lines. It's getting late, we should go back, Osiris smiled, taking Melinda's hand. I said I disapprove of overtime work, including voluntary ones. Go back and continue working anyway. What? Osiris didn't expect Melinda to tease him suddenly, his ears turning red, an uncharacteristically shy reaction. Melinda chuckled and was about to continue when her phone rang. It was Horace. Dottie, I found the person you asked me to look for. Really? Where is she now? Melinda lost interest in teasing Osiris and hastily responded, give me the address. If I'm right, her condition is deteriorating. I've called an ambulance, but, never mind, you'll see when you get there. Horace sent the address to Melinda. Osiris nodded, I'll drive. That's very kind of you, Mr. Foddy. Helping you is never a bother. They drove to the apartment building Horace had directed them to, which was in worse condition than where Paulette previously lived. It looked more like a half-finished construction site, partly occupied by homeless people. No wonder Horace said even ambulances found it hard to enter. Osiris escorted Melinda into a hallway divided into several cramped apartments. After searching for a while, Melinda finally found the door Horace mentioned. Just as she was about to knock, Osiris gently held her hand. Let me. Melinda didn't argue and stepped back slightly behind Osiris. Osiris knocked loudly. Soon, an irritable voice came from inside. Oh great, who is it, banging on the door at this hour? Truly bad luck, pfft. The door had 2 layers. Aya inside opened the inner one, revealing a small window through which they could barely see her. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s but maintained a good figure. Seeing Osiris, she frowned slightly, her tone softening a bit. Who are you? Whom are you looking for? Are you mistaken? Mistaken? Osiris feigned confusion. Isn't Paulette here? Not here. Aya moved to close the door, but Osiris calmly added, strange, how does she not want her bonus? Well, then, let's keep the money and grab some late-night snacks. Just as Osiris turned to leave with Melinda, they heard the door unlocking behind them. She fell for it. Both smiled and exchanged a knowing glance. Wait, clarify before you leave. What bonus? Note, names kept in English as per user request. Chapter 136, Reversal of Position. Aya's eyes greedily roamed over the two before finally landing on Melinda. In an instant, her gaze turned peculiarly complex. It was a mix of envy and jealousy that made Melinda feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Osiris stepped forward, shielding Melinda from her stare. He looked at the woman and said, didn't you say we were mistaken? Since this isn't Paulette's home, it's unnecessary to speak to a stranger, right? No. I misunderstood earlier. Paulette is indeed my daughter. Look, don't we look alike? Actually, Paulette's facial features weren't particularly refined, but after improving her skin, she looked somewhat prettier. There were indeed some similarities in their eyebrows and eyes. Osiris pondered for a while, then asked, you're Paulette's mother. Do you know where she is now? Aren't you here to pay her wages? Why ask such detailed questions? Osiris frowned impatiently and replied, it's about your precious daughter. We promised her money when she left the company, but she mysteriously vanished. Unable to give her the money, we were scolded by our superiors who insisted on avoiding labor arbitration. They ordered us to deliver the money personally. Aya rubbed her hands together and smiled, extending them out. In that case, just give me the money? Ma'am, we clearly stated it must be handed directly to her. If Paulette isn't here, we'll find her elsewhere, Melinda said with a smile, noting the woman's unusual behavior. Aya hesitated for a moment, then asked, what if you never find her? In that case, we'll have to turn the money over to the police. Once they locate Paulette, they will contact her. If she's deceased, the money will return to the company. Melinda firmly believed the woman wouldn't understand these procedures and thus could be easily misled. Yet, she hadn't anticipated how transparent her lie sounded, prompting Osiris to nudge her gently. Melinda stopped speaking, but surprisingly, the woman remained undoubting, only growing more conflicted. Paulette is indeed at home, but she can't meet anyone recently. If it's convenient, please hand over the money temporarily to me, I'll pass it to her. No, Osiris shook his head, if she's not able to see us, we'll come back another time. Sorry for the trouble. With that, Osiris turned to leave again. At this point, the woman feared missing out on the money if the duo left. Just as they were descending the stairs, she called out, wait. Wait. Come back. What's wrong, ma'am? Any issues? Osiris asked, turning back. Sighing, the woman inquired, if we let you see Paulette, will you give me the money? Not you, but your daughter. Additionally, we need her to do a notarization. Of course, you're welcome to join us. Such a hassle. How much is it? 20,000, plus an additional 10,000 as compensation. For someone living here, 30,000 yuan was indeed a large sum. Aya's expression clearly shifted. Delighted, she invited them inside. Melinda observed the room filled with photos, all featuring the only male child of the family. Melinda understood, Paulette probably had a tough life here, perhaps feeling a kinship with Teresa led her to trust him. Ultimately, those who betray genuine affection should endure 1,000 needles. Paulette must despise Teresa now. Mum, why did you bring people back? Teresa said no visitors during this period. I know what I'm doing. Just mind your own business. But, interrupted by the woman, the boy tried to protest further. Do you know why they came? To deliver money. I always said Paulette must have some savings after working so long. Here they are. Humph. The boy sneered. How much could she have? Barely finished school, just doing manual labor. 30,000. Aya exclaimed, isn't there a laptop you wanted? Once we get the money, I'll buy you one. Nodding contentedly, the boy viewed Melinda and Osiris with slightly friendlier eyes. Go bring your sister out. Energized by purpose, the boy walked swiftly. But when he pushed Paulette out, Melinda realized her condition was worse than expected. She sat listlessly in a wheelchair, unable to speak, her vacant gaze resembling a broken doll. Her heart tightened, wanting to speak, but Osiris restrained her. He shook his head, signaling he'd handle the conversation. After all, he knew Melinda was the most upset. Why has she deteriorated so badly? Aya's expression changed subtly, interrupting the boy first. Bad luck. A few days ago, she caught a chill because the window wasn't closed properly at night and ended up having a stroke. This revision ensures the translation is natural, fluent, and accurately conveys the meaning of the original text while maintaining consistency in terminology and style. Haven't you taken her to the hospital? How could we? Where's the money? If you give us the money, I can take her. That won't be necessary, Osiris shook his head, Continuing, she can't do the notarization like this. We'll use the money for her treatment first. What? Are you trying to renege on your promise? Not reneging. Without her ability to communicate, she can't confirm our promise. We need to wait until she improves before giving the money. We must follow protocol. After she notarizes for us, whether you continue her treatment or not will no longer concern us. Chapter 136, Breaking a Promise. Aya's eyes greedily roved over the two of them before finally settling on Melinda. In that instant, her expression became especially complex, seemingly a mixture of envy and jealousy, a look that made Melinda feel uneasy. Thankfully, Osiris stepped forward, shielding Melinda from the woman's gaze. He looked at the woman and said, "Didn't you say we had the wrong place? If this isn't Paulette's home, there's no need for us to talk about anything to an outsider, right?" No. I didn't hear clearly earlier. Paulette is my daughter. Look, don't I resemble her? In truth, Paulette's facial features were not particularly refined. Only after her skin improved did she become somewhat attractive. Still, there was indeed some resemblance in their eyebrows and eyes. Osiris pondered for a moment, then asked, "You are Paulette's mother. Do you know where she is now? Aren't you here for back wages? Why ask so many questions?" Osiris frowned, slightly irritated, and explained, "Your precious daughter, she was promised money when she left the company, but she vanished without a trace. We can't deliver the payment because it would risk a labor dispute. The higher-ups reprimanded us severely and insisted we hand the money directly to her." Aya wiped her hands on her clothes, then smiled and extended her hand. "In that case, just give me the money. Auntie, as we mentioned clearly, it has to be handed to her personally. If Paulette isn't here, we'll find her elsewhere," Melinda interjected with a smile, sensing the woman's unusual behavior. Aya hesitated, then asked, "What if you can't find her?" "Then we have to turn the money over to the police. They will contact her if they find her. If she's deceased, the money will return to the company." Melinda believed the woman wouldn't understand these procedures, making her easily deceived. However, even she realized her lie seemed too obvious. Osiris subtly touched her, causing Melinda to fall silent. Yet, the woman, far from suspecting them, instead deliberated deeply. Paulette is indeed at home. But she can't see visitors recently. So, could you please hand over the money temporarily to me? I'll pass it on to her. No, Osiris shook his head, if she's unavailable, we'll come back later. Sorry for the inconvenience. Osiris turned to leave, but the woman seemed anxious, fearing she might lose the opportunity to get the money. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, she shouted, Wait. Come back. What is it, Auntie? Any other questions? Osiris asked, turning around. Aya sighed, will you give me the money once you see Paulette? Not to you. We must give it to your daughter and get her to sign an affidavit with us. You're welcome to join us if you want. That sounds like a hassle. How much money is it? 20,000, plus another 10,000 as additional compensation. To someone living here, 30,000 yuan was indeed a large sum. Aya's expression noticeably changed. She led them inside joyfully. Melinda glanced around, noticing various photos displayed, all of the family's only boy. It dawned on her how poorly Paulette must have been treated here. Perhaps Paulette empathized with Teresa's plight, which made her trust him. Ultimately, those who betray true feelings should face consequences. Paulette must hate Teresa now. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Call them, how could you bring people in? Teresa said not to see anyone during this period. Enough. I know what I'm doing. You just mind your own business, the woman snapped. But. The boy tried to argue but was cut off by the woman. Do you know why they're here? For money. I told you, Paulette couldn't work without saving any money. Here it comes. TCH. The boy snorted. How much could she possibly have? She didn't even finish school and does menial jobs. 30,000. Aya exclaimed excitedly, don't you want a laptop? After they give your sister the money, I'll buy one for you. The boy nodded contentedly, even looking more friendly towards Melinda and Osiris. Go bring your sister out. With renewed motivation, the boy moved swiftly. However, when Paulette was wheeled out, Melinda realized her condition was worse than expected. She sat lifelessly in a wheelchair, unable to speak, her eyes vacant like a broken doll. Melinda's heart tightened, but Osiris held her back, shaking his head, signaling he would handle it. After all, he knew Melinda was emotionally affected the most. How did she end up like this? Aya's expression turned subtle, and she spoke before the boy could answer, bad luck. A few days ago, she forgot to close the window at night and suffered a stroke. Did she go to the hospital? No, we can't afford it. If you give us the money, I'll take her. That's unnecessary. Osiris shook his head, in her current state, she can't complete the necessary legal proceedings. We'll use the money to treat her first. What? You said you'd give us the money. Now you're breaking your promise? We're not breaking our promise. Without her testimony, we can't proceed. We need to wait until she improves before giving the money. We're following protocol. Once she completes the affidavit for us, further treatment is your responsibility. This Edited translation maintains the essence of the original text while ensuring natural flow and readability in English. Chapter 137, Come Home With Me. This. Aya hesitated. Clearly, Teresa had warned them not to easily trust others. Dina's breathing grew tense. If they disagreed and allowed Paulette to stay at home, it might be too late to treat her after some time. Anyway, it's the same amount of money. Isn't feeding her ice for you and us the same? Aya chuckled awkwardly and said, Rest assured, I promise she won't say a bad word about you. We hope you don't make things difficult for us. We are just following procedures. Kalbim. The boy beside couldn't bear it and impatiently interjected, Just let them take her away. We can still save 10 or 20,000 this way, then we can use that money to buy me a new computer. Ah, you really give me no choice. Seemingly unable to refuse her son, the woman smiled and said, All right. Since he said so, you may take her to the hospital, but I want to make it clear that if we have to pay for treatment, we won't contribute a single cent. Sure, don't worry, Dina nodded. Once her condition stabilizes, we hope you can visit the hospital for verification. After the notarization, she won't be our responsibility anymore. For a moment, the woman looked annoyed. It seemed they would have wanted to throw her out immediately if not for the presence of outsiders. At least now, they could finally remove her from this small apartment. Dina sighed in relief as she and Osiris wheeled Paulette out of the cramped apartment and into the ambulance. Once at the hospital, Dina finally reported the incident. Fortunately, the police arrived quickly and began to thoroughly inquire about the circumstances from both of them. I'm certain someone intentionally harmed her by injecting her with non-compliant medication, causing her to end up like this, Dina frowned. As sister of attorney Dev, you should understand that without evidence, it will be very difficult to obtain an arrest warrant. Even if we bring the suspect in for questioning, it's highly unlikely to yield any results, one officer explained. I understand that, Dina sighed and handed her phone to the officer. Here is a text message she sent me. It can at least prove that the victim was indeed under threat at the time. Can you guarantee it was sent by her? The officers exchanged glances and replied, I'm sorry, Ainsley, there's too little evidence. It's very difficult for us to intervene. Perhaps we should wait for the lab results before deciding? All right. Dina reluctantly nodded. She turned to look at Paulette in the ward, who lay on the bed with tears streaming down her face. Seeing this made Dina feel pained. She had also been betrayed by her sister, yet she didn't feel any affection for Bet. But Paulette was different. She cared deeply for Teresa, having accumulated years of affection. To be betrayed like this, almost losing her life, it was something Dina couldn't even imagine how she felt. Just then, Dina felt a weight on her shoulder as a garment was draped over her. Surprised, she turned to see Osiris standing behind her, quietly asking, Feeling upset? A little. Dina admitted, I think Paulette won't defend her sister again after this. Actually, it's a good thing, but... Are you thinking about using Paulette to deal with Teresa? Having spent enough time with Dina, Osiris understood her thought process and guessed correctly. Dina nodded reluctantly, sighing, Yes, I am. I think it's too cruel for Paulette. But if Paulette doesn't personally see her sister brought to justice, she might be persecuted again by her sister or family members. It might be better to sever ties completely. You do have a point. Dina suddenly laughed lightly. I guess I need your comfort after all. By the way, did you go get the test results just now? No. Osiris's expression flickered slightly, catching Dina's attention, who asked anxiously, Is something wrong? Not related to you. Not related to herself? Then it must be related to Osiris? Dina pouted slightly and deliberately said, So you still consider me an outsider? Your matters have nothing to do with me anymore. Osiris chuckled at her words. Are you upset because of this? Shouldn't I be? You told me not to hide anything from you, but when it comes to you, you keep things hidden from me. It's only natural for me to be upset. I'm sorry. Dina didn't expect such a prompt apology, leaving her momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, she cleared her throat and continued, I'm not blaming you, I know. Kalbim called me earlier, Osiris paused, she wants to meet you. Meet me? Dina looked puzzled, visibly becoming nervous. Have you already told her? No, Osiris shook his head and sighed. Iona mentioned it. Given Iona's previous intentions to marry Osiris and her close relationship with Tamsin, Dina didn't believe she had suddenly changed. Neither did Osiris think so naively. Tamsin's prior attitude had raised Osiris's suspicions. In the ward, Osiris couldn't confirm if Tamsin knew about Dina. However, this time, Tamsin unexpectedly changed her stance, smiling and inviting him to bring his girlfriend home. Osiris tried to delay, but it proved futile. He initially intended to handle it alone if Dina didn't mention it, but now he decided to ask her opinion. Dina deliberated, hesitating. If she knows about me, what about August? Should August go back too? Don't be afraid. Osiris placed his hand on her shoulders. From what I know about Iona, she wouldn't tell Kalbim about the child. Kalbim longs for grandchildren, telling her wouldn't benefit Iona. Relieved, Dina exhaled, but then asked, but why does she want me to go back? What advantage does it bring her? Note, this translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 138, Adjusting to the Situation. I'm not sure what benefits it will bring yet. Osiris said seriously, however, we'll face whatever challenges come our way. If you want to go back, I can guarantee that no one will harm you in front of me. Abrielle smiled faintly and then asked, do you want me to go back with you? She and Osiris had indeed been dating for some time, but apart from her own parents, no one on Osiris's side knew of her existence. Abrielle was indeed protecting Ira. Yet, their current situation felt like they were openly engaging in a clandestine relationship. Wanshua, Osiris began, if you don't want to go back, I won't force you. If you do, I will protect you. August doesn't need to return just yet. I think, if their attitude isn't good, it could be a signal for us. Ira couldn't remain a stray child forever, and Abrielle understood this. If his grandparents welcomed him home, she naturally should introduce him to them. On reflection, this did seem like a good opportunity. When are we going back? Tomorrow. So soon. Abrielle was surprised. She had assumed that, given Osiris's extensive family business, a family gathering would require notification weeks in advance. How could things be set up so abruptly? Osiris sighed, it's not really a gathering, maybe only my parents will be there. Perhaps they just want to meet you. I need to prepare a bit. No, really, you don't. Osiris sighed again. Just accompany me back, I'll take care of everything else. Really? Absolutely. Abrielle nodded. The next morning, there were indeed many gifts on the table at home, presumably arranged by Osiris last night. Her heart warmed, he genuinely cared about her. Do you need to prepare anything more? Osiris asked. I think we've got enough, but if you need something, we can still buy it now. I don't even know what kind of person Aunt is, how can I know what to buy? Is Kalbam giving gifts today? Ira ran to Abrielle and asked, blinking his eyes, to Kalbam's friend or Uncle Fadi's friend? Is it a very mysterious person? Why can't August go with you? Because August is too young and might not be able to sit still for so long. Ira wrinkled his little face in difficulty and shouted, I might not be able to, but for Kalbam, I can endure. Kalbam doesn't want August to endure. This time, I'll go and test the waters for August. If they like you, we can go together next time, okay? Ira thoughtfully touched his chin and said, all right, then I'll reluctantly trust Kalbam. Thank you for trusting Kalbam. Uncle Fadi. Ira suddenly turned to look at Osiris seriously. You must also protect Kalbam and never let her get hurt. Don't worry, I promise I'll do my job well. The two waited until Horus took Ira away before preparing to leave. Before departure, Horus frowned slightly. I don't think your mother will agree to Wanshua marrying you knowing Iona exists. You said it yourself, Wanshua is marrying me, not my mother, Osiris smiled. The only woman I want to marry is Wanshua. As for Iona, why should a habitual liar deserve to marry me? It's best you think this way, Horus's voice grew cold. But let me tell you, although our family has moved away, Wanshua's status matches yours perfectly. You better not let her suffer any more. I understand. Osiris, you better keep your word. While my parents agree with your marriage to Wanshua, I haven't. Horus admitted that sometimes he did overprotect Abrielle. Anyone seeing their sister struggling to survive in such a harsh environment would naturally feel protective. Osiris understood this well. He nodded solemnly. If Wanshua feels uncomfortable, I will immediately take her away. Oh, right, Horus suddenly remembered something. After ensuring Abrielle was in the car, he pulled Osiris aside. What was it you asked me about that medication? If someone has been harmed, have they been sent to the hospital? They have been sent to the hospital. The doctor said the poisoning was mild but seemed severe due to prolonged exposure. With luck, they might wake up within 3 days. I found no online mentions of this incident, and your company's public sentiment seems to have calmed down. Didn't you say you hadn't hired a PR team? I had other plans. Horus nodded. Someone else must have interfered. I don't care about your plans, I have only one requirement. Don't let Wanshua get hurt. Osiris finished the sentence with a light laugh. I want to protect her more than you do. Today, August is in your hands. See you later. Okay. The car slowly moved forward. Though it was just a short journey, Abrielle felt unusually tense. Scared? Osiris placed his hand on hers, his voice soft. Don't worry, I've promised you nothing will go wrong. I believe you, it's just that. Abrielle shook her head and sighed, never mind, let's go. The Fadi family mansion was vast. When Osiris entered, the housekeeper warmly greeted him and took all the items from his hands. Young master, it's been a while since you came home. Master and mistress miss you very much. She smiled broadly but made no move to take the items from Abrielle, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Just as she hesitated whether to put the items down, Osiris took them from her. Tatum, how long have you worked here? More than 20 years, almost half my life. Yes, you're getting old and less observant. When my mom was in the hospital, you didn't even visit to help. Looks like we should hire someone younger. Don't worry, when you leave, I'll give you a generous severance package. Tatum's face turned awkward, her lips twitching, unable to speak. I didn't expect young master to bring someone home. Miss, may I ask your name? Chapter 139, Maintenance. Dina knew that Osiris was establishing his authority for her, which made her feel a wave of warmth. She straightened her posture and said to Tatum with an earnest expression, I'm Dina, Osiris's friend. Tatum was taken aback by the question. Looking at her young master's indulgent expression, she immediately guessed that this Ainsley wasn't someone she could treat casually. His manner toward her was something never seen before. Clearly, he was genuinely fond of this girl. Thinking back to her earlier attitude, Tatum felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She subconsciously wiped away non-existent sweat and quickly asked other servants to take over Dina's gifts. Iona, who was chatting with Tamsin, noticed Tatum hadn't returned and smiled as she told Tamsin she would go outside to meet the guest. Although Tamsin didn't fully agree, she still nodded. Upon exiting, Iona saw Osiris threatening Tatum in defense of Dina. Jealousy flashed in her eyes, and her face turned sour. Wretch. Dina, busy handing things over to the others, suddenly sensed a strong gaze from nearby. She frowned and instinctively looked up but didn't see anything unusual. What's wrong? Osiris noticed her discomfort and asked instinctively. Nothing, maybe I just imagined it. Let's go, Dina replied with a smile, dismissing it as overthinking. Meanwhile, Iona had hidden behind a pillar just in time, blocking Dina's probing gaze. Her heart raced, then filled with anger. That scene had felt like a knife twisting in her heart. She wished she could strangle Dina herself. However, turning her head, she saw Tamsin inside and an insidious idea formed in her mind. Lowering her eyes, she chuckled softly. Tasha, the young master has brought a friend back, Tatum announced loudly, then respectfully turned to leave. Tamsin, who was looking down at her phone, lifted her head at this announcement. The first thing she saw was Dina standing beside Osiris. Dina had a gentle smile on her face, exuding the grace of an oriental beauty. However, she shouldn't be entangling herself with her son. Ayun, if I hadn't called you, would you even know to come back? Tamsin put down her phone, her voice tinged with displeasure. Osiris furrowed his brows, glanced at her coldly, but remained silent. Hello, Auntie, I'm Dina. So it's true they say meeting someone is better than hearing about them. Ainsley is indeed beautiful, no wonder my son is attracted to you. At first glance, it sounded like praise, but on closer inspection, it was laced with sarcasm. Dina froze, not expecting such a response from Tamsin. An awkward silence filled the air. Osiris understood his mother's dissatisfaction and deliberately chose these uncomfortable words. With a deeper tone, he said coldly, Odessa is indeed beautiful and very much liked by me. Well, so soon into defending her. Once you have a girlfriend, I fear you might forget your mother too. Iona, who had been watching quietly, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Seeing the atmosphere suitably tense, she chimed in, Auntie, obviously, you're eager to see Brother Hamza. He finally came back, please don't say things that hurt feelings. On the surface, she was trying to mediate, but in reality, she was asserting her dominance to make Dina realize whom Tamsin truly favored. Dina glanced at her subtly, snorting inwardly. She already knew today's invitation wouldn't be simple. Indeed, someone was eager to assert their authority. Tamsin, having her intentions exposed by Iona, wasn't upset because Iona was her ideal daughter-in-law. Understanding, obedient, and more importantly, being a daughter of the Roxanne family meant she could be beneficial to Hamza's career, something Dina could never compare to. Just as Tamsin was about to say something, Tatum interjected, Tasha, lunch is ready. Let's get seated then, Tamsin said dismissively, delighting Iona internally. Regardless of how Hamza felt about Dina, without Tamsin's approval, she would never enter the Fadi family. Dina, observing the domineering Tamsin, knew she was intentionally trying to intimidate her, but she wasn't angry. After all, she anticipated this when she accepted the invitation. Considering Iona's presence, she suspected the latter had spoken against her even before she arrived. In the dining room. Cloud, the chef specially prepared these dishes for you. They're all your favorites. Since you've been away for so long, eat more. Tamsin said as she placed some food in front of Osiris. She then turned to Dina, Ainsley is our honored guest. Ayun, you should take care of her. Iona chimed in, Auntie knew you'd be back today and specially prepared these dishes for you, Brother Hamza. You must eat more. Ainsley, don't be shy. Under their kind gazes, Osiris didn't speak a word but calmly served Dina food. Try this. Thank you. Dina feigned ignorance of their maneuvers and thanked him with a smile. Ignoring the resentful glances from Tamsin and Iona, she slowly tasted a bite and said, it's quite good. Unbelievably, the meals she had prepared for her son were being given to Dina. Suppressing her anger, Tamsin forced a smile, Ainsley, don't be shy. Ayun treats his friends kindly. These dishes may or may not suit your taste, so try to make do. The Fadi family certainly knew what they were doing. Knowing this beforehand, now suddenly saying otherwise, especially serving some dishes she disliked, didn't seem accidental. Auntie, rest assured, I'm not picky. Dina played along gracefully. Kaylee mentioned you took great care of Ayun during this time. Please eat more, Tamsin added, pushing a plate of chicken garnished with cilantro towards Dina. Our main chef specially made this, it's very tasty. Try it. While unsure if it was intentional, cilantro was among her least favorite things. Feeling Tamsin's expectant eyes on her, she hesitated before picking up some chicken. Seeing Dina's strained expression, Iona couldn't suppress a sneer. This is what happens when you defy me. Suddenly, Osiris grabbed Dina's hand, using her chopsticks to put the chicken directly into his own mouth. Everyone was surprised by his action. Ayun, you've always been allergic to cilantro. Spit it out. Tamsin rushed forward anxiously. Hashtag chapter 140, argument. This was the first time Tamsin had seen her son so impulsive. Since childhood, Osiris would vomit and break out in hives whenever he ate coriander. But this time, he actually took a big bite. Kalbam, I know what you're up to. I can let this slide today, but not next time. Osiris drank a glass of water, stood up, and scrutinized the expressions of the two people before him. He then took Melinda's hand. Kalbam, she is my chosen girlfriend. If you don't like her, I won't force you, but I hope nothing like this happens again. We have things to do, so we'll be leaving. His voice cut through the restaurant, making Tamsin so angry that she threw down her chopsticks and said coldly, Osiris, you stand there right now. Let me tell you clearly, the Fadi family will never allow someone with unknown origins into our family. Osiris turned around, ready to reveal Melinda's true identity, but she shook her head at him. He glanced at her tenderly, though puzzled. Melinda, expressionless, said, Aunt, I've never cared about Osiris's status. I came here because I love him. So even when you treated me rudely, I could understand it and was willing to respect his family. But I didn't expect that my respect wouldn't be reciprocated. Tamsin scoffed, clearly not believing her words. Iona, not wanting to make things worse, quickly interjected, Aunt, please calm down. Don't let this insignificant person upset you. Brother Hamza will understand your intentions. Melinda's eyes darkened, her voice colder. Iona, I advise you to hold your tongue. You. Iona, stung by Melinda's rebuke, wanted to retort but thought of Tamsin standing nearby. Her eyes instantly welled up. Aunt, look at her. Kaylee is right. If our family wasn't wealthy, would you still be interested in Yun? Don't delude yourself. Melinda was speechless. She hadn't expected her explanation to be interpreted this way. It seemed she shouldn't have agreed to this meeting. All I can say is, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Watch your step, Iona. Osiris, watching Melinda being misunderstood, felt a pang of pain but then turned to Tamsin. Kalbam, today I only brought her for you to see, not to seek your approval. As for Iona, I know what you're thinking. For Kalbam's sake, I won't pursue it further this time, but if you do it again, I won't let you off easily. With those words, he left with Melinda. Tamsin couldn't believe how the evening had turned out. She had hoped for a pleasant dinner but ended up with her son causing a scene over a woman. Stunned, she watched them leave, unable to move from her seat. Iona, who noticed Osiris ignoring her since the start and now defending Melinda, felt her dissatisfaction bubble up. That position should have been hers. Why did it turn out like this? She wasn't lacking in any way, education, background, looks, all were good. Why couldn't Osiris be attracted to her? Just because of that damned illegitimate child? The more she thought, the more confused she became. Without regard for Tamsin beside her, she ran after their departing figures. Initially, she wanted to ask why, but upon rushing out, she saw Osiris comforting Melinda, and her heart was pierced once more. Melinda. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Brother Hamza wouldn't treat me like this. I would already be the Fadi family's young mistress. Iona gritted her teeth, helpless against this scene. Osiris, apologetically looking at Melinda, was unaware of the hives spreading across his face. Melinda tiptoed up, seeming almost ready to kiss him. Unable to bear it, Iona picked up something nearby and hurled it. Seeing what was behind Melinda, Osiris quickly raised his hand to block it. Then he looked at Iona angrily. What are you doing? He's mine. How can you touch her? How can you do this to me? Iona moved forward, trying to pull Osiris away, but he evaded her immediately. Her fragile heart felt even more wounded. Hearing her words, Melinda pulled away from Osiris's embrace but was forcefully held back. Frowning, Osiris glared at Iona. Please mind your words. There has never been anything between us. If you continue to speak recklessly, I won't hesitate to forget our past connections. But, you said I was your woman. Without Melinda, you'd choose me to marry. Isn't that true? Don't talk nonsense. Even without Melinda, I would never choose someone like you, full of lies. You need to accept that. If you keep playing tricks, even with Kalbam protecting you, I won't spare you. The car is here, sir. Osiris reiterated his stance and then pulled Melinda away. Warmth filled Melinda's heart. She understood his meaning and knew she had made the right choice. Wouldn't it be? Melinda, that shameless bedhopper. The Fadi family won't let such an unclean woman in. Iona stood frozen, her eyes staring blankly as Osiris and Melinda got into the car, then shrieked. In the cold wind, her slender frame trembled, and she turned back to the hall with a hateful expression. She glanced at Tamsin still sitting motionless, feeling dissatisfaction rise within her. How could she be so useless? Iona clenched her fists, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Aunt, see? Didn't I say Melinda had bewitched Brother Hamza? Now she even dares to show disrespect to you. Remember when you didn't believe me? Now you must understand. Don't cry, this is something I didn't foresee. Seeing Iona crying, Tamsin's gaze hardened. She hugged Iona tightly. Poor Qingxue, this is all that woman's fault. Yin never acted like this before. It's all because of that slut. Don't worry, I'll never let her set foot in the Fadi family. Tamsin's face was grim, her tone biting. But Brother Hamza. Iona's eyes gleamed with triumph despite her tears. Tamsin patted her hand, speaking softly. Rest assured, I've chosen you as my daughter-in-law. No one can take that place away. Night fell, and the streets were brightly lit. I'm sorry, today you suffered because of me. I didn't expect this to happen, Osiris said apologetically, holding Melinda's hand as if afraid she might leave if he let go. Chapter 141, Troubles. When I came, I had anticipated something like this might happen. After all, the gap in our social statuses is huge. It's understandable for Aunt to react this way. Osiris looked at Melinda's side profile, scrutinizing whether her words matched her feelings, yet found she truly didn't seem to mind. He frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. I will explain everything to my mother. If she continues to insist on this mindset, then I won't return to the old house in the future. You have to believe my determination to be with you. Seeing Osiris, usually so imposing, become so humble just for her sake, Melinda felt a mixture of gratitude and difficulty. Scenes from earlier flashed through her mind, prompting a bitter smile. The drama of two women vying for one man has been around for so long, now it had come to her. Thinking of Iona's smug and despicable face, frustration surged within her heart. She pushed away Osiris's hand and spoke distantly, Osiris, I hope you can keep your distance from me in the future, to make our relationship simpler. Simpler? Just a superior-subordinate relationship? Osiris hadn't expected her to say such things. He paused, his eyes suddenly dimming. Things were fine before. She had recently shown signs of accepting him, but due to this unpleasant dinner, she wanted him to keep his distance. No, he couldn't accept that. I didn't expect today's events either. I promise they won't happen again. You. Osiris felt helpless and afraid of hurting Melinda, so he humbled himself and continued. You did nothing wrong, I made the mistake. I shouldn't have harbored inappropriate thoughts toward you, nor should I have agreed to come to your home. You don't need to feel sorry. The Fadis are an elite family, and it's normal for Aunt to think that way. I'm not blaming you. Osiris furrowed his brow, growing even more at a loss. So what do you mean by this now? I'm just a little troubled. I feel that apart from our professional relationship, there shouldn't be any other kind of relationship between us. I know you've been wrong just now, and because of the competition matter, you're feeling upset. Rest assured, I won't bother you, but I also won't give up on you. Osiris. Let's talk when you've adjusted. Osiris understood Melinda's feelings. He knew that pushing too hard would only backfire, so he was willing to give her time. Melinda silently bit her lip, her heart tangled in confusion. She was confident about the competition, after all, it required only intellect and wasn't complicated by human relationships. But matters of the heart were incredibly troublesome. Especially given how Osiris's mother clearly disapproved of her, she simply couldn't go along with it if it meant losing herself. Melinda sighed slowly, her voice tinged with weariness. Let's discuss it later. Seeing her attitude soften, Osiris no longer pressed. He knew this was currently the best outcome. If he forced her, she might take Tuan and leave his world, leading to an even more desperate situation for him. After dropping Melinda off at home, she thanked him briefly and left without looking back. He opened his mouth to say something but, seeing her hurried back as if eager to sever ties, found himself at a loss for words. When her figure disappeared from sight, he lit a cigarette, cursing softly to himself. Melinda walked into her home and saw Horace playing with Tuan. Hearing the door open, Horace asked without lifting his head, "Why did you return so quickly?" She put down her bag, took off her shoes, and quickly went to Horace's side, taking over the toy playing with Tuan without answering. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Baby, did you miss mommy?" Kalbami, hug. Watching their intimate interaction, even though Melinda said nothing, Horace already guessed something was amiss. Putting on shoes, Horace headed straight for the kitchen. "I assume you're still hungry. What do you want?" "I'll cook it for you." "Noodles." "Has Tuan eaten?" "We ate early." "Stay here and play with Tuan, it'll be quick." Indeed, Horace soon served a beautifully prepared bowl of noodles with a poached egg on top. "Where's Tuan?" "He's sleeping. I just carried him upstairs." "All right, let's eat the noodles while they're hot." Finishing everything, Horace sat across from Melinda. Watching her eat quietly, he observed her expression closely, relieved that she hadn't cried. "Is anything troubling you? Feel free to talk to your brother." Eating her noodles, Melinda didn't lift her head. Nothing special happened. Just missed Tuan and came back. Her lie wasn't well formed, but Horace didn't say anything. Reaching out, he tousled her hair gently and said, "Silly girl, don't shoulder everything alone. Brothers are here for support." "Thank you, big brother." After finishing her meal and going to rest, Horace called Osiris. How could you agree? Didn't you say you take good care of her? This is how you take care of her. Osiris remained silent, eventually responding in a cold tone. How is she? She just finished eating and went to sleep. Where are you now? At the gate. Horace hung up, put on an outer jacket, and left the house. Seeing Osiris smoking casually, Horace punched him in frustration. Osiris didn't retaliate, enduring the punch silently with a thud. Why didn't you fight back? I deserve it. This punch is on me. This answer left Horace speechless. Striking Osiris's chest helplessly, Horace muttered, You idiot. Is she okay? Osiris asked again, deeply concerned about Melinda's well-being. Not great, dazed, but she can eat and sleep, so it should be fine. But I need to know what happened today. Osiris hesitated but finally explained. I knew your mother wouldn't agree. Plus, you and Iona. Why would Dottie agree? What are your plans from now on? I will explain to my mother. If she disagrees, I will stay with Melinda and not return. Hearing this, Horace looked at Osiris in surprise and laughed. Are you really willing to give all this up? The Foddy family isn't small potatoes, it represents supreme power. There's nothing worth holding on to. Starting anew isn't impossible. Serious? Never more serious. Note, I translated the chapter maintaining the original structure and tone as closely as possible while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 142, Scheme. The next day, as Melinda returned to the company, she stood at the entrance of the laboratory, psyching herself up before pushing the door open. She put on her lab coat and, as was her habit, donned protective goggles and gloves before retrieving several vials of medication from the fridge. Then, she turned around and went back to the table loaded with precision instruments. At this moment, she didn't want to think about anything else, she only wanted to complete the product development as soon as possible. This time, Melinda added Boswellia serrata plus LR2412, which she had previously discovered contained anti-aging properties, hoping to see remarkable results. Her entire focus was on developing the product, so she didn't notice the door opening. The person who entered was none other than Teresa in a white lab coat. Upon seeing Melinda intently adding various agents and making notes, she couldn't help but sneer coldly. Genevieve is really stubborn. There are only a few days left until our competition, yet you're still in the research phase. You're bound to lose. Melinda didn't look up, she just continued recording instrument readings. She hadn't expected Teresa to show up and had no idea what gave her such confidence. The competition hadn't even started yet, and relying solely on old data was wishful thinking. However, being busy with the ratios, her tone remained neutral. Have you heard of arrogance leading to one's downfall? Teresa froze, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. She felt that Melinda was insinuating she was arrogant. Don't think that since President Foddy is on your side, you can act like everyone else doesn't matter. When you lose this time, no matter how much he may be reluctant, you'll be kicked out. Melinda chuckled lightly, showing no concern. As you said, that's if I lose. But why do you assume it will definitely be me who loses? Annoyed by Teresa's constant ranting, Melinda put down the container she held, looked down at her with an icy voice. Do you know what you resemble right now? A powerless and enraged clown. Besides, I've never taken you seriously. After all, you've always relied on stealing others' research achievements for success. Naturally, you could resort to other despicable means to win this time. You are a disgrace to the entire industry. You. Struck at her core, Teresa's face turned grim. Clenching her fists, she cast a dark glance around. Seeing they were alone, a vicious intent sparked in her eyes. In the next second, she swept Melinda's freshly prepared reagents onto the ground, then mockingly apologized while laughing. Oops, sorry, it wasn't intentional. Though Melinda was distressed over the wasted agents, she wasn't angry because she had already recorded all necessary ratios and corresponding changes. She looked at Teresa indifferently, arms crossed. I believe you didn't mean to, but I pity you. What did you say? Your parents must have had a tough time having an idiot like you. Give them my regards when you can. Having finished saving the data and picking up her USB drive, Melinda was about to leave. The lab needed cleaning after the mess Teresa made. Bitch, explain yourself. Melinda's words deeply wounded Teresa's pride. With a frenzied look, she blocked Melinda's way, ready to tear her face apart. How dare someone be so arrogant after doing something wrong? Melinda wouldn't let her get away with it. Slowly pulling out her phone, she waved it in front of Teresa. Tell me, what would happen if I reported today's incident to upper management? Would the company require you to pay compensation? Don't threaten me. Teresa, you really lack brains, Melinda smirked, her gaze chilling. Every item in the lab belongs to the company and you know the value of these reagents. In one sweep, you've destroyed hundreds of thousands of dollars worth. Does that feel like a threat? Ivy already said I didn't mean to. Your aggressiveness is nothing more than reliance on President Foddy's close relationship with you. Smack. Before Teresa could react, a slap landed hard on her face. Just then, the lab door opened again, revealing a shocked colleague. Sorry, carry on, he immediately retreated, closing the door. Clutching her cheek, Teresa glared at Melinda, screaming, Bitch, you dared hit me. I hit you because you deserved it. To talk without thinking is one thing, but you shouldn't provoke me or abuse company resources to vent your emotions. Melinda ignored the colleague, not fearing any leaks. Teresa would likely try to keep this hushed up. Looking ghastly pale, Teresa had never experienced such humiliation. All she could think of was returning the slap. With that thought, she swung her hand towards Melinda. Melinda's eyes darkened as she grabbed Teresa's wrist, followed by another sharp slap across her other cheek. At that exact moment, two female researchers entered, discussing new data. They saw Melinda hitting Teresa, causing an awkward silence. What is going on? Initially furious, Teresa quickly turned on the waterworks upon spotting the newcomers, emphasizing the red mark on her cheek, playing the victim perfectly. Genevieve, I said I accidentally knocked the materials over and apologized. How can you be so domineering and hit people without cause? As an adult, you should know slapping is highly disrespectful. Boo-hoo. Melinda remained silent, the atmosphere plummeting to freezing point. The researchers exchanged puzzled looks. One glanced at the emotionless Melinda, then at the sobbing Teresa, sympathy welling up. Genevieve, although we don't know what happened between you and Teresa, I think she has a point. Slapping someone seems too extreme. She already apologized. Isn't this overstepping your authority? Indeed, Genevieve, we are colleagues. Even if Teresa did something wrong, you shouldn't. Another researcher hesitated, blushing slightly. Though they weren't aware of what happened, hitting someone, especially on the face, was clearly inappropriate. Chapter 143, deliberately escalating the situation. You said you don't know the details. If I were you, I would choose to keep quiet. Dina frowned slightly, her voice somewhat chilly. She had been working with them for a while now, but she never expected they would still view her as the one behaving improperly. Taking a deep breath, Dina let go of Teresa with a cold expression on her face. Teresa, I warn you, this matter won't be left unresolved. Teresa cried even harder, realizing what Dina meant, the compensation for the broken medications. The two researchers, however, couldn't help but frown at Dina's cryptic words before moving to support Teresa. Let's get you out of here. Director Gu is in a temper, maybe it'll be fine in a bit. With that, the two women helped Teresa, whose face was streaked with tears, leave the lab. Dina didn't stop them. She sighed, lowering her eyes and staring at the shattered vials on the floor, which only darkened her mood further. After sending Teresa back to the office, the two researchers were about to get her some medicine when their supervisor called with an urgent matter, asking them to come over immediately. Embarrassedly scratching their heads, they were about to explain, but Teresa spoke kindly instead. Thank you for speaking up for me today. If you have something to do, please go ahead. I can handle myself. I'll treat you to a meal some other time. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Seeing this, the researchers couldn't help feeling sorry for her. We're all colleagues. Though Director Gu has a higher position, it's inappropriate for her to humiliate people like this. Let's head over first. We can deal with Director Gu later. Not wanting to waste any more time, the other researcher urged them on, agreeing with their friend's sentiment. Only after the two researchers disappeared did Teresa reveal her malevolent side. Dina, how dare you hit me? I won't let you off easily. With these two idiots helping, I will ruin your reputation this time. After that, Teresa took a photo of her red and swollen cheeks and posted it in the company work chat group. The next day, employees gathered in small groups as soon as they arrived at the office. Did you see the photo Teresa posted yesterday? Her face on both sides was swollen red, it's obvious she was beaten. I saw it too. I privately asked Teresa about it. She said it was a mistake and tried to retract it but couldn't. Do you think there might be some misunderstanding? How could there be? The marks on Teresa's face are clear, and her eyes are swollen like walnuts. She must have suffered a lot. In the photo, Teresa looked disheveled, her makeup smeared, and visible handprints marred her pale face. Her reddened eyes made her appear even more pitiful. We know what happened, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind, belonging to the two researchers from the previous day. They hadn't expected Teresa to post the photo in the work chat. After calling her, they learned that Teresa had intended to consult a doctor about medication, but she sent the message to the wrong place and couldn't retract it. What really happened? Tell us quickly. It was Director Gu who slapped her. Specifically. No way. Normally, Director Gu doesn't seem like that kind of person. You never know what someone's true nature is. Maybe Dina is just pretending to be decent but actually looks down on us. Yeah, probably because Teresa dared to challenge her authority, so she slapped her. Some people, who had always disliked seeing Dina often with Osiris, readily agreed with this version of events upon finally getting proof of Dina's misconduct. Gradually, those unfamiliar with the situation began to believe Dina was unreasonable. Soon, everyone felt pity for Teresa. Meanwhile, Dina was focused on researching new products. Even though her phone kept lighting up, she didn't check it. So she had no idea that the company was already buzzing with rumors about her. At noon, her stomach growled loudly. Looking at the clock, it read 12:30. Putting down her work, she prepared to leave for lunch. Just then, her phone rang. Osiris? Why is he calling at this hour? Without answering, Dina directly turned off her phone. On one hand, she was hungry and just wanted a hot meal. On the other, the last unpleasant encounter made her avoid any further contact with him. In the CEO's office, Osiris furrowed his brow, looking at the unanswered call on his phone. Why isn't she picking up? The unconnected call caused him some unease. Grabbing his jacket, Osiris decided to find Dina. Upon reaching the research lab, he found it empty. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he saw a young man wearing glasses and a white lab coat. This person was unfamiliar to him. Which department are you from? Do you know where Director Gu is? The new researcher immediately recognized Osiris. Shocked, he stammered, President. Osiris responded, waiting for the rest of his answer. Director Gu seems to be in the cafeteria, the researcher said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Thank you. Hearing this, Osiris thanked him and swiftly left. Watching Osiris walk away, the researcher sighed in relief, patting his chest. Scary. That cold look from the president is terrifying. Upon entering the cafeteria, Dina noticed her colleagues were glancing at her. When she looked back, they quickly turned away. She wondered, did I wear something wrong today? Checking her clothes, finding nothing amiss, she grew more confused. Her stomach rumbled again, pushing aside her confusion. She quickened her pace towards the food service window. While getting her food, she noticed people subtly distancing themselves from her. Though bewildered, she didn't dwell on it. Searching for a table, she realized no one was inviting her as usual. In fact, people immediately stood up and left whenever she approached. No one wanted to sit at the same table as her. This realization raised an eyebrow, but Dina remained unperturbed. Calmly, she found a secluded spot and sat down. As soon as she set down her utensils, everyone stole another glance, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity, making her instantly irritated. If you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 144, firmly standing by Melinda. Everyone immediately averted their gazes, whispering to their companions. Melinda frowned deeply, even her appetite for the meal was affected. On the way to the cafeteria, Osiris unexpectedly overheard the conversation. When he heard Melinda and Teresa's names, his expression darkened visibly. Though he was filled with doubts, he said nothing and quickened his pace toward the cafeteria. But just as he passed by them, Osiris overheard their mocking words about Melinda. His face turned stern, and he turned coldly. What are you talking about? What happened to Director Gu? The two people hadn't yet realized what they had done and blurted out something about Melinda being kept and having an illegitimate child, and now acting arrogantly. Say it again. Ice glittered in Osiris's eyes, his words laden with heavy warning. What's the big deal? We'll say it, they retorted impatiently, turning to look at him. But when they saw that familiar face, they were instantly frozen in place. President Fadi. The two quickly lowered their heads, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to utter another word. They had heard rumors of Osiris and Melinda before, regardless of their truth. Speaking ill of his rumored girlfriend right under his nose was practically courting death. Feeling disaster looming, they felt as if the sky had gone dark. You. Speak up. Osiris wanted to know exactly what they were saying about Melinda and did not let them off easily. He pointed to one of them and spoke sternly. I can't explain this clearly, Mr. Fadi, please check the WeChat group. Aya, who was called out, looked pale, handed over her phone without looking up, unable to bear Osiris's anger. Osiris took out his phone and skimmed through all the messages in the group, his frown deepening with every line, his expression becoming more severe. The air pressure around him plummeted, instilling fear in the two women standing beside him. They swallowed hard, afraid to breathe. Was Melinda using her power for personal vendettas? Impossible. Thinking of how she, already troubled, now faced such unfair accusations, a hint of pain surfaced in Osiris's eyes. He returned the phone to the woman and said coldly, go settle your salaries at the accounting department for this month. You won't be needed here tomorrow. Mr. Fadi, no, Mr. Fadi, we know we were wrong, we. The two never imagined that Mr. Fadi would dismiss them outright. After all, they had been working in the company for 3 to 5 years, having contributed significantly in their own ways. How could he be so decisive? But Osiris had no intention of explaining further. He just wanted to find Melinda and tell her that he believed her. Before that, however, there was something else he needed to handle. Thinking of this, Osiris called his assistant, ordering him to warn everyone in the company not to discuss this matter further or face immediate dismissal. In the cafeteria, while everyone was stealthily watching Melinda eating and scrolling through her phone, they suddenly saw the announcement. Instantly, the cafeteria erupted into chaos. Everyone was enraged but dared not speak out. Dismissal wasn't just any punishment. None of them would be foolish enough to risk losing their jobs at Oshi over someone else. However, this only reinforced their belief in the previous gossip. Melinda and Osiris definitely had a thing going on. When they looked at Melinda again, their eyes were filled with envy and resentment. But some people close to Teresa felt indignant and couldn't resist taunting. Some people have good luck, relying on a rich man to do as they please. How impressive. Their gazes were directly aimed at Melinda, who was too focused on her meal to notice. Seeing that the subject of their ridicule was ignoring them, the woman who spoke up couldn't hold back her anger and walked over directly. Her companions tried to stop her but were shrugged off. With a loud slam, the plate hit the table. Melinda raised an eyebrow and recognized the person in front of her almost immediately. Damon Ng from the sales department? Usually, Melinda stayed in the research lab and rarely interacted with Damon Ng. She recognized her because she had heard that Damon Ng had won the company's sales championship for 2 consecutive years. They belonged to different departments, and given Damon Ng's hostile demeanor, Melinda felt puzzled. What is it? This innocent appearance made Damon Ng even angrier. She glared at Melinda with gritted teeth and said coldly, Melinda, when you do something wrong, admit and apologize instead of bullying others or scheming behind their backs just because you have someone powerful backing you. What? Facing this sudden accusation, Melinda was taken aback. Admit what? Who did I bully? What scheme? Can you clarify? Is Damon Ng mentally ill? Don't pretend you don't know. A bunch of messages were sent in the group today. I can't believe you didn't see them. Melinda suddenly understood. Sorry, I was busy researching new products. My phone ran out of battery and shut down long ago. I really don't know what you're talking about. People found it hard to believe her. In this era of smartphones, who wouldn't keep their phones fully charged? Her explanation lacked credibility. Seeing that they didn't believe her, Melinda smiled coldly and took out her phone to demonstrate. Now, can I eat my meal in peace? She refused to explain herself because doing so would trap her into proving herself guilty. It would also put her on the defensive. But she didn't want a pleasant meal ruined, so she took out her phone. I have a charging cable here, can lend you, someone in the crowd yelled mischievously. At this moment, Melinda finally lost her temper. She put down her chopsticks and stood up with a cold expression. First, my phone is a private possession. I have the right not to show it to you. Secondly, I don't need to explain anything to you. Fact-wise, I don't need to charge it or do anything else because of your words. I think she's just pretending. Everyone knows about this, how could she not? Yeah, look, she doesn't even dare to turn it on, probably afraid of being scolded. Damon Ng, still unwilling to lose face, took out her phone. You won't turn on your phone? Fine, then look at mine. Look at this photo, does it look familiar? Despite everyone's gazes, Melinda stood calmly, showing no intention to take the phone. She thanked Damon Ng for providing the initiative since she had already seen Teresa's swollen-cheeked photo and the slandering comments directed at her. Unexpectedly, she only gave a cold laugh. Note, I've maintained the structure and style of the original text, ensuring the translation is fluent and accurate. Chapter 145, Car Accident. Why are you laughing? Do you find it amusing to attack and insult people at will? Damon Ng put away her phone, her face full of anger as she questioned. Under such intense questioning, Cher lifted her gaze and said in a calm tone, it's not funny. I laughed because you acted the part of justice without knowing anything. Cher had no intention to explain further and lost her patience. She casually placed the used chopsticks on the plate and was about to leave this place of chaos. Stop right there. You can't leave until you explain the assault in the research lab. Damon Ng was particularly dissatisfied with Cher's attitude and immediately showed her displeasure when Gu ignored her. At that moment, a clear ringtone sounded from behind them. Everyone instinctively turned around and saw Osiris pressing the answer button on his phone with a stern look on his face. Are you Mr. Foddy? Yes, who is this? Osiris coldly observed the group surrounding Cher, wishing everyone would just pack up and leave. This is the hospital. Miss Paulette has regained consciousness. We couldn't reach Miss Cher, so we contacted you. If possible, please come over. Alright, we'll be there shortly. Thank you. President Foddy. The crowd suddenly came back to their senses and their expressions changed dramatically. Fadi Yangsu, the hospital, called about Paulette. I'm heading over now. President Foddy, could you please maintain order here? Cher didn't want any entanglement with him in public, quickly thought for a second, and said. She then left the plate and ran out without caring what Osiris thought. Actually, Cher hadn't heard the call, but hearing Paulette, she guessed Paulette must have woken up. Luckily, with Osiris there, Damon Ng and others did not further bother her. In the underground parking lot, Cher had just started charging her phone when Osiris's call came through. She hesitated, knowing she had left him alone earlier. Answering now would be awkward. After a few seconds of hesitation, Cher took a deep breath, focused her attention, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove off like an arrow leaving the bow. Worried, Osiris coldly instructed everyone back to their positions and immediately followed her. For some reason, he felt uneasy. And this feeling grew stronger. Thanks to his excellent driving skills, he soon caught sight of Cher's car. Feeling somewhat relieved, he kept a safe distance while following her to the hospital. Though upset about being left by the small woman in public, they had promised to handle Paulette's situation together, and he wouldn't let her face it alone. Suddenly, the traffic light turned red, and Osiris stopped abruptly. Cher managed to pass through on the last green second. He pounded the steering wheel, cursing the ill-timed red light. At that moment, a runaway car suddenly charged towards Cher's vehicle. Panicked, she tried to swerve out of its path but was too slow. The anticipated crash occurred. Fadi Yangsu. Osiris's eyes blazed with fury. Almost unconsciously, he tore off his seatbelt, leaped out of the car, and rushed towards Cher's. The front ends of the two cars were badly crumpled. When Osiris arrived, he found Cher unconscious, covered in blood. No, she can't be. Doctor, get a doctor here. Osiris stumbled, his heart breaking at her lifeless state. His hands trembled as he desperately tried to pry open the damaged door. During this process, he got scratches on his arms and hands but didn't seem to feel it. All he wanted was to save Cher. Witnesses were moved by the scene and spontaneously began helping. A handsome young man immediately dialed 120, calmly reporting the accident details and location. The driver of the offending car suffered only minor injuries despite significant vehicle damage. Strangely, unnoticed by the crowd, he abandoned the vehicle and fled. In a secluded corner, the driver made a trembling call. Hello, I've done what you asked. When will I get paid? Give me an account. Once confirmed, the money will be sent. Okay. Seeing Cher being loaded onto the ambulance, Osiris followed immediately. Inside the ambulance, he called his assistant. Genevieve had a car accident. I'm going to the hospital with her. You start dealing with the aftermath immediately. The assistant, knowing the CEO's feelings, nodded and complied. Before the ambulance left, police officers arrived but noticed the hit-and-run driver was already gone. They approached the ambulance. Sorry, are you the patient's family? Yes. About this accident. My girlfriend is still unconscious. If you have any questions, check the surveillance footage. Osiris's voice was hoarse, carrying the authority of a superior. Unprepared for his firmness, the policeman's colleague pulled him aside. That's President Fadi, do you want to lose your job? Ignoring whether the policeman understood, they headed to the scene. The ambulance sped off with sirens blaring. Cher was taken into surgery, and though Osiris was covered in blood, he refused to leave and paced anxiously outside the operating room. Finally, the surgery door opened, and a surgeon in green scrubs wheeled Cher out. Dr. Fading rushed forward. Doctor, how is she? The doctor's muffled voice under the mask. The surgery was successful. Your girlfriend has a fractured right leg, but otherwise, no major issues. Relax. Thank you, doctor. Osiris felt a great relief. Young man, you're injured. Come, let me treat you. She won't wake soon. Seeing Osiris covered in blood, the doctor frowned and insisted. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and narrative style. Chapter 146, acknowledge his feelings for Osiris. This time, Osiris did not refuse. After exchanging a deep glance with Melinda, he obediently followed the doctor to the treatment room. All the blood had soaked into his clothes, and when they were torn open, it inevitably pulled at the wounds. Yet throughout the process, Osiris didn't even wince once. All he could think of was Melinda's pale face. Please hurry, my girlfriend needs someone to take care of her. He possessed an incomparably handsome face, and his voice was low and magnetic. Most importantly, because of long-term training, the muscles on his exposed arms were rippling, causing the nearby nurse's face to flush with embarrassment. The wound was quickly bandaged. Osiris thanked the staff, and turned to leave. During this time, he did not forget to call his assistant to inquire about the car accident follow-up and ask him to bring over some clothes. Meanwhile, in the ward, the nurse was busy adjusting the drip speed for Melinda as Osiris happened to push the door open. Seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but ache. Nurse, when will she wake up? General anesthesia was used during surgery. Once the effects wear off, the patient will wake up. Okay, thank you. Osiris thanked the nurse, took a chair, and sat beside Melinda's bed. Watching her steady breathing and closed eyes, he couldn't help but recall the moment of the accident. His eyes reddened, feeling somewhat terrified afterwards, and his usually composed handsome face now bore an unprecedented sadness. Time ticked by slowly. No one knew how many hours had passed until suddenly, in the spacious ward, there sounded a rumbling from hunger. Osiris frowned, looking rather unpleasant. He hadn't eaten lunch, and after such an event, he had no appetite either. Feeling hungry now was perfectly normal. He hesitated about whether he should get 2 meals, one for Melinda, who would need something to eat once awake. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Outside stood his assistant who had rushed over with the clothes. Why did you take so long? Sorry, Mr. President. Handling the aftermath of the car accident delayed me. Here is your clothing. The assistant dared not look up, mentally preparing himself to explain why the car accident had not been resolved properly. Osiris said nothing more, only after taking the clothes did he say, get 2 meals delivered here. One regular, the other with soup and easily digestible food. The assistant glanced sideways at the still unconscious Melinda and nodded respectfully. As soon as he left, Melinda opened her eyes. The moment of the accident flashed through her mind, instilling a sudden fear. You're awake. Osiris? Startled by the familiar voice, Melinda initially froze before realizing it was Osiris, causing her to feel slightly embarrassed. She must have been brought to the hospital, but why was he here? She was full of questions but didn't ask. Are you thirsty? Not really, thank you. They sat in silence, the minutes slipping away. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Yates returned with the food. Opening the door, Yates set down the food, briefly introduced the dishes, and quietly closed the door and left. A few minutes later, both their stomachs protested in unison. They shared an awkward smile as Osiris quickly laid out the meal. Hungry, right? There's congee here. You should eat a little. Alright, thank you. After the meal, to break the awkwardness, Melinda spoke up. Too bad, Paulette woke up, but I can't go now. Melinda felt regretful and unlucky, thinking that coming out for a task and getting into a car accident was really beyond words. Don't worry, this matter can wait. Your primary task now is to recover from your leg injury. Melinda nodded helplessly. In her condition, going out to handle other matters wasn't suitable, yet the competition was approaching, which threw her plans into chaos. The competition is coming up, Melinda looked at Osiris, then at her bandages, her face showing frustration. Osiris understood, consoling her while tidying up, don't worry. I'll tell them to postpone the competition until you're healed. We don't need to rush. To her surprise, Osiris was willing to change the rules for her, but she refused. After all, this wasn't just her competition, postponing it wasn't that simple. If this caused everyone else to misunderstand, it would cause more problems. There's no need for that. I can use a wheelchair to the company's research lab to work. Don't worry, I'll complete the task on schedule and produce a popular project for the competition. Hearing this, Osiris felt a pang of compassion, his tone filled with worry. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Occasionally, you can rely on me. I'll handle this. The company isn't that unreasonable, and since this is an emergency, you can apply for an extension. Do you know that delaying the competition would cause many issues? Are you sure you want to insist? Melinda asked uncertainly. Seeing Melinda's worried face, Osiris's tense heart finally relaxed. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Just focus on recovering. Alright, Melinda responded meekly. Osiris was slicing an apple when he suddenly recalled Melinda's refusal of his help earlier. He instantly realized something and immediately asked. Are you worried about me? So, you do care about me. Osiris looked happy, like he received confirmation, speaking joyfully. Melinda didn't refute it this time. Her ears flushed red, and she kept her head down without answering. On the other end, Edsel, who was dealing with matters in his office, saw a familiar number pop up on his phone and immediately picked it up. He cautiously got up and walked to a secluded corner before pressing the answer button. A casual voice came through. Edsel, the thing you assigned is done, the evidence destroyed. Remember, 500,000. Indeed, professionals got things done fast. Edsel nodded approvingly. Alright, I'll transfer the money shortly. This way, I doubt Melinda will be able to attend the competition. This victory belongs to Teresa. After hanging up, Edsel thought of something and flipped through his phone to find Teresa's number to brief her. Director Zhou, what is it? Before he could share the news that Melinda was hit by a car and couldn't complete the contest, a panicked voice interrupted him. Director Zhou, please save me. I heard Paulette has woken up. If she says anything, I'll surely be sent in. Please save me. Troublemaker. Edsel felt a shudder hearing about Paulette's awakening but, experienced as he was, quickly regained his composure and even coldly reprimanded her. Chapter 147, Creating a Fuss at the Hospital. Teresa was feeling quite lost and helpless. She didn't want the previous incidents to be exposed. Even if she would get scolded, she couldn't give up on asking for help. Minister Zhou, if you don't save me, I'll be put inside. You won't be able to escape unscathed either. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. Teresa panicked, wondering if Edsel intended to abandon her. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she immediately began loudly threatening, you were also involved in that matter back then. Don't think about abandoning me, otherwise, if you push me too far, I'll expose everything you've made me do. Edsel, who was pondering how to deal with this situation, heard the threatening voice from the phone and instantly frowned deeply. Idiot without a brain. Biting his teeth hard to suppress his anger, Edsel said through gritted teeth, Fool, did I say I wouldn't help you? Why are you so impatient? Realizing her impatience, Teresa hurriedly apologized, not daring to say another word. Behave yourself for a while, and don't cause any more trouble. Got it? Teresa hastily agreed, not daring to have any rebellious thoughts. On the other side, in the hospital room. Can you go check on Paulette for me? Given my current condition, I probably can't go anytime soon. Abrielle asked Osiris, who was reviewing some documents. Hearing this, he put down his phone and walked to Abrielle's bedside. I know you're worried about Paulette. I've already arranged for an assistant to check on her. Don't worry, focus on getting better first. Before he could finish speaking, his phone suddenly rang. It was from Yates. Could something have happened? Osiris frowned, glanced at her briefly, and then stepped out of the room to take the call. President, Miss Paulette has woken up, but the doctors say that because the toxins in her body haven't been completely cleared yet, she cannot speak. Alright, stay there. Call me immediately if there's any news. Also, send 2 more people over. After giving these instructions, Osiris hung up and stared at his phone screen, deep in thought. He pushed open the door and saw Abrielle looking at him anxiously. He curled his lips slightly and didn't hold back. Paulette has indeed woken up, but since the toxins haven't been fully removed, she can't speak yet. Oh, like that. Although Abrielle felt sorry, this outcome was within her expectations. After all, when they had rescued Paulette previously, her state wasn't even describable by normal standards. At that time, she had lifeless eyes, unable to walk or speak. Now, she had regained consciousness, and overall, this result was acceptable. Has Paulette's mother and brother visited her at the hospital? Recalling what Yates had said, Osiris shook his head, indicating no. Okay, don't worry too much. Focus on recovering. Seeing that Abrielle didn't look well, Osiris quickly helped her lie down and advised her to rest more. But just then, noisy voices suddenly came from outside the door. Where is Abrielle? Which ward is she in? Get out here. Excuse me, this is the ward area. If you have any questions, please consult the front desk. Please do not make loud noises here. The nurse, worried about disturbing the patient's rest, rushed out to intercept the two people. This voice sounds familiar. Abrielle frowned, grabbing Osiris's hand which was about to retract. Quick, see what's going on. That voice sounds like Paulette's mom. Osiris, initially displeased upon hearing the voice, instantly turned grim upon realizing it involved Paulette, fady still. I'll check. Help. The nurse assaulted us. This isn't right. Not finding out where Abrielle was, Paulette's mother immediately started acting unruly and lay on the ground. Seeing this, Paulette's brother immediately joined in, making a racket. The nurse tried to help her up, but she dodged several times. Paulette's mother's voice grew louder, almost shouting at the top of her lungs. Hoosier looked helplessly at the scene, unsure of what to do, with red-rimmed eyes from frustration. This commotion attracted everyone in the neighboring wards, who peeked out curiously to see what was happening. Osiris had just opened the door when he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Paulette's mother. Hey, it's you. You're the one who took Paulette away from my house along with that little bitch Abrielle. Paulette's mother swiftly got up, dragging her son towards Osiris. When will you pay the 20,000 yuan we talked about? Paulette's mother asked for money immediately, not mentioning Paulette's condition. Osiris furrowed his brows, looking at her coldly. Paulette's mother had never encountered such a gaze before, trembling slightly. But thinking of the money, she forced herself to ask sharply, Colby. We had a deal. Why haven't you paid us yet? Are you trying to avoid paying? Yes, give us my sister's salary. Paulette's brother echoed immediately, unwilling to back down. Everyone in the hospital watched the scene unfold with interest, speculating on their relationship. With a cold expression, Osiris calmly said, once Paulette's condition improves, we will certainly give you every cent as promised. But now, she is still in the hospital, so we can't pay you. Seeing she couldn't get the money, Paulette's mother cried out again. No justice. Owing money and not repaying, stalling here. Everyone, come judge this. Witnessing the whole scene, everyone knew this woman was unruly and unreasonable. Kalbirover, just hearing that the money was for her daughter, the employer saying he would give it directly to her daughter wasn't problematic. Instead, she was causing a huge disturbance in the hospital, totally out of order. Osiris coldly watched the two act unruly, unmoved by their complaints. Just then, the nurse arrived with security. Look, it's those two making a fuss. The nurse pointed to the two lying on the ground, explaining to the security. The security guards, towering and strong, walked up and pulled them up like trash bags. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone, look, the security is assaulting people. Paulette's mother hit the security guard's hand, looking panicked. Seeing everyone indifferent, she quickly turned to Osiris for help. You let them release me and my son. Hearing this, the security guard looked at Osiris as if asking, do you know them? Osiris, suddenly being called out, continued to watch coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't know them. They have severely disturbed my girlfriend's rest. Saying this, he closed the ward door right in front of Paulette's mother and everyone else. Unable to get the money and having caused a great embarrassment, Paulette's mother became even more frenzied. Somehow, she managed to free herself from the security guard's grip. Chapter 148, bringing Fadidal Dwantuan for a visit. The security guard had initially intended to adhere to professional principles and avoid causing harm, but her actions thoroughly infuriated him. With no other choice, he had to resort to more forceful measures. In no time, Tang's mother was restrained once again and dragged away publicly. The nurse, observing the security guards dragging the two people away, addressed the crowd of onlookers. There's nothing more to see here. Everyone can disperse now. Seeing that Osiris looked extremely grim, Cher asked, were those outside just now Paulette's mom and brother? Yes, they must have gotten wind of the news from somewhere and came rushing to the hospital. Did you inform anyone about my car accident? Cher was puzzled. How could they have received the news so quickly? Osiris shook his head. I only told my assistant. No one else knows. What about you? I didn't tell anyone either. Since neither of them had informed anyone else, how did they know? Cher couldn't understand it. After much thought, she suddenly furrowed her brow and said, could it be that this accident wasn't just an accident? Could someone have deliberately caused it? Almost in unison, they both said, Teresa or Edsel. But after saying this, they fell silent again because they had no evidence. Don't overthink it. I've already had people investigate the accident further, and I've also assigned someone to keep an eye on Paulette, Osiris said, trying to comfort Cher, who seemed lost in thought. Although she nodded, she still felt uneasy inside but tried not to disappoint Osiris. Horace, who had been looking after Duantuan, hadn't seen Cher all day and instinctively called her. At this moment, Osiris had gone out for some business, so Cher answered the call without hesitation. Big brother. Still busy? This late and you're still not back? Have you forgotten about your son? Before Horace finished speaking, little Stanley's voice came from beside him. Is that Mama? I want Mama, I want to talk to Mama. Cher's eyes softened with a helpless smile. I'm at the hospital. What? What happened? Horace's brows furrowed, worry evident in his eyes. I got hit by a car accidentally. It's nothing serious. How was Duantuan today? Cher replied calmly. He was very good, but he kept asking to see you. Which hospital are you at? I'll bring Duantuan to visit you later. Horace spoke softly while holding the little boy whose eyes were red from holding back tears. I'm at XX Hospital, VIP room 35. Alright, I'll be there soon. Horace hastily hung up. Cher put down her phone and sighed deeply. She originally didn't want to worry them, but a month without seeing her was bound to upset Duantuan. Since his birth, they hadn't been apart for such a long time. Suddenly disappearing would definitely make him anxious. Despite his usual maturity for his age, he was still just a child, so she decided to be honest. In the evening, Horace brought Duantuan and some homemade dishes to the hospital. Upon entering the room, Duantuan saw his mother's immobile right leg wrapped in bandages and immediately burst into tears. Mama, what happened? Does it hurt? Duantuan pulled away from Horace and rushed to Cher's bedside, his face full of worry. It doesn't hurt, my sweetie. Did you listen to Uncle Dev? Cher stroked his face, looking at him seriously. Yes, Duantuan's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't understand why after being apart for only a short time, Mama was lying in the hospital bed. The strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital made him even more distressed. Hey, Duantuan, don't cry. You're a big boy now. Mama will recover soon, and then we can play together, Cher comforted him, feeling a pang of pain and anxiety. Standing nearby, Horace added, Duantuan, it's okay. Your mama will be better soon. Our little man shouldn't cry. Big brother, sorry. Thanks for taking care of Duantuan during this time, Cher said apologetically to Horace after consoling her son. No problem, family takes care of family. Duantuan and I get along great, and I enjoy spending time with him as long as you're not worried he'll be spoiled by me. You're always teasing me, he won't be. Right now, focus on getting better. Don't stress too much. By the way, what happened with the accident? Is everything handled? Talking about that, Osiris and I are both puzzled. After the accident, the driver disappeared. Upon hearing this, Horace's expression darkened. I happen to know someone at the police station. I'll ask my colleagues there to retrieve the surveillance footage to find the driver sooner. That's what I was thinking too. Only by finding that person can we clarify what happened. Thanks, big brother. Nothing to thank. That's what big brothers do, take care of their sisters. Just focus on recovering. After a moment of contemplation, Cher suddenly said, Brother, this accident seems premeditated. Try focusing on investigating stolen vehicles or cloned cars. Horace immediately understood her meaning and nodded reassuringly. Mama. Duantuan's sleepy eyes gazed at her, drowsily calling out. Noticing that Duantuan was dozing off, Cher chuckled and glanced at the darkening sky outside. Duantuan has been up for a long time. Brother, take him home to sleep. I'll be fine here. Alright, I'll bring him to visit you next time. Just as Horace was about to carry Duantuan away, the little boy opened his half-lidded eyes and struggled, Uncle, let me go. I want Mama. He reached out his arms desperately toward Cher. Horace could only sigh and try to reason, Duantuan, be good. Mama needs rest to get better. We'll come back tomorrow, okay? Usually, this worked like a charm, but perhaps it had been used too often or because the child missed his mother too much, he refused adamantly this time. Big brother, put him down. Let me talk to him, Cher offered, not wanting Horace to be embarrassed. Horace complied and put Duantuan down. Mama, I don't want to leave you. I want to stay with you. Duantuan ran to Cher and clung to her arm, pleading. Duantuan, Mama misses you too, but Mama can't play with you right now. For now, let Uncle take care of you. When Mama gets better and can walk again, we'll go play together, okay? Chapter 149, The Villainous Scheme. Melinda negotiated with Bar, but he still refused to accept it. After all, he was only 5 years old. Even if he could agree verbally, the dependence in his heart made him feel uneasy. Melinda had no choice but to use both kindness and firmness, pulling Bar aside and speaking seriously to him. Bar, you said before that you are a man and need to learn to be independent. And if you miss Mommy, you can always come see me anytime, right? Bar's eyes welled up, sobbing, Okay, Mama, I'll come see you with Uncle tomorrow. Alright, Melinda kissed him gently and softly said, Good boy. Horace came forward, holding Bar and turned back to say, We'll leave then. Bye, Mama. Melinda didn't reply, she waved and watched them leave. The next day, the morning sunlight was just right. Has Edsel arrived? Osiris placed the documents on the desk and dialed the office phone. Upon receiving the call, the secretary looked at the opposite corner of the office and saw someone approaching. Yes, Mr. President, he has arrived. Osiris hung up the phone and walked into Edsel's office with an icy demeanor. Edsel, who was processing documents, smiled upon seeing him. Mr. Fadi, what brings you here? Osiris didn't beat around the bush, closing the door to block out any prying eyes. Melinda had a car accident. Although this was orchestrated by him, no one knew about it yet. He feigned surprise. What terrible luck, considering the competition is coming up soon. Osiris coldly watched the cunning old fox put on a show, feeling increasingly disgusted. The competition will likely be postponed. What? Edsel couldn't hide his astonishment. Just because she had an accident, the competition should be delayed? What about all our efforts? Isn't this unfair to us? Minister Zhou, you're absolutely right. This is incredibly unfair, Teresa added, pushing open the door without knocking. Osiris frowned but said nothing. An accident? Just before the competition? Isn't it possible that Melinda staged this to avoid losing to me? Teresa asked, looking pitifully at Osiris as if unintentionally voicing her suspicions. Well, coincidentally, Genevieve and I thought along the same lines. So, I will have this thoroughly investigated. If it turns out to be deliberate, I won't let it go. And, the delay of the competition is final. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Osiris's words were like a slap in the face, making their faces turn pale. You. Edsel was furious but couldn't retort. Osiris didn't want to waste time with them and turned to leave. Ah. Osiris went too far. Edsel overturned everything on his desk in anger, glaring hatefully. If you don't respect me, I won't make it easy for you. Seeing Edsel's state, Teresa knew staying would do no good, so she found an excuse to leave. Edsel grew more dissatisfied, thinking about all his efforts leading to such results. Since you treat me this way, don't blame me. After leaving Edsel's office, Teresa found two friendly researchers and embellished a sad story for them. They all sympathized, comforting her while agreeing that Melinda and Osiris's actions were indeed unfair. As ordinary employees, they felt indignant and even wanted to stand up for her. Satisfied that the fire had been lit, Teresa inwardly smirked, playing the innocent card outwardly. This only fueled the anger of those sympathetic to her, some even secretly deciding to help her get justice. With her plan working, Teresa left, crying that she felt better. Now, Melinda would surely be ruined. Unaware they were being manipulated, the researchers eagerly helped her. Soon, gossip exploded in the company's WeChat group. Breaking news, top executive delays competition for girlfriend. This sparked discussions among everyone, whether eating or working, they pulled out their phones. Some say the CEO has a secret affair with Melinda. Last time, he defended her, now he's blinded by love. Such men are rare. The usually distant and cold president turns out to be a pure romance warrior. Who'd have thought? The group was filled with various comments. Teresa received screenshots from the researcher confirming her goal was achieved, letting off steam. She muttered, "Let's see how you turn this around." Suddenly, an unexpected comment appeared in the group. "Aren't you afraid the CEO finds out and we lose bonuses or jobs?" Everyone froze and hastily withdrew their comments, realizing the potential consequences. Observing the situation, the researcher cursed under his breath, "Damn cowards." Focused on helping Teresa, he ignored the risks and concocted another scheme. He remembered the suggestion box at the company entrance. That night, disguised, he sneaked into the office and stuffed a letter into the box. The next day, the letter was delivered to the office. Due to negligence, it fell on the floor, spilling its contents. Photos of Melinda in compromising positions with different men shocked everyone present. People. I knew Genevieve wasn't trustworthy. Look at her private life, it's chaos incarnate. But who would report her like this? Someone must be fed up with her behavior. Though the voices were low, a calm voice suggested, "Don't say anything else, we should give this to Mr. Fadi." When Osiris saw the letter regarding Melinda, he paused. Opening it calmly, he was instantly stunned by the unbearable photos inside. Chapter 150, One Trouble After Another. However, he knew Melinda too well. Apart from the initial shock, he felt no ripples in his heart and didn't believe she would do such a thing at all. This must be someone trying to frame her. Thinking of this, Osiris immediately took out his phone and called his assistant, "Come here." The assistant had just knocked on the door when Osiris threw the envelope in front of him. The words, "Melinda," caught his eye, and Yates asked for the first time without holding back, "Is this an accusation letter?" "I suspect someone is deliberately tarnishing Genevieve's reputation. Send someone to investigate and find out who put in this accusation letter." After receiving the message, Yates immediately assigned people to conduct the investigation. However, they found nothing valuable. Just then, several photos of Melinda with blurred faces appeared online, causing a stir. Everyone in the company was shocked. None of them could have imagined that the usually stern and serious Genevieve would be involved in such private affairs. Osiris was busy dealing with documents and had no idea how crazy things were getting in the company or online. At this moment, the phone rang. "President, it's not good." Please go online and see for yourself what happened to Genevieve. Yates couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. In urgency, Osiris asked, did something happen to her in the hospital? No, you'll know if you go online. Osiris turned on his computer and saw countless trending topics all about Melinda. Her provocative and intimate photos prominently featured on the headlines, which deeply wounded him. He immediately called the IT department to get the matter resolved as soon as possible. Simultaneously, he posted an announcement in the company chat group, prohibiting anyone from keeping those photos and threatening dismissal for violators. Everyone seeing the message once again thought Osiris treated Melinda differently, while also quietly deleting any saved photos on their phones. Unfortunately, numerous defamatory titles about Melinda started appearing online. Hashtag your luxury group senior technical managers promiscuous private fadife hashtag your luxury group's unknown gray market chains hashtag, etc., instantly becoming hot topics. Your luxury group suddenly became the talk of the town. Online commentators said, if Melinda can climb up to this position, it must be due to her physical relations. This figure isn't that great, why would someone accept her? She looked so pure and beautiful. Who would have thought she would act like this? If this hadn't been exposed, it would have been suppressed again. How can your luxury let such a person be a technical manager? It's like mocking everyone's future. There's no choice, only because she can crawl into the president's bed. The negative online information flooded in. People's comments unanimously blamed your luxury for indulging Melinda, whose private life was seen as chaotic. Employees and shareholders within the company also saw these trends. They hurriedly approached Osiris, forcing him to call an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. Seeing this information, Yates worriedly called the president immediately. President, it's not good. The situation regarding Genevieve hasn't been suppressed, check online. What? Osiris was very shocked. He ignored everyone watching him and opened Weibo. The next second, the explosive word on the headline drew all his attention. Seeing the photos of Melinda inside, Osiris's temples bulged with anger. What's going on? Where is the PR team? What are they eating? He roared angrily, instructing someone to buy down the trending topic while asking the PR team to handle it as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the bored Melinda casually scrolled through Weibo. Noticing multiple Your Luxury Group-related hot topics, she perked up. Assuming something had happened within the company, she was preparing to dig deeper when she realized it was about herself. Seeing the nonsensical photos, Melinda's face fell, and she immediately called Horace. Brother, have you seen what's happening online? Because he had been taking care of the child, Horace hadn't had time to browse online yet and wasn't aware of the incident. Upon hearing her words, he opened his app and immediately showed intense anger and concern upon reading the content. Fat little sister, what do you want me to do? Brother, help me investigate who did this. If you find out, don't let them off easy, they must be held responsible. Horace agreed right away, even if you don't pursue it, I won't let him go. Tamsin had already seen the news spreading widely online early in the morning. With a grim expression, she immediately called Osiris, look, this is the woman you brought home. Look at her shameless behavior. I warn you, she will never set foot in our Fadi family. Also, come back now. While Osiris was still worrying about the trending topic, he received a call from his mother criticizing Melinda without discernment. Without thinking, he hung up. Hearing the dial tone, Tamsin angrily smashed her phone. At a time like this, he insists on choosing that lowlife, infuriating me to no end. Seeing the trend showing no signs of cooling down, Osiris again called his assistant to find someone to fix the issue, even buying other hot searches if necessary, regardless of cost. This task proved challenging, but Yates eventually spent a large sum of money to release a blockbuster revelation about a first-line celebrity, overshadowing everything else. He also bought a large number of internet trolls, quickly flooding the web with news about the first-line celebrity. Online spectators enjoying gossip suddenly found the trending page dominated by celebrity news, unable to find their previous content, leading to widespread outrage. Those who loved gossip went to the official Your Luxury website to complain but received no response. From start to finish, Teresa watched this entire process unfold online. She was secretly delighted and unsurprised that the trend had been suppressed. Given Osiris's concern for Melinda, this incident wouldn't last long. In the meeting room. A hot topic everyone has seen. A board member projected the trending topic onto the screen. Everyone discussed, Genevieve caused a significant impact on the company and should be dismissed. That makes sense, but she's a highly paid top talent we recruited. Firing her would leave her work unattended. Who will take over? This translation maintains the structure, style, and context of the original Chinese text, ensuring naturalness and fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 151, vigorously arguing to protect Melinda. Edsel felt secretly delighted inside. If Melinda was dismissed because of this incident, it would be beneficial and not harmful for him. Although he did not know who orchestrated this event, it perfectly suited his intentions. The company's projects are not solely accomplished by her, Melinda. Without her, other researchers can certainly take over. Furthermore, Melinda has not significantly contributed to the company so far. Therefore, dismissing her won't have a significant impact. Everyone exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing with Edsel's viewpoint. Osiris sneered coldly, grabbed the documents on the table, and slammed them down forcefully. The loud noise startled everyone, causing them to look at him in shock and fear. Each of you are pillars of the group, holding shares in the company. I believe your intentions are for the company's benefit, and I understand that you're very dissatisfied with this situation. But have any of you considered how this incident came to light? What is the real intention behind it? If it were for money, the perpetrator could have directly threatened Genevieve. Clearly, this is targeted against Oshi Group. After Osiris finished speaking, murmurs broke out among the attendees. Soon, someone stood up. President Fadi, we do not doubt your judgment, but the fact is that Oshi Group's sales this quarter have already been affected. If we don't dismiss Genevieve, the public might not accept it. Manager Fadiu is right. If Melinda hadn't led such a chaotic private life, our company wouldn't have faced such a crisis. President Fadi, while the Fadi family is the largest shareholder, you can't make decisions unilaterally without considering everyone else's welfare. Although Edsel appeared to be concerned about everyone, he was actually pushing Osiris into making a decision. After he spoke, many agreed with a murmur. Osiris didn't lose his composure. He calmly continued, Genevieve is a highly paid technical expert I personally hired. Dismissing someone just based on these baseless accusations. He suddenly pointed at a middle-aged man, his tone icy. Last time, you made a mistake in the company, resulting in a loss of several million. And you falsified expense reports using public funds, which you haven't paid back yet, right? As for the rest of you. Those who were called out lowered their heads, pale-faced, not expecting these matters to be exposed publicly. To protect their interests, they quickly changed their minds. I think it's highly possible that someone is framing Genevieve. We shouldn't rush into making such a hasty decision. What do you think? The others who were mentioned immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Edsel clenched his teeth, frustrated by how quickly people had turned around. He cast a hateful glance at Osiris. As the crowd started to change their stance, Osiris raised his hand to signal calmness. However, Genevieve's incident has indeed caused some losses to the company. I will give you all a satisfactory response, but I need time. 3 days. I will investigate thoroughly within 3 days. Also, if Genevieve still cannot produce satisfactory products after she returns from leave, I will consider your suggestion to dismiss her. Given Osiris's explanation, no one could find fault, so they decided to follow his plan. After returning to his office, Osiris called Melinda. He didn't want her to worry about the company matters, and he feared that online events might affect her mood. The trending topic has been stabilized. You don't need to worry. I trust you. Melinda remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the incident, but there was something she needed to bring up. Osiris, thank you for believing in me. This incident has a considerable impact, and it must be challenging for you to be caught in the middle. Perhaps I should take a leave of absence for now? I'm not troubled at all. Instead, stop overthinking things and focus on getting well soon, so I don't have to worry about you. Melinda blushed slightly, touched by his words. Osiris wanted to continue chatting but received a call from his mother. He apologized briefly and told her he would visit later before hanging up. As soon as he picked up, a sharp, hoarse voice came through, Yun, come back immediately. If you don't, I'll die for you to see. Osiris's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. His mother resorted to extreme measures just to get him home, yet he couldn't ignore it. Understood. Osiris knew Tamsin well enough to understand that she would stop at nothing to force him home, possibly even hurting herself. So, after brief instructions, he drove home. At the Fadi residence. Osiris was immediately questioned upon entering. You finally came back. If I hadn't threatened my own life, would you not have come back at all? I don't understand what you mean, Osiris replied with a frown, his handsome face cold. He hated being threatened more than anything, especially by his own mother. Sir, Tamsin is just worried you might use excuses to avoid coming back. She doesn't mean anything by it, Tatum interjected, sensing his anger. Tamsin also realized her reaction might have been too strong. Cough, Yun, I didn't mean to pressure you, but look at the internet, full of slander against that woman. As an outsider, I feel embarrassed to go out. Kalbist online reports are inaccurate. Just try not to pay too much attention. Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Tamsin's expression darkened with anger. Should I just pretend not to see it? Yun, a woman with a scandalous private life should never set foot in the Fadi household. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Seeing how well you are doing, you won't need my care. Tatum, please take good care of Kalbim. Osiris understood his mother's bias against Melinda. He had many things to handle and couldn't waste time here, so he turned to leave. Aren't you determined to be with that slut? Even ignoring her shameful private life and disregarding your mother's well-being? Tamsin demanded loudly, enraged by his resolute back. Osiris paused for a moment, his voice low yet firm. Kalbim, Dottie is the person I have chosen. If you force me to choose between you two, I have to say, I'm sorry. End of chapter 151. Chapter 152, A Dog's Nature Exposed. Tamsin stared at him in disbelief, then snapped back to reality and grabbed the nearest object to hurl it at him, you scoundrel. If you dare step out of this door today, don't ever come back. Kalbam, I know you're angry, but whatever I say now, you won't listen. There are things at the company that need my attention. I'll leave now, and we can talk when you're calmer. With that, Osiris turned and left without looking back. Seeing Osiris's resolute attitude, Tamsin questioned her decision for the first time. Am I the one who made a mistake? Why is he so heartless towards me? Tatum, seeing her lady's pained expression, couldn't help but embrace her tenderly. Tasha, young master doesn't understand your painstaking efforts. Once he has a family of his own, he'll realize all you've done was for his good. On the other side, since Sheila's death, Jacob had thrown himself entirely into work, gradually improving Lu Corporation's performance. Yet, his heart still longed for Dina. Jacob stood below Dina's apartment, holding a bouquet of flowers, happily speculating that Dina would surely be delighted by these blooms. She used to love flower fields. But despite waiting for a long time, no one came out. Jacob straightened his jacket and mustered the courage to ring the doorbell. The maid opened the door. Hello, is Odessa here? Jacob asked expectantly, hiding the flowers behind his back. The maid, unfamiliar with Jacob but sensing he wasn't a stranger to Dina, thought he might be her friend and informed him about her hospitalization. What? She's hospitalized? What happened? Jacob's brows furrowed in worry. He hadn't expected that after being busy with work for a few days, she would end up in the hospital. Ainsley suffered leg injuries from a car accident a few days ago. You should check the hospital, the maid said without reservation. Jacob thanked her, hopped into his car, and drove straight to the hospital. Along the way, he discarded the beautiful red roses and bought a bouquet of sunflowers along with some nutritional supplements before rushing to the hospital. In the hospital room, Dina was comparing data on her laptop. Hearing the door open, she didn't even lift her head as she spoke. I'm busy right now, eat your food if you want to. Confused, Jacob walked in and wondered how Dina knew he was there. Still, he followed her instructions and put down the items, placing the flowers in a vase. Raising his eyes, he scrutinized Dina carefully, whom he hadn't seen in a while. She appeared pale yet rosy-cheeked. Her only injury was the heavily bandaged right leg. Seeing this, he felt relieved. Sensing someone's gaze on her, Dina asked without looking up, Osiris, didn't you say you'd visit tonight? Why are you here so early? Recognizing her voice, Jacob's face darkened, upset that she mistook him for someone else. So, you and President Fadi seem quite close privately. Hearing a familiar voice, Dina raised her head with a frown. Embarrassment flashed across her face briefly, but she quickly composed herself and looked at him unhappily. How did you get here? Seeing her sudden change in demeanor, Jacob felt a stab of pain but managed to suppress his smile. Isn't it because I heard you were hospitalized and wanted to see you? Odessa, I miss you. This sudden confession repulsed Dina. She immediately retorted, are you not afraid Sheila will die unavenged? Jacob's face showed no sorrow, only anger. Don't mention her. If she hadn't deceived me, I never would have married her. I love you. Jacob, you never loved me, and I never loved you. In the future, please don't come to me anymore. The best distance between us is non-interference. Worrying he wouldn't understand, Dina spoke calmly and coldly. Jacob refused to accept this, looking intently at her face, trying to discern any hidden feelings. But all he saw was indifference. I don't believe it. Were all those feelings you had for me fake? Dina closed her eyes, unwilling to see him. Times have changed. I have no feelings left for you. I hope you can face reality and stop being unreasonable. These words struck Jacob like thunder. Staring at her dumbfounded, he couldn't accept this reality. Yet, Dina seemed oblivious to his distress, continuing, leave now and don't come back. Attempting to persuade him gently, Dina's effort fell short as Jacob tightened his grip and hugged her fiercely, as if clutching onto a precious possession lost and found. You belong to me, I won't let you go. Dina hammered his arms, panic rising within her, let go of me. No. Dina, I'm taking you right now. Just wait and see how you'll get rid of me. Horrified by his crazed words, Dina spotted an empty water jug nearby, grabbed it, and smashed it over Jacob's head, causing blood to flow freely. Clutching his bleeding head in disbelief, Jacob looked at her. Are you really that heartless? Dina's fear and shock lingered on her face. Her voice quivered. I told you to let go. This is your own doing, not my fault. Seeing her reaction, Jacob dropped his facade. You're nothing more than a slut who's been around every man. How could I love someone like you? Slut, you don't deserve anything. Stunned, Dina felt a profound chill in her heart. From the incident with Sheila, she already understood Jacob's true nature, but she never imagined the gentlemanly facade he once wore hid such filth inside. At that moment, she felt immensely fortunate for all the incidents years ago, otherwise, her life would have been ruined. Realizing he'd revealed too much, Jacob's face contorted in pain. Suddenly, he turned to plead, it's not like that. I've been under immense pressure recently, so I spoke incorrectly. Odessa, please forgive me. I don't want to hear another word from you. Get out. Dina turned away, refusing to look at him again, pointing to the door. No, I won't leave. If you don't forgive me, I'm staying here. Jacob's stubbornness took over, disregarding Dina's feelings. Just then, the door swung open as Osiris arrived with lunch. Chapter 153, President Fadi's Petty Thoughts. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Jacob in the ward and immediately turned cold. Why are you here? I came to see Melinda, Jacob retorted, his eyes hardening, unwilling to back down. Enemies meeting face to face made their enmity more glaring, especially when they were rivals for love. Seeing Osiris's face brought up memories of her, and thinking about their relationship filled Jacob with an urge to strangle Osiris. He glanced at Melinda, imagining how they might have been secretly involved behind his back. Perhaps that illegitimate child was conceived this way. The thought of being cuckolded for years without knowing sent a wave of anger through Jacob. He suddenly lunged at Osiris. Osiris, skilled in martial arts, reacted swiftly and dodged the attack. In his haste, Jacob tripped and fell clumsily to the ground. Osiris gave a cold snort and looked at him disdainfully. This silence only added insult to injury for Jacob, who was already humiliated. Driven by resentment, he grabbed a nearby vase and hurled it at Osiris. Melinda's face paled. Osiris, watch out. Osiris moved quickly, avoiding the vase which shattered on the floor. The noise alarmed the nurses on rounds, who rushed in to investigate and immediately noticed Jacob's bloodied face. What's going on here? Patients need rest. If you continue, I'll call security. Though unaware of the specifics, the nurses knew they must stop the chaos. All present looked uncomfortable. Melinda sighed in relief but glared at Jacob. Jacob, get out. I don't want to see you. If you harass me again, I'll call the police. Despite being one of two brawlers, Melinda only addressed Jacob. Heartbroken, he wondered why coming to reconcile had ended like this. But with her public order to leave, even the thick-skinned Jacob felt compelled to depart. Glaring fiercely at Osiris, he turned and left the ward. With the troublemaker gone, Melinda took a deep breath and apologized to Osiris. Sorry. Though an outsider, he was hurt because of her, and she genuinely felt guilty. This isn't your fault. Why did Jacob come here? I have no idea, total lunatic. Seeing Melinda wasn't eager to elaborate, Osiris didn't press further. He spoke briefly with the nurse and turned to call housekeeping. As he turned, Melinda noticed blood on the side of his hand. She called out anxiously, Osiris. What is it? Your hand. She gestured, and Osiris looked down at his aching palm. His eyes darkened slightly. It's nothing, I didn't even feel the pain until you mentioned it. Please go to the nurse and clean it. It might get infected. Melinda felt both speechless and deeply concerned. All right, I'll be right back. Not wanting to worry her, Osiris left the room. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Jacob felt utterly frustrated. He vowed never to be swayed by feelings for Melinda again. Not only that, but he would regain his lost dignity and make Melinda and Osiris regret it forever. Returning with a medical tray, Osiris found Melinda watching him curiously. The nurses are busy. It's just a minor wound, so I won't trouble them. Saying this, he placed the tray beside her bed and handed her a cotton swab dipped in iodine. Trouble you, Dottie. Melinda's ears reddened. She wanted to refuse but couldn't, knowing he was hurt because of her. As she treated the wound, she asked, didn't you defend yourself when Jacob attacked you? Osiris smiled without looking up. Inwardly, he wondered if he should risk it, considering Jacob was her ex-fiancé and feared any lingering feelings she might still have. Due to this hesitation, he hadn't retaliated. Besides, Jacob's fighting skills were nowhere near his level, making retaliation unnecessary. Forget it, doesn't matter. Remember, Jacob and I are long over. You shouldn't tolerate anything for my sake. Although Melinda didn't know his exact thoughts, she guessed he refrained from defending himself for her benefit. She felt touched yet also thought he was a bit too considerate. Ouch, Osiris winced softly. Sorry, she whispered, gentling her touch and blowing lightly. Unseen by her, a slight smile tugged at Osiris's lips. To have Melinda treat him so gently made him happy. Her eyes softened, locking onto Melinda. He'd never seen her so tender and compliant before. His heart pounded uncontrollably. Suddenly sneezing while treating his wound, Melinda muttered, someone's thinking of me. Are you catching a cold? Osiris offered a tissue and instinctively glanced at the window. Elsewhere, the scandalous photos of Melinda were causing uproar online, drawing Iona's attention. She stared at the images saved on her phone, a cold smirk spreading across her face. Melinda, you're doomed this time. Let's see how you compete with me for the role of Tamsin. Shutting her phone, she drove straight to the Fadi residence. Auntie, I've come to visit. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to work today? Fadi's mother's frown eased upon seeing Iona, brightening her mood. I took a day off. We agreed to do skincare together, remember? These past days have been hectic, I forgot all about it. What's the date today? 15th, the exact day you booked for your beauty treatment. Iona's smile was radiant, but Fadi's mother hesitated. Kaylee, I might disappoint you, but I'm not in the mood for a treatment now. Having witnessed the explosive news and argued fiercely with Osiris, Fadi's mother's good spirits had vanished. Even if offered a mountain of gold, she doubted she'd be cheerful. Hashtag chapter 154, Iona stirs trouble. Zelda was troubled by her son treating her this way for a woman and had no mood for anything, let alone going out to play. When Iona heard this, she did not seem saddened but instead asked thoughtfully, Auntie, what's the matter? You usually love to go. And I heard they have a new technology for skincare this time. If you don't go now, you'll have to wait for the next batch. These words stirred some interest in Zelda. As she grew older, so did her appearance, and it was the perfect time to take advantage of advanced technology for skincare. Looking at the concerned expression on Iona's face, she sighed helplessly, it's all because of that bitch Melinda. Now Hamza is so captivated by her that he doesn't even care about me. It's infuriating. Hearing this, Iona hurried to console her, Auntie, don't think too much. Brother Hamza is just confused right now, he'll see things clearly eventually. Kaylee, you're so good. Why does that fool have such poor judgment? Why did he fall for that witch? Zelda patted Iona's hand, her words full of disappointment. Iona's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help thinking, I'm glad you know. I can't let that woman steal her place. It has always been my dream, and I won't give up just because of a little setback. Alright, Auntie, let's hurry up with the skincare session. We might miss out if we delay. Iona glanced at her watch and urged Zelda. Okay. Zelda chuckled and readily agreed. Just as they stepped out, Iona said, Auntie, there's something I want to tell you. Tell me. Why are you being so hesitant all of a sudden? Zelda teased, amused at the sight of Iona beside her. Gathering her courage to speak, Iona was interrupted. Tasha, Miss Kaylee, please get in the car, said a middle-aged man in a black suit, opening the car door for them. Inside, Iona was secretly seething but kept her calm exterior. Auntie, let's get in the car first. Lost in her thoughts, Zelda didn't notice Iona's true feelings. At the beauty salon. Zelda pulled Iona into the beauty salon and addressed the approaching middle-aged woman sternly, everything as usual. Oh, I heard you have new technology, what's it like? Caught off guard by the question, the woman explained, the technology is still in its early stages and not suitable for practical use yet. This contradicted what Iona had said earlier. Zelda frowned and glanced at Iona. Caught off guard by this immediate rebuttal, Iona's smile faltered slightly, Auntie, my friend has already tried this technology. Her skin looks incredibly smooth and youthful, proving it's mature. Zelda was torn between believing her long-trusted niece and the reputable salon owner. Seeing Zelda's indecision, Iona released her hands sadly, Auntie, do you not believe me now? Just because Brother Hamza likes Melinda, you won't trust me anymore? No, don't misunderstand, Zelda assured, surprised by Iona's reaction. Noticing Zelda's discomfort, Iona quickly changed her approach, I'll follow whatever you say. The middle-aged woman observed everything, musing, this woman is quite cunning. I wonder how Zelda came across her. Please come in, the woman led them into the VIP lounge. Lying on the treatment bed, as the staff applied lasers to her face, Zelda suddenly remembered Iona's hesitant expression when they left. She asked, Kaylee, what did you want to say before we left? Nothing, really, Iona replied nonchalantly. This evasive behavior raised more suspicions in Zelda. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like keeping things hidden. Feeling she had the upper hand, Iona knew she couldn't refuse any longer. She feigned hesitation, glancing around before speaking. Understanding the situation, Zelda dismissed the staff. After some hesitation, Iona reluctantly confessed, I overheard an employee saying that Melinda isn't very decent. They often see her entering hotels with different older men. What? Is that true? Zelda tore off her face mask, her face filled with displeasure. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it from others. When I mentioned this to Brother Hamza, he reprimanded me harshly. You know, some things. I can't say too much. Poor you. Hamza's blinded by her and won't listen to reason. But Zelda wasn't stupid. The timing of this revelation made her suspicious. No wonder Iona skipped work to come with her. Knowing this could raise suspicion, Iona quickly added, I didn't want to tell you, but with today's trending topic, I couldn't bear to see Brother Hamza with such an immoral woman. It tarnishes his and the company's reputation. I was just upset. Auntie, you know I admire Brother Hamza deeply and wish to marry him. This situation is unbearable for me. Zelda studied her carefully, trying to discern the truth behind her words. Kaylee, I'll have someone investigate. If it's true, I'll ensure justice for you. Zelda had always disliked unseemly women, especially after disliking Melinda from the start. Hearing this, she felt even less favorable towards her, with a hint of disdain. Unexpectedly, Zelda's reaction was quite indifferent, which worried Iona. Immediately shedding crocodile tears, her aggrieved look didn't escape Zelda's attention. Why are you crying? I promised to stand up for you, Zelda handed her a tissue, somewhat impatiently. I'm just touched by your kindness, Iona embraced Zelda, feeling relieved. Translation completed while maintaining the tone, style, and structure of the original text. Chapter 155, Melinda's Decision. Alright, stop crying. Your face is all wet and messy, it looks terrible, Tamsin said with softened expression, teasingly. But then Iona added fuel to the fire, Auntie, I heard that Brother Hamza has been staying by Melinda's side recently. I haven't seen him come back to the company for a long time. How can this be allowed? How could Tamsin endure her son giving up on the company because of a woman? She immediately took out her phone to make a call. Unexpectedly, Iona was quick to stop her. Iona just wanted Tamsin on her side and didn't want her lie to be exposed so quickly. Swallowing hard, she managed a strained smile. Auntie, Brother Hamza has lost his sense of judgment due to Melinda. If you call now, he will only distance himself from you again because of her. It's better to think carefully about this matter first. After thinking for a moment, Tamsin agreed that what she said made sense. She put down her phone and controlled her anger. Meanwhile, at the CEO's office. President, the photos sent for review have been analyzed. They are indeed all composites. Good job. The assistant brought accurate information, but instead of being happy, Osiris frowned. Although it had been confirmed that the photos were edited, without the original photos, even if this news were published, netizens wouldn't buy it, which would only add trouble for Dottie. Forget it, he should discuss this with Dottie first. Thinking of this, Osiris picked up his phone and called Melinda. The photo results are out. What do you plan to do next? Melinda hadn't expected the results to come so quickly. As for what to do next, she hadn't thought about it. Have you found the first person who posted the pictures? I mobilized all my connections but still couldn't find that person. The upload address used was virtual, but my people are still investigating. Upon hearing this, Melinda's face darkened. This person was so cautious, which complicated things significantly. She thought for a few seconds and suddenly said, I've decided to participate in the competition. With your leg injury, you shouldn't even be moving around. You can't consider participating in the competition. Osiris immediately objected when she spoke. I've already asked the doctor. He said I can use a wheelchair. Just being careful won't be a problem, Melinda calmly replied to Osiris's concern. Healing from injuries like yours takes more than 100 days. It hasn't even been a month yet. I forbid you from getting out of bed to compete. Give up on it. After saying this sternly, Osiris hung up, not wanting to hear her arguments, fearing he might give in. But Melinda wanted to say something more, but the dial tone buzzed in her ear. This bastard. Anger flared as she threw her phone away, muttering under her breath. Night fell. In the dark room, Osiris sat in his chair with a stern expression. For a whole day, he couldn't concentrate on any documents, always thinking about Melinda insisting on participating in the competition. He knew how much effort she had put into preparing for the competition. Saying no to her didn't seem fair, but letting her go worried him about her health issues, putting him in a tough spot. The assistant saw someone inside as he passed by the office. Guessing Osiris was troubled by Melinda's photo scandal, after some contemplation, he knocked on the door. Come in. Osiris's voice was somber. President, are you worrying about Genevieve? The assistant dared not turn on the lights and asked in the dimness. Not really, it's because of the competition, Osiris replied casually. The assistant furrowed his brows and respectfully asked, what do you plan to do? Osiris glanced at Yates. Initially, he thought Yates could help, but now he felt that if he had a solution, he wouldn't be troubled right now. This was quite a conundrum. The assistant was deep in thought and looked at Osiris as he contemplated, President, based on my understanding of Genevieve, if she insists on doing something, you might not be able to interfere. This sentence hit Osiris right in the heart. Irritated, he immediately asked, are you here to help or hurt me? Realizing he had misspoken, Yates quickly apologized, President, why don't you arrange someone specifically to protect her? You'll be there too, and you can both assist Genevieve and ensure her safety, achieving two goals at once. But I just rejected her, although the suggestion sounded reasonable, Osiris remained worried. At this moment, the unique ringtone dedicated to Melinda rang. The assistant smiled awkwardly at Osiris and left the room. Osiris chuckled helplessly and reluctantly answered the call. I've thought it through. I'll guarantee with my life and reputation that I won't get hurt during the competition. Let me participate. Hearing Melinda's clear and pleading voice, Osiris was stunned for a moment. Knowing he refused her earlier and would certainly have hurt her feelings, he hurriedly responded, I agree for you to participate, but you must promise one condition. Tell me. Suppressing her excitement, Melinda quickly asked. Her voice filled with joy, Osiris naturally sensed it. He laughed and said, I will arrange someone to take care of you throughout, and you must report everything to me. Okay. Melinda eagerly agreed. The reason for her quick agreement was that she already had another plan in mind. She knew the company had suffered a reputational loss due to the photo scandal, and the stock prices had also dropped considerably. Even though Osiris hadn't mentioned anything, she guessed he must have spent a lot of effort protecting her. To not drag Usha and Osiris down, she had decided to temporarily leave Usha. After the competition, she planned to submit her resignation. Goodbye, Osiris. Looking at her turned-off phone, Melinda let out a soft laugh. When Teresa suddenly received notice that the competition would proceed normally, he was momentarily stunned. Realizing that Osiris couldn't stop public discussion and had given in, Teresa decisively agreed to participate in the competition. Learning that Melinda was recuperating in the hospital, Teresa approached her room with an arrogant demeanor. However, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. Get out of my way. I need to see Melinda. President Foddy has ordered that no one but him can enter. Caught off guard by the guard's obstruction at the very first step, Teresa glared angrily but didn't give up. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed Melinda. Seeing Teresa's caller ID, Melinda was surprised and wondered what urgent matter prompted her call at this time. Hello, Teresa. What's going on? I'm outside your ward, and the guards won't let me in. Tell them to move aside, I need to talk to you. Chapter 156, Zelda Making Trouble. Dina chuckled softly. Initially, she had been annoyed that Osiris sent bodyguards over so quickly, thinking it was unnecessary and over the top. But now she realized they were already useful. There's nothing you can't say over the phone. I have no obligation to let your people in, Dina said, trying to keep her amusement out of her voice. Teresa didn't expect Dina to be so uncooperative and immediately shouted, the competition is still on schedule. You plan to appear like this with your injuries? This sudden concern made Dina suspicious. Just relax, I will participate. If I don't win, I won't be satisfied, Dina replied calmly. Oh, by the way, when will you compensate the company for the damage to the lab earlier? Caught off guard by this topic, Teresa was momentarily stunned. If Dina hadn't brought it up, she might have forgotten about it. You bitch. Taking a deep breath, she sneered, let me tell you, I'm definitely going to win this time. You never really stood a chance, and now with your injury wasting your time, there's no way you can win. Dina looked at the glowing computer screen and muttered, maybe. I've already told you, don't cry when the time comes. Teresa gloated before hanging up the phone. She glared at the bodyguard fiercely and stormed off without looking back. This left Dina both amused and exasperated. Was Teresa really calling just to talk about this? It wasn't like her usual behavior. Shaking her head, Dina chuckled helplessly and quickly focused on preparing her materials, pushing the matter aside. Meanwhile, having delivered her threat, Teresa walked home leisurely, feeling quite pleased. However, someone who had been keeping an eye on her actions promptly called Edsel to report her behavior. Learning of Teresa's independent decision, Edsel was furious and dissatisfied with her unauthorized actions. In the next moment, he directly called Teresa, come to my office. What happened? Gotta stick up your ass? Though puzzled, Teresa still obediently went to the office. But as soon as she opened the door, she was met with a scathing rebuke. Why did you go see Dina on your own? I told you to stay put at home. Why couldn't you control yourself? Edsel threw the file in his hand right into Teresa's face, clearly displeased. Well, I thought after all this time, things should be fine now, Teresa replied weakly, intimidated by Edsel's anger. Can't you follow orders? Must you act on your own? These words fueled Edsel's rage, and he unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. I didn't think that much. Not thinking much. Just a few days ago, inappropriate photos of Dina were leaked online, didn't you see that? How does that relate to the competition? Teresa frowned, confused. Edsel looked at her with exasperation, frustration mounting. How could she be so stupid? He even doubted whether she was his biological child. How could his genes be so poor? Suppressing his anger, Edsel analyzed each point for her. With so many issues exposed, the company won't tolerate Dina anymore. With a little push from me, she'll be fired soon. There's no need for you to do this. I don't need your help to win Dina. Winning fairly will prove my strength, and my subordinates will fully submit to me, Teresa retorted disdainfully. You? Do you even have the capability? Don't make me doubt you. Now we're all in the same boat. If you fail, I'll be dragged down too. I warn you, don't cause trouble. If something happens, I won't let you off easily. Edsel was even more furious, pointing at the simple-minded Teresa and yelling. Believe me, you saw how Dina hasn't done any research at the company lately, and now with the car accident, she barely has time to prepare. This time, I'm definitely going to win, Teresa confidently stated. Her confidence subtly affected Edsel, making him feel she might be right. Fine, then you better prepare well for the competition. No mistakes allowed. Edsel's tone softened, and Teresa swallowed hard before hastily excusing herself. On the other side, Zelda grew increasingly uneasy. Hamza was now completely focused on Dina, even ignoring her commands. What could she do? She hurriedly called out to Kimber, who was working. Kimber, quickly bring me my phone. If he couldn't settle down himself, she'd settle it for him. No way would such a woman as Dina ever set foot in the Foddy family. Yes, ma'am, Kimber rushed upstairs to fetch the phone. Zelda quickly dialed the number of Iona's parents that she had saved earlier. Hello, is this Floyd? This is Osiris's mother. I'm calling to discuss something important. This is regarding our recent interactions. I found your daughter particularly charming and believe she is a match for Hamza. Kalbirover, a marriage between our families would benefit both parties. Therefore, I'd like to discuss the engagement between the two of them. Zelda came straight to the point. This unexpected call took Iona's parents by surprise. After some initial shock, they quickly recovered and agreed to meet with Zelda. They talked happily for a while before ending the call. As Zelda hung up, her smile couldn't be hidden. Ma'am, you're making such decisions without permission. Young master might not be happy, Kimber interjected nervously. Marrying has always been decided by matchmakers. He's my son, and I know what he needs. Whether he agrees or not, this must happen. Zelda said sternly. Seeing her determination, Kimber kept silent, silently mourning for Osiris. The next morning, Zelda brought a stack of health supplements and expensive gifts to the agreed restaurant. Upon meeting the Roxannes, both sets of parents greeted each other warmly. I've discussed this with Kaylee, and she's very willing. What about Hamza? Isn't he coming today? Zelda responded quickly, there are some matters at the company, so he's busy. I can decide these minor details for him. Rest assured, he'll attend the engagement ceremony. Note, 4 character names, Osiris, instead of Fadi Ningyan, is used as it seems more likely based on context. Hashtag chapter 157, Paulette regains consciousness. Well, that's good. Earlier, I saw Fadi Ningyan not talking much with our Kaylee, and I thought this matter was going to fall through. I didn't expect a turn for the better, we're still going to become in-laws. Exactly. Kaylee is such a beautiful and well-tempered girl. Every time I see her, I want to bring her into our family. Finally, it's happening. Let's raise a toast to celebrate. Tamsin spoke calmly, not worried at all about her lies being exposed. Since that's the case, may I ask when you plan to hold the engagement ceremony? I've already chosen a date, Tamsin said as she pulled out the date she selected last night to share with them. This. December 16th, isn't it a bit rushed? The date is perfect. I've consulted a master, who said it's very auspicious and suitable for weddings. If we don't hold it then, we'll have to wait until next year for another suitable date. Seeing how urgent the engagement date was, Iona's parents exchanged glances, hesitant but also eager. Marrying into the Fadi family was an incredible opportunity. Even if the date wasn't ideal, they'd agree. Mainly, I love Kaylee so much and want her to join our family as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll treat her like my own daughter. Tamsin reassured them. Alright, we'll follow your arrangements. The assistant was standing guard in Paulette's hospital room, almost nodding off to sleep. Paulette, weak but conscious, looked at the dozing assistant and smiled. She reached out to gently nudge him awake. Startled, Yates reacted, his eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Paulette awake. Would you like some water? He asked nervously. No need. Just help me call Genevieve, I have something important to discuss with her. Paulette's voice was hoarse from lack of water. Without hesitation, Yates fetched water for her. Drink this first while I make the call. Thank you, Paulette took the cup, grateful. For the first time, she felt warmth from someone's care. It's good to be awake. Amnon was feeding Cher her meal when his phone rang. Answer it quickly, Cher urged. After you finish this bite, Amnon insisted. Fine, answer it now, Cher conceded, swallowing reluctantly. On the other end, the anxious assistant had just dialed the number when it was picked up. President, Paulette is awake. Since Amnon's phone was on speaker, Cher heard the news too. The couple exchanged looks, overjoyed. Good. We'll come over right away. This is wonderful. With Paulette awake, we can make progress on the poisoning investigation. Amnon, get the wheelchair quickly, Cher said excitedly. Okay. Together, they arrived at Paulette's ward. Genevieve, what happened to you? Paulette asked in surprise as Amnon wheeled Cher in. A small accident, nothing serious. How are you feeling? Cher responded, more concerned about Paulette's health. After all, her injuries would heal within a couple of months, whereas Paulette's poisoning required much longer recovery. Hearing this, Paulette burst into tears, causing everyone to panic. Cher wondered if she had said something wrong. Noticing her expression, Amnon patted her shoulder. It's not your fault, you shouldn't blame yourself. After crying for a long time and easing her emotions, Paulette wiped her tears shyly. I'm sorry for embarrassing you all. Why did you come here? What happened to you? Amnon asked. It was Teresa. She did this. Paulette's face filled with hatred as she clenched her teeth. Just as expected, it was indeed Teresa's doing. Amnon and Cher exchanged looks. At first, I only wanted to help her. But then she betrayed me. To please her, I even offended you. Paulette paused, looking at Cher sadly before continuing, she poisoned me. Her tone turned sorrowful and apologetic. You saved my life. I apologize for everything I did in the past. Please forgive me. As Paulette tried to get out of bed to kneel and apologize, everyone hurried to stop her. If you want me to forgive you, testify against Teresa in front of the police, Amnon nudged Cher, signaling her to state their purpose. Given her heartlessness, I won't protect her anymore. I promise to testify. Paulette agreed without hesitation, knowing she would do it even without Cher's request. Rest well. Call us anytime if you have any thoughts. Sure, I'll wait for your updates. On their way back to the ward, they saw Horace waiting outside with Ira. August, brother, why are you here? Cher greeted them. Upon hearing her, August ran to her side. Kalbami, where did you go? August missed you so much. Sweetie, mommy missed you too, Cher hugged and kissed August, smiling sweetly. Amnon and Horace exchanged a look but remained silent. Brother, don't stand outside. Come in, Cher motioned for Amnon to push the wheelchair inside. Yes, come in. Fady Engsub, I heard you're planning to participate in the competition on schedule, Horace stated directly. Cher was surprised. How did you know that? Don't ask how I found out. Your condition is not suitable for the competition. Aren't you treating your body lightly? Frustrated, Horace criticized. Big brother, don't try to persuade me. This is my decision, and I will participate no matter what. Leave it to me. Seeing Cher's resolve, Horace shot a glance at Amnon, blaming him for indulging her. Embarrassed, Amnon rubbed his nose, avoiding the issue. Ah, forget it. You two are impossible, Horace sighed deeply, knowing once his sister decided something, there was no changing her mind. Take care of yourself during the competition. Be cautious and don't worry us, Horace instructed sternly. Cher understood Horace's soft-hearted agreement. She was moved. Thank you, big brother. Don't thank me, Horace snapped irritably, turning to Amnon. You better take good care of my sister. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you accountable. Of course, I will protect her. Rest assured, Amnon replied earnestly. Chapter 158, Undercurrents. On the day of the competition, Dina arrived at the company accompanied by Osiris. For convenience, the competition venue was set in the laboratory. Upon entering the research lab, Dina immediately noticed something different. This is... Director Gu, President Fadi said that since you have mobility issues, the previous experimental tables were too high and inconvenient for you during the competition. So, he had me buy a suitable one overnight. Is the height convenient for you? Yates spoke up before Osiris could. Cowed by this gesture, a hint of emotion flashed across Dina's eyes. She knew Osiris had feelings for her. Honestly, if not for the unpleasant incident at his house, she might already be with him. As the company's technical backbone, even without this competition, the company would ensure your convenience for work purposes. You don't need to feel obligated, Osiris cleared his throat, his ears slightly red. Dina nodded with a smile, her voice soft and melodic. Thank you, President Fadi. With that, she pushed herself towards the experimental table. Indeed, Osiris's arrangement was excellent. The tabletop was U-shaped and narrow, making it easy for her to reach anything she needed with just a stretch. Just as she was browsing through the familiar bottles, Edsel came over with two of his loyal subordinates from the publicity department and Teresa. Seeing Dina, Teresa's expression instantly changed, filled with disdain and a crazed determination. Does this bitch really think she's some kind of genius? To create safe and effective cosmetics without studying the mixture ratios in the lab? What a dream. President Fadi, Edsel smiled, his fox-like eyes full of scheming thoughts. Director Gu, I heard you had a car accident the other day. Apologies, with so much work on my hands, I didn't personally visit. Dina turned her head, her cold but serene face expressing some relief. No need for such formalities, Minister Zhou. It's just a minor accident, I wouldn't dare trouble you. To date, the driver who caused the accident remained at large, yet both she and Osiris suspected that the old fox in front of her was behind it, aiming to drive her out of Oshi and bring Osiris down. Unfortunately, they had no evidence, leaving them clueless about the accident. Director Gu, what tone is this? Do you think you've given us little trouble? A man beside Edsel snorted, his eyes full of contempt. You embarrassed the company publicly. Do you know how much damage it did? Minister Zhou worked tirelessly day and night dealing with those reporters. After barely suppressing the rumors, here you are, acting like nothing happened. Edsel inwardly cheered but feigned displeasure. Ah, don't talk like that. We are all employees of the company, and doing what we can for the company is our duty. Encouraged by Edsel's approving look, Nolan was about to continue when Dina interrupted with a raised eyebrow. That only proves Minister Zhou's inefficiency. What did you say? Edsel froze, anger flashing in his eyes. My private life, no matter how improper, remains my own business. If Minister Zhou couldn't handle such trivial matters without working day and night, isn't it proof of low efficiency? I remember you once said I wasn't contributing enough revenue to the company, implying I wasn't fit for my role. Based on your performance these past few days, I'll return those words exactly as you gave them. Dina watched Edsel's changing expressions with amusement, feeling quite pleased. No way would she allow him to deliberately suppress and manipulate her. Osiris, who was watching nearby, relaxed his initially furrowed brows due to her rebuttal. He understood Edsel's ulterior motives but felt intervening would discourage the veteran employees. However, coming from Dina, this retort not only left Edsel speechless but also made the old employees merely watch for amusement. Dina, don't get cocky. How could the company tolerate you after you posted inappropriate content online? Teresa glared at her with hatred, her voice full of unrelenting criticism. Dina picked up a reagent bottle, looking down at its contents, ignoring her completely. A clear conscience speaks for itself. Time will prove what kind of person I am. As for you, since you're here for a competition, save the useless talk, otherwise, you'll appear more contemptible. You. It's time. Both parties should check their instruments and equipment and prepare for the competition, Osiris intervened, cutting off Teresa before she could cause further trouble. Originally indifferent, Dina redirected her focus back to the experimental table. Truly, she lived up to its reputation as the most promising group in the industry. Even the seemingly ordinary devices before her were the latest models, mesmerizing someone like Dina who spent years abroad with advanced technology. Due to the special circumstances, Osiris allowed all R&D staff a paid half-day leave. Those interested could watch Dina and Teresa's competition. One researcher fond of Teresa quickly packed up and rushed to the lab upon hearing the announcement. He felt no remorse for Dina's predicament. Anyone blocking his idol's path deserved death. The competition was set to begin in 10 minutes. Taking a deep breath, Dina quickly adjusted her mindset, ready for the challenge. Though still recuperating, she had the components firmly etched into her mind. Thus, despite not having finalized her research on the new product, she wasn't worried. Meanwhile, Teresa had memorized the data and formulas perfectly, feeling confident about winning. Smugly, she added a bit of perfume essence to the original formula, believing this unique scent would stimulate female consumers' purchasing desire. The competition began. Dina worked calmly, steadily dropping calculated doses of liquid into containers. Her movements were deliberate and focused. Chapter 159, Submitting the Resignation Letter. Those who knew her could immediately tell that she was cautious, while those who didn't might think she lacked confidence in her formula and thus hesitated to work freely. Clearly, Teresa belonged to the latter group. When she saw Melinda's hesitation, a sneer appeared at the corner of her eyes. She couldn't fathom how President Fadi had thought that this overseas taught talent could serve as the head of R&D for OSHA Group. If someone like her could do it, then surely she herself could too. With this thought, she pulled back her attention and refocused on the lotion she was preparing, which already contained half of the materials. This lotion was researched by Melinda, but sadly, the data had been stolen by Teresa. By adding a bit of essential oil and increasing the antioxidant component, the effects would change. Once mass-produced, it would surely be a hit among all the women. Beside her, a researcher couldn't bear to see Teresa suffer any injustice. Seeing Melinda's cautious movements, as if afraid to act, he muttered to his colleague, "Is Genevieve really hired from overseas at a high salary? Look at her movements, she's so careful, not even as bold as our interns." Upon hearing this, several shareholders watching the competition became instantly uneasy. They all turned their heads to look at Osiris, who remained calm, feeling quite frustrated. They truly couldn't understand what abilities this woman possessed that made the woman-detesting President Fadi repeatedly make exceptions for her. "Look, isn't Genevieve adding something wrong? I remember that was discarded 2 years ago. How could someone of her caliber make such an elementary mistake?" The researcher grew increasingly agitated, almost wanting to storm over and question Melinda himself. Edsel forced back laughter and said sarcastically, "Some people love to use the return from abroad title to swindle high-paying jobs. And some lack judgment and could easily be deceived. But skills cannot lie." His words drew immediate nods from the two beside him, even openly stating that Melinda fit the description of those who used overseas education to con their way into high-paying jobs. Osiris watched all this with a frown, suddenly feeling uncertain. He wasn't afraid of Melinda losing, but he feared that if she lost, Edsel would find an excuse to unite other shareholders and oust her. A normal resignation wouldn't be much trouble, but Edsel might deliberately target her and use her dismissal as an excuse to tarnish her reputation in the industry. Then, probably no company in China would dare to hire her. Thinking of these possibilities, Osiris's expression darkened, and his gaze grew tense. Meanwhile, online turmoil was finally overshadowed by a recent big scandal. The heat surrounding Melinda's private life seemed to have cooled down, with only occasional related comments popping up. However, as if guided intentionally, more people were directing their dissatisfaction towards the official accounts of OSHA Group, publicly challenging them about unresolved issues, accusing them of treating consumers as fools, and advocating for a boycott of their products. The shareholders watching the competition felt extremely frustrated upon seeing these comments. They invested in OSHA because of its brand influence and bright prospects, but they would never tolerate losing money due to a few bad apples. Glancing at each other, they all reached the same resolve: under no circumstances should Melinda win. Watching everyone's reactions, Edsel chuckled inwardly and silently sent a text message. Indeed, the comments under the corporate account were arranged by him. A man like him never fought without assurance. Although Teresa believed she would win, there's an old saying, better safe than sorry. If Teresa were to lose, his earlier efforts would be wasted. He absolutely would not allow this to happen. The competition continued, but unbeknownst to Melinda, except for Osiris, everyone in the leadership had already ridden her off. After a long while, when most people were losing patience, Teresa suddenly held up a small bottle and shouted loudly, "I'm done." Turning around proudly, she looked at Melinda. As expected, Melinda was still struggling with the bottles in front of her. "Huh, Melinda, what do you have left to fight with?" "Teresa, you're amazing," the researcher exclaimed uncontrollably, forgetting the executives nearby. Teresa smiled stiffly, finding this person embarrassing. However, he still served a purpose. Without him, Melinda's public image wouldn't have plummeted so quickly or faced the risk of being abandoned by capital investors. "Done," said Melinda calmly, putting down the reagent bottle after completing her work. She had accomplished what she wanted. It took her months to create this lotion, yet only she knew this fact. "Ha, can your hastily created lotion match the efficacy of mine?" "Please stop joking," scoffed Teresa dismissively. Melinda didn't get angry. She just laughed and said, "Our lotions have completely different ingredients. To determine which is better, 1 day won't be enough. Give me 3 days. In 3 days, I'll come to the company to ask for the results." With that, she smiled politely and prepared to leave in her wheelchair. But before she moved, a shareholder frowned and spoke up. "Genevieve, I know President Fadi appreciates you, but you've seen the damage you've caused the company recently. So next." He glanced warily at Osiris, fearing his wrath. "I understand what you mean," Melinda interrupted, before Osiris could speak. Then, she pulled out a resignation letter she had prepared. "I came here today just to compete without regrets. This is my resignation letter. You don't need to worry about me holding on to this position." The shareholder was stunned, not expecting her to resign voluntarily. The words died in his throat. Edsel smirked coldly, not believing in her resolve. He thought Melinda was playing hard to get. Raising an eyebrow, he gave a signal to his confidant, who immediately understood. "Genevieve, since you've decided to resign, please leave the data and ingredients of this lotion behind." Melinda looked up at Edsel, her gaze turning cold. "Are you worried I might take the data with me, Director Zhou?" ####Chapter 160, Clues Found. "Genevieve, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way," Edsel said with a smirk, his eyes filled with disdain. "But you should know that all your research findings belong to the company before your resignation. Therefore, even if your work is worthless, you can't take it with you." His voice wasn't loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, the other shareholders immediately voiced their agreement. The company had brought her back for research and development. Now that she had produced results, whether or not these results could benefit the company, they still couldn't allow her to take them away. Melinda scoffed lightly and pointed indifferently at an inconspicuous USB drive on the table. "I'm not as shameless as Minister Zhou. I never intended to take these things. However, I want a fair and just competition result. If you tamper with the competition results, I don't mind having lawyer Dev help me get justice." After saying this, she turned around with a cold laugh and walked away. She had long guessed what these people were thinking. Currently, she was of no use to Oshi, and besides, she had already submitted her resignation. The smartest move for them would be to suppress her to pave the way for Teresa while simultaneously courting Edsel. But she wasn't a pushover. They wanted to step on her to achieve their goals. Let's see if they have the capability. "Ha! What's there to be proud of?" Teresa muttered in anger and then turned around pitifully. "Mr. Fadi, Genevieve must not want to lose too badly. I also don't want to gain a reputation for being overly aggressive. Since she has already submitted her resignation, I won't compete for the competition results with her." "No." Edsel hadn't spoken yet, but the researcher couldn't sit still. "You have the ability and skills. Why should you give your honor to that loose woman?" "Mr. Fadi, I'm from the R&D department. Please don't let us down." He was convinced that Teresa would win. After all, she was his dream girl. Aside from the competition results, he would support whatever she did. Teresa couldn't help but inwardly give him a thumbs up. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, she would thank him properly, thank him for his stupidity. "A competition is a competition, and the results will not be influenced or changed by any factors," Osiris said, his face dark and his tone threatening. On one hand, he was reminding those shareholders with ulterior motives. On the other, he was warning Edsel not to play tricks. Edsel dismissed it with a sneer. He originally planned to squeeze Melinda out, but now that she had offered to leave voluntarily, why make a fuss? Next, he only needed to follow the original plan and promote his own people to the position of R&D director. Meanwhile, Horace received a call from his friend at the police station. In the call, Officer Damon told him they had found clues about the hit-and-run driver and asked him to come to the station when he had time. Horace was elated. After dropping off Ira at kindergarten, he went straight to the police station. Take a look at this figure caught on camera at Dongjie intersection. The person in the video, in terms of clothing, appearance, and walking posture, matches the characteristics of the hit-and-run driver, Officer Damon said firmly, pointing to an unclear silhouette on the screen. Horace's spirit soared as he immediately asked where this person was now and if they had found them yet. "My team is investigating along this lead. As long as the suspect hasn't left the country, I believe we'll find them soon." Officer Damon's usually stern face showed a hint of a smile. "Kalbirover, we found a complete fingerprint on the hit-and-run vehicle. Once the fingerprints match, the suspect can't deny it." "Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner later." "Don't mention it, it's part of our job." Horace and Officer Damon smiled at each other, everything unsaid but understood. In the evening, Horace picked up Ira and rushed to the hospital to tell Melinda the good news so she could rest easy. But just as they reached the door, they heard an argument inside the ward. "Dottie, I won't agree to your resignation. Believe me, I will handle this matter." Osiris's voice was domineering, but there was panic in his tone. He knew why Melinda had submitted her resignation, and because of that, he was afraid. He feared that she might leave the country with August, making it impossible for him to find her. "Osiris, you're overthinking. Look at my condition, it's impossible for me to return to work anytime soon. Why should I hold on to this position?" Melinda didn't dare to look at him, afraid that she might soften her heart and agree. You're holding on to this position because of your abilities. I know you need to recover, but you can do that with paid leave. Why insist on resigning? Osiris. I don't care. I won't approve your resignation, and I won't give this position to anyone else. With that, there was a sudden sound of something hitting the table, causing Horace's expression outside the door to change dramatically. Osiris, you dare touch her. Just as Horace pushed open the door to stand up for Melinda, he saw Osiris slamming the resignation letter onto the table. Embarrassing. The entire ward was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Realizing he was in the wrong, Horace chuckled and cleared his throat. Well, August misses you. Saying that, he directly pushed out the dazed little one. Haha, with August around, these two wouldn't focus their guns on him anymore, right? Sure enough, upon seeing August, both Melinda and Osiris stopped arguing and shifted their attention. August, have you eaten? Osiris scooped him up and affectionately rubbed his head. August nestled into Osiris's embrace and nodded vigorously. Yes, I ate at kindergarten. Jalen, have you eaten? Jalen hasn't eaten yet. Can you accompany Dad to eat a little more? Looking at his son's slightly gaunt face, Osiris frowned unconsciously. Was the food at the kindergarten not good enough? Why did it seem like his son was underfed? Seeing their familiarity, Melinda couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Wanting to take the little guy back but realizing it wasn't realistic, she coughed heavily instead. Cough, Ira, come down. Uncle Fadi isn't feeling well, you shouldn't keep bothering him. This traitor used to barely say, Dad, but now he calls it so naturally. Hearing that Osiris wasn't feeling well, Ira's face instantly filled with worry. Jalen, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Once, August had an upset stomach at the kindergarten, so he instinctively assumed Osiris had the same problem. Osiris's deep eyes softened as he replied gently, No, Dad's tummy is fine. Fat little August doesn't need to worry. To assure him further, Osiris took his little hand and placed it on his stomach. Chapter 161, Fallon's Concerns. Hearing that Osiris was fine, the tension on fat little Ira's face finally vanished. He hugged Osiris's neck, his small face showing heart-rending distress. Jalendy mustn't fall sick. Jalendy is fine, don't worry. Osiris gently patted fat little Ira's back to soothe him. Seeing this scene, Fallon felt somewhat conflicted. The little one is still too young, she shouldn't have teased him like that. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her eyes to Osiris. Osiris, come over here for a moment. I need to talk to you. She broke the silence, looking directly at Osiris with a determined look in her eyes. Startled, Osiris frowned but nodded, then set fat little Ira down. Horace understood that Fallon didn't want August to hear their conversation and immediately offered to take him out to buy some food for Fallon. Fat little August nodded without hesitation. Only when they were alone did Osiris speak. What's wrong? I've thought it through, I still want to resign. Fallon looked at Osiris, her tone firm. Why? Osiris furrowed his brows, unable to understand her thoughts. I like this job, but I care more about August. I can't let him get hurt, I have to protect him. Fallon stared at Osiris, her eyes filled with resolve. Osiris fell silent. He knew what Fallon meant. Although the online uproar had subsided, many people had already seen the incident. If the parents of the children at the kindergarten found out, those who didn't know the full story would surely cause trouble, and August would inevitably be affected. This was the last thing she and Osiris wanted to see. I'm sorry, I failed to protect both of you. Osiris lowered his gaze, his fists clenching unconsciously by his sides. Fallon paused, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. This isn't your fault. I just hope you can understand me. She sighed and continued, I don't want August to be hurt again, so at this time, I must leave. Osiris looked at Fallon, feeling helpless. He knew he couldn't change her decision and could only respect her choice. Rest assured, I will settle this matter as soon as possible and won't let anyone who orchestrated this go unpunished. Anyone who dared to smear his woman better not be caught by him. Okay, I know, Fallon smiled at him, easing the tense atmosphere between them. When Horace returned, he saw Osiris peeling an apple, realizing they had resolved their issues. Then, he mentioned the matter regarding the hit-and-run driver. Osiris paused, blurting out, I'll send someone to follow up on this. No matter who it is, if they dare to harm Lansu, I won't let them off. Meanwhile, having gained approval from Tamsin, Iona finally stood tall. She knew seeking help from Tamsin would work, and now, the position of the Fadi family's young mistress would soon be hers. Kaylee, what are you thinking about? Her best friend, noticing the confident look on Iona's face, couldn't resist nudging her elbow. Iona snapped out of her reverie, giving a coquettish laugh. Nothing much. I called everyone here today to share some good news. With that, she took out several invitations from her handbag and said proudly, December 16th is my engagement party. You all must come. An engagement party. They were taken aback, hurriedly opening the invitation. Upon seeing Osiris's name, they gasped in shock. Heaven. Kaylee, you're incredible, you actually managed to snag CEO Fadi. You say that. Our Kaylee is beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable. Snagging CEO Fadi is no big deal, right, Kaylee? Each compliment made Iona feel elated inside. Of course, you know me. Once I marry into the Foddy family, I won't forget you all. I'll definitely introduce more eligible bachelors to you. Iona looked at them with a sweet smile, though she inwardly dismissed them. Once she marries into the Foddy family, her circle will change dramatically, and they wouldn't even be worthy of tying her shoes. Sure enough. One girl's face visibly changed but, considering her current status, forced a stiff smile. Thank you, Kaylee. Another girl, however, couldn't stand Iona's triumphant attitude. She smiled warmly before pulling out her phone. Kaylee, although I shouldn't interfere, since you're almost engaged to CEO Foddy, you should manage him to prevent any scandalous revelations. As she spoke, she opened her photo album. In the photo, Osiris held fat little Ira, while the stunning Fallon walked beside them. Any observer would subconsciously think of a family of three. Iona stiffened, instinctively snatching the phone. Where was this taken? Damn it. She knew Osiris liked the bitch Fallon and that the illegitimate child belonged to Osiris, but she never expected these three to be closer than she imagined. Iona's face turned incredibly grim. Clutching the phone tightly, she felt infuriated. I took it accidentally. It was rare, so, please don't be angry. Her friends exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to react. However, one person was different, she who provided the photo. While appearing bewildered, she laughed inwardly. She had indeed taken the photo by chance, thinking that Iona, who adored Osiris so much, would be heartbroken and might seek revenge against the woman in the photo. But now, Iona's arrogant demeanor revealed her true colors. What a show-off, trying to assert her newfound status in front of them. To spite her, the girl deliberately showed the photo to irritate her. And it worked. Iona now desperately wished to make Fallon suffer. Kaylee, shall we teach this bitch a lesson? One of the girls asked with feigned indignation, clearly trying to gain favor with Iona. Of course, anyone who dares compete with me, Iona, must learn the consequences. At first, she could use the fool Verity, but now that she's dead, she needed to think carefully about who else could be manipulated. Chapter 161, Dina's Concerns. Upon hearing that Osiris was fine, the tension on Fat Little Goo's small face finally dissipated. He hugged Osiris's neck, his little face showing heart-wrenching sadness. Jaylandi mustn't get sick. Jaylandi's okay, don't worry. Osiris gently patted Fat Little Goo's back to soothe his emotions. Dina watched this scene with a complex mood. The child was still young, she really shouldn't have teased him like that. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted her gaze to Osiris. Osiris, come over here, I need to talk to you. She broke the silence, looking directly at Osiris with a determined look in her eyes. Osiris paused, furrowing his brows before nodding and putting Fat Little Goo down. Horace knew that Dina didn't want Fat Little Goo to hear what was coming next, so he immediately took the hint and pulled the child's small hand, proposing to take him to buy food for Dina. The little one nodded without hesitation. Only when they were alone again did Osiris speak up. What is it? I've thought it through. I still plan to resign. Dina looked at Osiris resolutely. Why? Osiris frowned, struggling to understand her thoughts. I love this job, but I care about Guan Guan more. I can't let him get hurt, I have to protect him, Dina said, her eyes filled with determination. Osiris fell silent. He understood Dina's concerns. Although the online turmoil had calmed down, many people had already seen what happened. If the parents of Guan Guan's kindergarten classmates found out, those unaware of the truth would certainly cause trouble. Then, Guan Guan would inevitably be affected, something both Osiris and Dina wanted to avoid most. Sorry, I failed to protect you both. Osiris lowered his gaze, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly. Dina paused, a trace of bitterness flashing across her eyes. It's not your fault, I just hope you understand me. She sighed and continued, I don't want Guan Guan to suffer any more harm. So, at this point, I must leave. Osiris looked at Dina, feeling helpless. He knew he couldn't change her decision, so he could only respect her choice. Rest assured, I will handle this matter quickly. Whoever planned all this won't escape justice. Anyone who dared tarnish his woman's reputation would regret it if he caught them. Okay, I know. Dina gave him a smile, easing the tension between them. When Horace returned and saw Osiris peeling an apple, he knew they had resolved their issues and thus mentioned the hit-and-run driver. Osiris paused mid-action and blurted out, I'll send someone to follow up on this. Anyone who dares to hurt Odessa won't be spared. Horace nodded approvingly in his heart. Elsewhere. Having gained approval from Tamsin, Iona finally straightened her posture. Just as she had expected, becoming the young mistress of the Foddy family would soon be hers. Kaylee, what are you thinking about? Her best friend, noticing her confident demeanor, couldn't help but nudge her playfully. Iona snapped back to reality and laughed coyly. Nothing much. I invited everyone today because I have some good news to share. With that, she pulled out several invitations from her purse and proudly announced, my engagement party is on December 16th. You must all come. Engagement party. Everyone was taken aback, flipping open the invitation to see Osiris's name on it. Shocked, they covered their mouths. Heavens. Kaylee, you're incredible. You actually landed Mr. Foddy. You're right. With our Kaylee's beauty, kindness, and competence, landing Mr. Foddy is nothing difficult, right, Kaylee? Her friends flattered her, making Iona glow with pride. Of course, of course. Rest assured, once I marry into the Foddy family, I won't forget you all. I'll introduce you to plenty of eligible bachelors then. Iona smiled warmly at them, though inwardly she felt disdain. Once she joined the Foddy family, her circle would drastically change. By then, they wouldn't even deserve to tie her shoes. Indeed, one girl's expression turned sour, but considering Iona's new status, she forced a stiff smile. Sure, thank you, Kaylee. Another girl, however, couldn't stand Iona's smug attitude. While outwardly smiling politely, she reached for her phone. Kaylee, although it's none of my business, now that you're getting engaged to Mr. Foddy, you should keep an eye on him to prevent any scandals. She opened the photo album on her phone. The picture showed Osiris holding Guan Guan, with the stunningly beautiful Dina by his side. Any onlooker would subconsciously associate them as a family of three. Iona stiffened, instinctively snatching the phone. Where did you take this? Damn it. She knew Osiris liked Dina, and she knew this brat was his, but she hadn't expected these three to be so close behind the scenes. Iona's face turned extremely grim. Gripping her phone tightly, she was filled with rage. This was taken unintentionally. At the time, it seemed unusual, so I kept it. Don't be angry, alright? Her friends exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to react. But one person stood out, the one who provided the photo. On the surface, she appeared equally bewildered, but inside, she was laughing. She had indeed taken the photo accidentally, initially thinking Iona would be heartbroken upon seeing it and might seek retribution against the woman in the photo. Now, seeing Iona's arrogant demeanor, she realized they were merely used by her. Now that Iona had climbed up, she was flaunting her newfound status before them. This realization led the girl to reveal the photo deliberately to provoke her. Iona was indeed enraged. Right now, she wished she could kill Dina with her own hands. Kaylee, shall we teach that bitch a lesson? A girl tried to ingratiate herself with Iona, glaring fiercely at her. It was as if she were Iona's dog, ready to attack anyone she commanded. Absolutely, anyone who dares compete with me, Iona, must learn the consequences. Initially, she could use Gu Wanyan, but since she was dead, Iona needed to think of who else she could exploit. Chapter 162, Public Opinion. A girls' gathering ended on a sour note due to a photo that a woman brought out. In fact, after noticing Iona's reaction, the woman who had taken out her phone to show her the photo regretted it. She was too impulsive. Regardless, Iona was soon to become Tamsin. The Foddy family's influence was above them all. If they were to fall out now, who knew what trouble she might face when Iona became Tamsin? Aya quickly put away her phone and said to Iona, I just took this by chance and wanted to show you, nothing else. Please don't get angry and harm your own health. If you have any problems, talk to us, the sisters will definitely help you. Exactly, we'll all help you, whatever way you want to deal with her, just tell us. Iona's mind was elsewhere, she didn't hear a word of the woman's speech. The smug expression she wore earlier couldn't be maintained. With a dark face, she stood up, I still have things to do, I'll leave first, you all continue playing. After she left, the remaining people exchanged glances. She just left like that, should we catch up to her? Forget it, she looks very angry, what if she takes it out on us? Indeed, I don't really want to chase after her either. Who doesn't know who CEO Foddy likes? She isn't even Tamsin yet, but already thinks herself as one. Someone nudged her, stop talking, more words, more mistakes. No one followed after her in the end. Right after getting home, Iona called a private detective she knew. Go find out Dina's recent activities for me. Make a list if possible. Who is against her? Sure, you know the price and deposit here. As long as you transfer the deposit, I'll start investigating immediately. After hanging up, Iona promptly transferred the money into the account specified by the detective. It wasn't difficult to investigate matters concerning Dina. That night, Iona received a file from the private detective which clearly listed everything about Dina recently. Her eyes paused on Teresa's name. A design competition. If merely ruining Dina's reputation within the company was not enough, why not stir the pot a bit? Iona smiled as she closed the document. For someone without virtue or ability, how could she possibly keep the heart of Osiris and his mother? In her own room, Iona laughed maliciously. A day after the design competition, Teresa was astonished to discover that news of their design contest had been uploaded to the internet by a blogger. This blogger had a substantial fan base and regular high traffic, often sharing makeup tutorials and reviews on popular cosmetics platforms. In her latest video, she mentioned Osiris' design competition, emphasizing Dina and Teresa's identities. From her words, it was clear she was in favor of Teresa. When it came to Dina, however, she spoke vaguely and included some leading remarks, diverting attention from the lotion to Dina's character. Meanwhile, various damaging information flooded the internet, causing chaos. The beauty blogger didn't provide much detail in her video, only piquing viewers' interest. But with media reports flooding in, this incident reached new heights in public opinion. Everyone was now paying attention to the design competition. Under the power of money, anything was possible, ambiguous photos plus so-called evidence could tarnish anyone's online reputation. Oh my, I never paid attention to these kinds of things before, didn't know there was such a shameless person, may she fail. With a character like hers, what can she create? The exposed photos show a decent-looking face, but what good is that if she has a snake heart? I don't believe in her abilities at all. I bet she'll lose this competition. I look forward to seeing what Teresa designs. Honestly, I've run out of my lotion, looking forward to buying Teresa's new product after the results are announced. With such a bad character, I wouldn't buy anything she creates, no matter how good. You guys never disappoint, warming my heart. Brushing through the comments on various platforms, Iona's smile never wavered, filled with satisfaction and triumph. Just feel the taste of being opposed by the whole world. What does Dina look like now? Learning about the uproar online, Edsel and Teresa met. Edsel, sensitive to online trends due to his job, had noticed someone was targeting Dina and promptly approached Teresa. Is this your doing? Teresa looked bewildered. What are you talking about? How could it be me? Seeing her reaction, Edsel knew she had nothing to do with it. Furrowing his brows, he handed over his phone, puzzled. If it's not you, then who would take such drastic measures against her? Look at the number of announcements. They've spent a fortune. Taking the phone, Teresa scanned the comments and smiled. Whoever it is, an enemy's enemy is a friend. By helping to deal with Dina, we benefit. Edsel frowned. Having operated online for years, he understood the implications better. While feeling happy about the turn of events, he saw something else too. Don't be too pleased yet, Edsel reminded Teresa. Though she amplified public opinion and targeted Dina's flaws, she also pushed your competition into the spotlight. Teresa waved it off. So what? Edsel explained further. Now everyone on the internet is speaking up for you. This means your competition results are crucial. If you lose, our situation will turn unfavorable immediately. Originally, only those in our company knew the result, but once it's known online, the impact is much greater. Chapter 163, No Need to Worry. If Teresa lost, they would not stand on Melinda's side, but they would also take the opportunity to criticize Teresa for her lack of capability. By then, Teresa's presence at the company would become very awkward. Teresa chuckled softly, her eyes filled with confidence. What? You think I'll lose to that bitch Melinda? She had great confidence in her abilities, especially since she had seen how Melinda performed during the competition. She didn't believe for a second that Melinda could win. Just wait until the day after tomorrow. I'll make everyone know who the best one is. Hearing Teresa's assurance, Edsel sighed in relief, a hint of amusement in his eyes. In reality, he also believed that Melinda wouldn't beat Teresa. If you win, I'll stir up more buzz online and boost the popularity of this event. Teresa nodded firmly. Go ahead. No matter what, I won't lose to Melinda. Edsel left satisfied. Braxton threw some firewood and tossed a small flame onto it. Edsel was like the wind that fanned the flames higher. Following Braxton's lead, he arranged for several troublemakers to join in the mix. Who would win this competition? The result became all the more important, as everyone eagerly awaited Oshi's announcement. Noticing the online attention to the competition results, Oshi seized the opportunity and issued a statement on their official media platform. In 3 days, once the test results were available, they would publish the outcomes through the media. Throughout the process, they would update and maintain transparency publicly so that everyone could supervise them. This open attitude earned praise from many netizens, who vowed to follow the matter closely. Upon learning that someone was attacking Melinda online, Osiris rushed to her house. At that moment, Melinda was resting at home, tending to her leg injury while taking care of her child. Ira knew his mommy's leg was hurt and couldn't move easily, so the brave little boy took on the responsibility of caring for her, just as his teacher had taught him to do whatever he could to help his parents. The moment he saw his mother trying to do something, Ira ran over eagerly. Kalbami, put your hands back. Whatever you need, let August help you. Melinda smiled and withdrew her hand. Kalbami wants some water. Can you get me a glass of water, August? August nodded earnestly, picked up the cup from the table, and ran off to fill it. His small hands could only manage the cup by holding it with both hands. After filling the cup halfway, August wobbled over, slowly bringing it to Melinda. He said apologetically, Kalbami, if there's more, I can't carry it. Drink this first, and if you're still thirsty, I'll get some more. Seeing the adorably clumsy actions of her son, Melinda felt warm inside. She wouldn't let him do anything too dangerous. August was sensible enough to know his limits. Kalbirover, Melinda was incredibly proud of her well-mannered and intelligent son. He truly deserved being her son. Feeling warmed, Melinda kissed August on the forehead. Very good, August. Kalbami rewards you with a kiss for doing so well today. August covered his forehead, blushing happily. When Osiris arrived, August ran eagerly to open the door, smiling brightly. Jalendi's here. Seeing August's radiant smile, Osiris pushed aside all his worries, determined not to bring any negative emotions into the house. Smiling, he bent down and scooped up August. Startled, August held onto Osiris's neck, looking down curiously. No matter how many times he was lifted, he found this height fascinating. Osiris carried August into the room and patted him gently. Now let Jalendi take care of Kalbami. Play nicely here for a bit. After Jalen finishes, we'll play together, okay? August nodded enthusiastically, rushing over to his toys. By the time Osiris came downstairs again, it was just the two of them. Melinda noticed Osiris's furrowed brows. Is everything okay? She asked. Osiris handed her the phone. You haven't checked your phone yet, right? Melinda shook her head. She had been playing with August since waking up and hadn't gotten around to checking her phone. Relieved, Osiris continued, there are many unfavorable comments about you online. Melinda took the phone and skimmed through several comment sections, gaining a better understanding of the modern netizens' knack for sarcastic remarks. Fearing that Melinda might be upset, Osiris quickly added, it's definitely orchestrated by someone. Don't worry, I'll have it taken care of. Melinda looked puzzled. How do you plan to handle it? I will ask people to lower the trending topic and let the heat die down gradually. Melinda shook her head and handed the phone back to Osiris. No need. Suppressing the trending topic now will only make netizens angrier. She understood the rebellious nature of modern netizens. The harder you push, the stronger the backlash. Let it be. Once the test results are out, they'll naturally stop talking. Besides, although the other accusations seemed logical, they were like paper tigers. Once she gathered all the evidence, the rumors would fall apart on their own. Those who had criticized her would realize they were wrong and might even turn to support her against those who smeared her reputation. Rather than forcing an intervention, letting things unfold naturally would be better. Understanding her reasoning, Osiris didn't argue further. He trusted Melinda. Under the urging of netizens, she's efficiency was astounding. On the third morning, the test results were ready. Holding the two result sheets, she's technical staff were speechless. Melinda's lotion outperformed Teresa's in every aspect, with the data leaving makeup experts astonished. He had been doing technical tests for a long time but had never seen anyone achieve such high-quality results with a lotion before. Chapter 164 Regret. The technicians sighed deeply in their hearts, fully understanding that given the current public sentiment, releasing this report would undoubtedly generate immense attention. OSHA's official media had already set a solid foundation for this moment. Just past midnight, their comment sections were flooded with demands to release the results promptly. OSHA patiently waited until the peak traffic period at noon before finally releasing the competition results. Since the detected results did not align with the public's expectations, the authorities wisely refrained from making any statements. Instead, they provided an objective explanation and released both the paper-based and electronic versions of the two sets of results. If it were a regular day, after introducing Teresa's lotion, people would have praised its comprehensive effects and high values. However, now that Melinda was available for comparison, Teresa's numbers appeared pitifully low. After all, Melinda's achievements were too dazzling. Oh my goodness, can these figures really be achieved by a lotion? I'm completely shocked, who could have thought? But thinking about this lotion being developed by Melinda makes me feel uneasy. What should I do? After knowing what happened with Melinda, I really wanted to support Teresa. But these figures are just too appealing. I desperately need this lotion for my skin. I understand you, sister. I just want to urge her to mass-produce it quickly so I can stock up and save my skin. After all, it's my own face. You fence-sitters have gone too far. How dare you use products made by such a person? Anyway, I'll boycott it to the end and won't buy it. I don't think we need to take it to extremes. My job has something to do with the internet, and anyone who knows a little bit can see that the issues around Melinda were stirred up by online mercenaries. And those photos, I had friends verify, they were edited. Good, you guys don't buy it then. Definitely don't buy it, so when she starts mass production, no one will compete with me. Despite some voices predicting failure, the process was closely followed from start to finish, ensuring there was no backroom dealing. At this point, supporting Teresa meant praising her character. Many commented that the photos were edited, but they were outnumbered and soon buried under a flood of comments. Still, some noticed. The majority still eagerly awaited the launch of Melinda's lotion, as only something applied to their faces would feel real. Melinda's complete victory over Teresa brought more than just this influence. Teresa had been hyped up excessively by the company, and the subsequent backlash would be severe. Everyone saw Melinda's capability, foreseeing the profits this lotion could bring. From the clearly written figures on the papers, one could see the immeasurable value of this lotion. Plenty of people would be willing to pay for it. It marked a new breakthrough in the lotion industry. Those who originally doubted Melinda and remained on the sidelines felt regret as soon as the OSHA report came out. Melinda had already resigned. What could be done? Colbest had previously stayed neutral, but now, faced with these test results, they couldn't remain passive. They understood the difference between short-term and long-term gains. A lotion like this implied that Melinda's future held more groundbreaking innovations. Her potential far exceeded the value of this lotion alone. Yet, this talent had been forced to resign. If Melinda was poached by another company and developed even better products. Just thinking about it filled them with remorse and heartache. They had let go of a goose that lays golden eggs. Without further ado, it was regret. How could they get Melinda to come back? Edsel and Teresa's plans crumbled once this test report was released. What guarantees did you give me before? You said you would absolutely surpass Melinda. Look at the figures now, are they supposed to differ so much? You're useless, can't even match her. Edsel's chest heaved violently, his eyes full of viciousness. He had spent so much money promoting Teresa, yet nothing tangible resulted from it. With Melinda's lotion, Teresa's product was nothing but garbage, nobody would look twice at it. Teresa snarled, how was I supposed to know she could develop something like that? This doesn't make sense. How could she achieve such high levels? Teresa muttered, seemingly questioning Edsel but also herself. Edsel scratched his head in frustration. You asked me, I want to know too. What are we going to do now? Teresa didn't know either. She knew that losing this contest would turn her into a laughingstock in the company. That woman Melinda must be gloating now, probably mocking her with others. Just thinking about it made Teresa grit her teeth in resentment. No one had predicted this outcome except Melinda and Osiris, who had always believed in her steadfastly. After the test results were out, Osiris's mind finally found peace. Osiris praised, as expected of something created by Dottie, it's truly exceptional. It hit them right in the face, let's see what they'll do next. Melinda was happy with the result but wasn't overly surprised, as it aligned with her expectations. Next, I need to find ways to clear those smears. I'm curious to know who is relentlessly attacking me from behind the scenes. Osiris smiled faintly, leave this to me. I will definitely give you an answer, as well as the so-called truth. Once the investigation is done, I'll clear your name immediately. That's very kind of you, Mr. Foddy. There's no need for such formalities between us, Osiris said, his face showing concern. Now that everyone in the company knows your capabilities, those profit-driven old fellows will surely try to contact you, to get you to return. Privately, Osiris actually hoped that Melinda would climb back into the company through the ladder offered by these people. Just then, as if speaking of him, Osiris's phone rang. It was from a typically neutral shareholder in the company. Osiris answered the call. Hello, Mr. Foddy, I believe we can discuss Melinda's matter further. You know what happened online, we can't let such talent slip away. #### Chapter 165, Engagement Invitation. Osiris asked, what's your opinion? Just speak your mind. My point is, perhaps Melinda handed in her resignation due to the circumstances at that moment. But everything can be negotiated. If she quit, we could rehire her, improve her benefits, and have someone talk to her. Osiris looked at Melinda, who calmly shook her head. She was truly determined not to return to the company, and this decision wouldn't change just because she had won the competition. Forget it. I understand her, once she makes a decision, she doesn't change it, Osiris said helplessly. The shareholder still wasn't giving up. You wouldn't want such a talented person to leave our company, right? I know you two are close. If you persuade her, she might reconsider. Besides, there aren't many companies in the cosmetics industry that offer better treatment than ours. Before you made this call, I already told you, but if she doesn't want to, it's no use trying to convince her, Osiris replied. Seeing that Osiris was firm, the shareholder reluctantly hung up. Melinda said, if there are similar calls in the future, please kindly reject them on my behalf. All right. Because of her mobility issues, Melinda didn't go to the company herself. Instead, she had someone bring back her belongings, and the handover was completed online. Thus, Melinda's resignation became final. Investigations into Melinda's frame-up were progressing step by step with police assistance. However, sufficient evidence had yet to be found, and many questions remained unresolved. Another matter broke out on the internet first. Tamsin posted an electronic invitation on social media, announcing the engagement between Osiris and Iona. The news instantly shocked many people, including Osiris himself. When the news broke, Osiris was helping Melinda at her home, busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Melinda, sitting idly in her wheelchair, was browsing her phone when she saw Tamsin's engagement invitation. Her heart skipped a beat as she clicked on the invitation. Upon opening it, she saw familiar names on the card, Osiris and Iona, listed side by side. A bitter pain spread through her chest like ants nibbling at her heart. She read every word of the invitation carefully, her gaze lingering on the screen. Osiris placed the cooked food on the table and noticed Melinda's odd expression. He instinctively asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't look good. With a cold demeanor, Melinda showed her phone to Osiris. Osiris glanced at it briefly and said, an engagement invitation? Whose is it? Is your friend getting engaged? Congratulations. Look more closely. Osiris stared intently and froze. He saw his own name on the invitation. This was his engagement invitation. Wait, he was getting engaged. Why didn't he know? Realizing Melinda's discomfort, Osiris gritted his teeth, furious about being set up. Dottie, listen to me. I didn't know about this. I haven't even seen her recently. Melinda lost interest in talking further. She took back her phone with a cold expression. Thank you for your care these past days, Mr. Foddy. Since you're about to get engaged, we should keep some distance. This isn't my intention. Believe me, Dottie. Is Tamsin's announcement fake? Mr. Foddy, please leave now. Osiris couldn't express his frustration. Dottie, trust me, I will resolve this. Right now. He removed his apron and left with his phone. Hearing the door close, Fadidal emerged confused, looking around for Osiris. He then asked in a soft voice, Kalbami, where did Jaylandi go? Melinda stroked her son's head. Don't call him Jaylandi. You should call him Uncle. Your Uncle Fadi is busy with another engagement. Even though Fadidal was young, he understood what engagement meant. His eyes welled up, unable to respond. Melinda gently consoled him. Outside, Osiris immediately called Tamsin. Kalbam, what did you post on the media? When did I get engaged to Iona? Tamsin was watching soap operas at home and didn't seem too flustered by Osiris's question. Oh, that? It's something Kaylee and I arranged. We've already discussed it with her family. Since you were busy, I didn't tell you. Osiris tried to control his anger. Do you think that's appropriate? Not telling me about my own engagement? Let me make this clear, I want you to delete that announcement immediately. I won't attend this engagement party. Tamsin frowned at his tone. Is this how you speak to me? You've been corrupted by Melinda. Before, you would never have spoken to me like this. I'll tell you this, your engagement is set. Even if you don't come, you must. She hung up, leaving Osiris fuming. He slammed the steering wheel and sped off to confront Tamsin. Arriving at the Fadi residence, he quickly found Tamsin. Why did you arrange my engagement to Iona without my consent? I don't like her. Tamsin smiled faintly. In families like ours, does liking each other really matter? Once you marry Kaylee, both families will benefit immensely. I won't sacrifice my marriage. This is my entire life. If you were my mother, you shouldn't do this to me. Tamsin grew angry at his words. From ancient times, parents' wishes and matchmakers' decisions mattered. Now that I've decided, no amount of resistance will change it. I know what you're thinking. All you can think about is that cheap woman, Melinda. I won't accept her as my daughter-in-law. Isn't Kaylee good enough? She loves you completely and wants to be with you. There are many who want to be with me. Am I supposed to marry all of them? And if you like Iona, that's your business. I don't. If you insist on bringing her home, go ahead and get engaged, but it has nothing to do with me. Tensions escalated between them. To maintain consistency with previous translations, the names Melinda, Osiris, Iona, Fadidal and Tamsin are used instead of pinyin equivalents. #### Chapter 166, Favoritism. The air seemed to freeze in this moment, as if even the sound of a pin dropping would be clearly heard. Neither of them was willing to break this silence, especially not Osiris. He had never approved of his mother unilaterally announcing their engagement to the media and the whole world. So there was no way he would take the initiative to speak, not in this lifetime. Tamsin took a deep breath and then said to Osiris. Regardless of what you think, now that this has been announced to the media, you must attend the engagement party. Otherwise, everyone will laugh at us, and Kaylee will lose face. Tamsin glanced at Osiris and continued earnestly. You are capable of distinguishing right from wrong now, so I believe you can surely decide which is more important. Her meaning was clear. She was essentially telling Osiris that if he didn't attend the engagement party, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed. To avoid embarrassment, he had to come. But how could Osiris possibly comply with Tamsin's wishes? This engagement was never his choice, let alone his participation. He immediately told Tamsin, it's utterly impossible for me to attend this engagement party. Don't try to threaten me here, it won't work. Even if you're my mother, it won't make any difference. Tamsin was so furious that she couldn't find her words, pointing at Osiris but unable to say anything coherent. You. Even in her enraged state, Osiris had no intention of backing down. He needed to express his stance clearly and make his mother understand his views on the matter and her impulsive decision. Don't use business and marriage to dictate my life. What century are we in? Can't I marry the person I love? Osiris scoffed and continued, also, don't ever mention Roxanne Shing in front of me. It's impossible between us. Osiris hadn't made things too difficult because their families did have business dealings. Considering this, he left some room for face saving. If there were no business ties, Osiris would have long made Iona give up and not given her another chance. Hearing Osiris's words, Tamsin felt almost faint. She patted her chest to calm herself down. The reason Tamsin hadn't informed Osiris directly and instead announced it to the media was to create a fait accompli, making it impossible for him to oppose her plan. However, Osiris's firm attitude left Tamsin unsure of what to do. But since the news was already out, if Osiris didn't attend the engagement, they would definitely be ridiculed, and it might even affect their company's business. Tamsin decided to go all in. I'll tell you this, if you don't attend the engagement or leave that woman, then don't recognize me as your mother anymore. Having said that much, Tamsin believed Osiris wouldn't stick to his initial position. She couldn't believe he would abandon his own mother. But Tamsin underestimated Osiris's determination. He reiterated his stance, firmly stating that he would not attend the engagement and refused to yield to their pressure. At that very moment, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. The housekeeper didn't waste a second and immediately went to open the door. Standing there was none other than the second protagonist of this incident, Iona. Seeing Iona at the door, both Tamsin and Osiris were visibly surprised, staring in disbelief. Neither had expected Iona to show up at such a moment, adding an awkward layer to the already tense atmosphere. Iona also sensed something was amiss and quickly wiped the smile from her face. Tamsin instantly changed her demeanor, patting the empty seat beside her and inviting Iona. "Kaylee, you're here. Come, sit down." Iona placed the tonic she was carrying on the floor and moved towards the empty seat beside Tamsin. "Why did you suddenly come over? You should have told Auntie in advance so I could prepare a meal for you. Now you'll have to wait a bit. I'll ask someone to prepare something right away." Iona waved her hand, declining. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll only stay for a short while." "Is there something you need?" Tamsin asked. How could Iona disclose her true purpose at this moment? She had come to ask Tamsin about her engagement with Osiris. But she hadn't expected Osiris to be there, so asking today wasn't an option. Thus, Iona fabricated a reason. "I just came to keep you company, worried that you might feel lonely at home. I didn't expect Fadi brother to be here too. I'll sit for a bit and then leave, not wanting to disturb you too." As she spoke, Iona cast a glance at Osiris. No one mentioned the engagement yet. Iona certainly didn't want to bring up the engagement in such an awkward setting. After all, it had been arranged without Osiris's knowledge, and with the current atmosphere, it was better to avoid the topic. However, things didn't unfold as she hoped. Osiris unexpectedly brought up the engagement. "Now that all parties involved are here, let's settle this matter clearly. It's better to clear the air early to avoid unnecessary awkwardness later." Upon hearing this, Iona's heart tightened. An uneasy premonition settled over her. This premonition stemmed from insecurity. She knew very well Osiris's feelings towards her and understood that he had no feelings for her at all. This realization made her nervous, even causing her palms to sweat. Chapter 167, Don't Escalate Things. Tamsin naturally knew what Osiris was about to say, so she could not let him speak in front of Iona. Otherwise, her dignity would be utterly destroyed. After all, she had repeatedly promised Iona that she would handle everything properly, elegantly, and flawlessly, ensuring Iona's satisfaction. But now, with Osiris's unwavering stance, what should she do? Almost immediately, Tamsin interrupted Osiris. "Kaylee and I have some matters to discuss. If you don't have anything important, you can leave now. I'll visit you at the company tomorrow." Osiris gave a cold snort and crossed his arms, watching them silently. How could he leave? He came here today to resolve this matter. If he couldn't explain clearly about the engagement, he wouldn't budge an inch from here. Besides, both his mother and Iona were present. It was a perfect opportunity for an explanation. Why would he miss it? Iona hurriedly spoke up. "Since Brother Fadi and Auntie need to talk, Kaylee will leave first and visit another day." With that, Iona stood up, afraid to delay. She walked quickly towards the door, fearing that every second she stayed, Osiris might bring up the engagement. But when she reached beside Osiris, she was abruptly held back. It was inevitable. Osiris smirked and said to Iona, "Why are you in such a rush? This matter concerns you significantly. We can't continue without you here. I was wondering how to summon you, but look who's here, Miss Kaylee, how thoughtful of you." Iona nervously swallowed and smiled. "What more does Brother Fadi have to say to me?" Osiris released Iona's arm and said, "Of course, I need to address your and my mother's public announcement of our engagement. Without you here, there's no point in discussing it." He had to clear this up in front of Iona. Standing still, Osiris's face remained expressionless. Yet, from his tone, it was evident he was angry. "I'm reiterating this today. I will absolutely not attend the engagement ceremony. You can tell the media and relatives whatever you like, but I won't be there." His words were deliberate and firm. "I only love Cher, and always will. Stop wasting your efforts." Osiris knew Iona's intentions, but he hadn't called her out yet. Without giving them any leeway, he continued. "I don't want to escalate things, so consider this a warning. Call be over, relationships can't be forced. Iona should find someone who truly loves her, rather than wasting time on useless schemes with him." Osiris added these final words because he felt his previous statements were too harsh, aiming to comfort Iona slightly. After all, he didn't wish to make things worse. But Iona's smile faded, her expression turned ugly. She looked helplessly at Tamsin on the sofa. That pitiful gaze evoked sympathy, especially from Tamsin, who only wanted Iona as her daughter-in-law. Seeing Iona's reddening eyes, Tamsin felt her heart breaking. After finishing, Osiris turned and left. With the situation explained, he saw no reason to stay, least of all watch Iona cry. He needed to return home and comfort his beloved. Thinking of her possibly crying alone under the covers, Osiris felt heartache. He sped to Cher's house and opened the door effortlessly. Stepping inside, he found no familiar face, no welcome from Ira. Instead, the living room was dark. Osiris sighed inwardly. Turning on the lights, he slowly walked to the master bedroom and knocked lightly on the closed door. Knock knock knock. Silence ensued. Sensing something wrong, Osiris grew concerned. Cher must be truly disappointed. Just as he prepared to knock again, the door opened. Cher sarcastically remarked, "Why are you back at this hour? Aren't you engaged now? Shouldn't you be with your fiancé? What are you doing here late at night?" She'd be furious if she knew. Leave. Amused and exasperated by her remarks, Osiris was about to explain when the door slammed shut. Caught off guard, Osiris stood dumbfounded. With no choice, he shouted through the door. Fady Engsub, don't be angry, listen to me. Silence followed. If you hadn't seen that news on your phone today, I wouldn't even know about the engagement. It was decided privately by my mother and Iona, without my knowledge. I confronted them immediately and made it clear that I would never attend the engagement. I've told them clearly that I will never agree to this engagement, regardless of what they tell others. Rest assured. Inside, Ira, awakened by the noise, gazed groggily at Cher. Still no response. Osiris wondered if she was even listening. Finally, hearing faint sobs from within, he felt his heart ache. Chapter 168, No Favoritism. I think I heard Jalen's voice. Is Jalen outside the door? Dina patted Savannah's head and said softly to him. You must have had a nightmare. Jalen has already gone out to find his fiancée. How could you possibly hear Jalen's voice? Go to sleep quickly, you've been working hard all day today, you must be exhausted. Hearing this, Savannah didn't say anything more but obediently closed his eyes. Osiris naturally heard the voices inside. Although he couldn't make out exactly what was said, he could confirm that Dina and Savannah were in one room and were talking. He couldn't miss this opportunity, so he immediately knocked on the door. To avoid disturbing Savannah's sleep, Dina decided to go out. Seeing Dina again, Osiris was very happy. He immediately declared his loyalty and quickly explained the cause of the matter, afraid that she would close the door again in the next second. Dina went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water and then returned to the sofa. I'm about to rest now. Mr. Fadi, please go back. Odessa. Since you already have a fiancé, don't come disturb me late at night. You're disturbing me and hurting your fiancé's heart. Wouldn't you want to spend this time discussing the engagement plans? Dina said calmly, making your engagement party grand is the most important thing for you right now. Odessa, I've already said it, I have no relationship with Iona, and I didn't know about this either. It wasn't until after you told me that I found out I was engaged to her. Dina hesitated. Then, what did your mother say? No matter what she says, I definitely won't attend. Osiris sat beside Dina and whispered to her, my heart is completely yours. All right. Actually, Dina wasn't really angry. After all, she knew this wasn't Osiris's will or idea, but something privately arranged by Tamsin and Iona. It had nothing to do with him, he even only found out about his engagement after it was announced publicly. Thus, Dina could understand. As long as Osiris didn't like Iona, everything would be fine. Fearing Dina still harbored concerns, Osiris assured her again. Rest assured, such things won't happen again. Even if they do, believe in me first, okay? He placed his hands on Dina's shoulders, don't take what others say too seriously. My heart is definitely with you. I only like you. Dina felt a bit shy from Osiris's words, her face turning red involuntarily. She whispered, I know. I'm also arranging for an investigation. It shouldn't take long before we get results. Rest assured, I will find out who's behind this. I believe you. At another company, Edsel and Teresa were discussing countermeasures. Teresa asked Edsel anxiously, what should we do now? Many netizens are buying Dina's product. Our product might sell very little. Everyone would definitely choose the better quality product. With such a significant difference between Dina's and Teresa's products, people would naturally choose Dina's over the inferior alternative. Edsel was looking through online comments. Since the comparison results are out, everyone can see the ingredients. I'll definitely choose Dina's product. If you want to choose Teresa's, well, there's not much I can say. Who wouldn't choose the better one? I don't believe Teresa has so many brainless fans. The results are clear. Who would actually choose to buy Teresa's product? The previously supportive netizens of Teresa changed their stance. Given the obvious results, it was impossible for them to blindly support Teresa's product when Dina's product showed no flaws. Seeing the comments, Edsel became even angrier. He shut off his phone and threw it on the ground forcefully. The loud noise startled Teresa, making her scream. Before she could recover, she heard Edsel yelling at her. Weren't you confident about winning this competition? Now you're proven wrong. What guarantees did you give me earlier? Teresa remained silent, unsure of what to say. She never expected Dina's product to be so good. It's turned out well for Dina now. All the netizens who supported you before will now think you're incompetent. With us as a foil, Dina's product looks so much more impressive. Edsel shouted, we've become stepping stones for Dina's success. She'll capitalize on this and release better products while we plummet. There was no doubt about it. This was undoubtedly a great comeback opportunity for Dina. Such high exposure could be used to promote their next product, surely attracting a lot of buyers. Just thinking about this made Edsel angrier. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to defeat Dina, but instead, they ended up getting played by her. After a while, Edsel instructed Teresa. No matter how, find out who posted those threads and explain everything to the netizens, claiming someone is sabotaging us to minimize our losses. Edsel believed that if they found the person responsible, they could tell the netizens that they were manipulated, plus hire trolls to comment positively, minimizing their losses. At least this way, Dina wouldn't take all the limelight. Teresa, not daring to delay, immediately acted on Edsel's instructions. But investigating this wouldn't be easy. Chapter 169, An Old Acquaintance. Teresa spent an entire night trying to uncover the truth but found nothing, let alone the real puppeteer behind it all. In just a day, Teresa's appearance had visibly deteriorated. Her once fair and tender skin now appeared sallow and she looked extremely haggard, revealing how deeply this incident had affected her. On the other side, Melinda was leisurely lounging at home, munching on various fruits and watching TV shows, completely relaxed, a stark contrast to Teresa's predicament. At this moment, Osiris reappeared. Seeing his hurried expression, Melinda couldn't help but ask, "What's the rush?" "I found the person who instructed that makeup blogger to post those videos." Osiris gulped down a big sip of water before continuing, "You probably won't believe me, and you definitely wouldn't guess who it is." Melinda frowned slightly and mentioned a name, Iona. Hearing this familiar name, Osiris was immensely surprised, not for any other reason but because Melinda had guessed correctly. Instead of rushing to explain, he curiously leaned in to ask why she thought it was Iona. "How did you guess it was Iona?" He hadn't told Melinda about this, nor did anyone online speculate as such. He was genuinely curious about her reasoning. Melinda shrugged indifferently and said, "It's not hard to figure out. I had a pretty good idea last night." She popped a strawberry into her mouth and continued, "Think about it. She and your mother concealed from you the announcement of your engagement to the media. And she should know about my existence, so naturally, she would want to undermine me." As a woman, Melinda understood Iona's small tactics. It was simply a matter of trying to ruin her reputation online and make netizens disparage her products. Melinda saw through these petty tricks almost immediately. However, one had to admit, Iona's strategy of killing with borrowed hands was well executed. Melinda almost wanted to applaud her. A man could pass through a field of flowers without a single leaf sticking to him. This aptly described Iona's approach, using the blogger to tarnish Melinda's product while keeping herself hidden, effectively achieving her goal. But even Iona didn't expect public opinion to backfire this time. "What do you want me to do about her?" Regardless, Osiris felt they should teach Iona a lesson. Otherwise, she might resort to more aggressive tactics against Melinda in the future, making things troublesome. So, teaching her a lesson now seemed like the best option. Suddenly, Osiris had a brilliant idea. Since the engagement had already been announced to the media, this was the perfect opportunity to humiliate Iona thoroughly. Thinking of this, he smiled smugly. Patting Melinda on the shoulder, he said, "I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Just wait. I've come up with a great plan to deal with Iona. You'll have front row seats to watch her downfall." Melinda was puzzled but decided not to press further. If Osiris wanted her to wait, she would see what unfolded. Osiris drove back home. Upon entering, his mother scolded, "You still have the nerve to come back here? Do you know how heartbroken Kaylee is? She cried all night. Are you really so shameless?" "Kalbam, I came back to discuss this with you," Osiris replied calmly. Tamsin looked skeptically at her son by the door, furrowing her brows. "Are you reconsidering?" Though she asked, Tamsin found it hard to believe Osiris had changed his mind after being so resolute before. She didn't easily trust this sudden change. Nodding, Osiris walked toward the sofa and said, "Of course, I've thought it through. Why else would I come back?" "You're agreeing to the engagement with Kaylee?" Tamsin still sounded doubtful. Osiris nodded again, saying nothing more. Despite her disbelief, with the engagement day fast approaching and no desire for further complications, Tamsin conceded. "Don't you dare cause any trouble. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. I'll inform Kaylee soon, she'll be overjoyed. This is the best outcome. Kaylee is far superior to that vile woman, and our family's alliance will only bring greater success." Osiris gave a faint nod. For listening to his mother, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. If it weren't to teach Iona a lesson, he wouldn't bother returning to talk about this. Half of his plan was now in place. He needed only to await the engagement day to embarrass Iona. Suddenly, he remembered something important and asked his mother, "By the way, the media will cover the engagement, right?" This was crucial. To truly humiliate Iona, media presence was essential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective if only close family and friends were present. Tamsin questioned, "Why ask this now? Since it's an engagement, we should invite more media to document it properly. Let the whole world know." Hearing this, Osiris almost felt sickened by his own words, but it was necessary for the plan. Thinking of humiliating Iona during the engagement, Osiris endured. Satisfied with his response, Tamsin said, "Of course, the media will be there." Good. With everything settled, Osiris left. Outside, he instructed his secretary to contact several media outlets. One or two wouldn't suffice, more would amplify the effect. The stage was set, and now Osiris awaited the day to expose Iona publicly. Chapter 170, Stratagem. Osiris returned to his office when his phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Iona. Osiris decided to pretend he didn't see it and turned off the screen. No sooner had he turned off the screen than it lit up again, another call from Iona. Standing up, he tossed the phone onto the sofa without hesitation. The secretary who came in at this moment happened to witness this scene but said nothing. After placing the documents on Osiris's desk, the secretary turned to leave. Unexpectedly, after just one step, Osiris's voice stopped him. "I need you to do something for me," Osiris said in a low tone. The secretary turned around. "What do you need, Rahim?" "Find out which domestic media outlets are well known within 2 hours." Since Osiris intended to leak some information, he figured it would be more impactful if he chose reputable media channels. Their exposure would be stronger, it would cost more, but Osiris wasn't short of money. A smile crept onto his lips, noticed by the secretary, making him feel like his Rahim was as cunning as a fox. As a subordinate of Osiris, he dared to not guess what Osiris was thinking and only focused on completing the task. The company's public telephone rang minutes after the secretary left. Osiris answered it casually. "Boss, Miss Roxanne called earlier," the receptionist reported. Indeed, Iona was quite persistent, having called the front desk since Osiris didn't pick up. "Okay, noted." Osiris hung up, walked over to the sofa, and saw several missed calls. Frowning, he wondered why she called so many times. At home, Iona was anxiously waiting for Osiris to pick up her call. Iona then sent a message to Osiris. To her relief, he finally replied, and she immediately called back. Fortunately, Osiris answered this time. "Wah, you finally picked up. I thought you wouldn't answer my call. Are you busy?" Iona listened carefully to any noise on Osiris's side, feeling relieved that there were no women around him. "I was busy earlier and didn't notice your calls. Why did you call so many times?" "I had a dream where you didn't want me anymore and got engaged to someone else. When I woke up, I was sweating all over, so I called you, but you didn't pick up." Hearing her pouting voice, Osiris found it rather amusing, marveling at how good an actress she could be. "How could I ever get engaged to anyone else? After all, I've only ever wanted you in my life. Let's go look at wedding dresses. What do you think? Since we're getting engaged soon, we can't be careless about this." Iona coaxed him gently. Just as Osiris was about to refuse, she added, "I'll come to your company. I remember there's a nice bridal shop nearby." Osiris hesitated but couldn't find a reason to refuse. "All right, then. Come straight to my office. I'll wait for you here." Since she was going to meet Osiris at his workplace, Iona made sure to dress appropriately, knowing she would become the president's wife. She meticulously selected an outfit from her wardrobe, feeling extremely happy at the thought of marrying Osiris. Oddly enough, her nightmare was about Osiris not getting engaged to her but to Melinda instead. No matter how she tried to stop it, nothing changed. It was such a strange dream. Iona eventually put on an elegant dress, warm shoes, applied a beautiful makeup, and carried a luxury handbag. Less than half an hour later, Iona arrived at Osiris's company. Employees all stared at her, admiring her charm. "Our future president's wife is so beautiful, matching our president perfectly. If our families could unite, it would be." "Don't say anything more. President is coming out. If he overhears us, we'll be in trouble," they whispered among themselves. They quickly lowered their heads and resumed work when Osiris appeared. Osiris saw Iona but said nothing, only walking up to her and saying coolly, "Let's go." Iona hooked her arm through his, causing Osiris to frown slightly, wanting to distance himself. But if he did so now, it might raise suspicion. He reluctantly endured the discomfort. Coincidentally, Melinda had just arrived downstairs at Osiris's company, intending to discuss matters with him. Suddenly, she saw Osiris and Iona leaving together. Iona was holding Osiris's hand, while Osiris seemed unhappy, though Iona was smiling. Melinda hid quickly, fearing Iona might spot her. Where were these two heading? Watching them, she noticed Iona trying to get closer to Osiris, who deftly avoided her. "There are people watching us on the street. Let's hurry since the bridal shop closes early." Iona felt a bit disappointed but was glad Osiris agreed to visit the shop. She grew happier thinking about this. Meanwhile, Osiris sensed someone was following them, looking back cautiously. Seeing no one, he relaxed. "Brother Fadi, why did you suddenly look behind you? Is there something back there?" Nothing. "Let's get inside quickly," he rushed, leading Iona to the bridal shop entrance. The staff warmly welcomed them. Chapter 171, Departure. Fallon saw them enter the bridal shop and frowned. Although she knew they were just acting, it still made her feel uneasy. Her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel the pain. Deciding to leave first was the best option, out of sight, out of mind. Staying there any longer would only lead to frustration, and she feared she might be driven to despair. This place was a source of trouble for her. Inside the bridal shop, the staff kept praising Iona. "Miss, your figure is truly exquisite, and your facial proportions are perfect. You look like you've stepped straight out of a comic. You and this gentleman are also exceptionally well matched." Hearing the last comment, Iona felt delighted. "Thank you. You have good taste. Could you pick a wedding dress for me? Which one do you think suits me?" "No problem, Mississippi. Please wait here for a moment while I bring some high-end custom designs from our collection." The salesperson was perceptive. Seeing Iona's handbag, she knew her customer must be affluent. Meanwhile, Osiris was wondering who that person earlier had been. Could it have been Fallon? Why would Fallon come down to his company building? After all, they had agreed not to see each other in the coming days. If it really was Fallon, what should he do? Suddenly feeling a headache coming on, Osiris pulled out his phone and searched for Fallon's number. He debated whether to send her a message but hesitated, fearing it wasn't Fallon. After much internal conflict, Osiris didn't send the message. Instead, Iona's voice interrupted his thoughts. Fadi brother, why have you been zoning out? Is something wrong? I also asked Yates to prepare some outfits for you. Would you like to try them on? Osiris had no intention of trying on suits. To him, choosing any outfit at random for the engagement party would suffice. He saw no need to take it seriously. It's just an engagement party. I don't think we need to go overboard. Fadi brother, don't you want to make the engagement party grand? After all, you only get to do this once in a lifetime. Feeling somewhat helpless, Osiris eventually gave in and followed Yates to the second floor with Flo Yun leading the way. The gowns on the second floor were far superior to those on the first. These dresses are unique pieces. They are high-end custom designs, so take a look. Each gown is one of a kind. So you mean these dresses only exist as single pieces? Iona turned to the salesperson, who nodded in agreement. High-end custom pieces were indeed rarer and more expensive than regular designs. To emphasize their uniqueness, each style had only one available piece. This made Iona even more enamored. She liked things that were special. Seeing a mermaid-style dress, she couldn't help but walk over and ask Osiris. Fadi brother, do you think this looks good on me? For a moment, Osiris couldn't help but think of a peacock, but he maintained a supportive demeanor. You'll definitely look very beautiful in it. Do you like it? If you do, try it on. If it fits, we can buy it. Though he seemed indifferent, Iona didn't notice and instead handed him a suit. Since these two outfits match, you should try yours on too. See if you like it. Osiris nodded, picked up the suit and trousers, and went into the changing room. Once they came out, the salesperson was speechless, admiring their unparalleled beauty. My goodness, both of you look like celebrities. Iona looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't contain her excitement. They did indeed look perfectly matched. Fadi brother, aren't we perfectly suited? You look incredibly handsome today, no one can compare. Iona continued praising Osiris, who remained silent. Glancing at a pearl-embroidered gown reminded him of Fallon, and he involuntarily took a step forward before Iona held his hand back. Fadi brother, where are you going? Osiris shook his head, refocused, and then turned to the salesperson while pulling out a black card. Wrap this up and charge it. Seeing Osiris's decisiveness, Iona grew more excited about the engagement. By the way, Fadi brother, I heard you invited a lot of media for the engagement? Osiris stiffened, staring at Iona. Yes, it's important to announce this news to the world, right? So inviting media makes sense. I want everyone to know you're my fiancé. He almost felt he deserved an Oscar for his performance. Iona hugged him joyfully, but the strong perfume she wore made him want to vomit. Managing to break free, Osiris went to the restroom to wash up. He then headed to a high-end clothing store and picked a new outfit, discarding his previous clothes because they smelled strongly of Iona's perfume. All Osiris wanted now was to see Fallon, so he called her. However, her phone was off. What's going on? Why would she suddenly turn off her phone? Deciding to return to the office to check on the secretary's progress, he walked past employees' curious glances. He didn't bother with their gossip and entered his office where he found the secretary organizing files. How's everything progressing? Don't worry, Rahim. Everything is under control. Well, tell me, have the media companies agreed to help? Note, this chapter retains the original narrative structure and maintains the emotional and situational flow from the Chinese text, translating it fluently into English. Chapter 172, surprised by the attention. Otherwise, would tell you, I called the media company and explained the situation. They were all willing and even enthusiastic, thinking of signing contracts with us. Oh my god. Because of Osiris's and Iona's already high profiles, as well as their rumored engagement, any report from the media would definitely be a hot topic. Of course, they wouldn't really get engaged. After all, Osiris wanted to embarrass Iona. Seeing that Osiris didn't respond, the secretary remained quiet, continuing to organize documents silently. Once he finished, he turned to leave but was stopped by Osiris. Do you think Iona and I can have a successful engagement? The secretary was a smart person and knew they wouldn't get engaged. He guessed Osiris had some ulterior motives. This girl is going to suffer again, though she does deserve punishment for being so malicious. I'm not particularly interested in the Rahim's privacy. But no matter whether the engagement happens or not, I hope you can do it without regret. Osiris lifted his head upon hearing this and stared at the secretary. Indeed, you've been working with me for many years. Though the secretary didn't speak plainly, Osiris understood the underlying meaning. Indeed, the secretary was clever. As he watched the secretary walk away, Osiris couldn't help but gaze at the sky outside, noticing it was overcast and seemed about to rain. Elsewhere. Iona directly sought out Tamsin, and they met at a cafe for tea. Today, Brother Fadi and I went shopping, and he even bought me a wedding dress, Iona said happily. Tamsin was delighted to hear this. Really? He bought you a wedding dress? Yes, really. And when I mentioned our engagement, Brother Fadi was very happy. Tamsin was highly satisfied. After all, engaging Iona was a wise move for both families' benefit. It was comforting that Osiris could see this clearly. I'm really looking forward to the engagement ceremony. Naive girl, the engagement ceremony will happen soon. Don't rush, haste makes waste. Although she said this. Tamsin, I always feel something might go wrong during this engagement ceremony. It just doesn't seem like it will go smoothly. Don't worry, just wait at home patiently. You are going to be our daughter-in-law. Once the ceremony is over, it's settled. Don't be insecure, okay? Thinking about her own naughty son, Tamsin sighed inwardly. Auntie, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. If you want, you can stay here for more coffee. My car and driver are outside, I can ask him to drive you back. What do you think? You little one, there's no need. My driver can take me back, Tamsin smiled. Alright, Auntie, I'll go now. We'll talk over the phone if anything comes up. Watching Iona leave, Tamsin felt a momentary flash of nostalgia for herself long ago. Never mind, these two are about to join their families, which should be a joyful event. Why am I feeling so heavy-hearted now? She placed her coffee cup on the table. Meanwhile, after failing to reach Melinda on several calls, Osiris drove to her house. Hearing frantic knocking, Melinda hurriedly opened the door. Seeing Osiris's anxious face, Melinda was puzzled. Osiris tightly embraced her. Luckily you're safe. I was scared to death. Why don't you answer my calls? Smelling the cologne on Osiris, Melinda felt momentarily content. Though she wasn't petty, she still had her possessiveness. And isn't Isidore Tuan at home? Osiris looked inside. Melinda led Osiris in, poured him a glass of water, and signaled for silence. The baby just fell asleep. Let's not disturb him. Let's talk about the engagement. I've already contacted major media outlets. I plan to expose everything during the engagement. What do you think? Osiris spoke seriously, indicating this time he meant business. It's your decision. After all, Iona brought this upon herself. Also, I saw you near the company just now. Was that you? Melinda hesitated. Osiris was testing if the person he saw was indeed her. I was about to look for you, then I saw you and Iona together, acting close. So, I hid and watched you enter a bridal shop. Osiris immediately held Melinda's hand protectively. At that moment, I wanted to break free, but she clung to me like a leech. I couldn't escape. Don't worry. I wouldn't be jealous over something like this. I'm reasonable. Noticing Osiris's attire, Melinda asked in surprise. You weren't dressed like this before. Why the change? I changed because I didn't want to wear clothes with Iona's perfume scent. Thankfully, Melinda knew Osiris genuinely disliked Iona. Otherwise, there might have been misunderstandings. Which media outlets did you contact? I'm quite curious and also excited to see how Iona will react when exposed. She'll probably go insane, along with Tamsin. Who knows what will happen next? It doesn't matter as long as the engagement is ruined and people see Iona for who she is. For Osiris, his heart belonged only to Melinda, especially since she gave him a child. Feeling sleepy, Melinda yawned uncontrollably. Hashtag chapter 173, Common Knowledge. I want to rest on the sofa for a while, do as you please. After an indeterminate amount of time, Abrielle opened her eyes again, assuming that Osiris had already left. Coincidentally, she heard noises from the kitchen and saw Osiris slicing vegetables when she looked in. Osiris suddenly heard footsteps behind him and turned around, just in time to see Abrielle couldn't help but ask. Was it the sound of me cutting vegetables that disturbed you? Abrielle shook her head, wishing only for more days like this. If these days were to be described in 4 words, they would be peaceful and serene. Time flew by. Soon, it was time for the engagement. After all, this was Iona and Osiris's engagement, a grand event worthy of the term, spectacular engagement. Tamsin directly arranged for Osiris to book an entire 5-star hotel, inviting many guests and media personnel. When do you think the protagonists will arrive? Heavens, I'm so curious. When will they come? They chatted back and forth, confident that today would absolutely showcase beautiful women and handsome men. The usually casually dressed Osiris could not hide his charm. Iona had an excellent figure and a lovely face. When the two stood together, they were a stunning pair. Suddenly, a melody sounded, and everyone turned their gazes toward the entrance, just in time to see Iona and Osiris walk in. Iona wore a white high-end mermaid dress, while Osiris was in a tailored suit. Heavens, this is too. The sight was breathtaking. They felt it was worth attending this party. This engagement banquet is already so luxurious, their wedding must be a grand affair. Yes. It seems Mr. Fadi loves his fiancée dearly. Some people recognized the high-end mermaid dress Iona was wearing, priced in the millions. Osiris was indeed willing to spend generously. May young Master Fadi and Miss Roxanne live happily ever after. Everyone offered their gifts one by one. Iona was very pleased. As long as the engagement ceremony was successfully completed, she would officially become Osiris's fiancée. Once she became his fiancée, it wouldn't be long before she became Tamsin. What did Abrielle count for? Ha, Abrielle, you will never outmatch me. Media personnel held microphones, asking Osiris questions. Do you sincerely want to marry Miss Roxanne? Mr. Fadi, considering rumors that you previously opposed marrying Miss Roxanne, what changed your mind? The reporters fired questions at Osiris one after another. When will you marry? Many are eagerly awaiting the grand wedding. Osiris did not intend to answer their questions. But since they asked. At this moment, Osiris released Iona's hand, leaving her standing bewildered. What am I doing? Iona wondered anxiously. I will answer your first question. I do not wish to marry Iona. The room erupted into chaos. Tamsin sat in the main seat, her face darkening as she heard Osiris's words. What was he up to? Why won't you marry me, Brother Hamza? Iona nearly cried, with so many people watching him reject her. You heard correctly. I do not want to marry her because she is deceitful and ruthless. If I marry such a person, the Fadi family will have no peace. What does that mean? Isn't Miss Roxanne gentle and loving? Are you being coerced? Don't jump to conspiracy theories. I agreed to this engagement to make something clear. Osiris declared to everyone that he and Iona could never be. Tamsin rushed over to him. Osiris, do you know what you're saying? You're disgracing the Fadi family. Iona sobbed beside Osiris. Histrionics and lies. Osiris produced a remote control, drawing everyone's attention. Let's look at the big screen. You'll understand why I cannot marry such a woman. As soon as Osiris pressed the button, Iona's voice played on the screen. She froze, staring in disbelief. How did Osiris know about these things? She was terrified, backing away in fear. Tamsin's face turned dark. She never expected Iona to be this kind of person. Watch closely. Would you marry such a person? Even if I were to marry a beggar, I wouldn't take someone so evil-hearted. Iona collapsed onto the floor, too afraid to look at Osiris. Everything was over, completely ruined. She laughed bitterly. Why are you doing this to me, Osiris? Suddenly remembering something, she said. Were you planning this all along? Did you agree to the engagement just to embarrass me here? You're not entirely stupid. Yes, I wanted to fulfill your desire for this engagement, Osiris replied coldly. To Iona, he seemed like a devil pushing her to the edge. Why are you treating me like this? I've done nothing wrong. You know well if you've wronged me. I didn't plan to make things difficult, until you went too far. Don't blame me for my actions. Osiris turned and walked away, leaving Iona crying and Tamsin standing stunned. Tamsin never imagined Iona could be such a woman. She felt blinded by her own judgment. Watching from afar, Abrielle smiled wryly. After all, Iona got what she deserved. A beautiful engagement ruined like this. Abrielle. Osiris. Wait for me. This incident quickly trended online, refusing to fade away. Ensure the trending topic stays up. I trust you know how to handle this. The secretary nodded. Truly, Osiris was cunning. Chapter 174, Messed Up. At the Roxanne family residence. Iona sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She deeply resented Osiris and Abrielle for embarrassing her in such a manner. She had never imagined they would do this to her. Why? Why did they treat me like this? How have I wronged them so that they must torment me like this? Iona shouted out loud in the living room. The maids nearby stood quietly by the side, not daring to step forward for fear of being scolded by Iona, whose emotions were currently very unstable. If they went near, they would surely be severely reprimanded. The Roxanne family was constantly trying to suppress the trending topic, but no matter what, it seemed unmanageable. They couldn't help but wonder why. Could someone be deliberately making it trend at number one? Otherwise, with their family's power, they should easily be able to suppress it. What are we going to do next? We can't suppress the trend anymore, and now we're becoming the laughing stock. Hearing their discussions, Iona felt deep remorse. If only she could have married Osiris today, it would have greatly benefited both families. But because of this incident, the engagement was impossible. Iona always loved Osiris deeply. Never had she thought he would treat her like this, growing angrier the more she thought about it. Finally, she stood up and walked out. Seeing Iona planning to leave, her father immediately stopped her. Where are you going? Don't you think you've embarrassed us enough? Don't you know there are reporters outside? Iona, of course, knew about the reporters, but she couldn't swallow this humiliation. She never expected to be publicly humiliated at an engagement ceremony. It was her fault. She should have suspected something when Osiris suddenly agreed to the engagement. Otherwise, why would he have agreed so easily? Given his affection for Abrielle, Iona suddenly realized how foolish she had been. The noble Miss Roxanne had actually been made a fool of. Iona turned and looked at her parents, then knelt down with a thud. I'm sorry, Kalbim and Jalen. This is all my fault, and I'm willing to take responsibility. Seeing her kneel, her parents' hearts softened, and they couldn't bear it any longer, helping her to stand. Sai, what can I say to you, my daughter? Why did you do such a thing? Looking at the online reports, she couldn't quite believe that these actions came from her own daughter. Kalbim, I know it was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Can you forgive me? Now unable to form an alliance with the Fadi family, it would be a significant loss for the Roxanne family. Yet they also thought that if the alliance failed, wouldn't it also be a loss for the Fadi family? If it's a mutual loss, perhaps approaching Osiris again about the marriage alliance might lead him to reconsider. These few days, stay in your room. You're not allowed to go anywhere, her father said sternly. Iona nodded obediently and returned to her room. Once inside, she pulled out her phone and without hesitation changed the wallpaper displaying Osiris's photo. Osiris. Since you made me look so foolish, I'll show you just how powerful I am. Meanwhile, Tamsin had no idea that Iona had done such a thing. Thinking about how their engagement had become a farce, she felt nothing but disdain for the Roxanne family. Son, tell your mother, did you know about this all along? Otherwise, why would her son cause such a scene at the engagement ceremony? Recalling how he mentioned finding a famous journalist just a few days ago. Now that it was trending, even if someone tried to remove it, it would be impossible. Was this Osiris's true intention? She couldn't understand her son. Kalbim. I didn't know it would turn out this way. I received a USB drive today. Osiris started fabricating a lie, relieved when his mother actually believed him. Kalbim, I can't marry Iona. A union with someone who disgraces our family will cause our stocks to plummet. Don't worry, how could I possibly allow you to marry Iona? She doesn't deserve our family. Born into nobility, yet so petty and treacherous. Tamsin clearly was extremely disappointed in Iona, having previously adored her as a potential daughter-in-law. Now she thanked her lucky stars they hadn't brought her into their family, or else it would have been shameful. As the saying goes, the truth will eventually come out. Thinking further, since they couldn't marry Iona, should she find another suitable match for Osiris? Her son was handsome, accomplished, and young, many girls must be waiting for him. Deciding to visit Abrielle, Osiris found an excuse to leave home. Driving to find Abrielle, his first words upon seeing her were, "Did you like this performance?" Abrielle stared at him, unsure how to respond. Indeed, she hadn't anticipated that this news would top the trending charts so quickly. It might stay there for a few more days, but Iona brought this upon herself. Who asked her to perpetrate so many bad deeds? Eventually, everyone has to pay the price. Today's drama wasn't bad, but aren't you worried she'll make a comeback? It doesn't matter. After causing this trouble, Osiris firmly believed that his mother wouldn't let Iona back into their family regardless of her future intentions. Chapter 175, Hatred. After Osiris answered, Melinda walked in another direction, and Osiris hurriedly followed her. Why don't we go for a coffee? It's been a long time since we last got together. What do you think? Osiris looked at Melinda with an expectant gaze, one that made it almost unbearable for Melinda to refuse. How could she describe the look Osiris gave her just now? Fat like a puppy. They arrived at a Carlo cafe. As soon as they got there, a waiter approached them and politely asked, "May I know what you would like?" "2 Americanos please." After saying this, Melinda continued, "What do you think she will do next?" "Given my understanding of Iona, she is someone who will never let a grudge go. Don't worry, she's currently topping the hot search list. Even if Iona still wanted to cause trouble at this point, she would have to weigh the relationship between their two families. Especially for the Roxanne family, they wouldn't allow Iona to do anything that would embarrass the family again. You're right, the Roxanne family cares a lot about their reputation." Melinda seemed lost in thought, her face tinged with sarcasm. At this moment, Old Master Roxanne personally came to the Fadi family home. When Tamsin saw Old Master Roxanne, she did not hide her displeasure. She wondered how she had ever found Iona pleasant before. A vicious woman like her would surely have brought endless turmoil if she had married into their family. Thankfully, they acted quickly to prevent this from happening. Tamsin looked up at Old Master Roxanne and spoke directly, "What brings you here, Old Master? You don't usually come out so easily. I've come to discuss the arranged marriage between our two families. I apologize deeply for my granddaughter's actions. Is there any chance we can reconsider the union? Miss Roxanne did all those things and still thinks of marrying into our family? Does she expect us to be cursed along with her?" Tamsin became furious immediately. How could they have the audacity to even bring this up now? Their faces were thicker than city walls. "Tamsin, I know you are angry, but think calmly. If the engagement is called off, both our families will suffer significant losses. I believe you understand the financial impact." The old man was trying to appeal to her sense of practicality. Tamsin didn't bother hiding her disdain anymore. "Old Master, you must know your family's stocks have plummeted in just a few hours. Your family should be more worried. Besides, even if we incur losses, the Fadi family can bear it." Tamsin was truly infuriated and showed no mercy in her words. "If you came here to persuade me to agree to the engagement again, I'm afraid that's impossible. As Osiris's mother, I cannot stand to see him marry a vicious woman like her. Please leave." Old Master Roxanne said nothing more, standing up to leave. Just before he left, he added, "Nothing is absolute. One day, you might regret this." To Tamsin, his words sounded like the biggest joke. Upon hearing that Old Master Roxanne had visited the Foddy residence, Osiris rushed back only to find the furious elder leaving. The meeting obviously hadn't gone well. He turned to his mother for more information. Old Master Roxanne came by. "What did he say?" "He wants us to continue the engagement with Iona," Tamsin replied. "Did you agree?" "Not at all. You're my flesh and blood, I wouldn't want to see you suffer." Kalbirover, knowing Iona's nature, Tamsin did not want to invite further trouble into her home. Satisfied that everything was under control, Osiris returned to the company. His assistant informed him that Roxanne family's stock had been plummeting while the Foddy Corporation's shares were soaring. "Boss Foddy, looks like the Roxanne family has hoisted themselves on their own petard. Do we need to push further?" "No need," Osiris replied coldly. "In moments like these, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Someone else would eagerly take advantage of the situation. Any further action would only make it seem suspicious. Just wait and see, the real drama is yet to unfold." Fadenshina, upon learning of Osiris's moves, was quite surprised. Despite his public claim about receiving a USB drive, Fadenshina knew better. It was all Osiris's meticulous planning. He had probably been preparing to expose everything on the engagement day. This explained why he let them continue unhindered until then. He really is a calculating man, Fadenshina chuckled, remembering the media present during the event, all major outlets with substantial influence. No wonder the incident stayed at the top of the hot search list. Meanwhile, Old Master Roxanne sat in the courtyard, looking grave. He suspected sabotage behind the plummeting stock prices. If things continued, the Roxanne Corporation might get shorted. Yet, in the current public opinion, the Roxanne family lacked leverage to turn things around. Deciding to act, he announced the temporary suspension of trading for Roxanne Corporation shares. The news sparked new discussions online. "Do you think the corporation is going bankrupt?" Seems the impact of the engagement day was huge. Iona is such a disobedient daughter, making her grandfather clean up her mess at his age. She is indeed disobedient. Having such a daughter is laughable. People commented endlessly, and Iona, locked in her bedroom, read each venomous comment. Filled with pain and anger, she blamed Osiris and Melinda. Since they wouldn't let her off easy, she decided everyone would suffer. Iona's eyes gleamed with malice. She resolved to target what they cherished most, little Jeffrey. She would ruin him, making them regret it forever. With fiery determination, she clutched her dress tightly. Throwing a nearby pillow to the ground, she prepared to enact her revenge. Leaving her room, she encountered her father. Seeing her urgency, he frowned. "Where are you going? Did I give you permission to leave? Stay here and obey me, or you're no longer my daughter." Translation ends here, maintaining the structure and tone of the original passage. Chapter 176, a second coincidence. Iona had no choice. She didn't know if the Roxanne family would agree with her idea, nor dared she risk letting them know, so she could only nod obediently. "I understand." Retreating to her room, Iona noticed unintentionally that the Roxanne family's bodyguards had doubled in number. It seemed she would have to wait some time before making any move. Meanwhile, Osiris was also pondering how to smoothly reunite with Cher. However, he understood that his mother wouldn't easily give her consent. Even without Iona, there were always others like Damon San or Foddy C. She would always find someone with a supposedly more suitable family background for him. Callbire than half a month passed by. The Roxanne family's stock finally stopped being a hot topic, but many people no longer dared to collaborate with Roxanne Corporation. After all, their stocks had been plummeting recently, and even worse, they had directly halted trading. Such actions often indicated that bankruptcy was just one step away. Just as everyone was suspecting whether the Roxanne family was truly going bankrupt, an elaborate press conference was unexpectedly held. "First of all, thank you all for coming today. Regarding the rumors over this period, we wish to clarify that we are not facing bankruptcy. We are merely undergoing internal adjustments, and our stocks will soon be back on the market. We hope everyone will not speculate unnecessarily and look forward to our next moves." These words sounded impressive, but people weren't foolish. Many criticized it as a desperate attempt to hide the truth. It appeared that the Roxanne family was nearly bankrupt but still putting up a tough front. Some mocked them, saying that when Iona didn't provide an explanation initially, rumors about their impending bankruptcy spread quickly, prompting their sudden and frantic response. Truly intriguing. Of course, various groups regarded these events as mere jokes. During this period, Tamsin kept finding new candidates for Osiris. Osiris felt a headache. Why couldn't his mother ever accept Cher? Cher was obviously. Kalbim, why won't you consider Cher? Isn't she clearly excellent? Cher was undoubtedly the perfect choice both in appearance and ability. Tamsin's reaction was extremely intense. Don't mention her in front of me. Do you think I'll give in just because Iona is gone? Don't forget who Cher is and who we are. Does Cher match? Absolutely not. A wave of anger engulfed Osiris. Veins bulged slightly on his arms. His mother's animosity toward Fadiangsu was so intense that he couldn't fathom why. Since we can't communicate, do as you wish. But I want you to know that Cher is the only one I will marry. I have work to do, so I'll leave now. Tamsin had intended to introduce the Faden Corporation's heiress to Osiris, but now he simply turned and left. She gritted her teeth, unable to understand how this seductress had captivated Osiris's heart so completely. At the office, Osiris focused on business matters, yet his mind was filled with thoughts of Cher. He suddenly longed for her, imagining walking along the beach at dusk with her. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. It was his secretary. President, these documents need your signature. Arrange 2 tickets for the seaside. Osiris's unexpected request startled the secretary, who instinctively responded, but you have a meeting in half an hour. Without hesitation, Osiris replied, then cancel it. The secretary hesitated. Was he really going to cancel it again? This wasn't the first time. Mr. Foddy, this meeting has already been postponed once. If you keep doing this, senior management is already quite displeased and might report to the old madam. If reported to Tamsin, Osiris knew he would have endless lectures to endure. Taking a deep breath, he relented, fine, I get it. Prepare accordingly. The meeting proceeded smoothly. Osiris, young and powerful, possessed exceptional abilities. Unexpectedly, a senior manager proposed collaborating with the Roxanne family. Is there any problem with you, old Foddy? You actually plan to collaborate with the Roxanne family? Of course not. Although the Roxanne family had some issues lately, business prioritizes interests. We can use this opportunity to impose more harsh terms and suppress them. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? No need. Osiris rejected it outright. The thought of working with anyone from the Roxanne family annoyed him. Old Foddy wanted to argue further, but Osiris cast a cold glance at him. Are you free? If you have nothing else, I don't mind sending you on a long assignment. Old Foddy choked. Finding the meeting dull, Osiris stood up and said coldly, today's meeting ends here. And I hope none of you bring up anything related to the Roxanne family in the future, or else, you'll face consequences. Everyone fell silent. After Osiris left, the executives gathered and glanced at old Foddy. How could you mention the Roxanne family in front of him? Didn't you know about the engagement party? They all thought old Foddy had a lot of guts to provoke such trouble. In reality, old Foddy believed Iona wouldn't do those things. She had always been polite and nice to Osiris, and sweet whenever she visited the company. That's why he had mentioned it indirectly. Given Osiris's stance, henceforth no one in the Foddy Corporation dared mention Iona. Elsewhere, Tamsin was shopping with Tamsinu. Coincidentally, Cher was out to buy something and unexpectedly met them. Feeling a bit awkward, she maintained basic courtesy and nodded. Tamsin. Tamsin didn't even look at her, instead smiling and holding Tamsinu's hand. There's nothing much to see here. Let's go elsewhere. Unexpectedly, they met again at a cafe. Noticing Tamsin's expression wasn't good, Tamsinu asked, what's wrong, Tamsin? Nothing, just saw a fly. It was unusual to see a fly at this time of year and in such a place. Tamsinu's gaze became meaningful. Seated Cher sighed inwardly, never expecting another encounter but respecting their indifference. Ordering coffee, she planned to leave after a brief rest. Suddenly, a thief tried to steal Tamsin's bag but was spotted by Cher sitting opposite. What are you doing? Trying to steal? The young thief looked at Cher coldly. Seeing the thief behind her, Tamsin immediately scolded. Shockingly, the youth pulled out a knife from his waist, causing screams in the cafe. As the knife was about to stab Tamsin, Cher swiftly rushed over, grabbed the coffee and threw it at the young man. She then picked up a chair and hit him, causing him to drop the knife from pain. Several men nearby quickly subdued the thief while others dialed the police. Still dazed, Tamsin noticed Cher standing protectively in front of her. Turning around, Cher asked anxiously, are you okay? Tamsin glanced at Cher, then looked down at the restrained thief on the ground. She didn't respond. By the time the police arrived on the scene, they had already taken the thief away. The danger was averted. Just as Cher was about to leave, she unexpectedly heard Tamsin's sharp question from behind. How could you be here? Could it be that you were following me? Tamsin hadn't intended to say that. She was annoyed with herself for not thinking before speaking. Cher paused, her expression slightly cooling as she turned around. Tamsin must have misunderstood. I came out to buy something but couldn't find what I wanted. I felt thirsty and decided to have a cup of coffee. That's all. After explaining, Cher turned to leave without intending to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Tamsinu was still shaken up. Let's leave quickly, this place is too dangerous. She patted her chest, still trembling as she spoke, pulling Tamsin away hastily. Osiris found Cher shortly after. Seeing the coffee stains on her clothes, he immediately frowned in concern. What happened to your clothes? Did something happen? He looked down and noticed the stains on her sleeve and chest. It's nothing. I spilled some coffee while drinking just now, Cher said casually. She wasn't sure if Tamsin would tell him about today's events and didn't want to be misunderstood as seeking gratitude, so she remained silent. Seeing this, Osiris gently took Cher's hand and led her toward the mall's clothing section. Let's buy you a new outfit. Wearing stained clothes like these can't be comfortable. Cher initially wanted to refuse, but the sticky feeling from the coffee stains was indeed uncomfortable. So, she picked out a simple yet neat sportswear set. Sure enough. You look good in anything. Cher didn't respond to his compliment but checked the time instead. I need to pick up Leandro later. Do you want to come with me? Of course I'll go with you. My car is parked nearby. Let's go, I'll drive. They arrived at Leandro's school half an hour early and waited outside with other parents. In the car, both were silent until Osiris broke the silence. Are you free tomorrow? ##### chapter 177, I promise you. They both spoke in unison and stood there in a momentary daze. Osiris knew that Dina must have something on her mind if she was initiating the conversation, so he patiently asked, without any hint of urgency in his tone. You go first. If you have something on your mind, feel free to speak, don't keep it bottled up. Osiris did not rush to finish what he had been about to say but instead gave Dina the opportunity to speak first. His unconditional support and the sense of security he provided warmed Dina's heart. Osiris was August's father and had the right to know about August's affairs. After a brief silence, she finally spoke about the matter that had been troubling her for days. Next week, August's kindergarten is organizing a parent-child activity. August has always wished his father could accompany him. So, can you spare some time? Though August put on a mature face as if he didn't care, he was still just a young child who craved his father's love. But would Osiris have the time? Managing the OSHA group with countless tasks, he barely took holidays even during festivals. Ignoring work matters wasn't something he could do easily. So, Dina hadn't held much hope. Hearing Dina's hesitant question, Osiris lowered his gaze and quietly gazed at her. When she noticed he didn't respond, she felt that the possibility of him agreeing was slim and her spirit sank immediately. To say she wasn't disappointed would be a lie. But Dina still said through gritted teeth, if you're busy, it's actually fine if you don't come. I can handle it myself. After all, it's just a small parent-child activity, and it's not necessary for both parents to be there, right? Finishing her words, Dina forced an awkward smile. Osiris watched her intently, noticing the changes in her expression and feeling the deep melancholy in her eyes. He instantly understood that she, too, hoped he would attend. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and replied, I have time. August is my son, it's only fitting that I should be there, both emotionally and logically. Kalbirover, he had missed out on too many moments of August's growth, and now he wanted to make up for them bit by bit. Upon hearing this, she instantly perked up and breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. August will be so happy if he knows you're coming. Imagining her son's innocent smile, Dina's heart fluttered. Pausing for a moment, Dina remembered his unfinished words earlier and realized he had something to ask her. Curiosity welled up within her. What had he been about to say? The car slowly cruised along the pine-lined road, rows of lush trees passing by. Pedestrians moved about, each absorbed in their own business. The weather became increasingly bleak. Once the traffic light turned green, Osiris pressed the gas pedal again. Then Dina asked, you seemed like you had something to say earlier. Is there something you want to tell me? Reminded by her, Osiris recalled and immediately said, in a while, there will be a banquet. I lack a companion. Would Miss Dina have the time to accompany me? Attending a banquet? As a department manager, it was reasonable for her to accompany her Rahim. Therefore, he didn't think it would be too difficult for her. But his words sounded too deliberate right now. Dina instinctively nodded in agreement but suddenly, images flashed before her mind. She frowned and inadvertently lowered her gaze, a hint of dejection in her eyes. Tamsin's rejection and hostility towards her made her hesitant. At the moment, she really wanted to have a deeper relationship with Osiris. He was good to her and genuine towards August. But the biggest obstacle between them was Tamsin, who always harbored prejudice against her. She didn't believe Tamsin would approve of their relationship. Thinking of Tamsin caused Dina an involuntary resistance, making her hesitant to agree to accompany him to the banquet. She bit her lip without answering, inwardly feeling that her silence was a form of refusal. Osiris observed her facial expressions closely. Though she had smiled initially, something changed, and her response faded away. Even though she didn't reply, Osiris seemed to already understand the answer. Silence filled the air. It wasn't until the car stopped steadily in front of Dina's apartment complex that he reacted, unwilling to let her leave. Immediately, he grabbed her hand. Startled, Dina turned back and saw Osiris looking at her with a serious expression. You needn't worry about anything. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly and let everyone know we are a couple. From the start to the end, the one I want to marry is only you. As for my mother, it's my problem, and I'll resolve it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Dina had to admit that although Osiris wasn't one for sweet talk, his earnest promise gave her immense reassurance. She nodded immediately, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Seeing she didn't reject him, Osiris felt relieved. Just as he was about to suggest going to her place for coffee, his phone rang. Sliding to answer, Yates's voice came through quickly. President Fadi, the company needs you to sign an important document. He frowned, replying reluctantly, wait a moment, I'm on my way back. Realizing his focus shifted to the call, Dina had already gotten out of the car. I know you're busy, so go back to work. Drive safely. Dina guessed he would be busy with work the second his call ended, so she got out of the car on her own. Horace wasn't supposed to be home today as he had mentioned he had company business. After saying goodbye to Osiris, she hurried home. Reaching the door, she habitually reached for the key, only to find the door unlocked. Frowning slightly, she muttered, "Someone's home? Who's here?" Opening the door, she was immediately drawn to the warm scene inside. It turned out Horace couldn't stay away from August and rushed over to play with him. She smiled, "Brother, why are you here? You didn't even give me a heads up, I could have bought more food." Horace had mentioned having company business earlier, yet he suddenly showed up. August, having played for too long, rubbed his eyes and yawned. Seeing Dina, he instinctively hugged her legs and murmured, "Kalbimi, I'm sleepy." Horace, knowing Dina must be exhausted after a long day, gently picked up the little boy. "Come, uncle will take you to bed." Indeed, Dina felt somewhat weary. Without hesitation, she thanked him and went straight to the kitchen. Within minutes, August fell asleep. Horace then closed the bedroom door and joined Dina in the living room. Chapter 178, Iona suddenly appears. Abrielle poured herself a glass of water and continued revising the technical department's documents. Now, with all the rumors circulating about her and Osiris at the company, it was impossible to explain herself clearly. The only thing that could prove her innocence was her competence. Sensing Horace's approach, she didn't even look up as she pushed another glass of water toward him. "Thank you, brother, for helping me take care of Bar. He hasn't been a troublemaker, right?" Horace shook his head. "Bar is very well behaved. You've raised him well." A gentle smile appeared on Abrielle's face, revealing a touch of maternal warmth. "Bar has always been a good boy. Perhaps because he grew up without a father, Bar was more mature than most children his age." Thinking of this precocious maturity, Abrielle felt a pang of heartache. But fortunately, she had found his biological father, and fortunately, his father loved him very much. Horace hadn't come here to idle chat. After discussing matters concerning Bar, he got straight to the point. "Wanchua, when do you plan to return to the Dev family with me? Kalbim and Jalen called me, complaining about how you haven't brought Bar back yet." When they acknowledged each other as siblings, she knew it was only a matter of time before she would have to face the issue of returning to the Dev family. Initially, after Verity's death, their feud ended, allowing her to reunite with the Dev family without any reservations. However, now she had new ties, Osiris. Seeing that she remained silent, Horace knew she was still torn. Although he wanted her to return with him, respecting her wishes was paramount. He wouldn't force her, nor would the family. Sighing, Horace deliberately grumbled with a long face, "Since you need more time to think about it, consider carefully. I hope you can give me an answer soon. You know how eager Kalbim and Jalen are to see Bar. Besides, once you reclaim your identity, the Fadis won't dare treat you badly anymore." Horace had always treated her well, and Abrielle could feel it. Looking at him with gratitude in her eyes, she said, "I know both you and Kalbim and Jalen genuinely care about me, but I'm not ready to return just yet. Please give me some more time. When I must go back, I'll inform you in advance." Naturally, she understood that adopting the Dev surname would spare her many troubles. However, she didn't want her relationship with Osiris to be entangled with a cliched family marriage plot. So, for now, she wouldn't return or change her name. Hearing this, Horace smiled. This progress was already a positive development compared to her previous silence. Glancing sideways, he noticed Abrielle hadn't finished her work and frowned. "Have you been very busy recently? Would you like me to help take care of Bar for a few days?" Though exhausted, she had spent less time with Bar lately, so she didn't want to part with him again. Smiling at Horace, she softly replied, "Thank you, but it's manageable for now. If things get too hectic, I'll ask for your help." Horace's concern warmed her heart. Since that incident, she had always felt isolated and alone. Looking back now, she realized there were still people who supported and loved her. That was enough. Osiris returned to the company, losing track of time as he threw himself into work. Only when the end of day came did he realize how quickly time had passed. Thinking about the call his mother had made earlier, Osiris wasn't pleased but drove home anyway. As soon as he entered, he heard laughter from the living room. Frowning slightly, he glanced over. He saw Tamsin and Iona chatting happily, looking quite content together. His frown deepened. Suddenly, he felt a wave of disgust. "Young master." The butler bowed politely. Upon hearing the voice, Tamsin noticed Osiris's return. Turning around, she saw his cold expression. Tamsin's lips twisted in restraint, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. "Hamza, don't worry. I've thought about what you said earlier. I won't force you to marry Kaylee anymore." Hearing this, Osiris didn't relax but became even more alert. He disliked Iona and certainly didn't want to marry her. Kalbar importantly, he hated others interfering in his personal life, especially since Abrielle and Gubar had become a significant part of it. His recent stance had been firm, leading to numerous disagreements with Tamsin. She had insisted on matchmaking between him and Iona, which annoyed him endlessly. Initially, he believed this issue would never resolve itself, but unexpectedly, Tamsin had yielded today. Narrowing his sharp eyes, Osiris relaxed his expression, waiting for Tamsin to continue. However, Iona didn't expect Tamsin to relent. Her face stiffened, and a flicker of hidden anger flashed in her eyes. Tamsin saw Iona's reaction and knew of her feelings for her son. Trying to soothe her, she patted Iona's hand gently and whispered, "Don't worry, I have plans." Then, turning to Osiris, she added, "Although I won't force you, I hope you two can slowly try getting along." No refusal allowed. Osiris's face darkened. He knew his mother wouldn't give up easily. Hearing Tamsin's words, Iona blushed shyly, eagerly anticipating their future dates. She loved Osiris, and everyone knew it. She had already considered him her husband, and he could only belong to her. Moreover, her love for him was no less intense than Abrielle's. Disgusted by her affectionate demeanor, Osiris frowned deeply. "I disagree." Tamsin was so furious that she immediately stood up. She couldn't believe Osiris would defy her so openly. She glared at him, hoping he'd change his mind, but Osiris dropped another bombshell. "You'd better let go of this idea. In a couple of days, I'll accompany Wanchua to Bar's kindergarten for a parent-child activity." Having said that, Osiris turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, his mother would likely say something unpleasant. Hearing Bar's name, a flash of panic crossed Iona's eyes. Kalbar than Osiris disliking her, she couldn't let Tamsin find out about Gubar. Also, if not for Abrielle, Hamza brother's eyes would surely notice her, and he wouldn't always push her away. Iona's eyes glinted with sinister malice, almost losing control of her sanity. It was all because of that bitch. She would never let Abrielle off easily. She would remove every obstacle standing between her and Osiris, clearing the way completely. Chapter 179, Grasping the Opportunity. Tamsin did not approve of Osiris's attitude. Previously, he had always obeyed her arrangements and responded positively to all her requests, rarely going against her wishes. But ever since Dina appeared in his life, he started acting unlike himself, and Tamsin increasingly felt that her son was slipping out of her control. This feeling irked her. At the same time, Tamsin noticed Iona's anxious appearance. Although she didn't particularly like Iona, she recognized the superiority of the Roxanne family background over Dina's, ensuring they wouldn't be a burden to the Fadi family. Therefore, Iona managed to gain her favor. Seeing her pained expression now, although Tamsin felt annoyed, she consoled her symbolically, "Don't worry, I will never let Dina enter our Fadi family. Hamza's wife can only be you." Iona lowered her eyes, feeling slightly reassured but still looking extremely upset. The child. Her brother Hamza was actually planning to attend the kindergarten event for that illegitimate child, and she couldn't allow it. "Auntie, brother Hamza mentioned that he would accompany Dina's child at the kindergarten event in a few days." "What? Child?" Tamsin was momentarily stunned before realizing, her child is definitely not Hamza's. It's unclear whose illegitimate child it is. She thinks she can manipulate things just because Hamza likes her. Even trying to tie him down with an illegitimate child so she can continue dreaming of becoming the Zelda? Not on my watch. I will never accept her or that bastard child of hers. She thinks she can make my son the stepfather to her bastard child? She should consider if she's even qualified. Of course, Iona knew that Tamsin disliked Dina. This presented her greatest chance. As long as Tamsin maintained this attitude, even if her plan failed, Dina would never marry into the Fadi family. But with Tamsin around, she would never have an easy life. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of Ira's parent-child sports meet. Dina arrived at the kindergarten on time with her child but didn't take Ira inside immediately. The little one looked puzzled. "Kalbami, why aren't we going in?" She instinctively stroked Ira's head. "We're waiting for Daddy. We agreed to attend the sports meet together." Mentioning Osiris made Ira instantly happier, his excitement impossible to hide. As people rushed past, most entering the school gates with their children, they didn't see Osiris anywhere. Dina frowned, growing anxious. They had clearly made plans. Why wasn't he here yet? Had something detained him? Or did he forget? Suddenly, someone called her name. "Dina." But it wasn't Osiris's voice. Dina immediately became alert, turning toward the sound. To her surprise, it was Iona and her cousin's family. Their child was the same age as Ira but much bigger and taller, giving the impression he was a year or two older. His chubby face carried a menacing look, especially when he frowned, making one fear he might swing a fist at any moment. Currently, he was eating a fragrant grilled chicken leg, clearly not a good-natured kid. Dina raised an eyebrow. This boy and Ira knew each other, though he often acted maliciously toward Ira. However, being well-behaved, Ira never told Dina. Later, with Osiris in his life, whenever the fat boy mocked him for not having a father, Ira proudly said he had a daddy who treated him well. But they never believed him. Instead, hearing this, the boy would mock him even more, leading the whole class to ostracize him. He also had connections within the kindergarten, ensuring no one bullied his child. With a less trouble mentality, Ira never initiated conflict. So, upon seeing Ira and Dina, the fat boy immediately mocked, "It's that brat without a father. What bad luck." Iona's expression turned dark. Initially, she didn't quite believe what Osiris said about the child, but now, these two seemed to have a deeper connection already. Iona couldn't contain her frustration and immediately lashed out. Bitch, do you think you can enter the Fadi family with an illegitimate child of unknown origin? If Auntie finds out, not only will she refuse your marriage into the Fadi family, but she'll fight for custody of the bastard child. I advise you to keep an eye on your bastard. Just as Dina wanted to explain, Iona's insults angered her. Her face turned cold, and she stepped forward, slapping Iona hard across the face. Enough. August is not a bastard child. He has a father and mother. People like you, with no manners, are more like bastards. Though Dina disliked Iona, she hadn't done anything to harm her except regarding Osiris. However, from that night of madness, everything was set. In this regard, she felt no guilt towards Iona. Shocked by Dina's slap, Iona's face changed. She wished she could tear Dina apart right then and there. But due to the surveillance cameras and her status as the only daughter of the Roxanne family, she couldn't risk public conflict. If caught on camera, it would cause a scandal. Reluctantly, she swallowed her anger to avoid further embarrassment. The fat boy was still taunting Ira and similarly received a silent setback. Seeing Iona hit, her cousin got angry. He saw nothing wrong with his son and Iona's actions. His son was meant to be superior to others, and his niece was destined to be Zelda, unable to endure this humiliation. Thinking this, he rolled up his sleeves to retaliate but was stopped by Iona. Cousin, there are cameras here. Let's not make a scene. She had 1,000 ways to make Dina's life miserable. Enduring temporarily was to crush her in the future. Seeing the other's threatening stance, Ira stepped in front of Dina protectively. Jaylandi will be here soon. If you touch us, Daddy won't let you off. Iona and company, knowing Ira referred to Osiris, scoffed coldly and turned away, entering the school gate. Dina, we'll see who comes out on top. Iona smiled coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Once she became Zelda, she would show Dina the consequences of crossing her. The event time was drawing near, but Osiris was nowhere to be seen. Dina grew increasingly anxious, trying to call him, but couldn't get through. Chapter 180, Confrontation. Fallon did not lose heart and continued to call Osiris, but no one answered on the other end. She had no idea what was going on over there. Ira kept urging, Kalbami, why isn't Daddy here yet? She was already quite worried, but in order to prevent Ira from being upset, she maintained a smile and didn't reveal her disappointment. He might be busy with work. He should come over shortly. Because Ira is young, he believed every word Fallon said, so he didn't ask any more questions and obediently nodded. Fallon kept checking the time. It had been over 10 minutes. The event would start in just 5 minutes. If they didn't go in soon, it would be too late. Security would be maintaining order at the scene, and if that happened, they wouldn't even be able to get in. Sighing, Fallon wondered if Osiris had suddenly changed his mind or if something urgent came up. All she knew was that for the sake of August, she couldn't continue waiting. Seeing Ira constantly looking into the distance, anxiously waiting for Osiris, she could only weave a kind lie. August, Daddy will come over later. The event is about to start. Let's go inside now and wait for him there. He will definitely come. Actually, Ira is very easy to comfort. Hearing this, Ira believed her and even nodded without much thought. Okay, Mommy. Watching Ira enter without crying or fussing, Fallon glanced back at the entrance, but it was still empty. Inside the Usha group. Osiris was currently in the meeting room, raging furiously, his handsome face full of anger. He could have left earlier and arrived on time at the kindergarten. However, as he was about to leave, he was informed that their previous cooperation proposal had significant issues. Osiris has always been meticulous about details and would never allow such a situation. He immediately began reviewing the problematic files. Within moments, he was so enraged that he slammed the documents onto the table, sending papers flying everywhere. It was clear how furious he really was. Janissages present were too frightened to utter a word. Osiris's imposing demeanor sent chills through everyone. None of them dared to meet his gaze, avoiding becoming his target for venting. Seeing these managers looking around nervously and shirking responsibility, Osiris lashed out, "What exactly are you doing? Redo these projects immediately and keep revising until I am satisfied, or else you know the consequences." Janissages sat stiffly, not daring to make a sound. Indeed, Osiris was terrifying when he was angry, causing them to break out in cold sweat. They had no idea why the originally fine documents had suddenly become like this. Looking at the silent meeting room, Osiris suddenly remembered something and instinctively glanced at his luxury watch. When he saw the current time and recalled his promise to Fallon, a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. At the event's start, Fallon figured Osiris probably wasn't coming. Although she didn't know why he had changed his mind, the fact remained unchangeable. Zhukali's cousin's chubby kid had sharp eyes, noticing Fallon and Ira entering alone, and immediately burst out laughing. The laughter drew the attention of both Fallon and Ira. They could clearly feel the hostility from the little fat boy. The chubby kid wanted to ensure they understood him, and added, "Ira, where's your daddy? Didn't I say you don't have a daddy? Why do you keep saying you have one? Where is he?" Ira wasn't usually someone who cried easily, but due to Osiris's absence, he felt affected and tears welled up in his eyes, then he started bawling. The chubby kid laughed even more triumphantly. Fallon was angry but first consoled Ira. Don't listen to him. He's just a child who knows nothing. Do you want to listen to him or to Mommy? For Ira, Mommy was the person he trusted the most. Hearing this, he slowly stopped crying, feeling that Fallon made sense. The chubby kid wanted to upset Ira, but seeing he hadn't succeeded, the kid was about to say even nastier things. Fallon stepped in to protect Ira. Fat little boy, Ira's daddy will come. Please don't talk nonsense. Although Fallon spoke gently, her eyes showed anger, which made the chubby kid tremble and stay silent. Scared and crying, the chubby kid complained to Zhukaili's cousin. Fallon ignored them and focused on the event. Zhukaili sneered, unwilling to create a scene in public. Regardless, she was an aristocratic lady, while Fallon was nothing. But, Hamza brother won't appear today. Everything was under Zhukaili's control. And she had come here deliberately today to see Fallon embarrassed. Only when she was miserable would Zhukaili feel good. Soon, it was time for Fallon and Ira to participate in the activity. Unexpectedly, their opponents were Zhukaili's cousin and the chubby kid. Fallon found it tricky but reassured herself, telling herself not to worry, she would deal with whatever happened. During the competition, Zhukaili seemed to have instructed her cousin. Fallon heard many parents whispering negatively about her during the contest. This affected her mentality. Kalbirover, although she got to the racetrack first, since only 2 people could run at a time, Zhukaili's cousin pushed Fallon aside to win and insulted her. You actually think you can beat me? With those low tactics you used to lure Osiris? Enraged, Fallon retorted, your words are so harsh. Aren't you worried about setting a bad example for the kids? Since the next part involved running, possibly because Zhukaili's cousin and the chubby kid didn't exercise much, even starting at the same time, Fallon and Ira pulled ahead. Zhukaili's cousin, unwilling to lose, managed to catch up and maliciously tripped Ira. Chapter 181, Apologize to my son. Ira did not see the foot that suddenly appeared in front of him. He kept his eyes on the finish line, a gleam of excitement in them. If Daddy finds out he won the race when he comes over in a bit, he'll surely be very happy, right? Would Daddy like him even more then? Clutching his fists tightly, Ira poured all his strength into running forward. Seeing Ira's excited appearance, the chubby boy frowned with dissatisfaction, his clear eyes revealing a maturity and hatred uncharacteristic for his age. A bastard brat also wants to win. This time, I will definitely win, Ira, you won't be able to laugh until the end. The chubby boy's eyes showed an icy coldness unlike his age as he intended to win by knocking down Ira. But in the next second, something suddenly tripped Ira's feet, causing him to fly sideways. This happened too quickly for everyone to react. Only when the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came did the chubby boy burst into laughter before accelerating towards the finish line. Ira had been tripped intentionally by Iona's cousin, resulting in his small body falling directly onto the rubber track. The tender skin exposed to the air was instantly grazed, blood streaming down his white legs, staining his white socks. The sight was heart-wrenching. Seeing this scene, Iona curled her lips, narrowing her eyes at the fallen Ira. Her cousin is truly admirable. Dina and her illegitimate child should indeed be taught a lesson properly. Otherwise, they'll never know how they should behave in front of brother Hamza. Iona's cousin sneered with contempt, feeling no shame despite being an adult and resorting to such despicable means. Apart from the Roxanne family relishing in schadenfreude, everyone else couldn't help but draw a cold breath in shock. Dina was visibly shaken by this scene. As a mother, she reacted first, striding quickly toward little August. August. A profound ache swelled in Dina's beautiful eyes, tears brimming on the verge of spilling. Amara rushed over as well, carrying a medical kit. August, let the teacher bandage your wounds. It might hurt a little, can you bear with it for a moment? Dina nodded, lifting her hand to gently caress her son's soft, tender face. Seeing everyone around him, especially Mama gently comforting him, Ira felt the long suppressed inside him explode all at once. / edits. Seeing everyone gathered around him, especially Mama gently comforting him, Ira felt the long suppressed inside him burst forth all at once. Note, the word seems left untranslated. It should be translated as grievance or sense of injustice. Here is the improved translation. Seeing everyone gathered around him, especially Mama gently comforting him, Ira felt the long suppressed sense of injustice burst forth all at once. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are they targeting me? Kalbi me. Ira looked at Dina with tearful eyes, huge tears immediately splashing onto Dina's hand. Heartbroken beyond words, Dina replied. Kalbi me, my leg hurts so much, woo-woo. Just one sentence made Ira burst into uncontrollable sobs, looking grievously wronged. Hearing her son cry and speak through tears, how could Dina not feel heartbroken? She saw it clearly. Iona's cousin, relying on his adulthood, dared to trip someone right in front of everyone. It was unimaginable that not only were there other parents and teachers at the kindergarten today, but he still dared to do this openly. If no one had been around, what would he have done? Wouldn't he have gone even further? Amara tensed up hearing Ira's cries. August was always such a well-behaved child. This was the first time Amara had heard him cry like this, making her heart ache. Don't cry, August. Kalbami will blow on it, and the pain will fly away. Seeing his mother's red-rimmed eyes, Ira, who cared about Mama, hurriedly wiped his tears, saying, "Mama, don't cry. August isn't in pain anymore. August won't cry. Mama, please don't cry either, okay?" How could her son be so considerate? Dina choked back a sob, her face etched with distress. "I won't cry, August has been wronged." Dina couldn't imagine how many injustices her son endured while she was unaware. Meanwhile, Iona's cousin not only showed no remorse but stood smugly nearby, a look of amusement on both his and the chubby boy's faces. It seemed the Roxanne family found nothing wrong with their cousin's actions. Had they shown repentance, Dina might have considered discussing the matter further. But their current attitudes. Watching her son bullied, a burning anger built up inside her. With fiery rage, she glared at Iona's cousin, her voice cold. "Apologize." After finishing the dressing, Amara looked up to see Dina's grim expression. "Ms. Gu, about this incident." Interrupting before Amara could speak, Dina said first, "Not only the Roxanne family, but shouldn't the school also give me an explanation? So many people saw it, August was maliciously tripped by that person. He's an adult, and there's no way he can escape responsibility." At this, Dina took Ira's tear-streaked face and walked toward the Roxanne family, her eyes sharp and filled with anger. Iona's cousin wasn't one to back down. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "So what if everyone saw it? Who can prove I deliberately tricked your son? I just cramped up and stretched my leg. Who knew your slow-brained son would run into it? To think you'd come all the way to the kindergarten to fake an injury. Truly hard on you and your orphan." Iona echoed with a smirk, "Right, I didn't see anything either. My cousin was running fine, why are you slandering him?" Taken aback by the Roxanne family's remarks, Dina laughed bitterly. Indeed, like attracts like. For listening to their shameful excuses, their tongues must have been lost in a cesspool for years. Ignoring their sarcasm, Dina insisted on justice for August. "There's no blind spot here. The camera recorded everything clearly. Apologize now or I won't hesitate to sue you for intentional harm." Pointing to the conspicuous surveillance camera overhead, she added emphasis. Amara hesitated, seeing the situation escalating. Handling this matter seemed quite complicated. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Ensured the tone and style stayed true to the original passage. Kept character names in pinyin where appropriate. Chapter 182, Turning the Tables. The surveillance monitor was still there, the red light blinking, making it impossible to claim that the monitoring equipment was broken. But the Roxanne family. She secretly glanced at the principal's position and indeed saw a hint of annoyance on the principal's face. According to what her chubby classmate had said, his aunt was going to marry into the Foddy family soon. The Roxanne family's background was far beyond what they could provoke. Iona's cousin wore a scornful expression as he glanced indifferently at the surveillance camera overhead. He seemed not to take Melinda's words seriously at all. He deliberately leaned toward Melinda and whispered in a voice only a few of them could hear, "Do you think it matters if this kindergarten has surveillance?" Melinda felt a jolt upon hearing those words. What did he mean by that? No matter how this incident turned out, she would never retreat an inch for her son. Iona's cousin curled his lips again. "Too bad, even if I did it on purpose, so what? There is no witness or evidence here to let you take him away. You have two choices now, either swallow your pride, or fight me until the end, but the result? I'm sure you'll lose face, and even transfer schools with your bastard son." Melinda raised an eyebrow, lifting her hand to protectively cradle her son's head. Her gaze warily shifted toward the Roxanne family members. Hearing his father's words, the chubby boy instantly puffed out his barrel-like belly defiantly. "That's right, such a bastard doesn't deserve to be in the same school as me. If you don't transfer, I'll beat him up every day while he's at school." Ira flinched upon hearing those words, tugging on Melinda's clothes. "Mama, I'm fine. I don't want you to be put in a difficult situation," Ira said maturely. Such maturity only made Melinda's heart ache more. Fat-lifting her eyes, she spoke coldly, "Does your family really think you can bully everyone in the entire kindergarten just because you have some power? Is this kindergarten your home?" Iona's cousin burst into laughter immediately upon hearing those words. "Ha ha ha, my apologies, what you said is quite true. By coincidence, the principal of our kindergarten happens to be my relative. So you'd better not think about making me apologize for that bastard. It's impossible for you to get the footage from this school." Iona smirked. This kindergarten indeed had ties with the Roxanne family. She regretted not using this connection earlier. With Melinda gaining nothing from the situation, she decided to watch the drama unfold. Faced with Iona's cousin's aggressive attitude, Melinda clenched her fists. "My son will not back down a single step. Once you start compromising on principles, it sets a precedent for incorrect education, continually lowering one's moral standards. Melinda would never allow that." After finishing work-related matters, Osiris was already nearly an hour late compared to the previously scheduled time. Thus, as soon as the meeting ended, Osiris swiftly grabbed his suit jacket from behind the chair and the car keys from the table, giving a few instructions before rushing out of the meeting room. Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other, wondering what urgent activity President Foddy had next. His assistant started collecting documents with her usual expression, showing no curiosity whatsoever. In the car, Osiris pressed hard on the gas pedal, arriving at the kindergarten entrance in just 10 minutes. Osiris's face was well known, so the security guards at the gate did not stop him. After asking about his intentions, they allowed him entry directly. Upon arrival, Osiris saw a large crowd gathered ahead, sensing an ominous premonition rise within him. He strode rapidly toward the center of the commotion. Even before reaching them, the murmurs around him quickly filled him in on the situation. I just saw it, clearly, the Roxanne family tripped someone. That poor child fell so badly, his skin was torn, bleeding. Just seeing it was frightening. That's right. When I saw it, my heart ached too. As mothers, we would be anxious if it were our own children. The Roxanne family even demanded an apology from that mother and child. What a world we live in, it's unbearable. Keep it down. Nowadays, the Roxanne family isn't someone we can afford to offend. Let's keep quiet and watch the show. Didn't I hear something about that Roxanne family girl and the CEO of Oshi Group? Upon hearing the gossip, Osiris couldn't help raising an eyebrow. As he approached the front, and seeing Iona's cousin standing aggressively in front of Melinda and Ira, Osiris's face darkened. Melinda and Ira were people he cherished deeply. If it weren't for Tasha Fadi's persistent opposition, why wouldn't they have been together long ago? Now, he actually heard Iona's cousin insulting them, even daring to call Ira names. Osiris couldn't tolerate this. Walking through the crowd, Osiris's deep gaze locked onto Iona's cousin as if trying to bore a hole through him. Iona's cousin suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. His back stiffened, feeling uneasy. Such a powerful presence overwhelmed him. Turning around, he froze upon meeting Osiris's eyes. This man. Why did he seem familiar? Everyone watching around them was equally stunned. Some recognized Osiris, others had merely heard about him. Meanwhile, Iona, who had been sitting aside watching, left hastily after receiving a phone call 10 minutes ago, not even bothering to inform her cousin. However, she wasn't worried that Melinda could stand up to her cousin. He had always been uneducated and had connections with many people in society, making him a forceful person. Besides, she had arranged for Osiris to be delayed by company matters. Melinda was destined to suffer in silence. Iona's cousin didn't realize the impending danger. He sneered at Nolan before him. Seeing Nolan stop beside Melinda, he was about to inquire when Iona's cousin grumbled rudely. Although he sensed that Osiris was extraordinary, he didn't recognize him yet, instinctively feeling wary but unafraid since Iona backed him up. After all, he dared act under Iona's instructions. Chapter 183, Reinforcements have arrived. This man isn't the father of your bastard son, is he? Looking at them, they do have a few similarities. But no matter who comes, I'm not afraid. I'll say it again, if you all behave, I can still give you an opportunity. Otherwise, I'll get the principal to expel your son right away. If Osiris wasn't there, although Melinda wouldn't show weakness, as a woman, she also had to take care of the injured Ira and would inevitably be suppressed. But now things were different. Osiris was here, he was August's father and wouldn't let August be bullied. Thinking about this, Melinda suddenly stepped back half a step and looked at the Roxanne family with amusement, saying nothing more. Iona's cousin saw this and thought she was scared by his words. He immediately became arrogant. Also, apologize to my cousin for your unreasonable behavior just now. Otherwise, your bastard will. Before he could finish, Osiris interrupted him coldly, you call everyone bastards. Who do you think you are? F***K. Are you tired of living? Iona's cousin was instantly enraged by Osiris's provocation. Pushing up his sleeves to strike, he was stopped by the principal in the next second. Parents, please calm down. Today's incident was accidental, so there's no need to escalate things. Let's talk calmly. Iona's cousin remembered how she often complained about Melinda seducing President Fadi, delaying the engagement and even causing her indifference from him. His anger only grew fiercer. Our relative is the principal. Are you sure you want to speak to me like that? Osiris raised an eyebrow, filled with disdain. If it weren't for Melinda and the children being present, Iona's cousin wouldn't be standing there. He wanted to see what Iona's cousin could do, preferably challenge him. If not, it was time for retaliation. Seeing Osiris wasn't intimidated, Iona's cousin called the principal directly to spite the Gu family, on speakerphone. Uncle, someone at the kindergarten is bullying my son, and the situation is terrible. Please come personally to handle it and expel the culprit. The principal seemed used to helping Iona's cousin. In the call, he agreed, shocking many parents, dare to bully your son? I'm coming to handle it. Soon, the principal arrived and saw Iona's cousin. Before he could speak, he pointed at Ira instinctively, Uncle, that little brat, you must uphold our family honor. Osiris's expression darkened as he blocked the child protectively. Talk to me if you have anything to say. The principal was about to mock when he recognized Osiris. He froze. After all, the kindergarten's excellence depended on the Fadi family's investment. Osiris wasn't someone he could easily offend. The principal, now panicked, stammered, I apologize right now. Normally, the principal would support Iona's cousin, but this time he couldn't sacrifice his future for someone else. Iona's cousin frowned, guessing that this man might be important. Otherwise, his uncle wouldn't fear him so much. Noticing Iona's cousin's hesitation, the principal nudged him, whispering, "You can't afford to offend him. He's the CEO of Oshi Group." Iona's cousin was stunned, and other parents reacted similarly, their expressions varying widely. The winds shifted. Parents, initially worried about their own kids being implicated, began condemning Iona's cousin. To leave a good impression on Osiris, they started maliciously criticizing Iona's cousin, saying he was small-minded and didn't understand the gravity of the situation, even daring to offend President Fadi. Amidst the discussion, Iona's cousin felt ridiculed and utterly humiliated. But it wasn't over. Trying to leave with his sons secretly, he was stopped by Osiris. His eyes were icy, sending shivers down Iona's cousin's spine. "Didn't you hear what the principal said?" The principal, also terrified, urged, "Apologize to President Fadi quickly before things get out of hand." Melinda, seeing the reversal, found it ironic but also pressured. "The facts are clear, our demands aren't high. Apologize to my son or this won't end well." Fear clouded Iona's cousin's eyes, knowing Osiris could make it happen. Worse, pursuing this could ruin his son's future in the capital. Reluctantly, he pushed his son, quickly apologized to Ira. The big boy hesitated, muttering, "That's a fake dad Ira found. How could he have one?" Iona's cousin nearly fainted, knowing it would worsen the situation if Osiris heard. Covering his son's mouth, he scolded, "No nonsense. Apologize." The big boy refused, making Iona's cousin panic. Finally, he slapped the boy hard. "Cool off and apologize. I'm doing this for you, you ingrate." The big boy cried bitterly, shocked by his father's actions. Iona's cousin urged, "Hurry." Wiping tears, feeling helpless, the big boy apologized, "I'm sorry, Ira, please forgive me." Instantly, both the big boy and Iona's cousin felt humiliated. They were used to bullying others, yet suffered such a loss. Osiris scoffed, unimpressed, "You're the one who did wrong, yet you make your son apologize?" Chapter 184, Always Playing. Iona's cousin was instantly drenched in sweat but still set aside his dignity to sincerely apologize. Ira pouted but eventually relented, "I forgive you." Osiris squatted down, his eyes filled with tender remorse. "Sorry, Jaylandi was late. It won't happen again." "It's okay, Jaylandi. I'm already very happy that you came to participate in August's parent-child activities," Ira said, waving his hand as if dismissing it. "August, are you sure you want to forgive him and not hold him accountable further?" Osiris asked. Just now, Dina had recounted the entire incident to him, and he couldn't tolerate such mistreatment of his son. Ira nodded gently, "Jaylandi, he has apologized, and I am willing to forgive him." Hearing Ira so easily forgiving them, a trace of surprise flickered across Osiris's face. He thought his son would take advantage of having backup to retaliate but instead chose forgiveness. Dina, seeing her son's kindness, felt proud. Fat knife should have its sharp edges, yet also possess a broad-mindedness to forgive when necessary. Respecting Ira's choice was appropriate. "Since you've forgiven him, let's leave this matter be. But if he oversteps in the future, don't blame me for not showing mercy," Osiris concluded, ruffling Ira's hair. Upon hearing Osiris's warning, Iona's cousin shivered involuntarily. Who could imagine this man was truly Osiris? Adelia and the principal breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the situation diffusing. The principal smiled apologetically, "Since it's resolved, let's continue the parent-child activities. There are still many events left." Osiris picked up little August, kissed his head affectionately, making Ira laugh while covering his head. Dina gazed at the little one, realizing how crucial a father's presence is in a child's life. Only then can Ira's life be complete. "Do you still want to participate in the parent-child activities?" Osiris asked with raised eyebrows. Ira nodded eagerly upon hearing his father's question. "Jaylandi, I haven't participated in any parent-child activities with you. I want to do it with you. In that case, let's both go together. We'll have Kalbami take our certificate, okay?" Osiris said in a babyish tone. The father and son exchanged glances, understanding each other. Just as Osiris prepared to leave with Ira, Iona called out to him. She had returned after handling her business, unwilling to miss Dina's embarrassment. But she couldn't believe what she saw. Brother Hamza had actually shown up at the kindergarten despite everything. To prevent Osiris from coming, she had even risked tampering with Oshi's project contract. If he found out later. Thinking about this, Iona felt chills run down her spine. Seeing the happy family before her, Iona's jealousy turned her eyes red. How she wished to destroy Dina and that bastard child. Wouldn't she only have Brother Hamza if they vanished? Brother Hamza. Are you not afraid of public opinion bringing you down by openly bringing a child unrelated to you by blood? Not to mention Auntie. Before Iona could finish, Osiris, finding her nagging, raised his hand to cut her off. These matters aren't Miss Roxanne's concern. After all, they have nothing to do with you. The Roxannes should worry about themselves. Do you think a mere apology will make up for harming my people? Osiris ignored Iona and walked away with Dina and Ira. Dina didn't feel a shred of sympathy for Iona's injured expression. She wasn't a saint and wouldn't empathize with someone who insulted her son. As for saying Ira wasn't Osiris's biological son. Dina's eyes curved into mischievous crescents as she looked at Nolan beside her and the cheerful milk bun on his shoulder. They looked like twins. Who could possibly overlook this? Iona and her cousin hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. Especially her cousin, who was terrified when Osiris vowed not to let them off. Cousin Kaylee, what do we do? President Fadi says he won't let us go. I did all this for you, her cousin pleaded. Iona, annoyed by her cousin's wailing, retorted impatiently, I don't know what to do. This mess is all your fault. And because of your brat, I've been warned by Brother Hamza. Iona grabbed her purse and left, twisting her slender waist. If only she had known things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have come. Seeing their departure, the chubby boy hesitated. Jalen, the next competition is starting soon. Should we go? Heard this, Iona's usually calm cousin suddenly barked at his son, play, play, play. All you do is play. Because of you, I'm in this mess. He dragged the startled boy home. Dina and Osiris were unaware of Iona's plight. Now, their attention was solely on Ira. Although August had injuries, they played draw and guess, which didn't require physical exertion. Leveraging their natural chemistry, they consistently ranked high. Dina couldn't resist snapping photos of the father-son duo. In the future, she'd show these pictures to August. Today was an unforgettable day. Through several rounds of competitions, they managed to win first place for the kindergarten parent-child event. Everyone held their breath watching Osiris personally carry Ira on stage to receive the award. No one dared criticize President Fadi, he was the kindergarten's biggest investor. After the event, Osiris held Ira's hand, placed him in the car, and once the family settled in, asked, August, since we won first place today, shall we celebrate with a meal? Ira's eyes lit up, agreeing enthusiastically, yes. Jalandi, call Bimi. I want steak. Osiris, unable to refuse, agreed. All right. They enjoyed a delightful dinner as a family. #### Chapter 185, A Family of Three. Osiris brought Melinda and Ira to an upscale steakhouse. The three of them sat by the window, enjoying a delicious meal together while basking in the rare warmth of family time. August, you did a great job today. Both Mommy and Daddy are very proud of you, Melinda said gently as she stroked Ira's head. Though so much had happened today, August's composure genuinely surprised her. Her little boy was growing up into a fine young man. Osiris smiled at Ira and handed him a pre-cut piece of children's steak. August, today's victory belongs to you. Keep it up. Ira nodded vigorously, his face beaming with satisfaction. At that moment, Iona appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, walking straight toward Osiris, obviously having followed them. Brother Hamza, my cousin told me what happened today. It was all unexpected. Please don't be angry, okay? Iona asked cautiously when she reached Osiris. After some deliberation, she decided to set aside her pride to apologize and gauge his reaction. She didn't care what happened to her cousin but worried this incident might affect her chances of marrying into the Fadi family or disrupt the cooperation between the Roxanne and Usha families. Osiris glanced at her coolly, his voice distant. I'm sorry, but we've finished eating. Miss Roxanne, please excuse us. With that, he stood up and scooped up Ira, bypassing her. Melinda, noticing this, calmly picked up her bag and followed him out. Iona's face turned pale, but she pursued them persistently. Brother Hamza. My cousin did wrong, and I've had a huge argument with him. Please don't be angry. Matters concerning the Roxanne family are none of my concern. Miss Roxanne, there's no need to report everything to me, Osiris replied coldly, frowning slightly. Seeing that she wouldn't move, his expression darkened. This is my last warning, get out of the way. He would never forget what Iona and Tamsin had done. As for today's incident, he would definitely stand up for his son, otherwise, anyone could bully his family. After leaving the steakhouse, Osiris took Melinda and Ira to an amusement park. Due to Iona's interruption, they hadn't enjoyed their meal. At the park, he thoughtfully bought a family package. Watching Osiris hold Ira with one hand and patiently feed him bite after bite, Melinda felt her heart ease. She had often fantasized about such scenes, yet when they finally happened, it seemed too surreal. August, here's some warm milk. Would you like to have some? Osiris wiped away the grains of rice from August's mouth and asked warmly. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he was feeding his child as a father. His emotions were a mix of excitement and complexity. No thanks, Daddy. I'm not thirsty. August hugged his neck, never ceasing to smile. He had never experienced a father's warmth before. Whenever he saw other kids being picked up by their dads, he felt like crying. But now, he had a dad too. Thinking of this, he blinked his big, innocent eyes at Osiris and asked, Jalandi, when will you confess to Mommy? Osiris was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Beside him, Melinda felt her cheeks burning and gave her son a slight glare. Did this kid even understand what confessing meant? It was terribly embarrassing. Cough, does August really want Daddy to confess to Mommy? Osiris passed the remaining rice ball over, which Melinda instinctively caught. Neither noticed the silent understanding forming between them. Yes, I hope Daddy and Mommy can be together. That way, our family will be complete. I also want a little sister because I think having a cute little sister like other kids do would be amazing, Ira said innocently, filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Melinda felt a pang in her heart and looked away. Osiris sensed Melinda's complex emotions, feeling similarly conflicted. He took a deep breath, hid his thoughts, and deliberately hooked his lips upward as he said to Melinda, Dottie, I love you and our son. Can you give me a chance to take care of you both forever? Tears welled up in Melinda's eyes, deeply moved. However, she did not respond. She wanted to give August a complete family, but her relationship with Osiris was intertwined with too many complications. Until these issues were resolved, they couldn't progress any further. Time flies when you're having fun. Before Ira knew it, night had fallen. Osiris watched as he kept rubbing his eyes and exchanged a glance with Melinda before they walked toward the exit. Sure enough, once in the car, the little guy fell asleep in his child's seat. He hasn't been this happy in a long time, Melinda said softly, turning to look at her peacefully sleeping son with affectionate eyes. As a child, he had always been well-behaved, though he knew he was different from other kids, he never asked questions. After starting kindergarten, he faced bullying, being called names like fatherless bastard or illegitimate child, yet he never told her. Instead, he silently endured those feelings. And he was only 4 years old. When Melinda learned how much emotional pressure her son had been carrying, it physically pained her as a mother. I'll spend more time with you two from now on. Osiris felt a pang in his heart and glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror, speaking sincerely. Melinda withdrew her gaze and lowered her head without saying anything. Truthfully, she harbored some resentment toward him today. If he had shown up on time, none of this would have happened, and August wouldn't have been hurt. Something urgent came up at the company, and a previously agreed-upon deal suddenly went south. I had to stay behind to handle it. I'm sorry. Even if Osiris didn't know her thoughts, he understood he needed to apologize for being late. Upon hearing this, Melinda was startled and looked up at him. Although I didn't mean to be late, my tardiness caused August so much trouble. I'm truly sorry. His focus remained on driving, his voice steady and reassuring. I promise this will never happen again. Melinda covered her mouth as tears streamed down her fingers. In that moment, all her grievances, sadness, and frustrations were alleviated. End of chapter 185. Chapter 186, Seize the Colburning, Cherish the Colbiment. The car pulled up smoothly in front of the villa. Melinda understood Osiris's intentions and, for the first time, did not refuse. She watched as Osiris gently lifted the sleeping little one and carried him inside. Upon seeing this, the nanny instinctively prepared to set up a guest room, but she was immediately stopped by Osiris. You don't need to worry about it. You can leave work early. He had finally brought them back, naturally intending to sleep with his wife and son. Melinda looked puzzled and asked, is there any inconvenience? If so, maybe we should go back. No, the guest room hasn't been used for a long time and is filled with clutter. Tonight, you and Bar will have to make do with the master bedroom. I'll get someone to clean up another room tomorrow, he replied calmly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Melinda blushed and nodded her head in agreement. Thank you. Without much ado, Osiris hurried upstairs quickly, almost as if afraid she would change her mind. Seeing Osiris carry Bar into the bedroom, a wave of warmth welled up within her. This was the first time all three of them were spending the night together. Although it was in Osiris's villa, she felt as if it were surreal. The child slept soundly, and Osiris laid him down on the bed without stirring him. After settling the child, he turned to look at Melinda, eyes brimming with tenderness. Tonight, I'll stay here with you both. His voice was soft, laced with anticipation. It took a moment for Melinda to register what he meant, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. Does he mean, he wants to sleep with them? Though they had a child, she knew he wouldn't overstep, but after over 20 years of never sharing a bed with a man, except for that drugged incident, it felt too intense for her. Dottie? Cough, if you want to stay, then stay. This is your home. Her voice grew softer, her face increasingly redder, even her neck tinged with color. Osiris smiled at Melinda's shy expression. No matter what, today had significantly improved their family dynamics, and he was quite satisfied. Looking into her eyes, he said softly, Dottie, thank you for giving me this chance to be with you and Bar. Melinda lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. I did it for Bar. I know, Osiris assured her, gripping her hand gently but firmly. Give me some time. I will sort everything out and ensure you marry me without regret. Without replying, Melinda leaned into Osiris's embrace. For listening to his steady heartbeat, she felt a profound sense of security. The next morning, Osiris woke early, gazing at the sleeping faces of Melinda and Bar, feeling an overwhelming sense of tenderness. He kissed her forehead lightly, then swiftly got out of bed and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. When Melinda and Bar woke up, they were drawn by the smell of food. Not seeing Osiris, they instinctively freshened up and went downstairs, where they found him busy in the kitchen. They exchanged a glance and quietly walked toward the kitchen. Unaware of their presence, Osiris skillfully fried eggs, heated milk, and brewed coffee. When did you start doing all this? Melinda asked, half amused and half moved. You're awake, Osiris turned off the stove, then greeted them with a smile. I didn't know what kind of breakfast Bar likes, so I got up a bit earlier and made a few different dishes. Wiping his hands on the apron, he squatted down before the little one. See what you like. If nothing suits you, Jalandi can ask for more options. That's not necessary, Jalandi. I love anything you prepare. Over the years, despite being pampered by everyone, Bar saw Osiris differently. He was his father. Osiris fondly patted the child's head, eyes full of affection. If Bar likes it, Jalandi will make breakfast every day, okay? Sure, sure. Bar exclaimed eagerly. You shouldn't spoil him too much. Don't indulge him excessively, Melinda commented, watching the interaction between father and son, feeling her heart fill with contentment. If only time could stop at this very moment, it would be perfect. After breakfast, Melinda drove Bar to the hospital for a dressing change and then sent him off to kindergarten. Following yesterday's events, she trusted that the teachers and principal wouldn't show favoritism to other children anymore. Meanwhile, Osiris returned to the company to handle business matters and investigate Iona's cousin. Her cousin worked at a state-owned enterprise, rising to director in mere months due to the support of the Roxanne family. However, he was incompetent and lived off the company, known by many but left unchecked because of the Roxanne family's connection to the Foddy family. Reviewing Yates's report, Osiris smirked cruelly. Since the Roxanne family liked to exploit his name for personal gain, he would give them a lesson. He also wanted those who despised the Roxanne family yet feared the Foddy family to see his true stance. Send people to disrupt his workplace and inform the CEO that I highly dislike him. Whether to keep or fire him is up to him. Finished, Osiris tossed the documents back to Yates, a gesture that made Yates sweat. Elsewhere, Iona's cousin had been uneasy all day, fearing Osiris's displeasure might result in his dismissal. But after a busy morning with no repercussions from upper management, he relaxed a bit, thinking he might have overreacted. Encouraged, he even enjoyed a couple of drinks at lunch, believing Osiris wasn't too difficult to deal with. His illegitimate child had been punished under his supervision, and it ended with an apology. But suddenly, in the afternoon, his secretary knocked urgently, reporting a significant flaw in a proposal he previously handled. The CEO was furious and demanded he come to the office immediately. Iona's cousin's heart raced, suspecting Osiris's involvement. Shaking his head, he convinced himself it was all in his head. Even if Osiris had immense power, it couldn't possibly reach their company. Calming down, he rushed to the president's office. Knocking and entering, he was met with immediate scolding before he could even react. Note, the names Melinda and Osiris are transliterated as pinyin into English. ####Chapter 187, Talks Break Down. Kaylee's cousin stood there with a grim expression, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. It's just a lousy business proposal. The crumbs from Roxanne and Oshina's wealth are more than this. Fine, fine, fine. Our company is too small to accommodate you. From now on, no, from this moment onward, you're no longer an employee here. Please gather your belongings and leave immediately. The CEO stared at him coldly, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He had long detested this presumptuous individual but had refrained from firing him out of fear of provoking the Foddy family. However, it wasn't too late now. With authorization from President Foddy's assistant, this man was doomed. Upon hearing these words, Kaylee's cousin was stunned. He never expected that the CEO, who usually bowed and scraped before him, would suddenly turn against him, dismissing him without even a word of explanation. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and his face darkened as his heart sank to the bottom. Ignoring the CEO's fierce gaze, he rushed out through the door. It must be Osiris. It must be him issuing this warning. Kaylee, only Kaylee can save me now. Kaylee's cousin was in a panic, unable to accept this sudden blow. If he couldn't handle this properly, he would likely be ruined forever. This thought intensified his anxiety, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably as he reached for his phone. When the call connected, Kaylee's voice sounded annoyed and uneasy upon recognizing him. Cousin, what's wrong? Kaylee, Osiris, he's warning me. He wants to get me fired, her cousin's voice quivered, on the brink of breaking down. Kaylee froze, her brows knitting involuntarily. She hadn't expected Osiris to move so quickly against her cousin. This meant the Roxanne family was also in danger. She clenched her teeth, trying to maintain composure. Cousin, calm down. I'll find a way to solve this. Hearing her reassurance, Kaylee's cousin's emotions steadied slightly, but fear still gripped his heart. He knew that if he lost this job, he would lose everything. After hanging up, Kaylee furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with a sinister determination. She understood that Osiris was behind all this, clearly standing up for Quinning and Ayush. He was warning the Roxanne family not to do anything harmful to them or else he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. To her, her cousin's fate was insignificant. What worried her was Osiris turning against the Roxanne family and herself. Taking a deep breath, Kaylee forced herself to calm down. She knew she needed a solution. After careful consideration, she decided to confront Osiris personally. Despite knowing the potential risks, she had no other choice. The next day, dressed meticulously, Kaylee arrived at Osiris's office. Brother Hamza, are you still busy? She tried to appear calm but was inwardly apprehensive. She knew this meeting could determine the future of both her and the Roxanne family. Osiris wasn't surprised by her visit. He smirked coldly, looking at her with disdain. Miss Roxanne, I don't understand why you're here. Kaylee took a deep breath, striving to remain composed. Brother Hamza, I'm here to ask you to go easy on my cousin. She looked at Osiris, trying to sound sincere. As I said, yesterday was a misunderstanding. Could you please consider, for the sake of the Roxanne family? Osiris cut her off cruelly, smirking. Miss Roxanne, you should know that my actions aren't solely because of yesterday. Kaylee's heart tightened, she understood his meaning. First, being allied with the Fadi family didn't give them carte blanche. Especially when it came to people Osiris cared about. Secondly, he was reminding her about the scheme involving his engagement. Brother Hamza, regarding my cousin's issue, we can settle it privately. As for the rest, if you're willing, we can discuss it calmly. Kaylee conceded, attempting to ease the tension. But Osiris scowled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Miss Roxanne, the only thing worth discussing between us is one condition. If you can convince my mother, I might overlook the past. Kaylee felt a heavy weight settle in her chest. She knew Osiris's stance left little room for negotiation but still refused to give up. I'll make sure my cousin reflects on his actions. But as for Colby, even if I speak to her personally, she won't listen. You know, she dislikes Ainsley and won't let her into the Fadi family. Osiris snorted. My mother dislikes Lancheng because she doesn't understand her. If you can change her opinion, I might reconsider your request. Kaylee felt a spark of hope. She knew this was a turning point. However, she knew she couldn't openly challenge Osiris. After some thought, she nodded. All right, I'll do my best. Convincing Tamsin to accept Quinning was unlikely. Instead, she planned to present an alternate version of Quinning and her illegitimate child to her, ensuring neither her cousin or the Roxanne family remained under his control. Seeing her agreement, Osiris's expression softened slightly. If you fail to change my mother's mind or break off the engagement, I cannot help your cousin or the Roxanne family. Without another word, Kaylee turned and left Oshin Group. Osiris wasn't naive, he wouldn't trust her empty promises. But he had issued his warning. If she persisted in defiance, he wouldn't hesitate to target the Roxanne family next. Without them, he doubted his mother would insist on marrying him to Kaylee. At the Fadi residence, Tamsin was playing mahjong with a few friends. They chattered endlessly about gossip within their social circle. Did you hear? Old Lou has been keeping a goldfish outside? Oh, that's old news. Clack. Tamsin paid little attention to such gossip. Her sole focus was controlling Osiris's life, ensuring he married Kaylee as planned. Speaking of which, why hasn't Hamza's engagement party been announced? Isn't the Roxanne family eager? They have nothing to be eager about. A minor family like theirs should consider themselves lucky I'm accepting their daughter. Tiles. Tamsin's disdain for the Roxanne family was clear. Chapter 188, Sowing Discord. As these words were spoken, several close friends laughed in unison. I said your standards had dropped so much. But it makes sense, someone from a small family is easier to handle. You have no idea how my daughter-in-law. Auntie Fadi. Suddenly, behind Tamsin, a voice that was both suppressed and restrained came. Tamsin's eyebrows twitched as she involuntarily forced out a stiff smile. Kaylee has come? All of you, why didn't anyone inform me when Kaylee came in? Her gaze swept over the few servants in the room with malice, feeling inexplicably guilty. Surely Iona didn't hear what she just said? Though she wasn't afraid of Iona or the Roxanne family, she didn't want to make things too difficult now that they would soon be family. Auntie Fadi, I told them not to bother you. I didn't know you were playing cards. Did I disturb you? Iona clenched her palm tightly, but her smile grew sweeter. Bitch. She always knew that Tamsin looked down on her at heart, but she believed that once she married into the Fadi family, she could eventually make Tamsin and Osiris like and love her. And she had been working hard for this. But now it seemed clear that this old witch simply didn't respect her. No matter how well she performed, deep down, she still felt that she didn't match Osiris. Taking a deep breath inconspicuously, Iona obediently stood next to Tamsin. Iona, don't worry, we'll take our time. The moment you marry into the Fadi family, everything will be redefined, and it will be their time to bow and repent. Haha, since your daughter-in-law is here, we'll play another day. We'll take our leave now. The noblewoman who had just mocked Iona felt a bit guilty and immediately got up to say goodbye. She wasn't afraid of the Roxanne family, but she was worried that if Iona married Osiris and they became close, Osiris might seek revenge on behalf of Iona against her family, which would be counterproductive. Seeing this, the others hurriedly rose to leave as well. Knowing she couldn't stop them, Tamsin did not try to detain them but graciously asked Tatum to see them off. Why are you free to come today? Tamsin raised her hand, and immediately, a servant came forward to tidy up the mahjong table. She then slowly stood up and guided Iona to sit down in the living room. Iona pretended to hesitate but secretly smiled inside. What's wrong? Just say what you want to. Always being timid like this shows a lack of confidence. Tamsin rolled her eyes internally and grumbled. Iona suppressed her anger and deliberately put on an aggrieved face. It's like this. Yesterday, I accompanied my cousin and nephew to a parent-child activity at the kindergarten, only to unexpectedly run into Brother Hamza. Recalling Osiris's threats toward her, Tamsin's expression darkened immediately. What? He really went to accompany that bitch and her son to the event? Yes, and I heard from someone nearby that Dina's son seems to be an illegitimate child with an unknown father. That child lacks upbringing and is unruly in school, bullying other students everywhere. Even my little nephew was bullied by him. Saying this, Iona feigned sorrow. Auntie Fadi, I truly love Brother Hamza. Even if he ends up marrying someone else, I will sincerely bless him, but I can't bear to see him deceived by someone like Dina. Speaking, her eyes reddened, appearing genuinely concerned for Osiris and the Fadi family. Tamsin slapped the table fiercely, her voice cold. Rest assured, as long as I live, that bitch and her bastard will never set foot in the Fadi family home. An unknown father, isn't that exactly what a bastard is? Hearing this, Iona was elated, but just making Tamsin aware of Ira's existence wasn't enough. She needed to turn Tamsin into a tool against Osiris. Only with continuous internal strife would Osiris have no time to deal with the Roxanne family. Thinking of this, she bit her lip and frowned again. Also, you should know about the news recently, where Dina had improper relationships with multiple men. People outside are saying she's just a prostitute, who knows if she has any dirty diseases. These words were extremely harsh, but to Tamsin, they were potent medicine. Her face instantly changed, and without regard for Iona's presence, she immediately picked up the phone and called Osiris. Osiris was momentarily stunned when he saw the caller ID before pressing the answer button. Osiris, if you still recognize me as your mother, fire Dina and stay away from her. Kalbam, did Iona say something to you again? Osiris pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache as irritation flashed in his eyes. He knew Iona was restless, but he didn't expect his mother's reaction to be so intense. Tamsin glanced at Iona beside her and yelled unhappily, "Does Dina need Kaylee to tell me what she did? Her scandal was all over the headlines last month. Do you think I forgot just because the hype died down? I already explained this to you. It was a misunderstanding, and it's been clarified. Bringing it up now is just stirring up trouble." Osiris couldn't stand anyone insulting Dina, even if it was his mother. But Tamsin snorted coldly and cursed, "Are you an idiot? Clarified? She's all over with those men. Do you think they wanted to be exposed? If I were you, I'd say she might have caught some nasty diseases. Being with her will eventually ruin you." Enough. Osiris was almost enraged to the point of bleeding. How could such hurtful words come from his usually gentle mother? He took a deep breath, his face pale, trying to suppress his anger. "Kalbam, I don't know why you have such prejudice against Dottie, but I hope you don't believe rumors or insult her." Tamsin couldn't help but scoff at this. Rumors? How do you know she isn't deceiving you? And about her wanting you to be a stepfather, let me tell you, don't even think about it. The Fadi family will never accept an illegitimate child of unknown origin. Osiris's face changed slightly, his voice turning cold. "Kalbam, August is not a bastard, he's your..." Click. Just as Osiris was about to reveal Ira's true parentage, the phone fell and the familiar dial tone sounded. His brows furrowed, unsure what happened on the other end. But one thing was clear, he had to address this sooner rather than later. Chapter 189, He is my son. Osiris couldn't help but sigh after hanging up the phone. How could his mother refuse to listen properly to what he was saying? This matter had already caused a huge misunderstanding for Tamsin, and if it wasn't cleared up, she might do something to Melinda and Parker. But just thinking about Tamsin's reaction made Osiris feel the road ahead was getting increasingly difficult. He had explained himself clearly just now, so why did his mother still harbor such hostility toward the mother and son? About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Osiris frowned as he answered it. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he immediately detected Tamsin's displeasure and suppressed fury. "I don't care what you're thinking, I will absolutely not allow you to bring Melinda and that illegitimate child of unknown parentage into our Fadi family." Originally, Osiris intended to explain everything straightforwardly, so he cut straight to the chase. "Parker is my child." After these words, there was a brief silence on the phone. "What did you just say?" Tamsin, still processing what she heard, asked again. "Kalbam, I want to tell you clearly, Parker is my child, no doubt about it." The sudden statement struck Tamsin like a bolt of lightning. She sat upright, each word from Osiris pounding in her heart, constantly reminding her. Then, she suddenly thought of Melinda's child, frowning involuntarily, her face filled with disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How can that child of unknown origin be Hamza's kid? That child must be a few years old. They haven't even met a few years ago, how could they have a child together? Tamsin's hand trembled holding the phone, and Osiris heard another thud from the other side. Clearly, something fell again. The sudden sound pierced Osiris's ears, and he instinctively held the phone away to avoid being startled by the harsh noise. Seeing Tamsin look embarrassed and somewhat displeased, she said, "Son. Even if you don't want to marry Kaylee, you shouldn't come up with such an absurd excuse. Kalbam knows you like Melinda, but that's not a reason for you to be a happy cuckold. Why won't you listen to Kalbam and be with Kaylee instead of insisting on Melinda? Kalbam, I'm not joking, Parker is indeed my son." Otherwise, why would I keep emphasizing this? Shut up. Tamsin was clearly furious, her tone agitated. Kalbam, please calm down. The child is really mine. If you doubt it, I will get a paternity test result for you. Osiris spoke firmly. For listening to his repeated insistence, Tamsin was speechless. After finally regaining her composure, she gazed at the clear blue sky outside. Well, forget it. Tamsin leaned back in her chair, her face showing signs of defeat. She detested that woman the most, and now her carefully cultivated son suddenly claimed that the illegitimate child born to that woman was part of the Fadi family. How could a mother not be upset? How could she accept this instantly? I'm almost at your company, let's talk in person. What? Osiris was taken aback. His mother was coming to the company? Feeling annoyed, he switched to speakerphone and tossed the phone on the table. Kalbam, you don't need to come to the company. I have a meeting shortly. Osiris insisted, leaving no room for argument. What if his mother caused a scene later? Wouldn't the company be thrown into chaos? Kalbirover, he knew all too well how fiercely his mother supported Iona. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Tamsin insisted he marry Iona not to protect her but because she didn't want to see her long-held plans fall through. Fine, I won't go to your company, but you must stay far away from that despicable woman Melinda. I don't want to see you have any involvement with her. Tamsin said angrily. Kalbam, I'm an adult and I have the right to choose. Osiris's voice grew sharper. Do you think the right to choose means fraternizing with Melinda? A woman like her who isn't clean. Osiris felt that if they continued talking, they would definitely argue. Just as he was about to hang up, he heard loud knocking on the door. Pausing, he looked up to see the secretary entering the office. Seeing Osiris on the phone, the secretary planned to wait silently until he finished. But Osiris gave the secretary a look, signaling him to speak up. Immediately, the secretary understood and spoke louder, apparently for Tamsin to hear. Mr. Fadi, you have a meeting in 5 minutes. I've already notified all departments to gather in the conference room. You should prepare to head there now, Mr. Fadi. The secretary raised his voice deliberately for Tamsin to hear. Tamsin didn't overthink it and grudgingly replied, since you'll be busy soon, let me say this last thing. For listening to her nagging, Osiris sighed inwardly. Go on. Don't have any contact with Melinda. Or else, I will. Before Tamsin could finish, Osiris hastily interrupted, Kalbam, I'll hang up now. Once he hung up, Osiris instantly leaned back in his chair, exhausted. He rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly frustrated. His mother's intense dislike and resentment towards Melinda puzzled Osiris. He didn't know why they were at odds from the start. It seemed changing his mother's opinion of Melinda wouldn't be easy. On the other side, Tamsin threw her phone on the floor in anger, looking distraught yet maintaining some elegance and grace. As a high society lady, she seldom showed her emotions openly, rarely revealing even a hint of them over anything. The driver tightly gripped the steering wheel, sensing the sudden heavy atmosphere inside the car. His face turned slightly pale. Feeling the low pressure from Tamsin, the driver dared not breathe deeply, especially with her cold expression. Hardening his resolve, the driver asked, Tasha, shall we still go to the company? To the company? Hamza clearly didn't want her there and certainly didn't wish to discuss this topic further. Thinking about this, a sense of failure crept over Tamsin. Her son felt out of her control. To the company? Directly home, Tamsin said sharply. Yes. The driver nodded and turned toward the old residence. The car sped homeward, the view outside unchanged. Tamsin's expression remained tense. Melinda. This woman was tough. After all this time, she was still close to Osiris. Upon returning home, Tamsin's mind was consumed by one question. Who exactly is Melinda, to cast such a spell over her son? She claims the child is his, but who knows which family's illegitimate child it really is. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 190, A Visit. Oh, they probably all want to use this child to vie for the Fadi family assets. As the current matriarch of the Fadi household, she would never let such things happen right under her nose. Tamsin couldn't help but sneer. After careful thought, Tamsin finally concluded that Osiris must be troubled by love. She never imagined that her son, who had always been decisive and efficient, would one day be so troubled by love, willing to become a stepfather to a child just for a woman. Tamsin sighed silently. As his mother, she had to nip the problem in the bud. She could not let her son be trapped by matters of the heart. And Ira, who claimed to be Osiris's son, there must be some way to expose their lie. At this moment, at the company, Osiris had an ominous feeling. His right eye kept twitching, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. The coffee cup in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the secretary couldn't help but turn around and ask, Mr. Fadi, is something wrong? Today's big Rahim seemed a bit strange. Regaining his composure, Osiris shook his head. Nothing, don't worry. Osiris looked down at the spilled coffee and broken cup on the floor. Just have the cleaning staff come in to clean up later. With that, Osiris stood up, walked to the window, and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smoking quietly. Seeing Osiris's expressionless face, the secretary frowned. Why did it seem like Osiris was somewhat unhappy? Wasn't he fine just now? Osiris smoked, exhaling a puff of smoke that filled the room, hiding his expression. He lifted his head and gazed at the gray sky outside, which seemed about to rain. Dina, how can I keep you by my side? Or what should I do to eliminate your concerns? Osiris muttered to himself. After a while, Osiris took out his phone and decided to call Dina. For some reason, he really wanted to know what she was doing. It seemed that only this could calm his restless heart. Unexpectedly, when he called, the call went unanswered. Why didn't she pick up? Osiris was a bit dissatisfied and decided to call back later. He sighed deeply. Forget it, he'd go see Dina in person later. He needed to make sure she was safe and sound, only then could Osiris ease his unease. After all, having talked with his mother today, who knew what she might do next? Tamsin was a traditional high society lady, born into privilege like a princess. Her life had always been smooth sailing, so she believed that marriage should be between equals. Now suddenly, there was a Dina. How could she possibly be at ease? At the Fadi family villa. Ever since returning home, Tamsin's temper was particularly bad. Seeing the maid work inefficiently, she became irritable. You're supposed to arrange the flowers. Why are you so slow? Our house doesn't need someone as sluggish as you. If you can't do it properly, leave. Tamsin said coldly. The maid lowered her head, looking innocent and wronged, not daring to retort. Servants could only apologize when the masters were angry. The maid apologized. Tasha, I'll hurry up. Please don't be angry. Tamsin glanced at her disdainfully and walked away. Seeing Tamsin leaving, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Tamsin gracefully sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. The butler promptly brought her a freshly brewed cup of tea. She sipped the tea gently, which slightly alleviated her irritation and dissatisfaction. Having calmed down, Tamsin finally had time to seriously consider the issues regarding Dina and that other matter. She couldn't allow Osiris to continue making mistakes. If Osiris said Ira was his, he must provide evidence. DNA testing was definitive, right? Since Osiris claimed the child was his, she could get a DNA test done between Ira and him to determine the result. But where did Dina live? Tamsin called Iona and found out the general location of Dina's home, then had the driver take her there. She wanted to meet that fox spirit alone and see what skills she possessed to have bewitched her son. Seeing Tamsin pick up her limited edition LV bag and stride out, several servants whispered among themselves. What's going on? Today Tasha seems a bit upset. Did she quarrel with Master? Who knows? Let's get back to work quickly. We don't want trouble. Yeah, better get back to work. The servants exchanged words hurriedly. Tamsin didn't hear the servants' murmurs but instructed the driver to take her to Dina's place. Meanwhile, Dina was lazily eating grapes and watching TV at home. Suddenly, she heard an impatient knocking on the door. She put the grape she hadn't eaten yet back on the table. Is Ira coming home early today? Did he take the school bus back? Dina looked up at the wall clock. It was still half an hour before Fadidal usually came home. Could it be Osiris? But Osiris was still at work. He wouldn't be able to come over so soon. Dina knew Osiris's schedule well. Dina walked to the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw Tamsin. Dina's expression turned awkward. Tamsin. Why are you here? Out of politeness, Dina greeted her. Please come in. With Tamsin already at the door, not letting her in would be impolite. Tamsin ignored Dina, bypassed her, and walked straight into the house without hesitation. Dina had a huge question mark over her head. What was Tamsin up to? She came over without even saying hello. What exactly did she want to do? Clearly annoyed, Dina felt disrespected. Was this place her own home? Tamsin sat on the sofa, glanced at Dina, and started giving orders. This is your way of entertaining guests, is it? Don't I count as a guest? To disrespect me and still expect to marry into our family? You're dreaming. Tamsin crossed her legs. Her face bore a mocking smile as she glanced around the house. Though the house was large, compared to their villa, it was merely a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. She, truly didn't look favorably upon their place. Chapter 191, Doubts Fading Her. Seeing the other party act so confidently, it was evident that Melinda felt extremely displeased. If it were not for the fact that this person was Osiris's mother, Melinda would have called the police and had her removed long ago. Suddenly, Melinda heard a soft voice and turned around to see Ira. Kalbimi, I'm back. Open the door. Upon hearing Ira's voice, Melinda's irritation subsided slightly. She then looked at Tamsin and said, Excuse me, my son is back. I need to open the door for him. Melinda walked to the door and opened it, just in time to see Ira standing there with his school bag on his back. Ira hugged Melinda tightly, smiling brightly. Good baby, you're back. How was your day at school? Melinda asked out of habit. Today, the teacher praised me, replied Ira. Hearing this, Melinda felt genuinely happy. Really? The teacher praised you today? Our little treasure is doing so well. She spoke gently. Melinda couldn't help but glance sideways at the person sitting on the sofa. She was still wondering when this woman would leave. Why are you here, Auntie? Melinda finally asked. Since the moment Tamsin entered, she hadn't uttered a single word. Since the other party refused to speak first, Melinda had no choice but to initiate the conversation. Tamsin couldn't resist glancing at the child beside Melinda. This child somewhat resembled Osiris, especially in the eyebrows and eyes, as if they were carved from the same mold. Could this child really be Osiris's? But how could that be possible? Melinda's life was so chaotic, who knows whose child this might be. I've come here only to warn you. Your attempts to rise through social ranks will never succeed, Tamsin said coldly. What? Melinda widened her eyes. What did she mean by a rise through social ranks? Melinda had never had such thoughts. Tamsin, I don't understand what you mean, Melinda replied calmly. Then Tamsin sneered, you don't know what I mean? Are you treating me like an idiot? Not wanting to argue further with Tamsin, Melinda glanced down at Ira. Baby, go to your bedroom. Kalbami needs to talk to this lady. Ira held onto Melinda's hand tightly, unwilling to leave. He turned to look at Tamsin and said earnestly, Kalbami, I can't leave. What if she bullies you? Ira stood protectively in front of Melinda, like a little adult. Seeing this, Melinda felt a strange sense of pride and warmth. Her little baby was growing up. Melinda felt very proud. On the other hand, Tamsin felt uncomfortable seeing Ira protect Melinda. What qualities did Melinda possess to earn such loyalty? Leading Ira to the sofa, Melinda took off his backpack and placed it on the table. She then poured herself a cup of coffee. Tamsin, I can clearly tell you that I've never planned to join your family. Not now, not before. Huh, how could that be? The Fadis had vast wealth and power, and countless people would break their necks to join the family. How could Melinda not want a piece of their fortune? Whether you believe me or not, that's my honest opinion, Melinda remained calm. Looking at Melinda's composed demeanor, Tamsin felt uneasy. How did Melinda manage to make her feel like a clumsy village woman? Tamsin put her coffee cup down and said softly, I hope that's true. If I find out you have ulterior motives, rest assured, you won't have a place to stand. After delivering her threat, Tamsin shifted her gaze to Ira, pondering how she could get a strand of his hair. She wanted to conduct a DNA test. Can you come over here? Tamsin hesitated for a moment before gesturing for Ira to approach. Unexpectedly, Ira clung tighter to Melinda, unwilling to move towards Tamsin. Seeing Ira ignoring her, Tamsin sighed inwardly. Suddenly, she noticed a short strand of hair on her bag, presumably belonging to Ira. While Melinda wasn't paying attention, she carefully removed the hair. With her goal achieved, Tamsin stood up. That's all I have to say. Turning on her heel, she headed towards the door without looking back. Watching her leave, Melinda breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this troublesome visitor was gone. Melinda never wanted any further interactions with Tamsin. Kalbami, who was that person? Unwilling to reveal Tamsin's true identity to Ira, Melinda made up an excuse. Alright, Kalbami. My stomach is growling. Can you cook for me? Of course, I'll cook for you, good baby. Sit on the sofa and watch TV, Melinda happily responded. She then headed to the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes. As soon as she left the house, Tamsin stood beside her Maserati, holding the strand of hair in her hand, fearing it might blow away. She carefully wrapped it in a tissue from her bag. Hussy, she muttered. Let's see if this child is indeed Osiris's. If this child really belonged to Osiris, what should she do next? Could she let this woman marry into their family without interference? No. She wouldn't allow that. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take one step at a time. At that moment, a paparazzo hired by Iona, who was trailing Tamsin, captured the scene on camera. Immediately, he sent the photo to Iona. Iona had been feeling uneasy since the wedding cancellation. Lost in thought about how to win back Osiris, she suddenly heard her phone buzz. Thinking it was a mistake, she picked up the phone and saw a picture of Tamsin standing by the car sent by the paparazzo. Was this person crazy? Why send her a picture of Tamsin? Miss Roxanne. Tamsin just met with Melinda. What? Tamsin met Melinda? What was her intention? Her heart raced. The chapter maintains the structure and tone of the original while ensuring natural English phrasing and consistency in character names. Hashtag chapter 192, not blood-related. Tamsin stared at the photo on her phone, zooming in closer and closer. She could just make out Tamsin in the picture, looking down at a tissue in her hand. What was significant was that there was a strand of hair on the tissue. What was Tamsin up to? Without delay, she called the paparazzo. You must keep a close eye on Tamsin these next few days. I want to know what she's planning. Miss Roxanne, of course, but about the money. If you do a good job, I'll give you a bonus. If not. Iona's voice grew darker. Don't worry, Miss Roxanne. We've worked together for so long, when have I ever failed? As soon as Tamsin returned home, she went straight to Osiris's bedroom. After a thorough search, she finally found a strand of his hair. She placed both hairs into a small bag. She then slipped on a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap, making sure everything was in place before heading out. The staff in the villa watched her every move, exchanging glances. What is she doing? One servant whispered, only for Tamsin to overhear. What I'm doing is none of your business. Keep gossiping and you can forget about this month's salary. Before leaving, Tamsin turned around once more. Don't you dare talk about my outfit today, she threatened. The servants nodded hurriedly. The bodyguards were already waiting at the door when Tamsin came out. The paparazzo, following closely behind, couldn't help but comment on her appearance. Aren't you usually at the forefront of fashion? Why do you look so dowdy today? Then he thought, might she be up to something? Wait. As Tamsin got into the car, his face changed. My goodness. I don't have a car. He wouldn't chase after her on foot, it'd be too embarrassing. Looking around, he spotted a motorcycle with the key still in it. Running over, he hopped on and revved the engine. Damn it, I have to follow her. Otherwise, all his efforts would be wasted. He couldn't afford to fail after negotiating with Iona for double the pay. With reckless pursuit, he finally caught up with Tamsin's car but slowed down to avoid being noticed. They eventually stopped at a private hospital. What's going on? Is Tamsin unwell? After some careful thought, the paparazzo put on a pair of sunglasses from his bag, hiding his identity. Watching Tamsin and her driver enter the hospital, he hurriedly followed. To his surprise, they went to the genetics testing department. A few crows flew over his head as he wondered aloud, what are they doing? Tamsin, we've been expecting you, said a young doctor who walked up to greet her respectfully. Tamsin pulled out a small bag from her luxurious purse, containing 2 strands of hair. I need you to test the DNA match between these 2 strands, Tamsin instructed. Seeing the contents of the bag, the doctor had a bold guess. Could these be Ira's and Osiris's hairs? He had heard rumors that Ira might be Osiris's child, though it was never confirmed. How soon can you have the results? The earliest would be tomorrow morning. We'll notify you the moment the results are ready. This must be kept confidential, and my visit here shouldn't be mentioned to anyone. Wow, what a big scoop, the paparazzo thought excitedly. But first, he needed to inform Iona. He dialed her number in the hospital corridor. How did it go? Miss Roxanne, huge secret. Hearing the paparazzo's agitated tone, Iona asked curiously, what's the huge secret? Tamsin came to the hospital and gave the doctor 2 strands of hair for a DNA test. I think one belongs to Osiris, and the other probably to Ira. What? She didn't expect Tamsin to verify the blood relationship between Ira and Osiris. Damn it. What if the test confirms that Ira is Osiris's child? The consequences would be unimaginable. Their engagement might be jeopardized. No. Iona wouldn't allow it. Keep following her. Can you settle half the fee now? Iona immediately transferred money to the paparazzo. Hanging up, she bit her fingernail, pacing back and forth. What should she do if the child is indeed Osiris's? Her chances would diminish significantly. Iona sought out someone in the hospital to obtain the test results. To her horror, the match was 99% identical. What? So the child really is Osiris's? What can she do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since Tamsin hadn't received the report yet, she could forge a fake one to deceive everyone. Iona bribed the hospital staff. Thinking you can be with Osiris? Dream on. With me here, it will never happen. She smiled, her eyes flashing with malice. After altering the test results, Iona felt satisfied and went to rest. The next day, Tamsin arrived at the hospital early. Holding the altered report, she felt a wave of relief. Turns out Ira isn't Osiris's child after all. Humph, Tamsin sneered, despising Melinda even more. Just another cheap schemer trying to ruin Osiris's life. Osiris needs someone on par with him. Only then can they truly help each other. Coincidentally, Melinda was heading to work when employees started whispering and pointing at her. Look at her, putting on airs and pretending to be innocent. Yes, she's such a hypocrite. Note, I've translated the chapter while maintaining its original style and tone, ensuring a natural flow and coherence with the previous storyline. Please let me know if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 193, Dina unleashes her fury. How can such a person even have the nerve to work in our company? And I've heard she has a close relationship with President Fadi. Does President Fadi eat whatever when he's hungry? Aside from not being as pretty as Dina, how am I inferior to that woman in any way? Plus, my reputation is clean, unlike her chaotic personal life. Ha, if you say so, who among us here isn't like that? Everyone was laughing and joking, holding coffee cups, leisurely standing in the break room, gathered in small groups, excitedly whispering about the gossip. Dina had just completed a major project. After organizing the documents, she stretched lazily. She wanted to have a cup of coffee to relieve some stress but found her coffee cup empty. She stood up from her desk, looking more relaxed than usual. Carrying her coffee cup, she walked gracefully in 12-inch heels, pushing open the office door toward the break room entrance. Every derogatory comment made about Dina in the break room reached her ears. Good looks must be part of it, right? I think our department head is probably quite unrestrained in bed too. With her existing charm and skilled performance, who wouldn't be dazzled? Dina raised an eyebrow, surprised that her colleagues were discussing others' badmouthing instead of working. They were talking about her, and their harsh comments were damaging her reputation. No wonder people in the office looked at her differently as she walked by. But Dina wasn't someone to be taken advantage of easily. With her remarkable abilities, she had firmly established herself in the entire OSHA group. She wouldn't tolerate anyone defaming her behind her back. Thinking this, she quietly approached the break room, hearing them still ridicule her without noticing her presence. Suddenly, Dina slammed her cup on the table. The loud noise made everyone freeze. A few impolite individuals frowned, turning around and complaining, "Who's that? Can't you be more careful with your cup?" As they turned and saw her, their backs stiffened, and their faces showed embarrassment. Discussing someone behind their back and then facing them, anyone would feel awkward. "Ms. Genevieve? Minister, why did you come? If you need coffee, you can tell us directly." Some smiled flatteringly, trying to extricate themselves from the situation. Despite her current controversy, she was still their department head, and no one dared confront her openly. Dina raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpened. She scanned the crowd, who all lowered their heads guiltily. What's the big deal about criticizing her privately? Could she fire them? She lacked such authority, and after hearing this, anyone should blush in shame, not retaliate, right? However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Dina only sneered before scolding sternly, "I didn't know our department had such gossipy old ladies. If you love gossiping so much, go sit at the village entrance. Why bother coming to work? Our company values individual capability in your contributions, not idle chatter. Our policy clearly states that we do not employ idle hands. When did you start gossiping behind people's backs?" After this statement, Dina exuded an intense aura that left everyone breathless. With her solid track record and role as department head, she commanded respect both through personal strength and positional authority. Everyone remained silent. Dina scanned the room, adding a layer of confusion. Why suddenly so many rumors and slanders against her? Given her status and support from Osiris, no one should dare criticize her openly. Was there someone backing these people? Though doubtful, Dina showed no emotion. At her level, controlling emotions was essential. Avoid causing alarm for now. The past couple of days have been sudden, first, Iona creating trouble, then Tamsin's unexpected visit. Who should she suspect first? She poured herself a cup of coffee. If there's nothing else, return to your positions. If I hear any more gossip, I won't hesitate to report it to upper management and have you leave. This hinted threat silenced everyone. Working at OSHA Group, ranking third in China, meant losing this job could ruin future prospects. Seeing Dina walk out in her high heels, they exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak further. I didn't expect Genevieve to be so sharp-tongued. My voice must have carried, and her glare felt like it could devour me alive. Just a gold digger, what's she got to bark about? Working under someone like her feels degrading. Let's get back to work before more trouble arises. Let's just end this. They hurriedly left the break room, returning to work. Once everyone refocused, a young employee quietly stood up, grabbing her phone and leaving the office. She ran to the lounge, now empty. Covering her phone, she ensured no one was around before calling an unknown number. The call connected, and a lazy female voice came through. Did you finish what I asked? Translation provided adheres to guidelines including maintaining paragraph structure, fluency, coherence, and character names using pinyin correctly. Chapter 194, Let me help you. On the other end of the phone, a woman's disdainful voice rang out. The employee hurriedly nodded, likely constrained by the woman's status and position, her body tensed up subconsciously. Miss Roxanne, I've done as you asked. Now everyone in the studio knows that Director Gu is a frivolous woman. And rest assured, Director Gu is too furious to even know who's been spreading rumors about her, the employee added with a fawning smile. Iona curled her lips. Very well done. Yesterday, Tamsin had just received the paternity test results from the hospital. Presumably, the results had long been altered. Now, with this scandal about Dottie circulating around the company, Tamsin would likely try every means to get rid of her. But Iona wanted to ensure she covered all bases. She feared complications if she relied solely on Tamsin. Any unexpected events could nullify all her efforts. Iona couldn't let her hard work go to waste. She needed to drive Melinda away as soon as possible. Yun brother could only belong to her, no one else should snatch him away from her. With this thought, a coldness and fierceness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had to make her move before it was too late, ensuring that Tamsin expelled the despicable Melinda without hesitation. Feeling satisfied at the thought of Melinda's future, Iona leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Alright, that's enough for now. I'll call you again when I need you. As she finished speaking, Iona prepared to hang up the phone. Hold on, Miss Roxanne. The employee suddenly called out. Iona paused, a hint of impatience appearing on her exquisite face. What is it? The employee's flattery and smiles deepened. You promised me 10,000 yuan after the job. When can I expect the payment? A mocking smile spread across Iona's face upon hearing this. Alright, noted. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Without waiting for the employee's response, Iona hung up. Disdainfully, she transferred the money to the employee and put down her phone. To completely erase Melinda from OSH Group and Silas's life required more planning. She couldn't afford to fail. The employee now smiling broadly after receiving the money, quickly returned to her desk. Due to Melinda's earlier reprimand, no one noticed her absence or return. The gossip in the tea room spread rapidly throughout Osh Company. Meanwhile, Melinda focused on her own tasks, oblivious to the whispers. Silas's secretary reported all the gossips heard in the tea room diligently. Upon finishing, the secretary cautiously glanced up at Silas. Sunken deep into his leather chair, Silas held a priceless pen, spinning it skillfully between his long fingers. Clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, his deep eyes flashed with an indiscernible light. Anyone who knew him would realize he was already at the peak of fury. The secretary couldn't help but tremble, fearing Silas might be driven mad for her sake. Observing his Rahim's expression, the secretary hesitated. Would Boss Fadi really lose control over this? After a moment's silence, the secretary finally looked up. Boss Fadi, shall I investigate the source of these rumors? No need, Silas declined. Melinda had matured so much that she didn't even need his covert support anymore. If he intervened now, she might not appreciate it. It seemed he needed to proceed with previously considered plans to protect her better. Silas narrowed his eyes, glancing at the documents. Forget about this for now. I'll handle it later. There's nothing more for you here. You may leave. As the secretary departed, Silas picked up his phone and opened the chat with Melinda. Silas, I'll take you home tonight. I want to see August. Silas waited for her reply, recalling how he had promised to dine with August during their family activity days ago but was delayed due to work. He imagined August must have felt disappointed. Melinda saw the message nearing the end of her workday. Melinda, sure. Driving slowly with the rush hour traffic, Silas's demeanor became serious. Even his posture tightened unconsciously. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied, Melinda observed. Is there something troubling you at work? Facing Melinda's concerned inquiry, Silas remained silent until they reached a red light. He turned to look at her with complex and tender eyes. I've heard about what happened at the office today. I don't like others disparaging my woman. Turning away, Silas's gaze softened with concern and tenderness. Dottie, if you need it, let me help you take care of this. Chapter 195, An Ambiguous Atmosphere. Dina was stunned for a moment at Osiris's words, then immediately understood what he meant. The entire OSHA group belonged to Osiris. How could he not be aware of the slightest ripples in his company? However, considering Osiris's position as CEO and that this incident might be orchestrated by Tasha Fadi, Dina didn't want to put him in a difficult position. To avoid making things awkward for Osiris, she didn't inform him when Tasha Fadi had boldly entered their home the previous day. Osiris was indeed caught in the middle and felt conflicted. There's no need to worry. Rumors are just trifles. If I refute them forcefully, it might make people think I'm guilty. Letting them fly might actually prove my innocence over time. Dina wasn't someone who relied on men for everything. She had grown strong enough to protect herself with her own means. Besides, you know how many employees we have. Investigating this won't lead to any concrete results. Don't worry about me. Dina smiled confidently. Her radiant smile took Osiris's breath away, and he found himself inexplicably smiling along. Fine, if that's the case, Genevieve, please take care of things. After their brief conversation, Osiris focused back on driving, and the two rode in silence. When they returned home, Ira heard the door open, put down his building blocks, and ran straight to the door. His cute face lit up with a smile. Kalbami, you're finally back. August missed you so much. Without even checking who it was, Ira hugged Dina, breathing in her unique scent and cuddling against her head. Seeing Ira hug Dina directly, Osiris narrowed his eyes. Though the child was his son, he wasn't pleased about him hugging his wife. Don't you miss Jalandi? Osiris's voice sounded behind Dina. Hearing the familiar voice, Ira lifted his head, his clear eyes filled with excitement. Jalandi? Perhaps due to his excitement, Ira's voice quivered slightly. Yes, Osiris replied, rubbing Ira's small head gently. Then, before Ira could react, Osiris picked him up and walked briskly toward the living room. Ira looked at Dina happily. Kalbami, Jalandi's hug is so warm. Wow, I feel so tall now. Watching the father-son interaction, Dina was suddenly reminded of what Tasha Fadi had said when she left yesterday. How can this illegitimate child be my son? Even if he were Hamza's, what qualifications do you have to enter our family with your status? I advise you to give up early and find another man. Thinking about this, Dina's smile faded, her mood heavy. They had overcome countless obstacles to be together, but why must lovers be torn apart? Kalbami, what are we having for dinner tonight? I'm so hungry. As Dina was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Ira's inquiry. She quickly composed herself and smiled at him. Wait here while Kalbami cooks. We'll have sweet and sour pork ribs tonight, your favorite. Yeah. Ira spun around happily, glad that both parents were with him and he would have his favorite meal. While Dina's melancholy went unnoticed by Ira, Osiris saw it all. After throwing a toy at Ira, he said, play here for a bit, Jalandi will see if Kalbami needs help. Ira nodded seriously. A real man should help Kalbami like you should. Our teacher says helping each other strengthens a relationship. Osiris paused mid-step, almost losing balance, chuckling nervously. Where did this kid pick up such logic? But seeing Ira wasn't clingy, Osiris rushed to the kitchen. Inside, he saw Dina in a pink apron cooking by the stove, looking as graceful and maternal as ever. Stealthily approaching her, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Dina gasped in shock, "Ah." Then, realizing it was Osiris, she sighed in relief, "You scared me. Why do you sneak around like that? Noticing you weren't feeling well earlier, were you still thinking about work?" Surprised, Dina hadn't expected Osiris to notice. Shaking her head, she replied, "Nothing much. But why are you in the kitchen? Ira has been talking about you these past few days. Instead of staying in the living room with him, why did you come here?" Previously, Dina found the kitchen spacious, but since Osiris entered, it suddenly felt cramped. Especially now, being pressed closely together, she could hear his heart pounding and his breath near her ear. Osiris smirked, his eyes darkening with desire. "I missed you. Just wanted to check on you." The atmosphere turned ambiguous instantly. Dina's face flushed red. I'm cooking right now. Please go out." Seeing him hold her tightly, her cheeks turned red with embarrassment and panic. What if Ira came in unexpectedly? Feeling even more flustered, she longed to splash some cool water on her face. Yet, Osiris remained calm, leaning closer and whispering near her ear, "What's there to fear?" Chapter 196, You Still Know How to Come Back. A tingling sensation crept into Dina's ears, making her feel momentarily weak. If it weren't for the hero holding her up, she would have fallen to the ground. "Oh, stop fooling around. If August comes in and sees us like this, we won't be able to explain." Dina sounded slightly urgent. After all, at Ira's age, he was very curious and liked asking questions until he got answers. Seeing them in such a state, how could he not ask? After saying this, Dina even put down the spatula in her hand and reached out to push Nolan in front of her. At this moment, Osiris wasn't paying attention at all and didn't back away one bit. His thin lips remained tightly pressed against the back of Dina's ear. "Just now, August hugged you." Ira hugging her as his mother was perfectly normal. The little boy is still in the stage where he likes to depend on adults. Isn't it natural for him to hug someone? Dina glanced at Osiris with a hint of helplessness after saying these words. Osiris shook his head, his face showing determination and childishness. He spoke somewhat aggrievedly, "It's different. You're my woman, so only I can hug you. That little stinky dumpling should find his own wife if he wants to hug women." Dina was speechless. Seeing the inexplicable jealousy in Nolan's expression, she said helplessly, "Why are you competing with a child for affection? No matter what, you're mine." Janice buried his head in Dina's neck, breathing in the faint scent that clung to her. Dina sighed, "All right, if you don't get up soon, there won't be any dinner left for you. You can watch August and me eat." Wonderful, the little woman had learned how to threaten him. Osiris raised an eyebrow with interest, then released her, "Then I'll go spend time with our son." Only after Osiris left the kitchen did Dina let out a breath of relief, feeling the space and air circulation improve once more. Tamsin had waited at home for a long time without seeing Osiris return. She had specially come from the old residence to Osiris's villa just to show him the results of the paternity test. That fox-faced woman must have brainwashed his son before. Otherwise, why would Osiris willingly act as a stepfather? Tamsin glanced down at the paternity test on the coffee table and looked at the butler again. "Where is your young master? Isn't he usually not home at this time?" Hearing this, the butler hesitated. "Tasha. Young master might still be working overtime at the company. Please wait a moment." The butler dared not easily reveal Osiris's whereabouts. Tamsin raised an eyebrow and took out her phone, dialing a number. "Check where your President Fadi is right now. Also, check on Dina." It was already so late, and she couldn't believe these two were really working overtime at the company. Soon, Tamsin received confirmation that neither of them was at the company, and she also heard about Dina's scandal at work. Tamsin's face fell. A woman like her wants to marry Hamza? Hasn't she looked in the mirror and seen what she looks like? Sitting upright, Tamsin waited to see when Hamza would finally come back. Dina spent over an hour preparing 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried vegetables, longjing shrimp, sweet and sour pork ribs, and American ginseng black chicken soup, which was good for replenishing blood and chi. Once all the dishes were set on the table, the entire room filled with the fragrance of the food. Smelling the aroma, Ira quickly put down his toy and skipped over to sit at the dining table, holding his child-sized utensils and waiting for his mother to serve him. "Kalbami, thank you for cooking," Ira smiled sweetly. Hearing this, Dina returned a smile, "You sweet talker. But even if you're sweet, you still need to finish the vegetables you don't like." Ira suddenly feels mommy isn't nice. The family sat together in harmony, enjoying their meal. Occasionally, they would hear Ira say something cute, causing both Osiris and Dina to laugh with fondness. Suddenly, Ira paused. "Kalbami, Jaylandi, can I ask you a question?" Osiris and Dina exchanged glances, surprised by Ira's serious expression. "What's wrong?" they asked in unison. Ira scratched his head bashfully before smiling again. Kalbami, Jaylandi, I told you before that I want a little sister. Today, I heard from a classmate that after his parents slept together, they had a little sister for him the next year. Can you sleep together tonight? I really want a little sister. August will love her and won't disturb you. Choking sound. Osiris suddenly started coughing violently, his face flushed. Then, he glanced at Dina as if possessed. Dina was still shocked by Ira's words, her mouth hanging open. Reacting quickly, she covered her son's mouth. Ira, eat your meal. That topic was thus avoided. Ira reluctantly nodded, shoveling food into his mouth. Seeing Dina flustered, Osiris couldn't help but feel delighted. When Dina resumed eating with a flushed face, Osiris whispered slyly, I also want to ask when we'll give August a little sister. Shut up. Dina felt incredibly conflicted. After all, yesterday, Tamsin had said many hurtful things. Now, Osiris was excitedly asking when they'd have a second child. Did they really have a future? After finishing dinner, each lost in their thoughts, Osiris wanted to stay with the two of them longer, but Dina didn't allow it. Instead, she sent him off as soon as he finished eating. With no choice, Osiris shook his head and drove home. Upon arriving, Osiris casually pulled off his tie, intending to head upstairs to shower. However, he was met with a stern female voice. Do you still know how to come back? Chapter 197, The Paternity Test is Fake. Lay Hamza was startled by the sudden voice and turned to look towards the sofa. He saw Ethel sitting on it, dressed in a long white knit sweater. Her expression was stern as she glared at Lay Hamza. Seeing the seriousness on her face, Lay Hamza sighed and sat down beside the sofa, slightly exasperated. He loosened 2 buttons of his shirt for ease before lifting his gaze. Lay Hamza was displeased by his mother's unexpected appearance. Kalbam, if you had something to say, you could have just called. Why did you come over? Feeling unqualified as a son for making his mother visit so late, he felt guilty. But Ethel only sneered in response, if I didn't come? If I didn't come, would you have continued staying with that little bitch and her kid? The disdain and contempt were clear in her voice. Thinking about her exceptional son falling for a wild woman with questionable morals made her chest ache. After hearing his mother's words, Lay Hamza's initial guilt vanished, replaced by a cold tone. Kalbam, I don't want to hear any more insults against Dottie from you. Kalbi Rover, let me repeat, Charity is my son, Lay Hamza's son, and also your grandson. As for those rumors online, they are just malicious gossip spread by someone behind the scenes. Ethel's well-maintained face twisted into a mocking smirk mixed with bitterness. You say the internet rumors defame Myrtle, but what about the ones in the company? I heard the entire company knows she's a promiscuous woman who has slept with numerous executives. How could you possibly be attracted to someone like that? Pain and disappointment flickered across Ethel's face as she spoke. Hearing this, Lay Hamza's face darkened immediately. Those rumors had just started circulating in the office, and now his mother already knew. He couldn't help but suspect whether it was his mother's doing or if someone from the company had tipped her off. Thinking about the possibility that his mother might have spent a fortune to tarnish Myrtle's reputation just to drive her away from him, Lay Hamza felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his own mother. Watching his mother continue to badmouth Myrtle, Lay Hamza interrupted sharply. I said, she isn't that kind of person. Kalbam, if you came here just to discuss this, please don't come back again. It's late, you should go home. Ethel couldn't believe that her own son, whom she had raised, was now turning her away because of a woman. Genian, Kalbam has always been thinking of your best interests. If you listen to me, how could I ever harm you? Kalbi Rover, the Roxanne family is powerful. If you married Iona, it would greatly benefit our Lay family. And you know, Kaylee has liked you all these years. Hearing this, Lay Hamza's brow furrowed impatiently. He had heard these arguments too many times. What irked him even more was someone trying to control his life, his mother included. I've said this before, my life belongs to me. Please stop interfering. As for arranged marriages, I've never cared for them. Using women to establish power is not something I value. As Lay Hamza spoke, the last trace of calm left his face. The air around him grew tense, almost icy. Ethel hadn't expected Lay Hamza to be so stubborn despite her countless attempts to reason with him. Since he was going to be so obstinate, she wouldn't hold back any longer. Fine, you claim Charity is your child and Myrtle isn't a loose woman. Here are the paternity test results from a few days ago, take a good look. With that, Ethel threw the paternity test report onto the table in front of Lay Hamza. Lay Hamza's eyebrow lifted in surprise, and anger simmered beneath the surface. Where did you get Anshman's DNA sample? Did you go to Myrtle's house yesterday? Lay Hamza asked firmly. This reminded him of what Charity had whispered to him earlier today while they were playing. Jaylandi, I have a secret to tell you, but you must keep it. Charity placed his chubby little hand on Lay Hamza's ear. Lay Hamza found his son's mysterious behavior endearing at the time. What is it? Lay Hamza asked casually. Yesterday, we had an unknown grandma at home. Mama asked me to call her Grandma, but she said some mean things which made Mama cry. At first, Lay Hamza was puzzled by this woman's identity. Now, seeing the paternity test result from his mother and recalling what Charity had said. Lay Hamza realized why Myrtle had cried silently yesterday and been humiliated in front of everyone at work without knowing the reason. How much pain must she have endured? Thinking of this, Lay Hamza's fury intensified, and his eyes blazed with anger as he looked at his mother. Ethel seemed oblivious to his rage, nodding carelessly. That fox seduced my son, why shouldn't I go see them? To my surprise, the results I obtained there shocked me. Take a look yourself, you'll be able to tell if it's true or false. Lay Hamza forced down his anger, grabbed the paternity test result thrown at him, and opened it. Upon reading its content, his fury could no longer be contained. Enraged, he stood up from the sofa. That's enough. Kalbam, if you think using this fake paternity test will make me leave her, you might as well stop wasting your time. Chapter 198, Not Allowed to See Dina. After uttering these words, Osiris immediately raised his hand and tore up the paternity test report he held, scattering the pieces into the air. How could it be fake? Then Tamsin realized that Osiris had torn up the hard-earned test result. She hadn't anticipated this sudden act from him, her eyes widening in anger. You actually tore it up? Tamsin clenched her fists, managing to calm herself down, and sighed, forget it, I know you can't accept this. But indeed, Ira is not your child. Don't do foolish things like raising another man's child. Osiris was unaware that the fake paternity test Tamsin had was prepared by Iona. I don't want to get entangled in this matter anymore. It's getting late, you should go home now. Hearing Osiris's cold expression as he tried to dismiss her, Tamsin's previously calm demeanor turned furious again. Hamza, I am your mother. You're actually sending away your own mother because of this woman and a bastard child? Tamsin looked at Osiris in disbelief. The vast hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the butler and maid standing nearby dared not speak loudly, for fear of stirring trouble. In household matters, servants must never interfere. Feeling it still wasn't enough, Osiris added, and please, don't harass Dina at her home unless there's something urgent. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our years of mother-son relationship. Without giving Tamsin any more chances, Osiris turned around and walked upstairs. Tamsin stared at the shredded paper on the floor, recalling Osiris's heartless words, feeling a chill in her heart. Her own son was siding with an outsider, how could she possibly be happy? The butler saw Tamsin sitting dejectedly on the sofa and smiled, walking up to her. Tasha, what young master said just now was just in the heat of the moment. Please don't take it to heart. It's quite late. Would you like me to prepare a guest room for you? Tamsin glanced at the butler, then sneered, no, I'll go back directly, so he doesn't kick me out later. Though she spoke thus, her resentment towards Dina grew deeper. If not for that vixen, her son wouldn't have defied her so rudely. She blamed all her troubles on Dina. The butler remained silent, watching as Tamsin stood up, put on her beige coat, and left the hall, getting into her car and returning to the old house. Watching the car disappear into the distance, the butler finally sighed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. At least they didn't continue arguing. Osiris went upstairs and casually took off his shirt, tossing it into the laundry basket. He changed shirts daily, each custom-made garment only worn 3 times before being discarded. Bare-chested, Osiris picked up his phone and opened the chat with Dina. These past 2 days, Dina must have suffered a lot, right? He wanted to apologize to her but couldn't bring himself to say anything. Forget it, he needed to expedite the plan he had been preparing to protect both Dina and Ira. Osiris hadn't expected his mother to be the biggest obstacle in their relationship. When rumors were circulating about Dina, Osiris had offered to help her, but her expression upon hearing this had been hesitant. Dina's hesitation likely stemmed from her worry that the office rumors were orchestrated by Tamsin. How would he face his mother when the truth came out? Osiris felt a wave of emotion. Despite all the hardships she faced, she still thought of him. Osiris sighed, unable to express the mix of emotions in his heart. His feelings for Dina became increasingly complex. He felt deeply indebted to her. For years, she raised Ira alone, enduring gossip and speculation. Yet, Osiris admired her strength. Despite everything, she became the director of Ouch Group through sheer personal effort. Suddenly, Osiris yearned to hold her. After much contemplation, he closed the chat window and took a cold shower, letting the water soothe his agitation. Back home, Tamsin angrily threw her bag onto the sofa. Reflecting on her life of smooth sailing, when had she ever faced such adversity? If not for that shameless woman, how could Hamza defy her so adamantly? Going to bed with unresolved anger, the next morning she still carried deep dissatisfaction. Tamsin usually woke up gracefully, retaining her elegance even without makeup despite her age. Today, though, dark circles marred her eyes, and a coldness radiated from her gaze, causing the staff to lower their heads in fear. Is breakfast ready? Tamsin asked coldly as she entered the dining room. Turning around, she saw Iona seated on the sofa. The butler bowed slightly, Tasha. Iona also greeted politely with a smile, Aunt. Dressed in a royal blue dress, she looked like a princess from a painting. Seeing Iona, Tamsin's mood lightened somewhat. Kaylee, why did you come so early today? Iona stood up obediently, walking over to Tamsin and linking arms with her in a show of intimacy. Didn't I think you might be upset yesterday after hearing the results? I came over to keep you company out of concern. Their closeness would make anyone believe they were blood-related. Chapter 199, Making Trouble Again. After hearing Iona's words, Zelda felt somewhat relieved, and even her usually tense expression softened a bit. She reached out and patted Iona's hand with a smile, adding warmth to her face. Kaylee, you're so thoughtful to come over just to keep me company today. Have you had breakfast yet? Why don't we have it together? Iona nodded obediently upon hearing Zelda's words. Auntie is so kind, always thinking about me. But I really enjoy having meals with you as well. Though their intentions differed, they maintained an outward calmness as they walked together to the dining room, looking like a loving mother and daughter. Iona chattered about family matters, occasionally cracking light-hearted jokes that made Zelda laugh uncontrollably. You are such a ray of sunshine. It's such a blessing for our Hobart to have you as his wife, and with our families equally matched, it truly is a match made in heaven. If only. Zelda's words triggered a victorious smile from Iona, but she continued to play her role gracefully. Auntie, although I love Brother Hobart, if he is happier with Dina, I would be willing to step aside. Happiness is more important than winning. I hope Brother Hobart can find happiness. As she said this, Iona's eyes revealed sadness, yet she forced a cheerful smile. Her aggrieved demeanor made Zelda feel genuinely sorry for her, and she patted Iona's hand consolingly. Don't worry. Without my consent, that promiscuous woman and her illegitimate child will never set foot here. Iona nodded obediently, feeling increasingly triumphant inside. Dina could never have imagined that Zelda would call her own grandson illegitimate, right? But so what? Fedishi Hobart was destined to be hers, no one could stop her from obtaining him. It was only unfortunate that Dina had no such fate, and neither did Ira, who could only end up as an illegitimate child. Who knew that when Iona received the real paternity test results, she nearly went mad with jealousy. Why? Why should that trash, Dina, be allowed to bear Brother Hobart's child, snatching away Fedishi Hobart's heart right from under her nose? Iona couldn't accept the fact that Fedishi Hobart didn't love her. Yet, she concealed all these feelings. After finishing breakfast with Zelda, she understood that the older woman was upset. Instead of wasting time at home with her, it would be better to go out together. This way, she could show how considerate she was while subtly spreading bad words about Dina. After all, everything was almost ready, and now only a final push was needed. Iona was determined to make Zelda turn completely to her side, ensuring she thoroughly owned Fedishi Hobart. Her eyes gleamed with determination. No one defied their mother, especially someone as decisive as Zelda, who wouldn't stand by watching her son rebel. Thus, after breakfast, Iona quickly approached Zelda, taking her arm. Auntie, you seem unhappy. I know a new tailor shop with beautiful custom-made clothes. Why don't we go out to relax? Just stay home without moping. Let's go out for a stroll instead. Hearing this, Zelda initially had no interest, but Iona's repeated pleading finally persuaded her. Fine, you little minx, you're impossible to refuse. Since you asked, how can I say no? It's been a long time since I've gone shopping. We'll go together, my wardrobe needs some new outfits anyway. Smiling, Iona replied, great. Then Auntie, go change first, I'll wait for you in the foyer. Today, Auntie, you must dress beautifully, we can be sisters in blooms together. Zelda laughed at Iona's words. At my age, how can we be sisters? But your sweet talk wins me over every time. Fedishi Hobart must have been blind not to see Iona's charms. With this thought, Zelda sighed involuntarily. Once Zelda was dressed, their driver took them to the most bustling mall. Inside, despite being nearly 50, Zelda still had an eye for fashion, choosing outfits that looked fantastic. Even the salespeople admired her sense of style, realizing that some people were naturally ahead of the trends. Within an hour, they had shopped extensively, purchasing many items. By the end, Zelda admitted fatigue. Let's call it a day. I'm tired. How about we go to a nearby cafe for a coffee and a chat? These past days have been stressful. Talking to you might help me feel better. Zelda regarded Iona as a true daughter or future daughter-in-law. Understandingly nodding, Iona's eyes sparkled. I was hoping for just that. At the cafe, they ordered coffee and a cappuccino, then sat in a quiet corner. Auntie, something seems wrong. You seemed troubled during our shopping trip. Tell me what's bothering you. Iona asked gently. Zelda sighed deeply, her expression serious. I followed your advice recently and visited that woman's house. I got a hair sample from Ira and prepared a paternity test. Iona nodded, knowing the result because she had orchestrated part of this herself. But the result wasn't favorable. That illegitimate child isn't Hobart's. Chapter 200, Attending the Banquet Together. Not only that, I asked Yun Fading to leave Melinda, that vixen. Who knew that boy would actually talk back to me for such a woman? As she finished her words, Tamsin already took out her handkerchief from her bag and wiped her tears. After all, he was her beloved son whom she had doted on for years. How could she not be upset now that he was talking back to his own mother? Tamsin sighed, if only Yun Fading would listen to me and be with you. Iona smiled, maintaining her understanding demeanor. Auntie, how can you say that? If Brother Yun Fading is truly happy, then I can also choose not to be with him. Kalbirover, Brother Yun Fading overlooks Melinda's past, which shows his true love. Besides, Melinda might have reformed herself and wouldn't act that way anymore. Perhaps Andy should give them a chance. If two people in love are forcefully separated, it would be a very painful choice. These words seemed thoughtful at first, genuinely advocating for Silas Ling and Melinda's relationship. However, if heard by an angry Tamsin, they might just increase her dislike towards Melinda. Ultimately, no matter how beautifully crafted Iona's words were, they were intended to console Tamsin while subtly deepening the existing animosity between her and Melinda. What Iona said was nothing more than another reminder to Tamsin that Melinda was a promiscuous woman who might still betray Silas Ling someday. Upon hearing this, Tamsin instantly flared up. Absolutely not. I will never allow that kind of woman into my home. Don't try to persuade me about this. I won't give those two any opportunity. Kaylee, as a woman, you should be selfish sometimes. With your background, you can smoothly marry into our family without having to accommodate anyone. Hearing Tamsin say this, Iona felt reassured. She nodded shyly. Since Andy says so, I'll follow your arrangements. Tamsin nodded. Rest assured. You've waited for Yun Fading for so many years. I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. In a while, Yun Fading will attend a high society banquet. There will be many reporters present. You won't need to go as Miss Roxanne. I will personally take you there and announce your identity to everyone. Upon hearing this, Iona felt elated but tried not to show too much emotion. Who knew how significant the upcoming banquet would be? If Tamsin announced her identity before everyone, it would virtually solidify everything. It looked like Iona's efforts hadn't been in vain. Lowering her head, she was careful not to let her uncontrollable smile show. Kaylee will follow Auntie's every word. You're a good girl. Listen to me, I won't let you down, Tamsin promised. Having achieved her goals, after finishing their coffee, Tamsin, feeling tired, indicated she was ready to go home. Iona didn't further detain her and saw her off to the car. Afterwards, she went for a skincare session with great spirits. Given that Tamsin would announce her identity publicly soon, she must take good care of herself to appear in her best state before the cameras. Iona's mood was so light that even her walk seemed swaying with joy. In the executive office of Oshi Corporation, Melinda handed over a project proposal she had recently completed to Silas Ling. President Fadi, here's the project plan I worked on over the past few days. Please review it. If there are no issues, we can proceed accordingly. Placing the document on the table, Silas Ling raised his head upon hearing her voice. In the office, Melinda often wore glasses to protect her eyesight. Wearing these glasses did not diminish her beauty. Instead, they gave her a scholarly charm. Every time he saw her petite face, Silas Ling found himself mesmerized. Good, he picked up the document, skimmed through it quickly, and memorized its contents. After considering the feasibility of the project, he nodded. This is excellent. No changes needed. Proceed with it. Melinda nodded, taking back the document. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Turning around, she prepared to exit the office with the document. But just as she turned, Silas Ling suddenly called her back. Wait a moment. President Fadi, is there anything else? Melinda inquired. Due to the ongoing rumors and negative comments within the company, Melinda had kept her distance from Silas Ling. Pausing for a moment, Silas Ling spoke again. How have you considered my previous request? Would you like to attend the upcoming banquet with me? Hearing this, Melinda raised her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect Silas Ling to invite her again. While she had heard about this banquet while at the Gu family, she had never attended it. Only distinguished figures attended such events. What identity could she possibly use? Silas Ling's deep eyes fixed intently on her. Melinda wanted to refuse, but faced with his gentle gaze, she couldn't bring herself to say no and inexplicably nodded. All right, I agree. Hearing her agree, Silas Ling laughed. Now that you've agreed, don't change your mind. Feeling a bit helpless, Melinda replied, I understand. Why are you as childish as Fadil Jeffrey? Silas Ling chuckled, saying nothing more. Well, I have other work to attend to. We can talk later, said Melinda, turning and leaving the office. Once Melinda left, Silas Ling's expression softened affectionately. Chapter 201, Osiris's Thoughts. Osiris watched as Dina walked away, his eyes filled with determination. He silently made up his mind. He would protect Dina at all costs. He would never allow her or Ronald to be bullied again. Kalbirova, he would not let anyone who had ever wronged them off the hook. He tapped his long fingers lightly on the table, occasionally glancing at his computer screen while making plans in his head. This time, he would complete what he had left unfinished. Standing up, he pulled his chair aside and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at everything outside. His expression was cold, almost frosty. Iona, your schemes will never succeed with me. The thought of her actions made him feel nauseous. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Osiris came back to his senses and frowned, turning to see his secretary entering the room. The secretary froze under his icy glare, clearly intimidated by the intensity of his gaze. Good heavens, who dared to provoke this prince? The secretary awkwardly cleared his throat. Osiris didn't even lift his head, coldly asking, what is it? Mr. President, there's a contract that needs your signature. Osiris glanced at the contract in the secretary's hand, took it over, skimmed through it, and signed his name in bold strokes. The secretary hastily picked up the signed document, holding it tightly before attempting to leave. But before he could take a step, Osiris called out, "Wait." The secretary turned around apprehensively. "Mr. President, is there anything else you need? Did you invite everyone for the banquet?" "Don't worry, Mr. President. All necessary guests have been invited. You can rest assured." Osiris nodded, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. The secretary immediately left, not daring to look back. Having been with Osiris the longest, he could sense the overwhelming anger even when Osiris showed none. The day of the banquet arrived quickly. Due to some personal matters, Osiris didn't go to the office. Instead, he waited until the appointed time, then without hesitation, grabbed the car keys from his desk and drove straight to pick up Dina. Dina had just stepped out of the company gates when she saw Osiris's Porsche parked right outside. She paused, knowing it was his personal vehicle, and hurried over. Pedestrians passing by were unaware but couldn't help staring at the flashy Porsche, murmuring among themselves. Heaven! Is this one of those limited edition luxury cars? Who could afford such a luxurious car? What kind of person must they be? Dina's female colleague behind her also noticed the car. Her eyes sparkled as she snapped several photos with her phone, envying deeply. Seeing Dina come out, Osiris immediately got out of the car. As people realized the driver was actually Osiris, their eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't believe they were seeing their own Rahim. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Osiris walked warmly toward Dina and took her hand without any hesitation. Her female colleague, witnessing their intimate interaction, felt an intense mix of envy and jealousy, wishing she could push Dina aside and stand next to Osiris herself. People around them looked on with admiration. Wow! It feels like something out of a novel. Their chemistry really makes you believe in love. I didn't think Dina actually hooked up with our Rahim. She used to act so innocent. Keep it down. If Mr. Fadi hears about this, you won't last a day in the company. Despite the gossip, they still held suspicions about the relationship between Osiris and Dina. Their conversation inadvertently reached both their ears. Glancing at each other, Dina leaned closer to Osiris and whispered, "Why did you come here? Haven't you forgotten about tonight's banquet? I'm here to help you choose a dress. You can't attend in what you're wearing." Dina looked down at her casual work attire, realizing it was indeed unsuitable for the occasion. "Didn't we agree to meet in the parking lot? Why today?" Osiris raised an eyebrow. Since he decided to openly declare their relationship, he no longer needed to be discreet. "Nothing much, I just wanted to come." This answer was typical of a domineering CEO. "Alright, let's get dressed then." Osiris opened the car door for her, gesturing politely. Despite feeling slightly embarrassed, she felt sweet inside. Thus, she got into the car amidst envious and jealous gazes. The car sped off, and Dina looked out the window, sensing something significant would happen tonight. Noticing her subdued demeanor, Osiris asked, "You seem troubled. Is something wrong?" She snapped back to reality, smiling at him, "Nothing. How much longer until we reach the boutique?" Eager to change the subject, she didn't want to burden him with her concerns. Osiris sighed inwardly but didn't press further. He glanced at the navigation on his phone and then at Dina. "It says we'll arrive in about half an hour." Time flew, and soon they arrived at the boutique. Welcomed warmly by the staff, Dina found herself overwhelmed by the variety of dresses. Seeing her standing motionless, Osiris approached. "Is there something wrong? Nothing you like? I'm just trying to decide which one to choose." Noticing this, the salesperson suggested, "Your figure is perfect. May I recommend this pearl mermaid gown?" Dina accepted the suggestion and went into the fitting room with the gown. When she emerged, she looked stunning. "This gown really suits you," remarked the salesperson. Even without makeup, the new dress made her stand out beautifully. With makeup, she would be even more captivating. Note, the names in Pinyin, Osiris, Dina, are preserved as instructed. The story maintains its tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the original text. Chapter 202, Full of Dog Food. Staring at the beauty before him, Osiris's eyes darkened as if something inside was trying to break free. Clearing his throat, he finally found his voice. "I remember Xerxes is in the store today, right?" Osiris asked seemingly offhandedly. Xerxes, one of the most professional makeup artists, has hands that can transform anything into something magical, hence being highly sought after by the rich and famous. "Yes, Mr. Fadi." "Huh?" Melinda looked up at Osiris. Was she going to start her makeup now? Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Osiris pinched her cheek gently. "The banquet will start in a little over an hour. If not now, when do you plan to start your makeup?" Realizing it made sense, Melinda nodded slowly. Looking at her bewildered and cute expression, Osiris couldn't help but chuckle softly. Inside the makeup room, Xerxes personally applied makeup for Melinda. At first sight, he felt her skin seemed delicate and soft, just like a newborn baby. He was simply envious. "Ainsley, your skin is amazing. What skincare products do you usually use? And your lashes are so long. You look stunning even without makeup. Imagine how you'll look after." Xerxes continued praising Melinda non-stop, making her cheeks turn red, and she instinctively clutched her dress tightly out of shyness. Xerxes noticed this small gesture and smiled, holding back a bit. Sorry, Ainsley. It's just that you're